On the way to the divorce, Lin Ming suddenly realized how wretched his life had been. He felt powerless to alter his fate of divorce, yet unexpectedly acquired the ability to foresee the future. With a flick of his thoughts, he grasped the soaring prices, the fluctuations of real estate, the rise and fall of stocks, and the currents of international affairs. Years later, a journalist interviewed Lin Ming, inquiring, "Now that you possess wealth rivaling nations, what is your greatest desire?" The narrative unfolds. I am heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce. Had I not already been through this once? No, that's incorrect. That was not a reality. It transpired in the future. I have yet to finalize my divorce. I am currently experiencing events that will unfold. Can I truly foresee the future? In Blue Island City, inside a taxi, a man and a woman sat in the back seat. The man bowed his head, silent and withdrawn. The woman, stunning yet with faint bruises adorning her face and her hair disheveled, gazed vacantly out the window. Memories from their university days flooded her mind, recalling how this man had relentlessly pursued her, making countless promises. Ultimately, these memories shattered into fragments, morphing into the despairing yet sardonic smile that graced her lips. Just the day before, Lin Ming had engaged in a fierce argument with his family, even coming to blows with his brother. For Qinjia, such conflicts had become a grim norm, but yesterday's outburst was the final straw. When Lin Ming clashed with his brother Qin Sheng, he was inadvertently shoved onto the table, striking the back of his head and losing consciousness, awakening only 2 hours ago. Qinjia was truly terrified that if this continued, it could lead to tragedy. Thus, she opted for divorce. The couple was now en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The scenery around them remained unchanged from the years when they had obtained their marriage certificate, traversing the same familiar path. Yet now, what awaited them was a divorce certificate. How utterly ironic. Lin Ming lifted his head, gazing at the sorrowful woman beside him. The bruises and scars upon her face and body caused his heart to convulse with guilt. Smack! In a sudden burst of emotion, Lin Ming struck himself across the face. What a fool he was! A beast! This beautiful, devoted wife, who had steadfastly stood by him, had endured countless acts of violence from him over the years. How despicable! The taxi driver was startled by Lin Ming's self-inflicted blow. Qinjia, pulled from her reverie, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Ming before turning her gaze back to the window. How many times had this occurred? This pathetic plea for forgiveness had become a common occurrence. Young man, the driver, having endured much, finally spoke. You see, the trivialities of family life are mere trifles. When someone marries, they intend to share in the joys of life with you as a man of honor. One must rise again after falling regardless of the circumstances. One must never resort to violence against a woman. Wouldn't you agree? The driver, a seasoned individual, had already surmised much about Lin Ming and Qinjia when they entered the vehicle and stated their destination. Little did he know that his words nearly suffocated Lin Ming. Indeed, he would never forget the light in Qinjia's eyes when she turned down countless suitors to promise her hand to him. That it was a glimmer of hope for the future, a testament to her faith in him. But why? Why had he become such a shadow of his former self? Even if we led a life devoid of riches, merely living a mundane existence, she would have made no complaints. Yet, I have treated her so poorly. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ming felt a sharp pain, as if he were being slapped repeatedly. Enough? Finally, Qinjia spoke. I have witnessed this charade countless times and forgiven you just as many, but all that has transpired is your escalating misconduct. It was unimaginable how much anger and disappointment lay behind her calm demeanor when she uttered these words. To reform oneself is indeed a commendable act. There's an old saying, after all, that a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. The driver cast a furtive glance at Qinjia. He understood the truth of the saying, one cannot advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering, and felt he could assist no further. Sadly, it seemed Qinjia had not heard him point. 10 minutes later, the taxi came to a halt. The imposing building of the Civil Affairs Bureau came into view. Lin Ming intended to pay the fare, but after searching his pockets, he discovered he had no cash, and his WeChat wallet held a mere $1.50. All his possessions had been placed as wagers and lost entirely. Hey, raise your fare, driver, Chun Jia said, producing a $10 bill before stepping out of the vehicle. Lin Ming followed her, but the driver called out, "Young man, where will you find a woman as wonderful as her? You must cherish her and not follow in my misguided footsteps. For now, it is too late for regrets." Lin Ming hesitated momentarily before replying. "Driver, turn left at the next intersection." "Huh? Aren't you getting out?" The driver appeared puzzled. "I'm getting out, but you must turn left. Or rather, you must not go straight. Do you understand?" Seeing the driver's bewildered expression, Lin Ming added, "Even if you choose not to heed my warning, should you find yourself in an accident, make sure to exit the vehicle swiftly, lest you be consumed by flames." With that, Lin Ming exited and closed the door. "You young man, I offer you a kind reminder, and you curse me in return? Truly, kindness is met with ingratitude. What ill fortune." The driver, mistaking Lin Ming's words for dissatisfaction, continued on his way, oblivious to the gravity of the warning he had received. At the next intersection, not far away, approximately 100 meters ahead, the traffic light was green. However, just as the taxi passed the intersection, a dump truck suddenly surged out from the right lane. Screech! The urgent screech of brakes echoed. Then, with a resounding crash, the taxi was propelled several meters away, nearly tipping over. Fortunately, the driver was wearing his seatbelt, and since the impact occurred on the passenger side, he sustained only minor injuries. As his mind swirled in confusion, the driver suddenly recalled the words spoken by Lin Ming as he exited the vehicle. Compelled by an inexplicable instinct, he unfastened his seatbelt and hurriedly exited the car. Just after he stepped out, the fuel tank ignited suddenly. In disbelief, the driver watched as a tremendous fire engulfed the entire vehicle with a loud roar. The driver swallowed hard, instinctively glancing towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The young man who had saved him from disaster had already vanished. An angel? These two words leapt unbidden from the driver's mind. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, I in the waiting hall, is your head really okay? Chun Jia inquired. "Yeah, I'm fine," Lin Ming replied. Not only was he unscathed, but it was precisely due to this collision that Lin Ming experienced a moment of enlightenment, gaining the ability to foresee the future. Chun Jia breathed a slight sigh of relief. "I'm glad to hear that now I can rest easy." Before Lin Ming could respond, Chun Jia continued, "I've reviewed our situation. The total debt amounts to 820,000. Well, split it evenly. Although this debt was incurred by you, we are still husband and wife, and it remains our shared obligation. My brother acted thoughtlessly, and I apologize on his behalf." After a brief pause, Chun Jia took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength, and fixed her gaze upon Lin Ming. "Xian is only 4 years old. Please let her stay with me. I beg you, will you?" Lin Ming was jolted. Xian was their biological daughter. In a bid to keep Xian, the once proud and unyielding Chun Jia now appeared so humble, so deferential. What sin had he committed? It is often said that couples are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. I suppose we have indeed taken our separate paths, haven't we? Chun Jia restrained her emotions, but ultimately her eyes reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Lin Ming, I remember you promised to treat me well, to love me for a lifetime, to provide me with the most beautiful life, to make me the happiest woman in the world. I do not dare to wish for much. I merely desire to walk through life with you, in simplicity and joy. Yet, what is so easy for others seems insurmountably difficult for me. I am unafraid of enduring hardships alongside you, nor am I concerned about the gossip of relatives or classmates. I simply long for you to treat me a little better, to show some kindness to Xian." Gazing at Chun Jia, who was reduced to tears, Lin Ming felt his heart shattered. He longed to embrace this woman, whom he had scolded and struck countless times. Yet when he reached out, Chun Jia instinctively retreated a few steps, seemingly afraid that Lin Ming might harm her again. "I'm sorry. Lin Ming's nails dug deeply into his flesh. Apart from those 3 words, he truly found himself at a loss for what to say. "Enough. Between us, the words 'I'm sorry' have lost all meaning," Chun Jia replied, wiping her tears. Just then, the registrar's office began calling out numbers. "Let's go," she said, heading towards the registration desk, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Lin Ming could clearly see the hesitation etched on her face. This pitiable woman still loved him even now. "Chun Jia." Lin Ming dashed forward, grasping her arm firmly. Give me one chance, just one last chance. I, Lin Ming, swear that if I ever act foolishly again, may lightning strike me down. Chen Jia's delicate frame trembled slightly. Memories of their past flooded back, extinguishing her last flicker of uncertainty. You cannot change, you will never change. I will not trust you again, Chen Jia replied with a sorrowful smile. Since the first time Lin Ming had raised his hand against her, she had granted him countless opportunities. Yet, what had changed? People may change their circumstances, but their true nature remains steadfast. Chen Jia, I swear, from this moment forward, I will treat you well and care for Xian Xian. I will strive to earn money. Before Lin Ming could finish, Chen Jia had already reached the registration desk. She turned to face Lin Ming, who stood motionless. Must you drive me to my grave before you find satisfaction? Upon hearing her words, not only Lin Ming, but even the staff at the desk furrowed their brows, casting a cold glare in his direction. They had witnessed numerous reasons for divorce over the years, but to push a woman to such despair was indeed a despicable act. Silently approaching the desk, Lin Ming retrieved the necessary documents. He certainly could not coerce Chen Jia into a corner. She had endured far too much injustice and suffering. If he persisted in his obstinacy, she might truly take drastic measures. At this juncture, words held no weight. Chen Jia was resolute in her decision to divorce him. This seemed to be her only escape. Since reconciliation is unattainable, let us begin anew. Lin Ming clenched his fists, vowing to himself, Jia, I will ensure you see a different version of me. I will make amends for all the grievances you have endured over the years. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Jia stared down at the divorce certificate in her hands. She felt neither joy at having escaped the clutches of a wretched man, nor the liberation of a new beginning instead. It was as if she had lost something profoundly precious, her complexion pale and drawn. Struggling to maintain her composure, Chen Jia remarked, from this day forth, I hope you can profoundly amend your ways and become a man of integrity. And regarding dad, uncle, and aunt, they are of advanced age and can no longer bear further distress. If you prefer they remain unaware of the divorce, I can assist in keeping it a secret. Thank you, Lin Ming nodded. Having already finalized the divorce, Chen Jia was still considering his feelings, which filled Lin Ming with self-loathing. Chen Jia was somewhat taken aback by Lin Ming's demeanor. Logically, given Lin Ming's character, he should have been seething with indignation. She had even prepared herself for another possible assault. However, Lin Ming merely gazed at her silently, and that look rendered Chen Jia at a loss for words. Big sister. At that moment, a figure rushed over. It was Chen Jia's younger brother, Lin Ming's brother-in-law, Chen Sheng. After the altercation with Lin Ming yesterday, Chen Sheng's left cheek was still swollen and bruised. Divorced? Chen Sheng snatched the divorce certificate from Chen Jia's hand and laughed heartily. Good riddance. Finally, you've escaped this scoundrel. Finally rid of this worthless wretch. With that, Chen Sheng delivered a kick to Lin Ming's abdomen. Lin Ming stumbled back and fell to the ground. Oh, so you didn't even try to dodge? Chen Sheng sneered. You piece of trash. I must have been blind to ever think my sister would agree to marry you. Look at you now. Even a beggar on the street is worthier than you. If I could turn back time, even if it meant my death, I would never allow my sister to marry such garbage. Lin Ming lowered his head in silence. He understood that Chen Sheng was likely there out of concern that he might harm Chen Jia again. Calling himself trash was entirely justified. Lin Ming even wished Chen Sheng would kick him a few more times as a means of releasing the pent-up frustration of the siblings. Lin, let me make this clear. You are no longer related to my sister. If you dare to harass her again, I will end you. It was evident that Chen Sheng had no intention of kicking him again. After delivering his warning, he took Chen Jia and left. Watching the taxi fade from view, Lin Ming rose to his feet. Jia, wait for me. This time, I will not let you down. All sources of happiness and beauty are fundamentally rooted in material wealth. And material wealth, to put it bluntly, is money. No matter how heart-wrenching the divorce from Chen Jia may be, Lin Ming must still contemplate his future. To rekindle Chen Jia's affections, he must first demonstrate his transformation. In his current state of utter impoverishment, burdened by debt, there could be no talk of happiness. He must devise a way to earn money. Only then did Lin Ming notice the distant car accident. The kind-hearted driver was not present at the scene. After inquiring, he learned that there were no casualties, which brought him a sigh of relief. The driver likely recalled his own words after the accident, which enabled him to salvage his life. This also confirms that his predictions about the future were indeed accurate. Lin Ming, however, is not particularly concerned with the origins of his ability to foresee the future. His primary focus is to leverage this gift to earn money swiftly, allowing him to settle his debts and prevent Xinjia from being implicated. Just as he contemplated his financial obligations, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a contact labeled Hanyuan Finance, the creditor for his substantial loan of 820,000 yuan. Lin Ming, there are only 3 days left. Have you prepared the funds? Came the voice of Li Hanyuan from the other end of the line. Mr. Li, I'm in the process of gathering the money. I kindly ask for a few more days, Lin Ming replied. Young Lin, you understand that we are only making a living here, and I have not charged you exorbitant interest. Life is difficult for everyone. Wouldn't you agree? Li Hanyuan feigned a sigh. You've been delaying for almost a month now, and with only 3 days remaining on the new deadline, you cannot expect me to cover your payment. Please grant me 1 more week. I assure you, I will find a way to repay the loan. Lin Ming said earnestly. Very well, I shall extend the deadline by a week. I am aware of your gambling losses and the turmoil surrounding your divorce, but that is your personal affair. If you fail to repay by then, I will have no choice but to come collect the debt, Li Hanyuan stated. Despite being a private lending institution, Lin Ming genuinely felt that Li Hanyuan was a decent person. He knew that on several occasions, Li's partners had intended to confront Lin Ming for payment, but Li had intervened on his behalf. I had clearly investigated Lin Ming's situation and chose not to take advantage of his misfortunes. It was this positive reputation that had initially led Lin Ming to seek financial assistance from Hanyuan, not to mention the favorable national policies in place. As Li was about to end the call, Lin Ming suddenly said, Mr. Li, please hold on. There's something else? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ming replied, in 5 minutes, someone will approach you for a loan, likely around 5 million yuan, citing it as to address a funding shortfall for their company. You would do well not to grant them the loan, otherwise it could result in significant losses. Really? You seem quite certain. Are you attempting to set a trap for me? Li Hanyuan appeared skeptical and continued, Young man, our lending process involves thorough scrutiny and verification before any funds are released. Do you take me for an inexperienced fool? I am merely offering you a heads-up out of respect for your kindness towards me, that if you trust my judgment, refrain from lending to him. If not, consider my warning unspoken. Lin Ming replied dismissively. You have quite the temper, young man. Since you enjoy gambling, why don't we make a bet? Li Hanyuan said enthusiastically. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. What wager do you propose? If you truly believe you're correct, I shall reduce your loan by 100,000. If you are mistaken, it will equate to borrowing an additional 100,000 from me. Do we have an agreement? Li Hanyuan stated. His assertion was not contingent upon whether individuals sought loans from him, but rather on the counterpart's ability to render him financially devastated. In truth, Li Hanyuan was merely jesting. 100,000 was insignificant to him. It represented a substantial sum for Lin Ming. He was certain that Lin Ming would hesitate to wager against him. Agreed. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming acquiesced immediately, adding, however, I have a condition. Should you lose, you must first provide me with 100,000 with the debt to be settled 1 week. Hence, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without resources. Possessing foresight is futile without the requisite capital to act upon it. You are rather confident, aren't you? For you, 100,000 is no trifling matter. Have you considered this thoroughly? Li Hanyuan teased. No one would disdain an influx of wealth. The prospect of gaining an additional 100,000 through a wager is enticing indeed. He harbored absolute confidence in his company's evaluative capabilities. The time is drawing near. Shall we proceed with the wager? Lin Ming inquired. Let's wager. In the Qianhui building, on a particular floor of office space, Li Hanyuan, in his 40s, lounged leisurely in his executive chair, a subtle anticipation gracing his features. At that moment, a knock echoed on the office door. Enter, Li Hanyuan replied. 2 figures stepped inside. One clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, and the other, the company receptionist. Mr. Li, this is Mr. Zhang Chongwei from Haining Network. He wishes to discuss a loan with you, the receptionist announced. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Hanyuan momentarily froze. Not due to the individual's stature, but because of Lin Ming's prediction. Has he arrived so soon? Li Honyuan exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard of Haining Network, a seemingly promising enterprise. Thus, upon meeting Zhang Chonghui, Li Honyuan dismissed any notion that the latter would conspire with Lin Ming to deceive him. Zhang Chonghui was of a caliber far beyond that of Lin Ming's insignificant sphere, perhaps. It was merely a coincidence? Mr. Zhang, good to meet you. Good to see you. Mr. I Honyuan rose, and the two exchanged polite handshakes. Please, have a seat. I Honyuan gestured before continuing. Mr. Zhang seeks a loan? Surely Haining Network is not in want of funds? Let us be direct. The company indeed possesses ample resources, yet we are undertaking significant initiatives, causing a temporary liquidity crunch, hence our intention to secure a loan from you. Zhang Chonghui replied. How much does Mr. Zhang intend to borrow? Li Honyuan inquired, pouring him a cup of tea. 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Li Hongyuan's eyelids twitched violently. It was not merely similar to what Lin Ming had predicted, it was identical. Could that young man possess the gift of divination? Li Honyuan mused, furrowing his brow. Zhang Chonghui's arrival 5 minutes later was merely a coincidence, as the loan amount he discussed was identical to what Lin Ming had mentioned. How could this possibly be mere happenstance? General Manager Li, is there any difficulty? Zhang Chonghui, confident in his assertions, stated, 5 million for 3 months. After 3 months, the total repayment will be 6 million, principal and interest included. The loan from Honyuan was private but not predatory, with an interest of 1 million over 3 months. Were it not for Zhang Chonghui's own words, Li Honyuan would hardly have dared to entertain such a proposal. Undoubtedly, this represented a significant client. Yet, the very magnitude of it amplified Li Hongyuan's unease. Gazing at Zhang Chonghui's self-assured demeanor, Li Honyuan recalled Lin Ming's earlier words. Mr. Zhang, 5 million is no trifling sum, and the company is not solely mine. Such a substantial loan necessitates consultation with other executives, Li Honyuan stated, taking a sip of tea. In the grand scheme, Hongyuan's scale was modest while 1 or 2 million was manageable. 5 million comprised a considerable portion of the company's operational capital. Even with the high interest rate offered by Zhang Chonghui, Li Honyuan felt compelled to deliberate carefully. It seems I have overestimated Honyuan. Everyone's time is precious if Mr. Li finds this challenging. Then let us leave it at that, Zhang Chonghui replied, rising to depart, catching Li Honyuan off guard. With such a significant client, Li Honyuan instinctively felt the urge to retain him, yet the phrase total loss echoed incessantly in his mind. Until Zhang Chonghui had completely exited, Li Honyuan refrained from uttering any words to persuade him to stay. Have I lost my senses? How could I possibly heed that young man's nonsense? Li Honyuan fumed, lighting a cigarette. In the past, he would never have allowed such a prominent client to slip away, particularly someone like Zhang Chonghui, a figure of some repute, especially considering the promising prospects of Haining Network, which would likely not result in a loss. He retrieved his phone and called Lin Ming. You little rascal, you were indeed right. Li Honyuan gritted his teeth. On the other end, Lin Ming smiled faintly. It seems that General Manager Li has made the most prudent choice. That fellow is quite arrogant. I can hardly be bothered to play the eager suitor, Li Honyuan retorted. Rest assured, General Manager Li, the outcome will be evident by tomorrow, Lin Ming replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That I hope you aren't deceiving me. The interest he proposed is 1 million for 3 months. After hanging up, Li Honyuan, filled with reluctance, summoned his assistant. From this moment forth, keep a vigilant watch on Haining Network. Inform me immediately of any developments. Chapter 4. Startup Capital 100,000. As evening fell, Lin Ming found himself alone on the steps of a plaza. He had never purchased a home or a car with Chanjia. All his savings had been squandered. Previously, the three of them had resided in a rented apartment. But now, following the divorce, Lin Ming felt too ashamed to return. Reflecting upon the past, he found it difficult to accept the events that had transpired in his life. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Chanjia. Startled, he quickly answered. Daddy, where are you? The innocent voice of his daughter, Xian, instantly brought tears to Lin Ming's eyes. Daddy, do you have a place to stay tonight? She asked again. Lin Ming felt a heaviness in his chest. This little girl, whom he had treated so harshly on countless occasions, was still concerned about whether he had a place to sleep. He was not oblivious. He understood that Xuan's call was likely prompted by Chen Jia. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy has a place to stay. You and Mommy just be good at home. Once I earn a lot of money, I'll buy you countless toys and snacks, and a beautiful big house, Lin Ming murmured. He longed to hold that adorable little girl in his arms, yet at present, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Daddy, keep going, Xian said before the call ended. Lin Ming took a deep breath, observing the bustling crowd around him, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. With no money to his name, it appeared he would indeed have to spend the night on the streets. Yet, he dismissed the thought. Starting tomorrow, everything would improve. Throughout the night, Lin Ming immersed himself in studying his ability to predict the future. Ultimately, he discovered that this power was truly extraordinary. There were no limitations in terms of individuals or time. He could foresee industry fluctuations, urban planning, and the evolution of international relations with crystal clarity. There was nothing he could not predict, contingent only upon his willingness to do so. He had considered predicting the futures of Chen Jia, Xian, or his parents, and attempted to do so. To his surprise, he found himself utterly incapable. The excruciating headache that ensued nearly caused him to faint. And after several attempts met with the same result, he was compelled to abandon the endeavor. Since he could not predict the futures of those he had once wronged, he resolved instead to rewrite their destinies. The night in the bustling metropolis remained vibrant and noisy. As dawn approached, Lin Ming had sat on the steps the entire night, lonely and desolate. People began to engage in their daily routines, and he had never felt such a profound sense of the world's vitality. In truth, he had been so engrossed in drunken gambling that he had previously paid no mind to these everyday occurrences. What no one knew was that during this single night, Lin Ming had effectively mapped out the next 6 months of his life. The future was now in the hands of time. The shrill ringtone of the mobile phone suddenly pierced the air, prompting Lin Ming to glance at the battery level, which had dwindled to a mere 9%. His charger remained in his rented apartment. The call was from Li Hongyuan, and upon seeing the name Hongyuan Finance, a smile graced Lin Ming's face. Mr. Li, have you not slept a wink last night? Lin Ming inquired. I have only just awakened, but from your tone, it seems you are the one who has been deprived of sleep, Li Hongyuan replied. Lin Ming shook his head. Is there a conclusion? Where did you acquire this knowledge? Or have you been secretly researching Haining Network and the individual known as Zhang Chongwei? Li Hongyuan's tone carried a hint of complexity. Before Lin Ming could respond, he continued. Around 9 o'clock last night, several scandals erupted regarding Haining Network, primarily involving the influencers under Zhang Chonghui's command. It appears that some products have even resulted in fatalities. Lin Ming's expression remained calm. He had anticipated this development. Otherwise, he would not have been so resolute in advising Li Hongyuan previously. Li Hongyuan went on, early this morning. The Quality Supervision Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Goods Management Bureau all moved to seal Haining Network. The specifics remain uncertain, but Zhang Chonghui is likely finished. At the very least, he will face several years behind bars. One could discern the relief in Li Hongyuan's voice as he spoke these words. The 1 million interest proposed by Zhang Chonghui yesterday had indeed tempted him. He had entertained the notion that, without Lin Ming's warning, he would have lent money to Zhang Chonghui. After all, no one would have imagined that the seemingly thriving Haining Network could disintegrate overnight. Had Zhang Chonghui secured the funds, it would have taken Li Hongyuan a decade or more to recover, effectively resulting in a total loss. Hongyuan Finance does not solely belong to Li Hongyuan. He possesses merely a quarter of its assets. Thus, lending out 5 million would have indeed echoed Lin Ming's sentiment. A complete loss. Lin Ming took a deep breath. I must extend my gratitude to you for this matter. I overestimated my own capabilities. Without your counsel, I, Li Hongyuan, would likely have nowhere to lament. I merely offered Mr. Li a suggestion. The ultimate decision rests with you. Lin Ming smiled. Do not address me as Mr. Li any longer. Consider this a personal favor owed to you. Henceforth, you, Lin Ming, shall be regarded as my brother, Li Hongyuan, he declared. There was genuine trepidation in his voice, as he still felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him. When his assistant informed him of the Haining Network situation, he nearly toppled from his bed. Since you are my elder, I shall address you as brotherly. Lin Ming paused briefly before adding, brotherly, now that we have a resolution. It is time for you to transfer the funds, is it not? On the other end of the line, Li Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback. He then chuckled wryly. You rascal, while I speak of camaraderie, you bring up finances? I still owe you over 800,000. What else can we discuss? Lin Ming smiled. Indeed. Regarding that debt of over 800,000, you may leave it as is. I shall not press you further, nor shall we discuss interest. You have, in essence, saved my life. Li Hongyuan reflected on Lin Ming's predicament and added, please send me your bank account details. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Lin Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Hongyuan might not honor his word. This, however, attests to Li Hongyuan's commendable character. He indeed keeps his promises. And there is potential for future collaboration. After ending the call, Lin Ming promptly received a notification from the bank confirming the deposit. 100,000, every penny intact. With this initial capital, Lin Ming felt a surge of confidence. He first purchased a charger and then spent $500 to rent a modest 30 square meter apartment. Once everything was settled, Lin Ming glanced at the clock. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Without pausing for rest, he took a taxi to the stadium. 2 days hence. On Saturday evening, the popular singer Lin Jiahua would be holding his inaugural concert since debuting. The organizers, for reasons unknown, only commenced ticket sales 2 days prior to the event, precisely at 10 a.m. today. Of course, physical ticket sales were secondary. Online sales were the primary avenue. The organizers were utterly unconcerned about potential sales issues arising from the time constraints. Lin Jiahua's popularity was beyond dispute. Yet, no one could have anticipated that mere minutes later, a scandal of monumental proportions would be unveiled by the industry's top paparazzi. Chapter 5. Scalpers and Lin Ming's Foresight. The exposure of this scandal would lead to the rapid disintegration of Lin Jiahua's public persona. Not only would offline sales plummet, but even online channels would suffer a grave setback, with tickets sold dwindling to a mere handful. No one knew if Lin Jiahua's concert would proceed as planned. And the organizers provided no definitive answers, merely engaging in urgent public relations efforts. After all, no one's money comes from thin air. What if, after purchasing, the concert were to be cancelled? Thus, even the most loyal fans, who still believed in Lin Jiahua, hesitated to buy tickets. Under such circumstances, ticket prices plummeted within the span of an hour. By 10 o'clock today, when official sales commenced, the price for a mid-range seat had dropped from 1,000 to a mere 100. Such a situation is indeed rare in the entertainment industry. It is evident that someone is deliberately targeting Lin Jiahua. In fact, a significant turn of events was anticipated by the next morning. This was precisely the reason Lin Ming had come to the stadium today. In my estimation, the price for mid-range tickets would fall to no less than 100. With less than 100,000 in hand, I can purchase at most 970 tickets, Lin Ming mused to himself. As it was the inaugural concert, the event garnered significant attention. Coupled with Lin Jiahua's immense fame, over 20,000 tickets were sold, while a mere 970 remained. A paltry fraction of the total. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to bring along Li Hongyuan. That fellow was likely still drenched in cold sweat. The thought of Li Hongyuan's terrified expression brought a smile to Lin Ming's face, prompting him to call Li Hongyuan. Brotherly, what's up? Li Hongyuan seemed to be munching on something, his tone reflecting a sense of relief, as though he had survived a calamity. Brotherly, are you interested in making some money? Lin Ming chuckled. Eh? Li Hongyuan quickly spat out what was in his mouth. Brother Lin, is there a deal? For reasons unbeknownst to him, following the incident with Haining Network, Li Hongyuan had developed a profound trust in Lin Ming. Bring some cash and come to the first sports stadium. Lin Ming concluded the conversation and hung up, raising his gaze toward the ticketing hall in the distance. He observed it teeming with people, a long queue stretching endlessly. Truly, a top-tier artist commanded such a formidable offline presence. Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. Who does not harbor a dream of stardom? Vanity is an inherent trait, though its intensity varies among individuals. Once, Lin Ming too had fancied himself a star. After all, in terms of looks and education, he was quite remarkable. Alas, aspirations can be grand, while reality remains stark. Had it not been for Qinsheng's timely push, he might still be the scorned wretch he once was. After downloading a Sina Weibo app, Lin Ming began monitoring the trending topics. The second ranking item was Lin Jiahua's first solo concert. As the clock struck 9, a second Weibo post concerning Lin Jiahua ascended to the trending list. Lin Jiahua's shocking scandal. Following closely were the subsequent posts. Lin Jiahua's indecent conduct with minors, Lin Jiahua caught smoking in public, and Lin Jiahua lip-syncing. By 9:20, 8 of the top 20 trending topics were related to Lin Jiahua, all scandalous in nature, even though Lin Ming was confident in his predictive abilities. Seeing these developments still elicited a sigh of relief. Indeed, it did not disappoint. However, he was perplexed by the fact that the long queue remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the trending Weibo news. As anxiety began to creep in around 9:25, a voice, akin to celestial music for Lin Ming, suddenly emerged from the crowd. Wow! The simplicity of the two words encapsulated the essence of national culture. A young man, burdened with a backpack, clutched his phone, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Zhehua lip-syncing and engaging in indecent acts? No way. His incredulity was palpable, and his voice resonated loudly enough for those nearby to hear every word. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Dare to slander my idol? And I swear I'll take you down. How could Lin Zhehua possibly engage in such misconduct towards a young girl? He is the epitome of integrity among male celebrities. I simply refuse to believe it. No, you all must quickly check Weibo. The cacophony of voices rose in intensity, and before long, the news spread like wildfire. Everyone turned their attention to Xinlong Weibo, fixated on the trending topics. Indeed, several scandalous allegations regarding Lin Zhehua were glaringly displayed. Accompanying these were multiple photographs. One depicting Lin Zhehua asleep in a hotel room with a girl of merely 12 or 13 years. Numerous influencers and commentators weighed in on Lin Zhehua's various scandals, while others, who claimed to provide background music for him, confirmed his lip-syncing. The evidence was irrefutable. This grandson turned out to be such a person? Goodness. I must have been blind to have considered him my idol. A top-tier male singer, and yet he resorts to lip-syncing. Why should I even purchase concert tickets? Listening to the radio would be far superior to attending. My faith has crumbled. The long queue disbanded with a resounding crash, and curses echoed all around. Even those who were indifferent to celebrity culture, like the cleaning aunties, were curious about the unfolding drama. In the ticket booth, the previously arrogant ticket seller wore a bewildered expression, proud of helping Lin Zhehua sell tickets offline, especially while witnessing the ever-growing line. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment and superiority, as if he were Lin Zhehua himself. Who could have anticipated that the once bustling ticket hall would suddenly become desolate? Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm of the internet, another Weibo post surged to the top. Lin Zhehua's concert may not proceed as scheduled. Upon seeing this post, Lin Ming smiled, stood up, and dusted off his trousers as he approached Li Hongyuan, who was walking towards him. Brother, what good news do you have? You're thinking of me. It's a testament to how well I've treated you. Li Hongyuan beamed. Look, Lin Ming gestured towards the ticket booth, tickets for Lin Zhehua's concert. Li Hongyuan's smile faltered, nearly causing him to trip. Brother, you cannot be serious. Li Hongyuan exclaimed, eyes wide. I already knew on my way here that Lin Zhehua has been embroiled in numerous scandals. The concert probably won't even take place. And you still want to buy his tickets? Not only do I want to buy them, but I intend to drag you along as well. Lin Ming chuckled. Farewell. Li Hongyuan turned to leave. He had anticipated some good news, only to find that Lin Ming intended to be a ticket scalper. The term scalper might not be particularly flattering, yet it does not render one inferior. The crux of the matter is whose tickets one is scalping. Given Lin Zhehua's tarnished reputation, purchasing his tickets as a scalper is akin to searching for filth in a restroom, is it not? Brotherly, once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. Lin Ming's voice echoed from behind. Chapter 6. Two great fools. Listening to Lin Ming's self-assured tone, Li Hongyuan hesitated, but eventually halted his steps, his face a mask of conflict. A couple of tickets were a trivial matter for him, yet to become a scalper would require an investment of hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Especially for a top-tier star like Lin Zhehua, it is uncertain whether ticket prices will ever decrease. My dear friend, I am grateful to you for previously pulling me back from the brink, but you cannot push me off again. Li Hongyuan approached Lin Ming with a grave expression, stating, It seems that Lin Zhehua's concert may not take place. Tell me, what makes you think you can profit from scalping his concert tickets? Because I can calculate it. Lin Ming replied confidently. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Calculate what? Fortune-telling? Indeed, fortune-telling, Lin Ming asserted. I cursed your grandmother's leg. Li Hongyuan retorted. What era are we in, still resorting to such nonsense? I truly can tell fortunes, Lin Ming shrugged. As I said, if you trust me, then let's take a gamble. If not, I have nothing more to say. Noticing Lin Ming now referred to him as Mr. Li, Li Hongyuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had misunderstood Lin Ming? Nonetheless, how could he use such a ludicrous excuse as fortune-telling? Since Lin Ming was so keen on this peculiar pastime, Li Hongyuan decided to indulge him just this once. After all, he still valued the favor Lin Ming had extended to him and felt reluctant to outright refuse, fearing it might embarrass Lin Ming too much. After all, Lin Ming had called him here because he trusted him. Play? Lin Ming scoffed. I suspect Mr. Li will soon change his mind. Li Hongyuan dismissed the notion entirely. He genuinely did not believe in the ticket scalping venture. So, shall we proceed to purchase tickets? Not yet. The prices haven't hit rock bottom. An hour swiftly passed. The ticket seller sat in the booth, continuously scrolling through the scandals surrounding Lin Jiahua. Tickets had long been available for sale, yet no one appeared to buy them. As various Weibo posts flashed across the screen, the seller sighed, realizing that ticket sales would be futile that day. Just then, someone knocked on the ticket booth window, revealing two men outside. Is there something you need? The ticket seller grumbled, clearly in a foul mood. We wish to purchase tickets, Lin Ming stated. The ticket seller momentarily paused. In the next instant, he abruptly turned to regard Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan, his first thought being that these two were misguided souls. Whose tickets are you looking for? He asked tentatively. What do you think? Do you sell other tickets here? Lin Ming replied with a smile, almost to himself. Lin Jiahua is a top male singer, the idol of countless young women. How is it that not a single person is here to buy tickets? Is the power of online sales truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, the ticket seller quickly realized that these two gentlemen were oblivious to the current situation. Out of professional courtesy, the seller refrained from elaborating further, knowing it could affect his commission. A smile crept onto his face as he said, Today is Wednesday. Perhaps everyone is too busy. However, the trend of online ticket grabbing has become quite prevalent, which is understandable. Before Lin Ming could respond, the ticket seller inquired, How many tickets would you like? What tier? I would like to purchase 970 tickets for the middle section, Lin Ming declared. How many? The ticket seller's lips twitched in disbelief. Yet, Lin Ming merely gazed at Li Hongyuan with a cheerful smile, offering no response. Li Hongyuan felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. I suppose I'm in the same boat. Clearly, he still entertained the notion of indulging Lin Ming for a bit of fun. A mere sum of less than 100,000 could be considered a small favor repaid to Lin Ming. The ticket seller cleared his throat several times. Internally contemplating a second thought, these two were no ordinary ticket buyers. They were practically aspiring scalpers. Is there a problem? Li Hongyuan inquired, secretly hoping the seller would indeed find an issue, thus sparing him the expense. The seller, however, replied, No problem. Then let us expedite the process, Li Hongyuan urged. Wait, Lin Ming interjected. Mr. Li, my intention in bringing you here is not for trivial gains. Do you grasp my meaning? In the presence of the ticket seller, Lin Ming could not elaborate further. Li Hongyuan forced a grin, suggesting, Well, perhaps it's unnecessary for me to buy the tickets myself. If you wish to acquire more, I could lend you the money, no rush for repayment, nor any interest. Lin Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, replied sternly, This is the final time I'll mention it. If you doubt me, consider it as if I never spoke. Lin Ming genuinely wished to guide Li Hongyuan, whether out of respect for his character or a desire to leverage his connections. Yet, it was astonishing that a general manager of a company, having witnessed the pitfalls of Haining Network, could still exhibit such pettiness. This was indeed Lin Ming's last reminder. Should Li Hongyuan remain skeptical, it would be evident that fortune was not on his side. Unexpectedly, upon witnessing Lin Ming's serious demeanor, Li Hongyuan gritted his teeth and asked, What is the price per ticket? The ticket seller instinctively began to state 1,000, as that was indeed the price for middle section seats. However, upon glancing at the fluctuating ticket prices on the website, he quickly swallowed the figure back. 100. The price had plummeted to such an extent, which was quite reasonable given the likelihood that the concert would not proceed. Only these two naive individuals would still consider purchasing tickets at this point. Then I'll take 5,000 tickets, Li Hongyuan proclaimed. 5,000. Are you certain? The seller's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. For a moment, he feared these two would cause him trouble later, but the thought of the substantial commission from thousands of tickets dispelled his concerns. Who cares? Once this transaction is complete, I'll wipe my hands clean of it. They won't be able to track me down anyway. Scalpers deserve whatever fate befalls them. Enough chit-chat, expedite the ticketing, Li Hongyuan urged. The seller, not daring to delay for these significant clients, promptly processed the order. Soon, a total of 970 tickets were divided into two piles and placed into the hands of Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan. All the seats were of the standard variety, and Lin Ming did not choose those at the front or the back. Observing Li Hongyuan's troubled expression, he approached his brand-new Audi 8. Lin Ming inquired, directly, Speak candidly. How much have you prepared for this time? 2 million. Li Hongyuan replied. What a pity, Lin Ming said, patting his shoulder. even without the full 2 million. Had he invested even half, Li Hongyuan would have surely reaped substantial rewards. At least a doubling of his investment was guaranteed. Regrettably, this esteemed general manager of Hongyuan Wealth Management lacked the necessary audacity. Do you still think I bought too few tickets? Li Hongyuan furrowed his brow. Head home. Just wait for the news tomorrow. Lin Ming waved his hand and departed with nonchalance. Chapter 7. 20-fold in the blink of an eye, the 100,000 had vanished. Rent amounted to 2,500. The charger from Huawei cost 150. Concert tickets totaled 97,000, and an additional 150 was spent on phone credit. He was now left with a mere 200 yuan. Lin Ming had to suppress the urge to visit Xianxian immediately. Thinking of the little girl filled him with a profound sense of guilt and sorrow. It is often said that one should raise sons in hardship and daughters in comfort. Yet he felt utterly unworthy of even the word raise when it came to Xianxian. When she was born, Lin Ming was engulfed in the aftermath of a failed venture, spiraling into despair. It could be said that Xianxian's growth was solely due to Chun Jia's efforts. Had she been in Lin Ming's care, she would have either starved or suffered far worse. How could he bear to harm such a tiny creature? Lin Ming, you truly are a scoundrel, a wretched beast, worse than a pig or a dog. In the dim light, Lin Ming lay in bed, reflecting on all that had transpired over the past few years. His red-rimmed eyes gradually closed, and he was unaware of when he drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, it was the shrill ring of the telephone that roused him. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. Could Director Li be calling me at this hour to invite me to dinner? Lin Ming chuckled. Father, you are indeed my father. Li Hongyuan sounded exceptionally exhilarated. Don't mention dinner. I am open to anything. Lin Ming mused. How has such a composed individual like Director Li undergone such a transformation overnight? He had already surmised the situation. Stop with the formalities. Haven tea, I told you. Call me brotherly. Li Hongyuan feigned seriousness before expressing regret and dismay. Brother, I was wrong. Horribly wrong. Have you seen the news? The internet is inundated with stories about Lin Jiahua. Everywhere you look. Had I known, I should have listened to you yesterday. Now I am filled with regret. Lin Ming chuckled softly, keeping the call active as he opened Xin Lang's Weibo. Indeed, his foresight regarding the future had proven accurate. Lin Jiahua had come forward to clarify the true identity of the girl associated with the energizing e-cigarette from the flagship store on Taobao, and like the previous day, 8 out of 10 trending topics on Weibo were about Lin Jiahua. The difference today, however, was that all the news was overwhelmingly positive. Lin Jiahua has clarified that the girl he was seen sleeping with is, in fact, his younger sister. He initially wished to keep his family's identity private to avoid unnecessary complications, but circumstances have made it impossible to maintain that discretion. It is reported that Lin Jiahua was filming an advertisement at the time, and his parents brought his sister to visit him. Exhausted from the long journey, she fell asleep beside him in the hotel. The accompanying photos reveal Lin Jiahua's fondness for his sister, dispelling any malicious interpretations. As for the smoking, it was merely a highly realistic electronic cigarette. Being a singer, smoking undoubtedly carries negative connotations, particularly in public. However, since it was an electronic cigarette, one cannot justly criticize him. Interestingly, the brand of that electronic cigarette has gained notoriety due to the recent public discourse. Overnight, all negative news regarding Lin Jiahua has vanished. In fact, his current image is now even more elevated than before. Lin Jiahua's public relations team has indeed proven to be remarkably adept. Lin Ming remarked while glancing at the trending topic that caught his attention. Lin Jiahua's first solo concert is set to proceed as scheduled, and the reactions on this topic are overwhelmingly lamenting that tickets should have been purchased yesterday. A portion of the comments includes apologies directed toward Lin Jiahua. At this point, there was no need to peruse further news. Lin Ming closed Weibo and chuckled. It seems that Lin Jiahua's concert tickets are bound to sell like hotcakes this time. Li Hongyuan clearly detected the sarcasm in Lin Ming's tone, yet all he could muster was a bitter smile and a sense of regret. Lin, I sent you a photo. Take a look, Li Hongyuan said with a hint of despondency. Lin Ming opened WeChat to find a photo from Li Hongyuan depicting the ticket hall at the stadium, teeming with people, far more bustling than the queue from the previous day. Have the ticket prices returned to normal now? Lin Ming inquired. Yes, but the organizers did not take advantage of the situation. They simply reverted to the original prices. Li Hongyuan replied, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. No wonder Lin Ming had remarked it was a pity. He had brought 2 million yuan the day before, and had he invested it all at the previous prices, he could have made a tenfold profit. Yet, Li Hongyuan lacked the audacity to act on it. Now, He found himself with no outlet for his sorrow. Lin Ming was well aware that Li Hongyuan had initially doubted him, but there was no need to bring that up. Since you've already purchased so many tickets, there is no point in lamenting. Those 5,000 tickets in your possession will still yield you a handsome profit. Lin Ming offered in consolation. Brother Lin, I have always been puzzled. Given that you foresaw this outcome, why didn't you buy more tickets yesterday? I could have lent you the money, Li Hongyuan questioned. Borrowing money would mean incurring a debt of gratitude, wouldn't it? Lin Ming laughed. A debt of gratitude? What is that worth? Li Hongyuan responded, at a loss for words. Lin Ming shook his head. The higher one ascends in life, the more one comprehends the burdens of human relationships, debts of affection that are the most challenging to repay. At 7 o'clock this evening, gather a few individuals. We shall proceed to the stadium to sell tickets. After confirming with Li Hongyuan, the two ended their call. In the afternoon, Lin Ming meticulously crafted a series of plans for the impending events. As the clock struck 6, he stepped out and hailed a taxi to the stadium. Li Hongyuan had been waiting there for quite some time, accompanied by a full entourage of 7. Upon Lin Ming's arrival, he hurried over. Brother, how much should we charge per ticket? Li Hongyuan inquired in a hushed tone. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. We are selling tickets openly. Why the secrecy? Ahem, I'm simply excited. Moreover, it feels somewhat inappropriate to act as scalpers right in front of the ticket booth, Li Hongyuan replied sheepishly. Let us set it at 2,000 per ticket. A lower price lacks excitement, while a higher one may invite criticism, Lin Ming declared. 2,000. Li Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What, is that too little? No, it's perfectly fine. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Purchasing at 100 and selling at 2,000 yields a staggering 20-fold profit. With 5,000 tickets in hand, a complete sellout would net 10 million. Having lived for over 40 years without ever amassing such a fortune, how could he not be exhilarated? In his excitement, Li Hongyuan also quietly marveled at the earning potential of these stars. Just then, a commotion erupted from the ticket booth. All offline tickets have been sold out. Let us begin, Lin Ming signaled to Li Hongyuan. Then, amidst a sea of curious gazes, he began to call out loudly. Entry for the top-tier singers concert. First come, first served. Chapter 8. Divorce is merely an ending. Reuniting is the true beginning. Lu Wenxuan served as the offline ticket seller for this concert. Yesterday, 2 unwitting individuals had collectively purchased nearly 6,000 tickets. Even though the ticket price had plummeted to a mere 100 yuan, Lu Wenxuan still earned a substantial commission. Initially, he intended to conclude this transaction and vanish, fearing trouble from those 2 Navi buyers. To his dismay, upon waking this morning, positive news about Lin Jiahua had swept across the internet. Lu Wenxuan nearly smashed his own house in regret. Calculating the current ticket prices, he lamented the commission he had lost. In contrast, he realized he had been the true fool in this scenario. Now, Lu Wenxuan wore a sorrowful expression. For all the tickets he had were already sold out. At that moment, a familiar and resonant voice suddenly rang out. Lu Wenxuan instinctively looked up. Wasn't he that the 2 unwitting buyers from yesterday? They had cost him so much in lost commissions, and now brazenly acted as scalpers. How outrageous. Security. The charisma of Lin Jiahua is truly formidable. Coupled with yesterday's events, the number of individuals purchasing tickets offline far exceeded expectations. Many had traveled specifically from other provinces, driven by the inability to secure tickets online and not wanting to miss this opportunity. They hoped to try their luck at the physical ticket sales venue. Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan soon found themselves besieged, and upon confirming the legitimacy of the tickets, even at the price of 2,000 yuan, they were snatched up in a frenzy. Li Hongyuan had previously worried about not being able to sell out. Considering the standard price was 1,000 yuan per ticket, it now appeared he had overestimated the situation. By the time security arrived to disperse Lin Ming and the others, nearly 6,000 tickets had been sold. There were still individuals persistently inquiring, which nearly made the ticket seller, Lu Wenxuan's eyes bulge with frustration. As Lin Ming stepped out of the bustling arena, he inhaled a breath of fresh air and opened his WeChat wallet and bank account notifications, revealing a staggering total of 194 million yuan. Even for Lin Ming, who had anticipated this outcome, the sight of such a figure compelled him to swallow hard. In his 30 years of life, he had never encountered such a sum of money. The most astonishing part was how effortlessly it had been earned. The initial capital for his entrepreneurial venture, which had involved borrowing a mere 160,000 yuan from relatives with the assistance of both sets of parents, paled in comparison. The 820,000 yuan borrowed from Li Hongyuan was not a one-time transaction, but rather an accumulation over time. Thus, this time, with less than 100,000 yuan as initial investment, to reap over 9 million yuan left Lin Ming with an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. Typically, when an ordinary person becomes wealthy overnight, their first thoughts drift towards extravagant purchases, designer clothing, luxury watches, high-end handbags, and opulent cars. Lin Ming was no exception. However, when he reflected on his debts and the exorbitant prices of such luxuries, he forced himself to regain composure. A watch could cost hundreds of thousands, a car several million. And housing prices in Blue Island City could easily surpass tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands per square meter. With the current amount he possessed, he could only afford a modest apartment of a few dozen square meters. This sum felt insufficient. If he wished to provide a better life for Chunjia and Xianxian, he must continue striving. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ming felt no concern about earning money. As he possessed the foresight to see the future, it was merely a matter of time. He heard footsteps approaching from behind. Li Hongyuan, drenched in sweat, appeared. "Where are the others?" Lin Ming inquired with a smile. "They've already left," Li Hongyuan replied, sitting down and handing Lin Ming a bottle of mineral water, his face betraying his exhilaration. "Did you not give them a red envelope?" Lin Ming teased. "I did, 88 each," Li Hongyuan replied. "How stingy. You made over 10 million and couldn't even round it up for them," Lin Ming scoffed. "It's not about rounding up, it's about the symbolism," Li Hongyuan countered, glancing at Lin Ming thoughtfully. "Consider it, if I give them all a round figure, what if they borrow my luck and also encounter someone like Brother Lin?" Lin Ming shook his head with a smile, finding the flattery rather overt. "Brother Lin, you are truly impressive. I almost feel compelled to kneel before you," Li Hongyuan remarked. "If I had heeded your advice back then, my earnings would have soared from 10 million to 40 million, he continued. "The maximum number of tickets available offline is merely 10,000. Even if you purchase them all, it's impossible to earn 40 million. At most, it would be 2 million. Lin Ming replied. "That would still suffice." Li Hongyuan sighed. "Provide me your account number, and I shall repay you the principal along with interest, thus settling our debts from this day forth." "Repay? Nonsense!" Li Hongyuan exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Lin Ming, do you look down on me, Li Hongyuan? To speak frankly, I already feel a sense of guilt for you having taken me under your wing to make money. Do you truly wish for me to kneel before you?" Lin Ming smiled wryly. "Brotherly, repaying debts is a matter of principle. I chose to collaborate with you because you have assisted me in the past." "Enough." Before Lin Ming could finish, Li Hongyuan interjected. "If you insist on clearing the air, then return the 820,000 to me, and I shall give you the profits I've made. From that moment on, we shall part ways as if we never met. Can you bear that? Would you really?" Lin Ming teased. "What can I do if I can't? I, Li Hongyuan, may not be a paragon, but I am certainly not one to forget kindness or burn bridges," Li Hongyuan asserted with conviction. In fact, through both the Haining network and the dealings as a scalper, Li Hongyuan had already discerned that Lin Ming was no ordinary individual. In his memory, Lin Ming was once akin to a helpless fool, a mere bottom dweller of society. He had held a deep-seated disdain for such characters. Yet now, Lin Ming seemed transformed, devoid of his former lethargy and self-destructive tendencies, radiating vitality like a burgeoning star on the rise. Li Hongyuan felt a strong intuition that as long as he remained alongside Lin Ming, the current 10 million would merely be a small sum. "Brother, let me reiterate, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my true brother. My intention in waiving your debt is not to bind you to a favor," but at this point, Li Hongyuan chuckled, a rather mischievous expression crossing his face. "I merely hope that you will continue to lead me to prosperity in the future." "Very well, I appreciate it," Lin Ming replied willingly, feeling that further refusals would be disingenuous. Compared to the profits he could generate with Li Hongyuan, that sum was truly negligible. Seeing Lin Ming acquiesce, Li Hongyuan exhaled in relief. This confirmed that Lin Ming was indeed willing to continue their partnership. "Oh, by the way," Lin Ming seemed to recall something. "I have divorced Qinjia. She may come to you for repayment. You know what to do, right?" "Divorced?" Li Hongyuan smacked his lips and said, "Brother, as someone who has been through this, I must impart a few words of wisdom. I have investigated your sister-in-law before. It is indeed rare to find someone like her in this world. You must not let her down. Divorce may signify an end, but remarriage is merely a new beginning. This time, I shall provide her with the finest life." Lin Ming gazed into the distance, seemingly addressing Li Hongyuan, yet also lost in his own thoughts. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Ming returned to his apartment. Tomorrow was Saturday, the end of August, and Qin Jia would likely have the day off. Having earned some money this time, Lin Ming intended to purchase a few gifts to visit Xian. It had only been a few days since they last met. Yet it felt as if an eternity had passed for him. Chapter 9. The Fierce Woman. Qin Jia at 8 in the morning. Outside the building, a woman appeared. Although her attire was simple and devoid of any extravagance or luxury, it did not hinder the astonished gazes of the men around her. However, the slight bruises on her face seemed incongruous, evoking a sense of sympathy. Qin Jia took a deep breath, striving to suppress her anxiety. After all, this was not her first visit here. Each time payday arrived, this place was a necessary stop. Clacking her heels, purchased for her wedding. Qin Jia ascended to the floor where Hongyuan Financial was located. The receptionist, already familiar with Qin Jia, felt a deep sympathy for her as a fellow woman, and harbored disdain for Lin Ming, the scoundrel. "Sister Qin, you're here?" The receptionist greeted, offering her a cup of water. "It's the end of the month. Have you come for your salary again?" "Yes," Qin Jia nodded, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. She was a woman who valued her dignity. Even though she had fallen to a state of utter destitution, she believed that the debts incurred before the divorce were shared liabilities, and she bore the responsibility to repay them. Though her meager salary was but a drop in the ocean. "Have you received a raise?" the receptionist inquired delicately. "No. It remains the same. I've set aside some living expenses, and this 3,000 is for repayment," Qin Jia replied, producing an envelope containing 3,000 yuan in cash. "Sister Qin, do you really think this is necessary?" the receptionist exclaimed with frustration. "He hits you, berates you, and you still help him repay his debts. What's worse? There is not a glimmer of hope in sight, and your child suffers alongside you. If I remember correctly, your daughter is about to start kindergarten, isn't she? When will this end? At this rate, you might not even be able to afford her tuition. People say they would rather demolish 10 temples than destroy a single marriage. But I truly cannot bear to watch any longer. Get a divorce, Sister Qin. With your qualities, what kind of man can't you find? It is no exaggeration to say that even we unmarried young women are vastly inferior to you. If you wish, you could easily escape this predicament at any moment." Qin Jia shook her head and handed the envelope to the receptionist, unwilling to utter another word. She had heard similar remarks from the front desk 1,000 times before. But was she truly the kind of woman solely motivated by profit? If so, why did she choose Lin Ming during her university days over those affluent scions of power? After the trials of the past few years, coupled with the presence of Xian, it seemed unlikely that she would ever pursue another man again. Sighing, the receptionist, aware that Qin Jia was unresponsive, chose to say no more. However, as she noticed Qin Jia preparing to leave, she called out, "Sister Qin, wait a moment. President Li instructed yesterday that he wishes to see you if you come again." "See me?" Qin Jia furrowed her brow. In her recollection, there was not a single good character in a company like Hongyuan Finance. What could the other party possibly want from her? "Sister Qin, it is said that President Li is also facing a divorce at home, and he possesses assets worth several million. If you could just..." Before the receptionist could finish, Qin Jia coldly interjected, "Women must understand the fundamental principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Even if he is indeed going through a divorce, it has nothing to do with me." The receptionist's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a mixture of awkwardness and indignation. She had meant well, yet found herself chastised. Nevertheless, she did not resent Qin Jia, merely thinking it was a pity that she did not seize such a favorable opportunity. The receptionist made a call to Li Hongyuan, and soon after, he hurried out of his office. "You are Qin Jia, Lin Ming's wife?" Li Hongyuan smiled at her, looking at his squinting eyes. Qin Jia felt a deep aversion, yet, as he was her creditor, she could not show her disdain. "Hello, President Li," she managed to smile weakly. "Haha. No wonder Lin, my younger brother, always praises his sister-in-law's beauty in front of me. I didn't believe it at first, but seeing you today, you truly are a marvel." Li Hongyuan continued. "Lin, my younger brother?" Qin Jia expressed her confusion. When did Lin Ming start referring to this President Li as his brother? Their social standings were worlds apart. Recalling Lin Ming's nature, Qin Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Could that scoundrel have sold her out? Was he so enraged by the divorce that he dared not show it in front of his brother, Qinsheng? No wonder Lin Ming had acted so calmly at the time. No wonder President Li was being so courteous to her. It was all an act. With her eyes reddening, Qin Jia fought back tears. A wave of anger and frustration surged within her. She could hardly believe the depths of Lin Ming's betrayal. How could he not let her go, even after the divorce? "Sister-in-law, why are you..." Li Hongyuan taken aback by Chun Jia's demeanor, looked bewildered. He hadn't said anything to provoke such a reaction. Do not call me your sister-in-law. We are divorced. And I am no longer his wife. Chun Jia suddenly exclaimed. Speak up. What conspiracy are you plotting this time? How much has he borrowed from you again? I assure you, regardless of your intentions, I will not acquiesce. We live in a society governed by law, and no one can force me. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Li Hongyuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. If Lin Ming discovered that his wife was being bullied here, his dreams of wealth would be shattered. Sister Chun Jia, there are too many people around. Let us speak privately in my office. I swear, we have no ulterior motives. If anyone deceives you, may heaven strike them down. Li Hongyuan hurriedly explained. This scene astonished the receptionist. She had never seen President Li so flustered. I will not go. Chun Jia resolutely shook her head. As the crowd grew larger, Li Hongyuan quickly pleaded. Please, I beg you. I, Li Hongyuan, am a person of some repute. If this continues, others will think I have mistreated you. Chun Jia scrutinized Li Hongyuan for a moment, and, seeing he did not appear to be feigning, finally nodded, saying, Very well. We may talk in your office, but you must keep the door open. Absolutely, whatever you say goes. Li Hongyuan sighed in relief. Upon entering the office, Li Hongyuan invited Chun Jia to sit, and then produced a prepared IOU. It was the 820,000 debt note signed by Lin Ming, clearly written in black and white, complete with Lin Ming's fingerprint. What are you trying to do? Are you threatening me with this? Chun Jia's delicate features turned icy. Unexpectedly, Li Hongyuan tore the IOU in half with a swift motion. What are you doing? Chun Jia gasped in shock. From this day forth, the financial relationship between Hongyuan Finance and Lin Laodi is null and void. Sister-in-law, you need not come here any longer. Li Hongyuan paused before adding with a smile. Of course, you are not required to come for repayment. If you find the environment here agreeable and wish to come for tea, you are always welcome. Chun Jia stared blankly at the shredded IOU, having already overlooked the latter part of Li Hongyuan's statement. Chapter 10. Hello? My name is Lin Ming in the Old City District, Anju Community. Lin Ming stood before the security door, burdened with bags. Xian, it's Daddy. Could you please open the door for me? I won't. Mommy said I'm not allowed to open the door for anyone. Came the tender voice of the little girl from the old rental apartment. Lin Ming sighed. Didn't you call me 2 nights ago? I know you were worried about me, so I came to see you today and brought your favorite fried chicken burger and toys. Really? Upon hearing about the fried chicken burger, Xuan's voice brightened with excitement. But soon, her little face fell. But Mommy doesn't let me open the door. And that call was made by Mommy. I was too scared to call you myself. You get angry and hit me. Through the crack of the security door, Lin Ming gazed at the slender little face, his eyes welling up with tears. Daddy, why aren't you speaking? Xian inquired, her small lips pouting. Daddy is right here. I haven't left. Since Mommy won't let you open the door for me, I'll wait for her return, Lin Ming replied. But there is nowhere to sit outside. Won't Daddy get tired? Xian asked, her expression one of concern. I won't tire, not at all. As long as I can see you, I could stand here forever without weariness, Lin Ming assured her, turning away as tears streamed down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. At that moment, the door of the opposite unit swung open. An elderly lady in her 70s stepped out. It was Grandma Wang from across the hall. Hearing the commotion from Xian, she had come to check on the little girl, worried about her being alone. She had always been kind to Chun Jia and Xian, often bringing them delicious food. Lin Ming felt immense gratitude towards her in that moment. Grandma Wang, he called out. What do you want now? Wang Lanmei responded, her tone wary. Previously, Lin Ming would never have addressed her as Grandma Wang, instead referring to her as an old hag, and had once nearly smashed the unit door out of frustration at her meddling. I just came to see Xian, Lin Ming stammered awkwardly. Jia isn't here, is she? You're not trying to trick Xian into opening the door for you so you can sneak home and steal money, are you? Wang Lanmei scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lin Ming, you're not a child anymore. Xian is about to start kindergarten. Can't you let her and her mother be for once? Jia barely makes 4,000 a month, working herself to the bone to support both Xian and help you with your debts. She can barely afford to eat, let alone have money for your gambling. She continued, her voice rising. Look at yourself, and then at others. Even if they aren't wealthy, at least they work hard to provide a good life for their families. And what have you done all these years? Jia, such a wonderful woman, has been hospitalized multiple times because of you. Do you have any humanity left? And Xian, she is just a child. What does she understand? Why do you always take your frustrations out on her when you lose? Do you realize the immense harm this inflicts on her? This could leave her with lifelong scars from a troubled childhood. Go ask around if there's anyone who fathers like you. Wang Lanmei and her husband were both former teachers, dismissed not due to retirement, but for reasons beyond their control. Their ingrained sense of professionalism made it impossible for her to tolerate Lin Ming's behavior. Thus, even knowing he wouldn't appreciate her words, she felt compelled to voice them. As her anger mounted, she raised her cane, preparing to strike Lin Ming. This time, he did not flinch, merely standing there in bitter resignation. Yet, from within the rented room, Xian's voice rang out. "Don't hit my daddy." Wang Lanmei paused, lowering her cane once more. "Despite your blatant misdeeds, Xianyuan still stands by you. Have a moment of introspection, question your conscience, and ask yourself if you have truly been worthy of her and her mother." After Wang Lanmei finished speaking, she turned to head home. "Grandma Wang," Lin Ming exclaimed, producing 1,000 yuan from his pocket. "This is the money I owe you, along with these cans and pure milk, which I offer as a gesture of respect to you and Grandpa Song. Please do not disdain it." Wang Lanmei gazed at the money in Lin Ming's hand, astonished. Since Lin Ming's descent into gambling, she had long since given up on retrieving this 1,000 yuan. For years had elapsed, during which Lin Ming had never considered repaying her, even going so far as to seek further loans, which Wang Lanmei had refused. What could have prompted such a sudden change in his character? Wang Lanmei, disinterested in probing further, scoffed, "I have my own money. If you truly have a conscience, then let Jia keep this for you. As for the cans and milk, I do not want them. Let Xianyuan benefit from some nourishment. That child has never gained a pound." "Grandma Wang." Lin Ming suddenly knelt before her, startling Wang Lanmei. "What on earth are you doing? I must remind you. I have seen through your true nature over the years. Even with this display, I will not lend you money again. Grandma, in previous years I wallowed in degradation, living worse than a beast. Fortunately, you and Grandpa Song have cared for Jia and her mother, a kindness that I, Lin Ming, shall forever remember." Lin Ming spoke solemnly. "I know you may not believe me, but I swear I will not revert to my former ways. I shall treat Jia and Xianyuan well. And I will honor you and Grandpa Song as if you were my own grandparents." In truth, over these years, aside from his own parents and in-laws, no one had treated Jia and Xianyuan better than Wang Lanmei and her husband. It was only upon awakening to this reality that Lin Ming recognized the goodness in this elderly couple. Their bond, devoid of blood relation, was more profound than any familial ties. They were deserving of Lin Ming's kneeling. Seeing Lin Ming's sincerity, Wang Lanmei hurried to assist him in rising. The sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. Her eyes glistened as she brushed the dust off Lin Ming's knees. "You are only 30. Your future is still bright. If you truly have clarity of thought, it is not too late to change. Grandma is happy for you." Ultimately, Wang Lanmei could not resist Lin Ming's earnestness, leaving him with the 1,000 yuan and the items he had brought. Simultaneously, Lin Ming declined the invitation to wait at Wang Lanmei's home for Jia, wishing instead to converse more with Xianyuan. As half an hour passed, Lin Ming and Xianyuan engaged in delightful conversation, sharing stories and playful banter, which brought forth joyous laughter from the little girl. Though Wang Lanmei had returned home, she remained hidden behind the door, listening intently. In the end, she realized that Lin Ming appeared to have genuinely transformed. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lin Ming's gaze first fell upon the pair of high heels, exquisitely familiar in their elegance. Since their marriage, Jia seemed to have forsaken the purchase of such shoes. She was undeniably a woman who delighted in high heels. "What brings you here?" Jia's icy voice shattered Lin Ming's reverie. He exhaled deeply, managing a smile towards her. "Hello, my name is Lin Ming." Chapter 11. Mother, so much money, what are you doing? Jia furrowed her brows at Lin Ming's outstretched hand. "If divorce marked the conclusion of one chapter in my life, then reintroducing ourselves signifies the commencement of the next." Lin Ming felt no shame, only a profound sorrow for the woman standing before him. "We are already divorced. This charade is futile. Do not attempt to deceive me with such tactics again. I have vowed never to trust you again." Jia stepped towards the door. "Step aside. I am going home." Lin Ming complied, allowing her passage. The deepest sorrow is a heart that has grown cold, and that was the essence of Jia now. Lin Ming understood that, given his past transgressions, it would be impossible to rekindle her affections with mere words. As the security door opened, Xian, who had been standing at the entrance, instinctively retreated a few steps upon seeing Lin Ming, her small face awash with panic. Although Lin Ming had just been amusing her, The psychological scars from his past bouts of drunkenness or gambling, which often culminated in violence, were not easily dispelled. Xian, Lin Ming's heart twisted. Yet he could only respond with a gentle smile. There is no need to be afraid. Daddy want tea come in. Here are some snacks and toys I bought for you, including your favorite, Princess Elsa. Hold on to these, and whenever you desire something else, just tell Daddy, and I will get it for you. Xian's expression was one of conflict. She alternated her gaze between the items in Lin Ming's hands and Qinjia. It seemed she would only dare to take them if her mother approved. Where did you get this money? Why buy so many things? Have you once again borrowed from your parents? Qinjia's countenance grew even colder. Given Lin Ming's character, she could hardly conceive of anyone else willing to lend him money. Lin Ming, when will you grow up? Your parents toil endlessly to earn a meager living. Do you squander it all? What will they have for their old age? And your relatives, the debts you owe them remain unpaid, all of which your parents have had to address. You may be shameless, but your parents still have their dignity. Qinjia bit her lip, her body trembling with indignation. I beg you, please mature. My salary barely covers Xian's kindergarten fees. Do not disturb us any further. Lin Ming remained silent, listening intently. Perhaps this was the only outlet for Qinjia's pent-up grievances. It was only when she ceased speaking that he said, Qinjia, I was indeed a fool in the past, but I have changed. I can earn money now. Just look at my WeChat balance. I will not look. Qinjia shouted from downstairs, leave. Just go. I don't want to see you, hurry up. Qinjia, are you going to leave or not? We are already divorced. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Qinjia's voice sharpened. All right, I'm leaving. Lin Ming quickly gestured and made his way downstairs. Mending his relationship with Qinjia was not something that could be achieved in a fleeting moment. Lingering here would only deepen her disdain. Truth be told, Lin Ming could hardly believe that the woman who once adored him now harbored such intense hatred. All of this was the consequence of his own actions. Wait. Qinjia seemed to recall something, then asked, Today I went to Hanyuan Financial, and President Li tore up the IOU in front of me, claiming that your debts have been settled. Why is that? I helped him make some money. He was grateful, so he wiped the debt clean. Lin Ming replied candidly. Huh. Qinjia scoffed. This man, since his entrepreneurial failure, had spun a web of lies. It had become impossible to discern truth from fiction. Do you really think I, Qinjia, am a fool? What kind of person is Li Hanyuan? And who is Lin Ming? You think you made him money? What a joke. It's quite the opposite. I no longer wish to hear your nonsense. You should visit your parents. They raised you with great difficulty. After speaking, Qinjia glanced at the bundles on the ground and noticed the eager expression on Xian's face. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to bring those items inside. Bang! The security door closed, yet Lin Ming wore a smile. The fact that his daughter had called to inquire whether he had found a place to stay and that she had brought his belongings proved there was still hope for their relationship. Jia, wait for me, he murmured before turning away. After Lin Ming departed, Wang Lanmei emerged from her home and knocked on Qinjia's door. What do you want? Qinjia instinctively prepared to shout in anger. But upon seeing Wang Lanmei standing outside, she swallowed her words. Grandma Wang, she forced a smile. She truly respected and appreciated Wang Lanmei. Jia, I need to tell you something, Wang Lanmei said. Lin Ming borrowed 1,000 yuan from me and just returned it, bringing canned food and milk as well. He was quite courteous, completely different from before. It seems he has genuinely changed. Upon hearing this, Qinjia's expression shifted. She quickly replied, Grandma Wang, you are a kind person, but please do not be deceived by Lin Ming's act. He has often used such tactics to borrow money from our relatives. You are not on a pension and are relying solely on your savings with Grandpa Song. Do not lend him any more money. Wang Lanmei pondered for a moment, grasping Qinjia's hand. Jia, in truth, your grandmother should not have advised you. No one understands better than I what you have endured over the years. However, as someone who has traveled this path before, I trust my intuition. As long as you have not fallen for another, even for Xuan's sake, you ought to grant him a chance to transform himself, should you not? Xian is soon to commence her schooling. She cannot be without her father, for that would invite ridicule from her peers. Qinjia shook her head. Grandma Wang, I comprehend your words. But how many opportunities have I extended to him over the years? Each time, he promises to amend his ways, yet he swiftly returns to his dubious companions. He cannot change. He will never change. As she spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. In the presence of her parents, she had managed to suppress her sorrow. For this was her own choice. Only before Grandma Wang could she shed the burdensome defenses that weighed heavily upon her heart. All right, my dear. Let us not weep any longer. Your grandmother will cease her words. Wang Lanmei embraced Qinjia, her heart laden with sighs. That wretched boy has truly wounded Qinjia deeply. Grandma Wang, I apologize for causing you concern. After a brief period of weeping, Qinjia composed herself and bid farewell to Wang Lanmei before returning home. Mom, look. It's money. So much money. Xuan's muffled voice chimed in. She held a fried chicken leg in one hand and a thick bundle of crimson banknotes in the other. Qinjia paused, then hurried over to Xian. In a plastic bag filled with toys, there were 9 more bundles of such banknotes. A total of 100,000. In addition, there was a piece of paper. Mom, is this money from Dad? Xian inquired. Qinjia did not respond. Instead, she trembled as she picked up the paper, which unmistakably bore Lin Ming's handwriting. Jia. All this money has been earned by me through honest means, so there is no need for you to worry. Use a portion to repay those relatives. And with the remainder, take care of yourself and Xian. Do not hesitate to spend it. In the past, I was a fool. I realize that mere words cannot restore your trust in me, nor can they erase the grievances you have suffered over the past few years. Yet, I implore you to grant me a chance to amend everything. The Lin Ming of the past is no more. From this moment forth, you and Xian shall be the most cherished individuals in my world. I shall never allow you to endure even a hint of hardship again. I swear it. Tears, unbeknownst to her, cascaded down, soaking the white paper. Qinjia felt an overwhelming impulse to tear the paper into shreds. However, in the end, she carefully folded the paper and placed it in the drawer. Chapter 12. Stockpiling liquor. Mitai prices soared, real estate values skyrocketed, while the chilling stock market plummeted. In his apartment, Lin Ming sat on the bed, murmuring to himself. These events would soon unfold, forming the basis of Lin Ming's forthcoming plans. In particular, the special cold medicine would serve as the cornerstone of his commercial empire, establishing his foundation as a business magnate. Due to the recent surge in the price of mitai, Lin Ming has temporarily abandoned his plan to visit his parents. His hometown is in Bayan Province, which is quite distant from the city of Landa in Donglan Province, requiring at least 2 days for a round trip. Additionally, should he return home, he would inevitably spend several days with his family, thus risking the chance of missing this opportunity. Mom and Dad, once I persevere through this phase, I will come back to see you, Lin Ming thought, feeling guilt towards his elderly parents that was no less than that of Qinjia and Xian. Over the years, he had deceived and manipulated them, extracting money through various means, leaving his parents unable to hold their heads high in the village. He had even persuaded them to part with the bride price for his younger brother Lin Ku and the dowry for his sister Lin Chu, promising that he would repay them in due time once he struck it rich. For years have passed since then. The absence of a bride price and dowry had completely thwarted Lin Ku and Lin Chu's prospects of marriage. Yet, neither his parents nor his siblings had ever uttered a single complaint, nor had they scolded Lin Ming. Their simplicity led them to believe that their son, their brother, would eventually turn his life around. Little did they know, that day had already arrived. After pondering for a moment while seated on his bed, Lin Ming picked up the phone and dialed Li Hongyuan's number. Acquiring Fei Tian Mitai is no trivial matter, even if one manages to procure a few bottles. It is a rarity. The offerings online are utterly unreliable. To purchase in bulk, one must possess a certain network, which Lin Ming completely lacked. Hence, his first thought was of Li Hongyuan. The phone rang only once before Li Hongyuan answered, as if he had been anticipating Lin Ming's call. No wonder I see countless magpies flying overhead. It turns out Lin Laodi is calling me. Lin Ming chuckled. Haha, just a little joke. However, it's true that my left eyelid has been twitching all day. It seems Lin Laodi is about to lead me to fortune again. Li Hongyuan's tone brimmed with anticipation. Brotherly, do you know any liquor merchants? The kind that deals with Fei Tian Mitai? Lin Ming inquired. Ah, you've come to the right person. When it comes to serious matters, Li Hongyuan immediately adopted a solemn tone. I indeed have a few friends who are in the liquor business. While I can't speak for imports and exports, they are somewhat renowned in Donglan Province. What is the current price for Fei Tian Mitai? Lin Ming asked again. If you get it from my friends, it's about 3,000 per bottle. I just bought 2 bottles yesterday to celebrate. This stuff is truly aromatic. Li Hongyuan laughed. He had a great fondness for alcohol, but had it not been for his earnings exceeding 10 million the day before, he would not have indulged in purchasing Fei Tian Mitai for himself. There is a saying that aptly describes such high-end products. Those who pay do not drink, while those who drink do not pay. Well then, it seems you can probably buy some to enjoy this time, Lin Ming replied with a smile. What do you mean? Li Hongyuan paused for a moment, then became excited. Lin Laodi, are you contemplating acquiring Fei Tian Mitai? In a few days. The price of Fei Tian Mitai is set to rise unexpectedly, with hardly anyone aware of it. What we must do now is stock up as much as possible. Lin Ming said. Excuse me, Brother Rong, since no one knows, how did you come to know? Li Hongyuan inquired cautiously. Did I not mention it? I possess the ability to divine, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Does Brother Lin truly understand metaphysics? The price of Fei Tian Mitai has remained stable for quite some time. Even if a price increase is imminent, the National Liquor Bureau would surely have disseminated some information, Li Hongyuan expressed, still somewhat skeptical. Despite Lin Ming having helped him earn over 10 million, the concept of metaphysics seemed intangible and elusive. It is indeed challenging to expect a rational person to place faith in such things. I cannot speak to the Bureau's knowledge, but I am certain that Fei Tian Mitai will indeed rise in price. Would you care to take a chance? Lin Ming asked with a smile. He fully understood Li Hongyuan's perspective. Were their positions reversed, he would likely harbor similar doubts regarding divination. Thus, he bore no resentment towards Li Hongyuan's skepticism. In truth, it was not merely divination. Since Brother Lin has said so, I certainly cannot lag behind, Li Hongyuan declared resolutely. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you direct, I shall not stray. Very well, let us commence seeking channels to stock up on the liquor. Acquire as much as possible. I have one. 8 million I will transfer to you shortly, Lin Ming stated. He possessed a total of 94 million, having set aside 100,000 for Qinjia and rounding it off neatly. After ending the call, Lin Ming transferred 8 million to the bank account provided by Li Hongyuan. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Li Hongyuan found himself in a quandary. His total assets had now reached 15 million. And even though a portion was tied up in company operational funds, he still had around 11 million in liquid assets. He pondered whether to go all in or leave himself an escape route. Consistent with his usual approach, he genuinely wished to secure a fallback. After all, Lin Ming's information was rather simplistic. He merely stated a price increase without offering any reliable evidence. However, when Li Hongyuan recalled the concert tickets, his doubts swiftly evaporated. It was precisely because he had kept a safety net that he had only made a profit of 10 million. Damn it, all this money was earned alongside Brother Lin. If he dares to go all in, why should I hesitate? He resolved to take a risk. Fearing regret, Li Hongyuan hastily began reaching out to his liquor merchant friends. Having connections truly alleviated much of the hassle. For instance, Lin Ming needed not contact the merchants himself. He simply awaited news from Li Hongyuan. As autumn evenings grew cooler, the square saw no decline in foot traffic. On the contrary, it seemed to swell. Men and women hurried about, the lights of countless homes illuminating the city. After completing the substantial bank transfer, Lin Ming emerged from the bank. Observing couples hand in hand, their faces radiating happiness. I couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of my romance with Qinjia. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. After a simple bowl of shredded pork noodles, Lin Ming headed to the gym for a brief workout. This was a habit he had not previously adopted, but considering future personal safety, he resolved to cultivate his physical fitness from this moment forward. Change is not solely reflected in financial matters. At 8 in the evening, the stadium erupted with an exhilarating cheer as Lin Jiahua's inaugural solo concert commenced. Lin Ming was indifferent. While they shared the same surname, his interest lay in wealth, not in Lin Jiahua. Around 9 o'clock, a call came from Li Hongyuan. Brother, as you instructed, the money has all been spent. Chapter 13. The legendary figure's audacity. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Didn't Brother Li just earn 10 million yesterday? You've spent it all? Indeed. If my brother is willing to go all in, how could I do otherwise? However, it's not 10 million, it's 11 million. Li Hongyuan replied. Clearly, your friends in the liquor business possess considerable prowess, Lin Ming remarked sincerely. Based on a price of 3,000 per bottle, Lin Ming's own investment of 180,000 equated to 600 bottles. Li Hongyuan's share was even more substantial, totaling over 3,300 bottles. Together, they approached 4,000 bottles. For premium spirits like Fei Tian Mitai, the National Liquor Bureau typically imposes supply limitations, making mass production improbable, as the brand is predicated on its reputation. This fact alone underscores the strength of Li Hongyuan's acquaintances. They don't possess this quantity themselves. Most have been sourced from other provinces, but the numbers are sufficient and should arrive within 2 days, Li Hongyuan explained. That is splendid. It appears you'll be able to indulge in a few more bottles this time. Brother Li, Lin Ming chuckled. All thanks to you, little brother. Li Hongyuan replied, somewhat bashfully. Brother, there's something I'm uncertain whether I should say, Lin Ming suddenly interjected. Li Hongyuan's eyelids flickered, and he quickly responded, little brother, don't be so formal. With our relationship, there's nothing we cannot discuss. Lin Ming pressed his lips together and said, lending money is ultimately not the right path. Even though Hongyuan finance is not usury, it has led many families to ruin, including mine. Do you understand my meaning? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Finally, Li Hongyuan inhaled deeply. Little brother, I owe you an apology for this matter. I will formally withdraw my investment from Hongyuan Finance in the coming days, and I'll consult with others about changing the company's name to Severtise completely. From now on, I'll follow your lead. When you feast, don't forget to let your brother have a sip of the broth. Lin Ming smiled. Now it's your turn to feast while I sip the broth, all right? Ha ha ha, little brother, you jest. Amidst their laughter, the two ended the call. Li Hongyuan understood that Lin Ming genuinely had his best interests at heart, guiding him to safer shores. For Lin Ming, he harbored no desire to ascend while being accompanied by a friend of dubious reputation, one who had drawn scorn from others. It was better to sever ties early and cleanse the association for the benefit of all. In the ensuing days, Lin Ming either frequented the gym or scoured the internet for information, such as on Qeeling Automotive or the individual who developed the miraculous cold remedy. While he possessed foresight regarding future events, he knew he must prepare extensively for specific individuals and circumstances. Zhang Kuang was indeed audacious. Seated before a computer in an internet CAF, Lin Ming stretched comfortably. Since he was renting an apartment, there was no necessity for a personal computer. Thus he opted for the CAF instead. Zhang Kuang was the very individual who had devised the extraordinary cold remedy. His nature was straightforward, with a stubborn temperament that bordered on volatility, showing little adaptability. Consequently, when he presented his proposal for the remarkable cold remedy during interviews at pharmaceutical companies, he was often dismissed with disdain. It was hardly surprising. Who could not indulge in fanciful ideas? Who was incapable of boasting? To present such an extravagant proposal before executives in the pharmaceutical industry while pontificating about the future? Who would appreciate such a condescending attitude? The common cold is one of the most prevalent ailments, and the variety of cold medications is countless. Yet, to this day, no remedy has proven to be immediately effective. Viruses continually evolve and mutate, and due to individual variations in immunity, recovery times differ significantly. This presents a formidable medical challenge. However, since the common cold is not a grave illness, capital investment in this area remains limited. In this context, Zhang Kuang's so-called miracle drug was invariably dismissed as sheer nonsense. Many pharmaceutical companies even viewed him as a madman, considering his education was from an ordinary university and his experience in the field was scant. To label him a madman was charitable. He was more akin to a charlatan. Nevertheless, in Lin Ming's vision of the future, a company named Giant Pharmaceutical discovered Zhang Kuang. Once the miraculous cold remedy hit the market, it propelled Giant Pharmaceutical to the pinnacle of the industry. Following this success, Zhang Kuang also developed extraordinary pediatric pneumonia granules, exceptional bone ointment, special athlete's foot cream, and a remarkable asthma spray, among others. If these effective medications positioned Giant Pharmaceutical at the pinnacle of the domestic industry chain, the emergence of the extraordinary anti-cancer injection would solidify Giant Pharmaceutical's status as the dominator of the global pharmaceutical industry for decades to come, unassailable by any rival. Giant became a true giant. Zhang Kuang achieved legendary status. He was revered by countless individuals and was even awarded the National Hero Medal. He certainly deserved this honor. For the miraculous medications he developed saved innumerable families, snatching patients from the clutches of death itself. What an extraordinary individual. Rubbing his temples, Lin Ming settled the bill and exited the internet CAF. It was still not the opportune moment to seek out Zhang Kuang. And even if he were to find him now, Lin Ming lacked the requisite capital to establish a pharmaceutical company. Unlike other enterprises, the successful operation of a pharmaceutical company necessitates a rigorous series of approvals and countless cumbersome procedures. The mere thought of it made Lin Ming's head throb. He had been researching this information for several days. This experience once again highlighted the value of connections. Being alone truly rendered him powerless. August 29th. For days after the stockpiling of liquor, around 6 p.m., Unju Community, Room 301. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? When Chunjia opened the door and beheld the modestly dressed elderly couple, her face instantly lit up with joy. Although they were her in-laws, they had always treated her as their own daughter. Over the years, had it not been for Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan mediating, Qin Jia might have chosen to divorce much sooner. Thus, even after the divorce, upon seeing the elderly couple, she instinctively called out Dad and Mom. Jia. We hope we're not intruding, Qi Yufan said with a hint of timidity, concerned about their unexpected visit. Mom, what are you saying? Come in quickly.
Chen Jia stepped out to help carry their belongings. Why did you bring so much? You two should have informed me before coming. I would have picked you up.
This is too much trouble. It's no trouble at all, not at all. We simply thought to bring you some agricultural products from home. Qi Yufan replied with a smile. Grandma. As she entered, a petite figure leapt into her embrace. Dear granddaughter, oh how I've missed you, Qi Yufan exclaimed. Her eyes filled with affection as she showered kisses upon Xin Yuan's forehead. Chapter 14. We are divorced, Grandpa. After luxuriating in her grandmother's affection, the little girl dashed towards Lin Chenghua. Oh, Lin Chenghua laughed heartily. However, when he inadvertently noticed the still healing bruise on Xin Yuan's arm, his expression darkened abruptly. No wonder Qin Jia had been unable to meet their gaze. It seemed there was more than just Xin Yuan who bore injuries. Qin Jia, turn around, Lin Chenghua commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Jia finally faced him. The swelling and bruising on her face had subsided somewhat, yet upon closer inspection, it remained evident. Is it that scoundrel again? Lin Chenghua trembled with rage. Qin Jia bit her lip, remaining silent. Beast! How could I have raised such a beast? Lin Chenghua's face flushed with fury as he yelled at Qi Yufan. Call him. Call your good son. No matter where he is, tell him to come back immediately. Or I swear I will deal with him today. Lin Ming was a scoundrel at home, yet neither Lin Chenghua nor Qi Yufan had ever complained. However, they could no longer tolerate Lin Ming's bullying of Qin Jia and Xian Xian. The smile that had adorned Qi Yufan's face had completely vanished as she repeatedly apologized to Qin Jia. Apologies were futile. Today, she intended to teach him what it meant to be a man. Quickly call him, Lin Chenghua bellowed. As Lin Chenghua teetered on the edge of fury, Qin Jia hurriedly restrained Qi Yufan. Mom, let me call him. When the phone rang, Lin Ming was in the midst of a meal. Upon seeing Qin Jia's name flash on the screen, he hastily set down his food, took a sip of water, and wiped his greasy mouth. Striving to present a clean appearance, even though Qin Jia could not see him. Hello? Lin Ming answered the call. On the other end, Qin Jia said, Mom and Dad are here. You should come over. Mom and Dad? Lin Ming paused momentarily. Your parents, Qin Jia clarified, then added, Dad is very angry, so be prepared. With that, she ended the call. Lin Ming sprang to his feet, abandoning his meal, and rushed to the Unju community by taxi. On the way, he pondered the reasons behind Lin Chenghua's fury, ultimately concluding with a bitter smile that it stemmed from his previous actions towards Qin Jia and Xian Xian. Aside from this, his parents had never been angry with him over anything else, at most expressing disappointment. Upon arriving at the Unju community, Lin Ming dashed upstairs. The security door was ajar, and as he entered, Lin Chenghua kicked him squarely in the abdomen. With a thud, Lin Ming bent over in pain, staggering back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Qi Yufan cried silently, staring out the window as if unaware of the turmoil. Qin Jia opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence. However, Xian Xian, witnessing Lin Ming's agony, quickly interjected, Grandpa, he asked my dad, please don't hit him anymore. Lin Chenghua, consumed by rage, paid no heed. He stepped forward and struck Lin Ming harshly. Are you even a man? Hitting your wife and children is your skill? Qin Jia could have done so much better. Did she marry you for your love of gambling and drinking, or because you frequently resort to violence? You found such a wonderful woman, yet squandered your fortune on debauchery and idleness. What are you still doing alive? Why don't you just die? His anger escalating, Lin Chenghua struck Lin Ming again, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. And Xian Xian, a mere 4-year-old, what does she know? What sins did she commit in her past life to end up as your daughter? Look at the scars on her body. Don't you feel the slightest pang of compassion? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How dare you strike her? I'll chop off those 2 hands of yours. Filled with rage, Lin Chenghua stormed towards the kitchen to fetch a knife. Dad! Qin Jia hurriedly ran over to stop him. Dad, please calm down. I assure you, Lin Ming will never hit me again, nor will he harm Xian Xian. Assure? Don't just speak for yourself. Lin Ming has made countless promises. Yet has he ever kept one? Lin Chenghua retorted angrily. If it weren't for the law against murder, I would have a mind to deal with this scoundrel myself. Lin Chenghua's strength was formidable, and Qin Jia could hardly restrain him. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, Dad, We are already divorced. I am no longer his wife. He truly does not dare to strike me anymore. Lin Chunghua paused momentarily. Qi Yufan also stood there in shock, as if struck by lightning. In that instant, both felt as though the strength had been drained from their bodies, aging several years in a heartbeat. Unfilial child, unfilial child. Qi Yufan began to weep bitterly. Divorce. Lin Chunghua muttered, his eyes vacant. You are right. You are no longer his wife. Now he wouldn't dare to hit you. Divorce is good. Divorce is good. Watching the elderly couple, Chun Jia felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She had initially promised to keep Lin Ming's situation a secret, fearing it would hurt Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan. But if she remained silent today, who knows what Lin Chunghua might do? Dad, Mom? Finally, Lin Ming stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't call me Dad. You are my father, my ancestor, he said, turning to Lin Chunghua and speaking in a tone that was eerily calm. You have been frail and prone to illness since birth, so your mother and I have worried ourselves sick over you. After finally seeing you grown and working, your mother and I have struggled daily to lend you money. You, with your mediocre conditions and average character, how could you attract such a wonderful wife? Your mother prays daily, claiming that our ancestors have blessed us, that the gods are watching over us. Besides your university entrance, the only thing that has made me proud is that you married Qinjia. And now, well, this is not your fault. It is mine. I, Lin Chunghua, have failed to raise you properly. Qinjia stood by, overwhelmed with tears. With Lin Chunghua's words, the grievances she had bottled up surged forth. After finishing, Lin Chunghua turned and walked out of the house. Dad, where are you going? Lin Ming asked anxiously. Home. Qi Yufan, realizing she could not stay any longer, chased after Lin Chunghua. Mom, Lin Ming called out. Qi Yufan glanced back at Lin Ming, but ultimately said nothing, her face filled with despair as she walked away. In that moment, Lin Ming clearly felt the shattering of his family, the disintegration of his home. He wanted to stop Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan, but the elderly couple was engulfed in their sorrow, making it evident that he could not hinder them. I'm sorry, I never wanted it to be this way. I'm sorry. Qinjia sobbed. Mom, please don't cry. Xian is scared. Xian tugged at Qinjia's pant leg. It is of no concern to you. The one who ought to apologize is I, for all of this is my retribution. Remaining here will only serve to further embarrass Qinjia. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming feigned calmness and offered a smile to Xian before turning to leave. Chapter 15. The price surge of flying mitai upon returning to the apartment. Lin Ming purchased several bottles of Lao Baigan and indulged in a drunken stupor. It was not until 9:30 the following morning that he was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noted that Li Hongyuan had called him 5 or 6 times. Hello, Lin Ming answered. My dear brother, what on earth are you doing? You have me in a frenzy. Li Hongyuan exclaimed with urgency. What is the matter? Lin Ming inquired. What else could it be? Aren't you the one who can foresee fortunes? Have you not realized that the price of flying mitai has surged more than double? Li Hongyuan explained. Only then did Lin Ming recall the matter of flying mitai, leaping out of bed in haste. Has it really gone up? Indeed, it has skyrocketed. Astonishingly without any prior indication. It jumped from 3000 to 8000 in one fell swoop. Li Hongyuan exclaimed with excitement. You have no idea, when my friends called me. They all asked how I knew about the price increase. It had me in stitches, ha ha ha. He was genuinely grateful for taking the gamble with Lin Ming, otherwise he would have been left lamenting, with no place to shed tears. Now that it has risen, it's time to act. After this surge, the price of flying mitai should stabilize for a while, Lin Ming declared. Temporarily? Does that imply it will rise again in the future? Li Hongyuan's instincts remained sharp. That is a matter for another time. By then, you might not even regard this sum as significant, Lin Ming replied. Li Hongyuan could only marvel in silence. A sum in the millions was merely trivial in Lin Ming's eyes? Truly, he was a person of remarkable stature. At that moment, Li Hongyuan completely forgot that just half a month prior, Lin Ming had been nothing more than a scorned outcast in society. My brother, I have a friend who is quite curious about you and wishes to meet you. Li Hongyuan hesitated before speaking. Oh, did you mention my affairs to him? Lin Ming furrowed his brow. He certainly did not wish for the secret of his foresight to be exposed. It was already commendable that he could assist Li Hongyuan in making profits. Too many people knowing would only invite trouble. My brother, do not be angered. It was not my intention for him to find out. However, my friend holds a somewhat different status, and I believe you should meet him, Li Hongyuan hurriedly clarified. His name is Zhou Chong, the son of the top official in Blue Island City. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's furrowed brow relaxed immediately. Just as he was contemplating the importance of connections, an opportunity presented itself, truly, a timely gift when one is in need of rest. To think that Brother Li could be acquainted with such a figure, it seems I have underestimated you. Lin Ming chuckled. His tone eased Li Hongyuan's anxiety. In truth, our relationship is not particularly deep. He is the foremost son of Blue Island City, someone beyond my reach. Regardless, since he wishes to meet me, I shall oblige. Lin Ming stated. Very well. I will inform you of the time and place once I finalize the arrangements, Li Hongyuan replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming took a shower, washing away the lingering scent of alcohol. Following lunch, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to call Qi Yufan. The phone rang for an extended period, and just as Lin Ming began to doubt whether Qi Yufan would answer, the call connected. Mother, have you returned home? Lin Ming inquired first. Yes, we took an overnight bus and have arrived. Qi Yufan sounded weary. At this point, a silence enveloped them. Lin Ming had an abundance of words he wished to share with Qi Yufan, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. There is work to be done in the fields, Qi Yufan said. Mother, Lin Ming replied solemnly, the past is entirely my fault. I swear I will ensure that you, father, and Lin Ku, Lin Chu, and the others live a good life. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yufan could no longer maintain her composure. Lin Ming, your father and I have been farmers all our lives. We never aspired to wealth or luxury. We only hope you can live a stable and grounded life. Why did you have to divorce Jia Jia? Perhaps out of anger, or perhaps sorrow. Qi Yufan was utterly exhausted and abruptly ended the call. Mother, do not worry. I will win Qin Jia back, Lin Ming silently vowed. In the afternoon, Li Hanyuan called again, stating that he had spoken with Zhou Chong. They were set to meet at Tui International at 10 o'clock the following morning. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback by the meeting location, as Tui International was the company where Qin Jia worked. Setting this detail aside, it was customary to meet in a CAF or restaurant. According to Li Hongyuan, Zhou Chong happened to be visiting Tui International, which was why the location was chosen. It seemed that Li Hongyuan had exaggerated. Zhou Chong clearly held no interest in him. This was not a case of Zhou Chong wanting to meet him. It was merely Li Hongyuan acting as a bridge, allowing Zhou Chong to offer him a way out. Nevertheless, Lin Ming did not consider himself particularly remarkable. He was still grateful to Li Hanyuan. After all, he truly needed to establish connections to prepare for the future establishment of his pharmaceutical company. The next day, Lin Ming rose early. After a morning run, he took another shower and donned a newly purchased suit, presenting himself in a much more polished and tidy manner. Around 10 o'clock, Li Hanyuan arrived at Tui International. He immediately spotted Lin Ming waiting and remarked, Lin, with this attire, you are undoubtedly a handsome fellow. If I were a woman, I would be quite taken. At 30, who would still fancy an old man like me? Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Did you not notice how the receptionists were all staring at you? Li Hanyuan retorted. Moreover, Li Hanyuan said, glaring, if you consider yourself an old man at your age, then I might as well not live at all. He was indeed correct. Since Lin Ming's arrival, the gazes of the women at the front desk had not wavered. Let us go, Lin Ming said as he rose. The main entity of Tui International is a large conglomerate, engaged in numerous industries with a market value in the hundreds of billions. This is merely a branch office overseeing import and export trade. Qin Jia works in the project department as an ordinary staff member. Since Lin Ming's arrival, he had been searching for Qin Jia, but regrettably, he had not been able to spot her. Upon reaching the front desk, Li Hanyuan said, please inform General Manager Han that Lin Ming and Li Hanyuan have arrived. Upon hearing their names, the receptionist immediately responded, General Manager Han is already waiting for you in the office. Please follow me. The fragrant air enveloped them as Li Hanyuan took a deep breath and winked at Lin Ming. It smells delightful. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. At over 40 years of age, his energy was still remarkably vibrant. Just as they entered the elevator, a woman approached from a distance. Qin Jia gazed at the closing elevator doors, puzzled. Is it him? How could it be? What is he doing here? Perhaps clinging to a final glimmer of hope regarding Lin Ming, she instinctively believed that he had come for a job interview. However, this notion was hardly tenable, and she shook her head, dismissing it as a mere misperception. Chapter 16. Avert disaster for Yuhan Changyu, the executive president of TUI International in the Wagwa region, could be considered the top authority within the company. His office was vast, almost 200 square meters, yet the decor was surprisingly filled with an assortment of swords and knives. According to Li Hongyuan, the impressive achievements of TUI International in Huagua were largely due to Han Changyu's efforts. He was a maverick, possessing exceptional abilities, navigating through challenges with remarkable prowess, and he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. At the age of 36, he remained single, a quintessential diamond bachelor. As Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan entered the office, Han Changyu immediately stood up, his demeanor warm and unpretentious. "Mr. Li, Mr. Lin," he greeted. "Hello, General Manager Han." Li Hongyuan replied courteously, feeling somewhat insignificant in the presence of such a figure. Lin Ming smiled and remarked, "General Manager Han, you flatter me. I am but a solitary individual, hardly deserving of such a title." His modesty earned him a measure of respect from Han Changyu. Prior to Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan's arrival, Zhou Chong had mentioned Lin Ming to Han Changyu, seeing someone who, by societal standards, was considered at the very bottom. Exhibits such composure in his presence, Han Changyu realized that perhaps he was not as inadequate as he had initially assumed. "Please, take a seat," Han Changyu gestured. Opposite Lin Ming and Li Hongyuan sat a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, dressed ordinarily, yet an air of arrogance was palpable about him. "Mr. Li, is this the one you mentioned?" Zhou Chong inquired. "Yes, General Zhou. This is Lin Ming," Li Hongyuan responded. Zhou Chong smiled faintly, remarking, "I'm not concerned about President Li's displeasure. After you mentioned him yesterday, I took the liberty to conduct some inquiries, and the findings seem rather unsatisfactory." Li Hongyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Zhou Chong's blatant disregard for decorum, as Lin Ming had surmised. It was indeed Li Hongyuan who had taken the initiative, intending to introduce Lin Ming to Zhou Chong, understanding Lin Ming's potential for greatness. He sought to leverage his connections to facilitate Lin Ming's networking opportunities. Little did he expect that Zhou Chong would not even muster the interest to acknowledge Lin Ming. Had he not been present, Lin Ming might have gone unnoticed altogether. This realization filled Li Hongyuan with profound shame, leading him to question the wisdom of bringing Lin Ming along. Should Lin Ming take offense, he would find himself in an untenable position. At that moment, however, Lin Ming patted Li Hongyuan's knee, signaling him not to fret. Having long heard of young Master Zhou's esteemed reputation, he smiled. "It is indeed an honor to finally meet you." Zhou Chong reclined on the sofa, dismissing the pleasantries. "Let us forego such formalities. I've grown weary of them. What would you prefer to hear, young Master Zhou?" Lin Ming maintained his pleasant demeanor. Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. His impatience was palpable, despite his clear signals. This individual persisted stubbornly, exhausting Zhou Chong's last reserves of patience. Were it not for Li Hongyuan, this man would scarcely qualify to occupy the seat opposite him. "Since you're eager to listen, I shall oblige." Zhou Chong fixed his gaze on Lin Ming. "The surge in mitai prices is indeed unexpected. However, given my field, I can retrospectively analyze this phenomenon from various perspectives. Frankly, I've always regarded divination as nonsense. Your decision to hoard liquor was purely serendipitous, perhaps bolstered by a modicum of audacity derived from gambling, which has indeed benefited you under President Li's guidance. However, such fortune will not be a constant. You would do well to tread carefully." After delivering his remarks, Zhou Chong disdainfully turned away, evidently disinterested in further discourse with Lin Ming. At that juncture, Han Changyu approached with a tea tray. "Please don't take offense, President Lin. Zhou Chong is simply like that. His blunt nature has alienated many. At times I wish I could give him a good thrashing." "I am merely stating facts," Zhou Chong replied coolly. It was evident that the rapport between Han Changyu and Zhou Chong was far superior to that of Li Hongyuan. "I shall forego the tea," Lin Ming announced as he rose, smiling. "I had initially come today to spare young Master Zhou from misfortune, but since he seems so unwelcoming, I shall take my leave." Zhou Chong's expression darkened. "Are you cursing me?" "I am merely reiterating your own words," Lin Ming retorted. "How intriguing," Zhou Chong mused, narrowing his eyes. "Do you possess genuine skill, or are you merely overestimating your own capabilities?" "Mr. Zhou, Lin is indeed quite capable. You won't lose anything by listening to him, will you?" Li Hongyuan remarked at an opportune moment. "Patience, young man. Can you not exhibit some?" Han Changyu added. "Fine. I admit my earlier impulsiveness. Now, I kindly request Master Lin to enlighten me on what calamity awaits Zhou Chong." Zhou Chong scoffed, his tone seemingly apologetic yet devoid of any true contrition. Lin Ming remained unfazed. He had once been a rogue, someone even ordinary folks would scorn, let alone a privileged young man like Zhou Chong. "Mr. Zhou, do you possess a shipment of red wine imported from abroad?" Lin Ming inquired. Zhou Chong chuckled derisively. "I am in the wine business. I have an abundance of red wine. Not just one batch, but at least 10. The shipment from Ch. Montalina consists of approximately 10,000 bottles. Valued at 50 million, Lin Ming stated nonchalantly. Zhou Chong's breath hitched, and he abruptly stood up. How do you know? The sudden elevation in his tone startled Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu. Zhou Chong, calm yourself, Han Changyu advised. You don't understand. Zhou Chong shook his head and continued. That batch of red wine only arrived a few days ago and has been kept confidential. Apart from my assistant, only my father and the family patriarch are aware. As it is meant to make a spectacular debut and establish the reputation of my Chongyun winery. Hearing this, Han Changyu glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming responded. Whether it will indeed make a spectacular debut, I cannot say, but I do know that batch of wine is counterfeit and could be lethal. You speak nonsense. Zhou Chong retorted angrily. I have staked most of my fortune on that batch of wine, and the quality of Montalina's wine is renowned worldwide. If it were cheap, inferior wine, that would be one thing, but high-end wine like this cannot possibly be counterfeit. What absurdity are you spouting? Zhou Chong was indeed correct. The wine was procured through special channels. It was not illegal, merely undisclosed to his competitors. The cost amounted to 5,000 yuan per bottle, and if sold domestically, it could easily quadruple, reaching 20,000 per bottle. Given his status, many affluent individuals and dignitaries had already reserved this batch, eager to support Chongyun Winery upon its official launch. Once sold out, Zhou Chong would swiftly transform into a billionaire, and the name of Chongyun Winery would be firmly established. With such aspirations, he had been restless for several nights, even daydreaming about impressing his father and the patriarch, seeking their praise for his achievements, proving himself without their aid. Now, however, this charlatan dares to claim that the wine is counterfeit. Chapter 17. A sudden halt. This sensation was akin to reaching a pinnacle only to discover that the other party was a man. Zhou Chong could not accept this. Present your evidence. Gasping for breath, Zhou Chong resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes aflame with rage. Those who dare to mock me will surely face dire consequences. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, do not blame me for withholding respect from Li Hongyuan. Lin Ming, undaunted, replied with a calm smile. Perhaps young Master Zhou has truly placed all his hopes on this batch of red wine, but has he ever considered having it tested? Zhou Chong was momentarily taken aback. Testing the wine? He had collaborated with this party several times, earning over 20 million, and since Mingta Lanzhuang had never produced a counterfeit, he had never thought to verify the wine. It appears he has not. Lin Ming shrugged. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed with the testing. Observing Lin Ming's composed demeanor, Zhou Chong felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhou Chong, testing the wine is merely a procedural formality. Let us follow Mr. Lin's suggestion. A bottle of red wine costs only 5,000. If you are hesitant, I shall cover it, Han Changyu jested. His temperament was steady. Unlike Zhou Chong, who was overly confident that Lin Ming was merely riding on luck to profit from Fei Tian Maotai. In contrast to Zhou Chong, Han Changyu was more curious to ascertain the truth behind Lin Ming's claims. No need. If Master Lin is mistaken, let him bear the cost of the 5,000 for the wine. Zhou Chong fixed his gaze on Lin Ming, displaying a hint of defiance, even referring to him with a slightly mocking title of Master Lin. And what if I am correct? Lin Ming retorted. Zhou Chong's eyelids twitched violently. If Lin Ming proved to be right, it would not merely be a matter of money. Not only he, but even his father and retired grandfather would suffer the repercussions. Upon this realization, Zhou Chong ceased his idle chatter and hastily retrieved his phone. Shall we, from the last batch of red wine transported from Mingda Lanzhuang, take one? No. Take 3 bottles to the Quality Supervision and Testing Institute for verification. Zhou Chong commanded. Brother Chong, 3 bottles? Is that necessary? Each bottle is worth over 20,000 domestically. 3 bottles amount to over 60,000. Why have you suddenly decided? Be silent. Do as I instruct, immediately. Zhou Chong shouted. After hanging up, he continued to stare intently at Lin Ming. Why are you staring so intently? Lin Ming teased. If your glare could kill, I would have perished 1,000 times over by now. Lin Ming harbored no concerns regarding the authenticity of the wine, for he foresaw that this batch would indeed lead to the demise of dozens, including wealthy dignitaries. This information, propelled by those with ulterior motives, quickly spread online, resulting in Zhou Chong being taken away for investigation overnight, ultimately leading to a lifetime of imprisonment. Meanwhile, his father, Zhou Mingli, the head of Landau City, faced severe repercussions. A man of great integrity, Zhou Mingli found it impossible to survive under such circumstances. Thus, after repeatedly visiting the families of the deceased to offer apologies. He chose to end his own life by hanging. At last, we arrive at Zhou Chang's grandfather, the previous governor of Donglin Province, Zhou Wenyan. Zhou Wenyan had long suffered from a hidden ailment, and upon receiving the harrowing news that his grandson was imprisoned and his son had hanged himself, he could not bear the weight of such sorrow and succumbed to it, departing from this world. It can be said that this batch of red wine led to the tragic downfall of the Zhou family, who had always been known for their integrity and unwavering commitment to public service. For a selfless public servant like him, Lin Ming wished to prevent such an undeserved calamity from befalling them, as it would not bode well for the nearly 20 million citizens of Blue Island City. Thus, his intervention was not solely to forge a connection with Zhou Chong, but was also motivated by these considerations. With the situation now clear in his mind, Lin Ming felt no fear of Zhou Chong. Once everything was understood, Zhou Chong would be as fierce as he was cowardly when the time came. As time gradually slipped away, half an hour swiftly passed. The atmosphere in the office grew somewhat oppressive. Lin Ming sipped his tea nonchalantly, occasionally expressing his admiration. In that half hour, Zhou Chong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Li Hongyuan fidgeted uncomfortably, wanting to speak but lacking the courage to do so. Only Han Chongyu occasionally uttered a few words to lighten the mood, but seeing the silence enveloping the room, he too lost the desire to continue. Another 10 minutes passed when suddenly, a piercing ring-tone shattered the silence. "Grandfather, your grandson is calling again." The amusing ring-tone drew Lin Ming's amused gaze towards Zhou Chong. "Humph." Zhou Chong scoffed, answering the call. "Is there a result?" "Chong, brother Chong." On the other end, Xiao Hui's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. Zhou Chong's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged from his feet to his head, draining the color from his face. Yet, he pressed on. "Speak. Fake wine. It's all fake wine. All 3 bottles are counterfeit." Xiao Hui's voice rose sharply. "The barcodes and labels in both Chinese and English are correct, but the sulfur dioxide content is severely excessive. And it's also been mixed with a large amount of industrial alcohol." Zhou Chong felt a shock coursing through him as if struck by lightning. On the line, Xiao Hui continued, "Brother Chong, they are playing us. They are deliberately setting you up. This wine is deadly." With a clatter, the phone slipped from Zhou Chong's grasp and fell to the ground. He could no longer focus on Xiao Hui's words. His mind was consumed by those 2 words: fake wine, fake wine, fake wine. The wine he had purchased for 50 million. The very hope he had pinned on it was truly counterfeit. No, it can't be. It must not be. Zhou Chong picked up the phone again, frantically trying to reach the foreign supplier, but the number had become disconnected. Undeterred, he sought other means to contact them, but, without exception, all attempts failed. The other party had vanished completely. Damn it! Zhou Chong let out a thunderous roar, shattering his phone into a myriad of fragments. Even the most oblivious among Han Chongyu and Li Hongyuan could discern the gravity of the situation. Li Hongyuan stifled his surging emotions. Conscious that the esteemed young Master Zhou was still in a state of fury, any display of his own feelings would be ill-advised. Meanwhile, Han Chongyu, gazing at Lin Ming's retreating figure, suddenly found the man unsettling. "Mr. Lin," Han Chongyu swallowed hard. "Please, speak, Mr. Han," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Is this truly what you calculated?" Han Chongyu inquired. "The means of knowing is no longer pertinent. What matters is that the Zhou family has successfully evaded disaster," Lin Ming articulated, placing particular emphasis on the name Zhou family rather than Zhou Chong. In an instant, Zhou Chong regained his composure. He looked at Lin Ming, drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling and unable to support him. Ultimately, he sank to his knees before Lin Ming. "Zhou Chong, Mr. Zhou." Han Chongyu and Li Hongyuan's expressions shifted dramatically. "You, young Master Zhou, what are you doing?" Lin Ming hastily moved to support Zhou Chong, no matter how formidable he was. He could not allow the illustrious heir of Blue Island City to kneel before him. Thank you, Zhou Chong murmured, overwhelmed with trepidation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He could hardly fathom the consequences had this batch of wine been sold. It was not merely the affluent and powerful who had placed orders. It included several prominent scions from the provincial government. If they were to consume the wine, and if misfortune befell them, Zhou Chong would be at a loss for how to respond. His father would undoubtedly suffer unjust repercussions, and his grandfather's temper could very well lead to dire consequences. Yet today, with just a few words, Lin Ming had averted an impending catastrophe for the Zhou family. Zhou Chong swore that without Lin Ming's timely warning, he would never have thought to test the wine, for he had placed immense trust in the foreign supplier. With a resounding slap, Zhou Chong struck his own face and bowed deeply to Lin Ming. This time, Lin Ming did not intervene. Any rational individual would act as Zhou Chong had. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. Were it not for you, I fear my days would be numbered. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Zhou Chong's forehead nearly touched the ground. You overstate the matter, young Master Zhou. Nothing untoward transpired. It is merely a testament to your character that you were receptive to counsel, allowing for a timely intervention, Lin Ming reassured him, helping Zhou Chong to his feet once more. Mr. Lin, I am not a fool. I comprehend the dire consequences that would have befallen the Zhou family had these wines been sold, Zhou Chong said, this time devoid of the earlier chill in his demeanor, now radiating a warmth that was almost palpable. This indeed validated Lin Ming's earlier thoughts. The ferocity he once displayed had now transformed into a gentle humility. Mr. Lin, you are the benefactor of the Zhou family and of me, Zhou Chong. If you think highly of me, I shall henceforth address you as Brother Lin. Let it be known that whatever you require, Brother Lin, I shall never decline as long as it is within my power, Zhou Chong asserted. Thanks to your generous affection. Young Master Zhou, I am indeed a few years your senior. Addressing each other as brothers will not breach the proprieties, Lin Ming responded with a hearty laugh. Nearby, Li Hongyuan gazed on with envy, silently acknowledging Lin Ming's remarkable prowess. He had effortlessly brought the proud young Master Zhou to bow in deference. At the same time, he was astounded by Lin Ming's prophetic abilities, which were almost frightfully accurate. From Zhang Chongwei of Haining Network to Lin Jiao's concert, to the price surge of Fei Tian Mitai, and now, at this very moment, each prediction had come to pass without fail. If Li Hongyuan had harbored any doubts before, they had now vanished completely. Previously, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had no connections whatsoever. They were entirely from different worlds. Aside from his divination skills, Li Hongyuan found himself perplexed as to how Lin Ming disowned the batch of counterfeit wine. Brother Han, prepare a feast. Today, I must indulge in hearty libations with Brother Lin. I shall not return until inebriated. Zhou Chong called out to Han Changyu. Absolutely. Let us go to the Tianyang Hotel owned by the Honing family, shall we? Han Changyu replied with a broad smile, pleased by his close relationship with Zhou Chong, who had turned peril into safety, and naturally, he shared in the joy. Even though you've averted a crisis, you still incurred a loss of 50 million taels. Doesn't tea that sting? Lin Chong teased. Money is inconsequential. It can always be earned again. If my life were to be lost, that would indeed be the end. Zhou Chong laughed. His resilient spirit earned Lin Ming's admiration, and it was evident from his demeanor that he, like Li Hongyuan, was a man who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Of course, perhaps in Zhou Chong's heart, there lingered a desire for camaraderie with Lin Ming, yet there was no need to expose such intentions. Following this, Han Changyu reserved a private room at the Tianyang Hotel for lunch. Not yet 11 o'clock, they settled down to enjoy some tea. In Han Changyu's words, the exquisite Dahong Pao tea had just been brewed, and it would be wasteful to let it go to waste. However, compared to before, the atmosphere had markedly improved. Zhou Chong appeared utterly starstruck, having shed his earlier haughty demeanor. Having witnessed Lin Ming's capabilities, Han Changyu was careful not to offend him, maintaining a polite demeanor. Li Hongyuan needed no further urging. Prior to today, he would never have dared to approach someone of Zhou Chong's stature. But after Lin Ming had averted the disaster for the Zhou family, Zhou Chong's attitude towards Li Hongyuan had undergone a complete transformation. The sole reason for this shift was Lin Ming, whom Li Hongyuan had introduced. The saying, when one person ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise, perhaps encapsulates this phenomenon. As the group enjoyed their lively conversation, a knock sounded at the office door of Han Changyu. Apologies, he said courteously, nodding towards Lin Ming, then added, come in. The double-colored door opened, revealing a figure clad in a black uniform and a short skirt as she stepped inside. Mr. Han, this is Chun Jia from the project department. Director Liu is currently in a meeting, so I will report to you about. Chun Jia's words were abruptly cut short as she caught sight of Lin Ming lounging on the sofa. Is it truly you? Chun Jia rubbed her eyes vigorously, disbelief etched across her face. It was indeed him who had entered the elevator. But how could this be possible? How could Lin Ming be in Mr. Han's office, appearing so jovial and charming? I have been searching for you, but to no avail, Lin Ming remarked with a smile. This unexpected scene left Han Changyu and Zhou Chong utterly bewildered. Mr. Lin, do you two know each other? Han Changyu inquired. We do. We do not. Lin Ming and Chun Jia spoke in unison. Han Changyu glanced between Lin Ming and Chun Jia. Chun Jia quickly clarified, Mr. Han. It's not that we don't know each other. It's just, observing the rosy hue on Chun Jia's cheeks, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder a daughter as delightful as hers had come to be. After all, Qin Jia was inherently charming. I like her, Lin Ming suddenly declared. At this revelation, everyone fell silent. Don't say such things, Qin Jia exclaimed, her foot stamping in frustration. Brother Lin, you're not joking, are you? Zhou Chang's lips twitched in disbelief. Given Lin Ming's capabilities, what sort of woman could he not attract? Why would he choose a seemingly ordinary employee? Well, she is not entirely ordinary. She is indeed quite beautiful, though her circumstances are rather unremarkable, Zhou Chong mused. Yes, I truly like her, Lin Ming reiterated, gazing intently at Qin Jia. I love her deeply, to the very core of my being. If I cannot become the man she deserves, cannot provide her with the most beautiful and blissful life, then my existence henceforth would be unbearable. Qin Jia stared blankly at Lin Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite her skepticism regarding his declaration, she had to admit that she hadn't heard such sentiments from him since their marriage. As for the others, Li Hongyuan seemed somewhat unfazed, likely aware of the relationship between Lin Ming and Qin Jia. However, Zhou Chong and Han Changyu wore expressions of utter confusion. Is this a confession? So direct? Zhou Chong mused, his admiration for Lin Ming intensifying. I really need to learn from Brother Lin. He is not only skilled in fortune-telling, but also adept in matters of the heart. Chapter 19. It seems he has truly changed, although the exact nature of Lin Ming and Qin Jia's relationship remained unclear. His words conveyed an undeniable truth. He truly loved Qin Jia, with a profound intensity. Who would have imagined that Mr. Lin's beloved would be someone right here? It was as if a great flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple, causing family members to no longer recognize one another. Han Changyu laughed heartily. Mr. Han. It's not as you think, Qin Jia attempted to explain. Yet Han Changyu waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside the report for now. Please follow up on the Huazhong and Tingguang projects. I will inform Director Liu that you will be responsible for these moving forward. Qin Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. The project between Huazhong and Tingguang has long been paved, with both parties collaborating for several years. It can be described as a substantial opportunity. Whoever seizes it will undoubtedly prosper. While one may not achieve a life of luxury, at the very least, they would be spared from excessive toil. Many employees have privately expressed their envy towards these projects, yet they have consistently been managed by Director Liu, leaving even seasoned employees unable to partake, let alone Qin Jia, the most junior staff member. How could such a significant opportunity suddenly fall into her hands? Qin Jia instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. It must be him. Surely it is due to him that President Han has entrusted these projects to her. But why? What capabilities does Lin Ming possess that commands such regard from President Han, even bordering on reverence? Her mind was a whirlwind, and she bit her lip. President Han, I am grateful for your kindness, but I have held my position for less than a year and lack the qualifications. I fear I may not be able to handle these projects. You are Mr. Lin's beloved. I believe you possess the necessary capability, Han Changyu replied. Qin Jia felt her worldview shifting. Just because Lin Ming professed his affection for her, President Han assumed she had the competence? What connection could there possibly be? Nevertheless, Qin Jia came to a profound understanding. It was indeed Lin Ming who had garnered such favor from President Han. Han Changyu's words had elucidated everything, clearing his throat. Han Changyu broke the silence. We are heading out to dinner with Mr. Lin shortly. Would you like to join us? Qin Jia immediately snapped back to reality. Ignoring Lin Ming's eager gaze, she shook her head. I have work to attend to, so I shall not disturb President Han. Very well. See you next time. Han Changyu said enthusiastically, which left Qin Jia feeling quite uncomfortable. She quickly escaped from the office, which felt like an entirely different realm. Watching Qin Jia's figure gradually fade away, Lin Ming could not conceal his disappointment. Lin, your taste is impeccable. Qin Jia is clearly a wonderful woman. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed at the projects President Han mentioned earlier, let alone refuse, Zhou Chong chimed in. You don't understand. Lin Ming shook his head and replied, since you have investigated me before, you must know about my past misdeeds. In fact, Qin Jia is my ex-wife. We divorced just a week ago. Zhou Chong exclaimed, what a misjudgment. Lin, the prodigal son returns, and I believe if you persevere, your sister-in-law will surely reconsider her feelings. Li Hongyuan patted Lin Ming on the shoulder. Alas, one realizes the value of what they have only after it is lost. It is all too late now. Lin Ming composed himself and, noticing Zhou Chang's gaze upon him, smiled. Young Master Zhou, do not follow in my footsteps. Zhou Chang's face flushed. Lin, I currently do not even have a girlfriend. It is far too early to be thinking of such matters. Amidst laughter, as the mealtime approached, several individuals descended the stairs and boarded Han Changyu's Lincoln Navigator, making their way directly to the Tianong Hotel. It was only after their departure that Qin Jia stealthily emerged from the project department, murmuring to herself, what on earth transpired? Suddenly, a hand clapped her shoulder. Startling Qin Jia, she turned around to find her colleague and closest friend in the department, Xinyu. Although Qin Jia was 3 years older than Xinyu, in terms of experience, Xinyu was indeed her senior. Thanks to Shun Yu's assistance, Qin Jia was able to secure her position swiftly, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. What are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Qin Jia exclaimed, patting her chest. Xinyu, with a look of envy, remarked, Sister Qin, you are truly impressive. You hardly resemble a woman who has given birth. I'm utterly jealous. Qin Jia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You cheeky girl, speak carelessly again, and I shall take you to task. With a playful grin, Xinyu responded, Sister Chun. You've been standing here for several minutes. What are you gazing at? Nothing. Qin Jia shook her head. That's a lie. I've seen you staring at President Han and the others. Are you perhaps harboring thoughts about President Han? Before Qin Jia could clarify, Xinyu continued, but indeed, President Han is a diamond bachelor. At such a young age, he has already ascended to the position of executive president of the branch. Any woman lucky enough to marry him would surely awaken smiling from her dreams. What are you thinking? You're always so fond of gossip. Qin Jia rolled her eyes. Surely at ISNT President Han? That man in his 40s is certainly not on my radar. It must be one of the other two. Xinyu, with sound reasoning, stated, I've heard that one of them is the son of the top official in Blue Island City, named Shou Chong. It's best not to entertain such thoughts. He is even more difficult to approach than President Han. The last one, however, seems promising, if he can engage in light-hearted banter with President Han. He is undoubtedly an intriguing character. Most importantly, he is truly handsome. At this, Xinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Cheeky girl, do you believe I should inform your boyfriend of your words? Qin Jia retorted, speechless. What is there to fear? Speaking isn't a crime. Besides, I don't even have a boyfriend. Xinyu shook her head. After a moment of silence, Qin Jia finally spoke. The most handsome one you mentioned is my ex-husband. His name is Lin Ming. What? Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Qin, you can't be pulling my leg? I have no reason to deceive you. It's the truth, Qin Jia replied. My goodness, I had no idea your ex-husband was so striking. He certainly doesn't fit the mold of what you described. As she continued, Xinyu quickly fell silent, gently patting her own face. Sister Qin, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a painful subject. Honestly, I believe there is a saying that holds true. Handsome men are often bound to be scoundrels. Let them all go. Family scandals should remain private. Regarding Lin Ming, Qin Jia did not publicly proclaim anything, but occasionally shared a few words with Xinyu, allowing her to form a general understanding of Lin Ming. Despite his outward appearance not aligning with Qin Jia's descriptions, Xinyu still placed her trust in her friend, as she had often witnessed the bruises on Qin Jia's face or body. Moreover, considering Qin Jia's personality, it was evident that she would not choose to divorce unless driven to desperation. He may appear respectable, yet he is merely a facade. Such individuals will inevitably face retribution. Xinyu felt indignant on behalf of Qin Jia. Little did she expect that after a moment of silence, Qin Jia would murmur a phrase. He seems to have truly changed. Or can it be that I am unable to see it? Old habits die hard. Qin Jia, you have already escaped the depths of despair. Do not allow him to deceive you once more, Xinyu replied. Indeed, Qin Jia responded with a bittersweet smile. Now a mother to Xian, she realized she must confront reality and abandon her naivety. After all these years, has Lin Ming ever truly changed? If he were capable of change, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 20. Flies are everywhere. Tianong Hotel, one of the landmarks of Landau City, integrates dining, entertainment, accommodation, and sightseeing, soaring to a height of 312 meters across 78 floors, making it the second tallest building in the city. According to Zhou Chong and Han Chanyu, Tianong Hotel was constructed by their good friend Hong Ning's family, a claim that seems neither boastful nor unnecessary, highlighting the extensive connections of such influential figures. The private room was reserved in the Tianzi Pavilion on the 58th floor, one of the hotel's most luxurious suites, with opulent decor exuding an antique charm. As everyone settled in, Zhou Chong turned to Lin Ming, saying, Lin Gu, I heard that Hong Ning has a distinguished guest arriving and insists on meeting him. I hope this doesn't disrupt your enjoyment. Not at all, As the esteemed young master of the Tianyang group, I would be honored to make his acquaintance. Lin Ming replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Shou Chong nodded in agreement. Lin Ming. At that moment, a startled exclamation echoed from outside the private room. Due to the anticipation of Hong Ning's arrival, the door remained ajar, allowing a clear view of the interior. Lin Ming turned to see a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, standing there, accompanied by two others. After a moment of recollection, Lin Ming recognized him as Zhang Yundong, a fellow alumnus and one of his past rivals in love. Chun Jia, with her exceptional beauty, had never lacked admirers, and Zhang Yundong was among the most distinguished. Coming from a decent family, possessing good looks, and excelling academically, eventually being recommended for graduate studies. Unfortunately, while Zhang Yundong harbored feelings, Chun Jia had never regarded him with any seriousness. In her eyes, only Lin Ming mattered. Years later, Lin Ming was surprised to find that Zhang Yundong still recognized him instantly. He politely rose, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Ah, it is you. It has been so many years since we last met. You have become even more impressive than in school." Observing a familiar face of Lin Ming, Li Honyuan, Zhou Chong, and Han Changyu also stood up, intending to extend their greetings. However, to their surprise, as Zhang Yundong entered the private room, he remarked, "Of course. Who would compare to you, the illustrious Lin, who was once a figure of renown in school but has now become a mere empty vessel in society?" The scornful tone and condescending demeanor of Zhang caused the smiles on Zhou Chong and the others to falter. Lin Ming furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhang's lingering grudge after all these years. It was hard for him to fathom why Zhang would still harbor resentment over trivial matters from the past. Each person has the right to choose their own path. If one cannot attain something, why persist in bitterness? Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, this was a golden opportunity for Zhang Yundong. During their university days, Lin Ming had indeed basked in the limelight, inciting envy in many, including Zhang. Zhang had been relentlessly pursuing Chun Jia, almost incurring Lin Ming's wrath. While Lin Ming dismissed the incident, Zhang could not forget. After graduation, he remained undeterred, subtly inquiring within their circle of classmates about Lin Ming and Chen Jia. The outcome nearly brought Zhang to laughter. Indeed, the two had wed. Yet, due to a failed venture, Lin Ming had undergone a drastic transformation, becoming a man prone to domestic violence and a notorious drunkard, far from the successful figure he had once been. In stark contrast, Zhang Yundong's current achievements placed them worlds apart. Zhang had sought the whereabouts of Lin Ming and Chun Jia on no less than 10 occasions. Driven by a desire to avenge his past grievances and perhaps to win over the woman he had long admired. However, none of their classmates knew of the couple's residence, and Zhang's efforts had consistently been in vain. To his astonishment, he encountered Lin Ming today at Tianyang Hotel while discussing potential cooperation. Truly, fortune smiled upon him. "I have heard all about your affairs." Zhang Yundong scrutinized Lin Ming with derision, sneering, "You certainly appear quite refined. I suspect you are once again engaging in deceitful schemes. It comes as no surprise, as you have evidently mastered such underhanded tactics over the years." Lin Ming's expression darkened as he replied, "Zhang Yundong, it has been years. Out of respect for our shared alma mater, let us not make this awkward." "Awkward?" Zhang Yundong laughed heartily. "It seems your deceptions have been laid bare, leaving you with no dignity. Were you not once so arrogant in university? Did you not wish to confront me? Come, strike me. I dare you." The audacity of this young wretch, who believed that the complexities of the world outside university were mere trifles, was astounding. What worth is a handsome face in the face of failure? I have heard you enjoy abusing women, even your own children. Truly a vile creature. I truly fail to comprehend how Chen Jia ever came to be enamored with you, nor can I fathom why she chose to steadfastly follow you. What is it about you that surpasses me? To speak candidly, you currently lack even the qualifications to hold my shoes." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and Zhang Yundong's relatively handsome visage began to contort with disdain. He reached behind him and commanded, "Bring me the bag." Immediately, someone presented him with a leather satchel. Zhang Yundong unzipped it and produced several stacks of crimson bills, slamming them onto the table. "Lin Ming, do you not have an affinity for wealth? Here lies 50,000 yuan. If you kneel and apologize to me now, and allow Chen Jia to accompany me for a few days, this sum shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong and the others could no longer contain themselves. Just an hour prior, they had witnessed Lin Ming's affection for Chen Jia. And now this insufferable wretch dared to demand that Lin Ming persuade her to be with him? This was utterly outrageous. "Brother Lin," Zhou Chong glanced at Lin Ming, whose expression was ominously calm, fixated on Zhang Yundong, concealing whatever thoughts brewed within. In contrast, Zhang Yundong was intoxicated by the thrill of his words, mistaking Lin Ming's silence for fear. Brother Lin? You dare to call him Brother Lin? Ha ha. Zhang Yundong chuckled, ruffling Zhou Chang's hair. Young man, your youth is still evident. Allow me to give you a word of advice. Do not be deceived by this pretentious fool. With his formal attire, he surely intends to swindle you out of your money. Beware of losing everything. Zhou Chang's face darkened, nearly dripping with rage. In all my life, apart from my parents and grandfather, no one has ever dared to ruffle my hair. What is the matter? Are you still unconvinced? I did it, so what? What can you do about it? Zhang Yundong repeated the gesture, nearly infuriating Zhou Chang to the point of explosion. Were it not for Lin Ming's presence, he would have already unleashed his fury upon him. And you too, Zhang Yundong said, jabbing his fingers at Li Hongyuan and Han Changyu, exuding arrogance. In his intoxicated state, he overlooked the fact that they were in the most luxurious private room of the Tianyang Hotel, instinctively deeming anyone associated with Lin Ming to be unsavory characters. Do not say I did not warn you. Associating with such a scoundrel will inevitably lead to your downfall. Zhang Yundong scoffed. Han Changyu, though composed, was not without his temper. This was the first instance he had ever been insulted so brazenly. You appear to be quite impressive. May I inquire about your origins? Han Changyu challenged. What do you care? Zhang Yundong retorted with disdain. You think you have the right to question my background? Given your defiance, perhaps you should enlighten us about yours. Let us see if it is superior to mine. Han Changyu turned to Lin Ming, who simply smiled and said, since he wishes to know, why not enlighten him? Han Changyu spoke slowly and deliberately. Tui International, Executive President of the Huaguo region stationed in Donglin Province, Han Changyu. Chapter 21. You deserve to die if you were to ask who Han Changyu is. Zhang Yundong might not recognize him, for Tui International has numerous branches. However, mention Tui International, and even those with only a modicum of experience in the workplace would be familiar with it. For Zhang Yundong, the name Han Changyu holds little significance. What truly matters is Tui International and the title of Executive President of the Huaguo region stationed in Donglin Province. The more one navigates the corporate landscape, the more one understands the weight of such a position. Coincidentally, Zhang Yudong has been employed at an advertising firm since graduation and has now ascended to the position of deputy director. He is acutely aware of the gravity of an executive president. The difference between a deputy director and an executive president is self-evident. Zhang Yundong's face flushed crimson, akin to having swallowed a fly. To be candid, based on his understanding of Lin Ming, he could not believe Lin Ming was qualified to sit alongside such a figure. At this moment, Han Changyu produced a business card. This is my business card, he stated. Zhang Yundong took the card and not only noted the words Tui International, Han Changyu, Executive President, but also saw the photograph of Han Changyu printed on it. It was not merely similar to his appearance, it was an exact likeness. In that instant, Zhang Yundong's complexion transformed to a deep shade of purplish red, as if struck by lightning, cold sweat pouring from him. Though his advertising firm had no connection to Tui International, he was well aware of Han Changyu's influence. Moreover, the firm had long aspired to collaborate with Tui International. If an opportunity were to arise, he would not hesitate to oust even the director for such a chance. With this thought, Zhang Yundong opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. Han Changyu's identity truly astonished him, and he instinctively glanced at Li Hongyuan and Zhou Chang. Clearly, he too was curious about who they were. Lin Ming remarked coolly, it seems you wish to know who they are. Li Hongyuan promptly presented a business card. General Manager of Hongyuan Financial, Li Hongyuan. Hongyuan Financial. Zhang Yundong's features contorted in disbelief. His expression left Li Hongyuan somewhat puzzled. Had the reputation of Hongyuan Financial escalated to such heights? What he was unaware of was that Zhang Yundong's immediate superior, the director of the advertising firm, had taken out a loan from Hongyuan Financial. Li Hongyuan treated Lin Ming with a degree of respect. However, Hongyuan Financial's dealings with the director were markedly different. Zhang Yundong witnessed his superior's perpetual frown, often sporting bruises, frequently borrowing money from Zhang Yundong, claiming that Hongyuan Financial was pressuring him for repayment. Zhang Yundong found this incessant annoyance tiresome, yet knowing the individual was his superior, he dared not refuse, thus repeatedly offering assistance to no avail. In Zhang Yundong's mind, the illustrious name of Hongyuan Finance resonates even more profoundly than that of Han Changyu, the executive president. At the very least, Han Changyu is a reputable figure, whereas someone like Li Hongyuan is capable of anything. Zhou Chang, There is no need for you to introduce yourself. He is not worthy of that. As Zhou Chong seemed poised to speak, Lin Ming immediately gestured for him to refrain. Zhou Chong cast a grateful glance at Lin Ming. Recognizing that this was for his own benefit, he had intended to advocate for Lin Ming. But given their differing statuses and the potential complications that could arise should ill-intentioned individuals intervene, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles. Lin Ming's timely intervention not only filled Zhou Chong with gratitude, but also deepened his admiration for Lin Ming's character. In truth, Zhou Chong's presence was hardly necessary. The mere presence of Li Hongyuan and Han Chanyu had already left Zheng Yundong's legs trembling. One was the general manager of Hongyuan Finance, and the other the executive president of TUI International, not to mention the young man whose identity he felt unworthy to know. Zheng Yundong wished he could slap himself. Here he was, addressing these formidable figures as grandfather, and even playfully tousling their heads. I, Zheng Yundong, nearly shed tears. Brother Han. Chong, haha, are you both anxious? At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the private room. Hong Ning appeared to be a remarkably robust individual. Around the same age as Zhou Chong, yet his muscular frame and towering height of nearly 2 meters were striking. The most amusing detail was his shaved head. Anyone unfamiliar with him would never suspect that such a man could be the heir of the Tianyang Group, valued at hundreds of billions. Clearly oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, Hong Ning only realized something was amiss upon entering the room and spotting Zheng Yundong. Director Zheng? He inquired, puzzled. What brings you here? Do you know each other? Know each other? What nonsense! Before Zheng Yundong could respond, Zhou Chong scoffed. Baldy, what's the matter? I recall my father explicitly instructing that this land must be utilized for establishing a high-end hotel when it was allocated to your family. Now it seems anyone with a semblance of refinement can waltz in here? Hong Ning furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Zhou Chong's character, though proud. He was not one to be superficial, indicating that there was a pointed purpose behind his words. Combining Zhou Chong's current demeanor with the scrutiny he directed towards Zheng Yundong, Hong Ning had pieced together the situation. Director Zheng is here to discuss a collaboration with me. What has transpired? Hong Ning asked. Is it finalized? Zhou Chong countered with a sidelong glance. Almost. And now it's fallen through, Zhou Chong declared. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yundong's expression shifted dramatically. He had devoted over half a year crafting proposals for collaboration with Tianyang Hotel, revising and refining them tirelessly. One could say he had invested immense effort and resources. And the company had consistently allocated resources to support him. Just as he had finally reached the moment of opportunity, it was all to be rendered void? Mr. Hong, you have reviewed that proposal as well. Our collaboration is bound to result in a mutually beneficial outcome, Zheng Yundong spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. Please. Hold your tongue, Hong Ning interjected, turning his gaze towards Zhou Chong. What on earth is happening? Zhou Chong gestured towards his hair. Do you find my hairstyle appealing? Hong Ning scoffed. It is utterly hideous. Exactly. Zhou Chong pointed at Zheng Yundong. He just ruffled it for me. Hong Ning was taken aback. In the next moment, he turned to Zheng Yundong, his expression darkening ominously. You dared to mess with his hair? Hong Ning inquired. With a thud, Zheng Yundong, terrified, collapsed to his knees. Mr. Hong, esteemed bosses, I am blind to greatness. I deserve to perish. He pleaded. A resounding slap echoed as Hong Ning delivered a fierce blow. His imposing stature and strength made the strike nearly render Zheng Yundong unconscious. You certainly deserve it, Hong Ning exclaimed. If you dare to touch Zhou Chong's head. Tell me, what else are you unafraid to do? If you are not to be punished, then who should be? The sound of successive slaps resonated throughout the private room. Zheng Yundong's expensive golden-rimmed glasses shattered, while the two individuals behind him watched in silence, not daring to intervene. Enough. Continued violence could lead to dire consequences. Lin Ming suddenly interjected. Hong Ning paused, glancing at Lin Ming. Zhou Chong quickly added, Monk, this is the esteemed guest I mentioned, Brother Lin Ming. Since Brother Lin has spoken, I shall spare him his miserable fate, Hong Ning declared. Though he appeared simple-minded, his thoughts were astutely perceptive. To earn Zhou's respect, it was evident that the other party held significant influence, thus addressing him as Brother Lin could only be beneficial. Lin Ming nodded with a smile, then approached Zheng Yundong. I advised you not to make a fool of yourself. Why did you not heed my words? Lin Ming, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Zheng Yundong clutched Lin Ming's trousers. I am the fool. I am the beast. I beseech you, spare me. I had no intention of harming you. Yet you took things too far, Lin Ming replied, taking a seat without casting a glance at Zheng Yundong. Scram, do not disrupt our meal. with Lin Ming's concession. Hong Ning waved him off as one would a fly. Zheng Yundong, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled out. Wait. Lin Ming's voice froze Zheng Yundong in his tracks. Should you entertain any notions of disturbing Chun Jiao again, I shall ensure you become a eunuch. I would never dare. Absolutely not. Zheng Yundong stammered. Return and inform your boss that I, Hong Ning, do not consent to the collaboration. Hong Ning added. Zheng Yudong, now too fearful to contemplate the partnership, felt fortunate merely to escape with his life. Chapter 22. I would like you to assist me as well. Zheng Yudong was merely a minor interlude in this banquet. The crowd harbored no deep-seated grudges. We live in a society governed by the rule of law, where it is not the case that one would seek to end the life of Zheng Yudong over mere words. Once Zheng Yudong departed, the private room returned to its previous harmony. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you, Shou Chong remarked with a grin. This fellow is Hong Ning, the future heir of Tianyang Group. I'm not quite sure what his peculiarities are, but he enjoys sporting a shaved head, so I've nicknamed him Monk. Go away. Didn't T.I. already tell you that a bald head is comfortable, neat, and clean? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Hong Ning shot Zhou Chong a glare. Clean above is one thing, but clean below is what truly matters. Han Changyu chimed in with a chuckle. Brother Han, you've really taken a turn for the worse by associating with this guy. Hong Ning responded, his expression one of exasperation. In an instant, he turned to Lin Ming with a smile. Since Zhou Chong calls you Brother Lin, I shall do so as well from now on. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Too flattering, Lin Ming said as he shook Hong Ning's hand. While the group engaged in conversation, a succession of delectable dishes graced the table. Being a coastal city, Long Island boasted an abundance of seafood during this season, and thus most of the dishes were comprised of local catches. It is worth noting that even locals find it challenging to savor authentic regional seafood unless they venture out to sea themselves, let alone someone like Lin Ming, who hails from afar. Unless one sets out to fish, the prices for premium seafood can be exorbitant. Crabs often cost upwards of 200 to 300 yuan per pound, while mantis shrimp can reach 60 to 70 yuan. For ordinary fishermen, consuming these delicacies pales in comparison to the profits garnered from selling them. Brother Lin, do try this hairy crab, Hong Ning said, presenting Lin Ming with a succulent specimen. These were caught just this morning, incredibly plump, and kept in a seafood tank to ensure freshness. During their earlier banter, Zhou Chong had already informed Hong Ning about the wine incident. Hong Ning, both astonished by Lin Ming's capabilities and grateful for saving his good friend, extended a warm welcome to Lin Ming. To be honest, this was Lin Ming's first encounter with such a premium hairy crab filled with roe. Previously, he lacked the funds, and now he found himself short on time. Even when he borrowed over 800,000 from Hong Yuan Financial, most of it had been lost at the gambling table. In terms of culinary experiences, Lin Ming had truly not indulged in many gourmet delights. However, gazing at the hairy crab on his plate, he couldn't help but think of Qin Jia and Xin Xian. He had never tasted such luxuries, and what about them? At least he had once possessed the means for drinking and gambling, while Qin Jia had to tighten her belt to make ends meet, often shying away from buying even a little meat when grocery shopping. She had to wake up early and return late, toiling endlessly to earn a living and support herself. Brother Lin, why aren't you eating? Don't you like seafood? Zhou Chong's voice interrupted Lin Ming's reverie. Like it? Of course. Haha. Who wouldn't relish such earthly delights? Lin Ming replied with a smile. He then inquired of Hong Ning, Mr. Hong, when this hairy crab is served at the dining table, it must start at 500 to 600 yuan, right? The price stands at 888 per pound. As for Lin, feel free to address me by name. Otherwise, you may call me Monk like a Chong does. Being referred to as General Hong all the time feels rather distant, remarked Hong Ning with feigned annoyance. Ha ha, if you don't mind, I shall also call you Monk. It indeed fosters a closer rapport, Lin Ming replied. He secretly marveled at the exorbitant profits of such high-end hotels, noting that the acquisition price of the hairy crabs was merely 200 or 300. Yet their price soared to nearly 1,000 here. Despite the costs involved, the profit margin remained substantial. Inside a BMW 5 Series, Zheng Yundong occupied the back seat, accompanied by two individuals, one driving and the other in the passenger seat. Director Zheng, they are excessively audacious, aren't they? Assaulting someone in broad daylight is illegal. Should we report this to the police? The driver muttered. I came across a news article a few days ago about a drunken patron assaulting a hotel receptionist. The fine was 10,000 for a slap. Yes, I saw that too. Given your injuries, Director Zheng, if they assess it as minor, the compensation could be even greater, chimed in the passenger. And what of that young man? No matter his connections, he cannot possibly be unaware of who you are, Director Zheng. Not even the most powerful would dare to be so insolent. Shut your mouths. What were you doing just now? Is hindsight of any use? Zhang Yundong scolded. Nevertheless, the two were not entirely incorrect. Having regained his composure, Zhang Yundong indeed harbored thoughts of seeking compensation. The force of Hong Ning's blow was immense, leaving him with a burning face and a dizzy head. Should he seek medical attention now, a concussion diagnosis would be inevitable. He opened his phone and searched for the name Zhou Chong. In no time, numerous links regarding Zhou Chong appeared. Zhang Yundong narrowed his search by province and city, ultimately pinpointing information on Zhou Chong as the general manager and legal representative of Chong'an Liquor Industry. Chong'an Liquor Industry? Zhang Yundong frowned deeply, intending to delve into the details of this company to ascertain the background of Zhou Chong. However, at that moment, another link popped up, not about Zhou Chong nor Chong'an Liquor Industry, but concerning Zhou Mingli, the head of Lan Island City. Zhang Yundong's eyelids flickered as he instinctively clicked on it. He disregarded the other information in the link, fixating instead on a few words that left his mind blank. Father-son relationship, Zhou Chong. With a snap, he closed his phone and took a deep breath. Let today's events be as if they never occurred. Should anyone speak of it, I shall deal with them harshly. Food is the essence of life. The group indulged heartily in their meal. Li Hanyuan also joined in the feast, continuously praising the freshness and exquisite flavor of the ingredients at Tianong Hotel. Zhou Chong and Hong Ning, both scions of privilege, were astute enough not to overlook Li Hanyuan while flattering Lin Ming. Overall, the meal was exceedingly pleasant. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere continued to thrive. Lin Ming wiped his mouth and said, "Monk, could you prepare a few more dishes for me later? I'd like to take them home for my family." "It's on me. Brother Lin is truly a devoted family man," Hong Ning chuckled. Yet, Lin Ming shook his head. Devoted to family? If that were the case, I wouldn't have ended up with a broken home. Let us go ahead and have someone prepare it then. I'll be leaving shortly. Lin Ming glanced at the time. All right, I'll make a request. Hong Ning nodded, as Lin Ming appeared ready to depart. Han Changyu quickly interjected, "Mr. Lin, where are you staying? Allow me to escort you." Lin Ming looked at him with a smile. "Your offer is merely a pretense. You have ulterior motives, don't you?" "Ahem, it's nothing serious. I just think you are quite remarkable and would appreciate your insights." Han Changyu coughed lightly. Chapter 23. You face two trials. Lin Ming chuckled. If he were truly a fortune teller, he might hesitate to agree, as he himself was uncertain of the accuracy of such predictions. However, he was not a mere seer. He possessed the ability to foresee the future, making Han Changyu's request a trivial matter for him. "Mr. Lin, is that all right?" Han Changyu, thinking Lin Ming might refuse, asked cautiously. "Of course it is," Lin Ming replied. Han Changyu was a person of significance. He might later utilize those special medications when exporting them abroad. If he didn't speak first, Lin Ming would be at a loss on how to make him a favor. Furthermore, during their time in the office, Han Changyu had presented those projects to Chen Jia, evidently for Lin Ming's benefit. Even a fool could see through that. Given these circumstances, Lin Ming could not possibly decline to assist him. "Mr. Han, at 36 years of age and still unmarried, are you perhaps curious about your romantic prospects?" Lin Ming teased. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhou Chong remarked, "Brother Lin, you might be onto something. If he didn't frequent nightclubs and had numerous women on WeChat, I would almost think he was gay." "Come on, be more confident. Just drop the almost. Mr. Han is indeed gay." Hong Ning chimed in. "You two can take your leave." Han Changyu's face flushed crimson. "Mr. Lin, please don't jest. With my looks and circumstances, do you really think I can't get married?" He spoke with confidence, for it was not a lack of potential partners that deterred him, but rather his disinterest in marriage itself. "If you remain seated here today, you may indeed find yourself unable to marry in the future," Lin Ming remarked with a faint smile. Those two brief statements silenced the once joyful room. Han Changyu's expression shifted dramatically, and his breathing quickened. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that?" Lin Ming did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. "The day after tomorrow, on September 2nd, you plan to go on a business trip, correct?" Han Changyu was taken aback. "Yes, I'm heading to the group headquarters for a quarterly summary." "The 9:30 boat ticket? Departing from the Cross Seaport? The Poseidon ship?" Lin Ming continued. Boom. Han Changyu's mind buzzed with confusion. He finally comprehended the feelings that Zhou Chong had experienced earlier. No one knew that Han Changyu intended to embark on a journey abroad by ship. Yet Lin Ming not only possessed this knowledge, but also articulated, with remarkable precision, the exact time and place of his departure. He even knew which vessel Han would be taking. A remarkable individual, indeed. Han Changyu was almost brought to his knees. Zhou Chong and the others, unaware of his turmoil, furrowed their brows and remarked, "Brother Han, isn't the headquarters of TUI International located in Europe? Wouldn't it be more expedient to fly? A cruise consumes a considerable amount of time. What do you understand?" Han Changyu shook his head. "I've been overwhelmed with work lately. Feeling rather agitated and restless. My choice of a cruise is primarily to unwind. After all, there is no urgency with the headquarters. A few days delay won't matter. I might as well treat it as a vacation." "Your restlessness stems from the calamity that looms ahead," Lin Ming observed, gazing at Han Changyu. "Moreover, it's not just one calamity." Han Changyu swallowed hard, and the others, terrified, held their breaths, awaiting Lin Ming's next words. "I hope, Mr. Lin, that you can assist in averting this disaster. I, Han Changyu, would be immensely grateful." Han Changyu stood and bowed deeply to Lin Ming. "The first calamity lies with that cruise. You must immediately cancel your ticket and opt for a flight instead. The ocean god will encounter a storm as it approaches Valonea, with rising waves, and there have been fatalities aboard. As for the second calamity, it seems to involve matters of the heart." Lin Ming paused, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded Han Changyu. "Do you have a romantic interest in Europe?" Ahem. Han Changyu nearly choked on his own saliva. He truly could not fathom how Lin Ming was privy to such information. Ukrainian women, long legs, fair skin, and striking beauty. You have quite a taste. Lin Ming continued. Han Changyu felt utterly drained, as though every part of him had been laid bare. He had no doubt that if Lin Ming were to inquire about the dimensions of certain organs, he could provide measurements to the millimeter. Unbeknownst to him, Han Changyu had overestimated Lin Ming. His ability was to foresee the future, not to possess X-ray vision. As Lin Ming discussed Han Changyu's impending calamities, Zhou Chong and the others refrained from making light of the topic concerning Ukrainian women. All eyes were on Lin Ming, awaiting his revelations. After a brief moment, Lin Ming's smile faded. "You may engage as you wish, but remain vigilant. She has been compromised, and the mastermind is a man named Slankiv, also from Ukraine." Han Changyu's eyes widened in shock. Slankiv is him. There was no need for further inquiry. The expression on Han Changyu's face made it clear that Slankiv was indeed a significant figure. Li Honyuan and Shou Chong gasped for breath, while Hong Ning maintained a skeptical demeanor. After all, the events had yet to unfold, and Hong Ning had merely heard of the wine incident through Shou Chong. To be frank, such matters are truly incomprehensible unless experienced firsthand. Hong Ning felt that Lin Ming resembled those charlatans on television who lead people astray. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," he said, bowing even lower upon realizing his oversight. "You have assisted Xinjia. Naturally, I must reciprocate, for it is a matter of mutual respect," Lin Ming replied. "Lin Gu," Zhou Chong suddenly interjected, "we three are the best of friends. Since you have shown us both, might you also share with the monk?" Hong Ning's expression darkened. He personally held skepticism towards such phenomena, and Lin Ming's observations often brought misfortune. Zhou Chong faced one calamity, Han Changyu encountered two. Would his turn result in three? "My fate is in my own hands," Hong Ning exclaimed. "Cease your idle chatter. The prowess of Lin Gu is beyond your imagination. If he chooses to show you, consider it a privilege. Sit quietly, and should you dare speak nonsense again, our friendship will be forfeit." Zhou Chong chastised. He perceived Hong Ning's disbelief in Lin Ming. Yet such blatant skepticism was ill-advised. Observing posed no harm. One must not feign indifference in the presence of potential reality. Lin Ming, however, was not as petty as Zhou Chong presumed. With a smile, he reassured, "Do not worry. The monk is quite fortunate, at least for the time being." "I knew it," the monk replied, though he could not fathom why, despite his disbelief, he felt relieved upon hearing Lin Ming's words. Zhou Chong pressed, "So, Lin Good, are you implying that while there are no current issues, future troubles may arise?" "Ah Chong, what do you mean? Are you cursing me?" Hong Ning retorted, displeased. "Silence." Zhou Chong insisted, fixated on Lin Ming. "There are some matters, but it is not the right time to discuss them. When the moment arrives, I shall assist him." Lin Ming stated. He could aid others in evading misfortune, yet he could not alter everyone's destiny. Certain individuals and events had yet to fall into their proper trajectories, and he would not divulge anything prematurely. Chapter 24. Xinjia's younger sister. After a hearty meal, Hong Ning instructed the kitchen to prepare a takeout for Lin Ming. including several delectable dishes, a few live crabs, a 5-pound flower dragonfish, steamed grouper, chocolate pudding, and other exquisite desserts. All were quite lavish. According to the Tianyang Hotel's pricing, the total would certainly exceed 10,000, yet Hong Ning adamantly refused to let Lin Ming pay. In the end, it was Han Changyu who settled the bill, leaving Hong Ning visibly displeased. In truth, Hong Ning understood that Lin Ming had not yet assisted him, thus, Lin Ming was reluctant to owe him a favor. Han Changyu, however, was in a different position after Lin Ming revealed the two calamities he faced. He felt an obligation to Lin Ming, making it only right to help cover the expenses, declining Han Changyu's offer to drive him. Lin Ming hailed a taxi and headed directly to Anju Community. Li Hongyuan subsequently departed, returning to Hongyuan Finance. After their departure, Hong Ning turned to Han Changyu and Zhou Chong, inquiring, "Is this Lin brother truly so extraordinary?" Zhou Chong, disinterested in elaborating, replied, "If you doubt it, that's your prerogative. Nevertheless, I have already validated it here. Not only did Lin brother rescue me, Zhou Chong, but he also salvaged my entire Zhou family." Hong Ning then directed his attention to Han Changyu, asking, "What about that Si Langjifu? What is his story?" Han Changyu explained, "He is my rival. The headquarters will conduct an executive assessment at the end of the year, as the head of Huagua will be reassigned next year. Consequently, all the executive presidents from various branches are quite envious of this lucrative position." He continued, "The position of head is likely to be selected between Si Langjifu and myself. Our performances are comparable, but as I am a native of Huagua, I hold a geographical advantage, which slightly diminishes his chances of success. So, if you manage to outdo Si Langjifu, you will become the head of TUI International in the Huagua region?" Hong Ning remarked. Han Changyu nodded, essentially, yes. Upon hearing this, both Hong Ning and Zhou Chong were taken aback. The position of the regional head in Huagua far surpasses that of an executive president in Dongguan province. Han Changyu, at the age of 36, had the opportunity to qualify for such a role, truly impressive. One of them had connections, while the other inherited a legacy. In terms of personal capability, they likely did not even amount to half of Han Changyu's prowess. This was the primary reason they willingly referred to him as Brother Han. With a grin, Hong Ning said, "Then what Lin brother mentioned about Yukalin's good fortune must indeed hold some truth." Han Changyu did not respond, tacitly acknowledging the implication. "Well, Brother Han, you truly know how to play. You've even extended your reach internationally, color me impressed." Hong Ning exclaimed dramatically. "Get lost. You two are always so unserious." Han Changyu chided with a laugh, before adopting a serious tone. "To be honest, if Mr. Lin had merely alluded to some misfortune awaiting me, I might have doubted it. However, he precisely identified which ship I would board, when I would set sail, and even mentioned Si Langjifu and that Yukalin. How could I possibly remain skeptical? Yet," he added, "I still find it hard to believe. You shouldn't judge me. It's difficult for anyone to accept." Hong Ning shrugged. Zhou Chong scoffed, "Whether you believe it or not, time will reveal the truth. Didn't T. Lin brother say that the cruise ship, the Poseidon, would encounter a storm in the Valinania Sea? We shall see if it's true when the news breaks." "You seem to be losing your mind," Hong Ning teased. Zhou Chong, lacking patience for further banter, needed to return to address the matter of the batch of red wine. He bid farewell to Hong Ning and left with Han Changyu. In the taxi, the driver jovially remarked, "Young man, what delectable dish are you cooking? It smells divine." "Flower dragon, Australian abalone," Lin Ming replied. The driver's face twitched slightly, thinking, "What a boast. Does he really think I can't recognize the aroma of spicy and sour shredded potatoes? This is quite a joke." Lin Ming was oblivious to the driver's thoughts as he retrieved his phone and dialed Qinjia's number. Just before the call was about to disconnect, Qinjia answered. "Miss Chen, do you have a moment?" Lin Ming inquired with a smile. The formal address caused Qinjia to furrow her brow. "We are divorced now." "I doubt you would appreciate me calling you wife or spouse," Lin Ming jested. "I have no time for idle chatter. Why are you calling?" Qinjia replied curtly. "I've packed some dishes. I figured Xian might not have eaten at home and wanted to invite you to join her for a meal," Lin Ming explained. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I have my own food," Qinjia responded coldly. "Even if not for yourself, think of Xian. She can't cook and will end up hungry at home," Lin Ming urged. Since Qinjia returned to work, Xian had been home alone. The company was not close to the rented apartment, and with Lin Ming absent, it was a helpless situation. As Xian grew older, she had learned to eat at home during lunch, though her meals consisted of leftovers or simple snacks like biscuits. Due to Lin Ming's alcoholism and gambling, which led to significant debts, Qinjia struggled to provide better food for Xian. Fortunately, the elderly couple across the way, Wang Lanmei and her husband, occasionally invited Xian over for meals and helped look after her, which brought Xinjia some relief. At this moment, hearing Lin Ming mention that Xian was home alone, Xinjia hesitated. After a brief contemplation, she said, "You go over now. I won't return. But you are not allowed to hit her again, or I will call the police." Lin Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that his past actions had inflicted a deep psychological scar on the two of them. "If you don't come back, Xian probably won't open the door for me," Lin Ming remarked helplessly. "It's working hours. I'm very busy. How could I possibly return?" Xinjia replied impatiently. "It's fine. I've already spoken to Han Changyu. You just need to come back," Lin Ming said, a conspiratorial smile gracing his lips. President Han. Xinjia's mind conjured the scene she had witnessed in the office that morning, reigniting her curiosity. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through. Assuming it was from a client, she quickly said, "A client is calling. I'll hang up." Upon answering again, she asked, "Hello, who is this?" "Sister-in-law Chen?" "This is Han Changyu," the caller responded. Xinjia perked up. "President Han? Why are you calling me? I heard your niece is home alone. You should take the afternoon off and spend some time with your family. Lin Ming has packed some dishes. Take this opportunity to gather as a family of 3. Han Changyu suggested with a smile. Xinjia felt overwhelmed. "President Han, I have so much work to do. And I've already told Lin Ming, work can wait. The child is important. Trust me, hurry home. Also, do not leave the child alone at home again. She's only 4 and knows nothing. What if something happens? From today onward, you may return whenever necessary." Han Changyu concluded the call abruptly, leaving Xinjia no chance to refuse. Xinjia stood there, dazed, clutching her phone. Did Mr. Han just refer to me as his sister-in-law? Chapter 25. I have truly lost my mind when Lin Ming arrived at the Unju community. It was already 1 p.m. Before he could ascend the stairs, Li Hongyuan called. "Little brother Lin, I just received news from the liquor dealer that the batch of mitai has been sold. Once the payment comes through, I will transfer it to you as usual. Using the same account number, correct? Such a swift sale must be attributed to Shou Chong, right?" Lin Ming inquired. "Indeed, young Master Zhou has informed them. But the main reason is that this type of liquor is in high demand, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. It will undoubtedly sell quickly," Li Hongyuan replied. "All right. Have you arrived? I'm almost there. Good, take care." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ming hung up as he reached the entrance. Coincidentally, Wang Lanmei emerged from across the way to dispose of her garbage. Despite the previous incident, it was evident that Wang Lanmei remained somewhat wary, as if afraid Lin Ming might revert to his former self. "Grandma Wang," Lin Ming greeted with a smile, "you came out at just the right time. I just packed some food from the restaurant. Please take a few of these hairy crabs. I won't go inside. The current seafood prices are exorbitant. Even freshwater crabs cost 50 or 60 yuan, and it's even pricier at restaurants. Why spend that money?" Wang Lanmei complained. Freshwater crabs, which are the leftover catch from seafood vendors, lack roe and have little meat, essentially relying on the weight of seawater. The locals are well aware of this. Wang Lanmei assumed Lin Ming had purchased freshwater crabs. She felt genuinely relieved that Lin Ming had improved, yet his family's circumstances had not changed. Even buying freshwater crabs seemed an extravagant expense. "It's all right, Grandma Wang. I've made some money. You just enjoy the food," Lin Ming reassured her with a smile. Unable to refuse Lin Ming, Wang Lanmei could only carry the 4 crabs back home. However, the weight of the crabs made her suspect that they were not as simple as freshwater crabs. "Xian," Lin Ming called from outside the door. "Dad." Xian rushed to the door. The incident where Lin Xinghua had violently attacked Lin Ming had frightened the little girl, making her hesitant to open the door for him. Lin Ming squatted outside, playfully engaging her until Xinjia appeared and he stood up. "Why did you buy so much again when the previous food has tea even been finished?" Xinjia glared at Lin Ming. "Though we are divorced, we are living better than before. There is no need for your insincere charity." Lin Ming brushed off Xinjia's words, gently responding, "I mean no harm. I was merely concerned that Xian might not be eating well at home, and I wanted to check in on you both. Now you're worried about Xian not getting enough to eat? Where were you before? I went to work when she was not even 3 years old. And you never showed concern then. Now that she is 4 and capable of taking care of herself, you suddenly care? What a tremendous joke." Xinjia scoffed. Lin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of shame, yet he understood that all explanations would be futile. "However, it was indeed rare for you to buy food for Xian. and having done so twice was a notable improvement. Chunjia remarked while opening the door. In the past, when you feigned remorse, you would merely purchase trivial items of little value, and once you retrieved money from home, you would promptly turn hostile. At this point, Chunjia paused. This time, I am genuinely curious to see how long you can maintain this fade. Though her words carried a tone of sarcasm, Lin Ming exhibited an expression of unrestrained joy. To wonder how long he could persist, didn't that imply that Chunjia also harbored a desire for him to remain steadfast? As the security door swung open, Chunjia stepped inside without hesitation. This time, Xian did not retreat. Instead, she turned to Chunjia and inquired, "Mom, aren't we letting Dad in?" Chunjia glanced back, noticing Lin Ming standing outside, seemingly at a loss. This triggered memories of the chaos that Lin Ming would cause upon returning home. She felt genuine fear, afraid that he might seize the 100,000 yuan he had previously delivered. Chunjia did not care about the money. To her, that sum had never truly belonged to her. What she cherished was the fleeting beauty of the present moment. She dreaded that Lin Ming would revert to his former monstrous self once he entered. Those who should come cannot leave. Those who should leave cannot remain. A voice echoed from across the way, belonging to Wang Lanmei. Chunjia trembled, as if drained of all her strength. "Come in." Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly entered the room. With a click, the security door closed, leaving Chunjia at the threshold, observing Lin Ming's every move. The act of closing the door was, in truth, a gamble. She was wagering whether her decision to allow this man into her home was right or wrong. "Xian, have you eaten?" Lin Ming attempted to take Xuan's small hand, only to inadvertently notice the bruises on her arm. At that moment, his heart shattered. I had some biscuits." Xian maintained her distance from Lin Ming. "You surely haven't had enough. Look, Dad has brought you something delicious." Lin Ming opened the takeout boxes, revealing exquisite dishes that emanated delightful aromas, prompting Xian to approach instinctively. After all, she was merely a child. "Daddy, what is this?" Xian asked. "This is a flower dragon. You know this crab, but you probably don't recognize this. However, I am certain you will love it. It's called chocolate pudding, and it's very sweet." Lin Ming spoke with eyes full of affection. He wished to embrace the little girl tightly, even to envelop her within himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of the psychological scars he had left her. He could not afford to rush things, lest he achieve the opposite of his intentions. "Can I have a bite of the chocolate pudding?" Xian asked eagerly. "Of course. It's all for you. Come quickly and eat. The spoon is right here." Lin Ming handed her the equally exquisite spoon. No child can resist the allure of delectable treats, including this little girl who often faced reprimand. She cautiously tasted a morsel, and her wide eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "Delicious. Father did not deceive me. This chocolate pudding is truly exquisite." Seizing the moment, Lin Ming gently patted Xuanyuan's head. Xuanyuan was already lost in the bliss of the food. At the doorway, Chunjia instinctively prepared to intervene. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Ming withdrew his hand and glanced at her. "You haven't eaten either, have you? Come join us." "I am not hungry," Chunjia retorted. The rumbling from her flat stomach made her wish she could disappear into the ground. This wretched belly. Indeed, she had not had lunch, and breakfast consisted of merely a few biscuits. Now, with the aroma wafting through the air, her hunger surged uncontrollably. "I originally purchased these dishes for both of you. Xianyuan cannot finish them. If they are left over, even if they do not spoil, their taste will surely deteriorate," Lin Ming explained. "I do not require any." Chunjia remained resolute. With no other recourse, Lin Ming resorted to his trump card. "All these dishes are from the Tianyang Hotel, the 5-star establishment. Altogether, they amount to over 10,000. If they spoil, wouldn't you feel regret?" "Over 10,000? Chunjia gasped in surprise. She was aware that lobster, crab, and other delicacies were quite expensive, but she never imagined they could reach such a staggering sum. "You spend over 10,000 on one meal? Have you lost your mind?" Chunjia exclaimed angrily. "Yes, I have indeed lost my mind." Lin Ming looked at Chunjia, declaring, "I was once a beast, a madman deserving of Thunder's wrath. Now, I am a madman who loves you both to the core, ready to sacrifice everything for you." Chapter 26. Another blunder. Chunjia stood there in a daze, her mind a blank slate. After a long while, she regained her composure, revealing a hint of self-mockery. "Truly mad, he has indeed lost his sanity. After our divorce, this man has learned the art of sweet talk. Had this been during our university days, I would have been utterly moved by his words. Yet now, I have endured too much. I am no longer that naive student. No matter how charming his words may be, they cannot mend the wounds within my heart. For a fleeting moment, Chen Jia genuinely wished to believe Lin Ming, but reality is, after all, reality. Fixating on the dishes on the table, Chen Jia, in a rebellious spirit, marched over and began to eat. Is it delicious? Lin Ming inquired. It's mediocre, she replied. Delicious, delicious. Both of them exclaimed simultaneously. Xian Yuan chimed in. Daddy, I have never tasted anything so delightful. I am so happy now. Can you buy me more in the future? Xian Yuan, do not talk while eating. Chen Jia admonished. Lin Ming then smiled and said, How about this? Daddy will go buy you a phone, and whenever you wish to eat something, you can call me, and I will bring it to you right away. Moreover, during moments of ennui at home, one might engage in video calls with their father. A mobile phone? Is father truly intending to purchase a phone for Xian Xian? Xian Xian danced with exuberance. How splendid. This way, I can indulge in games at home. Hooray. Father is the best in the world. Yet, within Lin Ming's eyes, a complex emotion stirred, and he silently thought, it must be the worst father indeed. At merely 4 years of age, what need has she for a mobile phone? Chen Jia furrowed her brow. Xian Xian is alone at home, and I genuinely feel uneasy. Surely, you will not permit me to bring her over to live with us. Hence, it seems I must procure a phone for her. So we can stay in touch at any time, Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia huffed but refrained from further commentary. Subsequently, Lin Ming sat quietly by, observing Chen Jia and Xian Xian as they dined. This was a beautiful scene he could scarcely have envisioned even in his dreams after his awakening. Lin Ming truly wished to freeze time at that moment. The occasional chirping of the little girl was, to Lin Ming's ears, the most melodious sound in the world. During this tender interval, a text notification chimed. Lin Ming glanced at his phone. It was a message confirming the arrival of funds for the Fei Tian Mitai. 600 bottles. Each sold for 8,000, totaling 4 million. Yet, for him, no amount of money could rival the warmth of the present moment. After the meal, Xian Xian patted her little belly and retired to her room for a nap. Meanwhile, Chen Jia rummaged through cabinets and ultimately retrieved a plastic bag from the cupboard. Lin Ming observed that it contained the 100,000 cash he had previously given her. What are you up to? Lin Ming inquired. Your demeanor is so conspicuous. Is it not for this money? Chen Jia, while clearing the table, replied, Rest assured, I shall not spend money that I have not earned myself. This 100,000 remains untouched. There is no need for you to continue your charade. Reclaim your former masculinity. The term masculinity was heavily emphasized by Chen Jia. Chen Jia. Lin Ming felt compelled to clarify. He produced the text message regarding the recent deposit and placed it before her. This is money I earned a few days ago. It was deposited today, totaling 4 million. You may verify it. Chen Jia gazed at the string of zeros. The refuse she had been handling slipping from her grasp. Where did you acquire such a sum of money? Chen Jia exclaimed in a flurry. Lin Ming. You may choose to wallow in depravity or lack ambition, but do not disguise your nefarious deeds under the pretense of caring for me and Xian Xian. This is illegal. Consider your parents and Xian Xian's future. If others discover she has a criminal father, how will that reflect upon her? Her future will be marred by your actions, and she will never be able to hold her head high. It is not surprising that Chen Jia harbored such thoughts, even if Lin Ming had not succumbed to despair. It was implausible to amass such wealth in just over a week. Apart from engaging in illicit activities, she could conceive of no other means to earn money so swiftly. I have not engaged in any wrongdoing. All of this wealth was acquired through legitimate means. Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a suitable explanation. Legitimate means? How do you justify your actions? Chen Jia inquired, her voice laced with indignation. My first fortune stemmed from a wager with Li Hongyuan, Lin Ming recounted, seizing the opportunity to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the 4.8 million he had acquired. The more Chen Jia listened, the more incredulous she became, even finding the narrative somewhat ludicrous. However, she was aware of the situation regarding Lin Jiahuan. Tickets to the concert had plummeted to merely 100 yuan, yet no one showed interest, a fact she had encountered online. Additionally, the sudden price surge of Fei Tian Maotai had sent ripples through the company. While these events held little relevance to the common person, the workplace was often rife with intrigue and gossip, ranging from personal matters to international affairs. All seemingly coincidental occurrences appeared to be inevitable. Lin Ming's explanation was founded on rationality, rooted in the events of recent days. Yet, Chen Jia struggled to comprehend why such fortuitous circumstances had favored Lin Ming. Did he possess an extra pair of eyes? Or perhaps an additional pair of ears? Why had she never discerned this talent of his before? Her brows knit in contemplation. All thanks to Qin Xing. Had he not nudged me that day, I would not have realized this ability, Lin Ming intended to continue. Not wishing to conceal his foresight from Qin Jia. Unbeknownst to him, his careless words struck a chord. Qin Jia's expression turned icy. Indeed. You still harbor resentment towards my brother. I do not favor anyone, but I must state that it was you who sought money from my parents that day. And when they refused, you lashed out in anger. Furthermore, you were the one who initiated the confrontation with my brother. He did not intend to harm you. It was merely an accidental push. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Ming attempted to clarify, Qin Jia, I did not mean it that way. However, her patience had waned. The meal is finished. Take your money and leave. Your ability to earn now does not erase your past actions. If you truly have not transgressed, then treat your parents and siblings with kindness. They are good people. As she spoke, Qin Jia forcefully ushered Lin Ming toward the exit, shoving the bag containing 100,000 yuan into his hands. Qin Jia, let me explain. I bear no ill will towards Qin Xing. I am grateful to him. Bang. The security door slammed shut. Standing outside, Lin Ming slapped himself across the face in frustration. At his age, he should have been able to articulate his thoughts better. Yet he had failed to consider Qin Jia's feelings. An opportunity to mend their relationship had been squandered through his own missteps. How infuriating. Chapter 27. Southern New District. Qin Jia, now in a fit of anger, had no intention of reopening the door for him. With no other option, Lin Ming descended the stairs and visited the Huawei flagship store, purchasing a phone for Xian and subsequently acquiring a SIM card under his name. Lin Ming placed both his mobile phone and the SIM card into a bag containing a substantial sum of cash, amounting to 100,000 yuan, and once again arrived at the rental apartment. Qin Jia, I have brought Xian's phone. It's at the doorstep. Don't forget to pick it up. He called out, yet received no response from Qin Jia, leaving him to depart with a sense of disappointment. Approximately 5 minutes after his exit, Qin Jia emerged from the room, instantly recognizing the bag filled with cash. Upon extracting the phone, she noticed it was a lovely shade of pink, Xian's favorite color. Grasping the bag, she turned to head home, unaware that at that very moment, the corners of her mouth had involuntarily curled upward. The following day, September 2nd, marked Han Changyu's visit to the headquarters of the corporation. Lin Ming rose early, refreshed himself briefly, and then dialed Li Honyuan. To his surprise, this time, Li Honyuan did not answer. Not overly concerned, Lin Ming went out for a light breakfast and attempted to call Li Honyuan again. This time, the call was answered, though Li Hongyuan's tone lacked enthusiasm. Li Gu, what s with the morning grumpiness? Lin Ming jested. Ah, don't mention it. If only it were mere morning grumpiness. Li Hongyuan sighed. You must have called because there's good news, right? Unfortunately, I fear I cannot join you this time. My assets have been frozen. Assets frozen? Lin Ming was taken aback. Why? Have you been receiving funds too rapidly? This has nothing to do with that. It's my spouse causing a ruckus. But I can't explain it all right now. Li Hongyuan appeared to be preoccupied with some urgent matter. Domestic affairs, my brother, I am unable to assist. Lin Ming responded, shaking his head. After ending the call, Lin Ming recalled the young master Zhou Chong, who currently idolized him immensely. Given that Zhou Chong had recently incurred a loss of 50 million, he was likely searching for a place to lament his misfortune. Given their differing statuses, Lin Ming anticipated needing Zhou Chong's assistance in the future, and with Li Hongyuan out of luck, now was the perfect moment to lend Zhou Chong a hand. He dialed Zhou Chong's mobile number, and the call connected swiftly. Lin Gu? Zhou Chong responded, his tone one of surprise. He even suspected that Lin Ming had somehow divined who he was with at that moment and what they were discussing. What is the matter? Did you not expect me to call? Lin Ming chuckled. Not at all. We just parted ways yesterday, Zhou Chong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Let us cut to the chase. You lost 50 million yesterday, and I was thinking of helping you recoup some losses, Lin Ming stated directly. On the other end of the line, Zhou Chong's eyes widened dramatically. He glanced at the middle-aged man across from him before exclaiming, as expected of my Lin Gu. You think of me first when there's a chance for fortune. How could I not adore you? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Zhou Chong's flattery clearly lacked sophistication, falling short even of Li Hongyuan's. Do you know of the Purple Gold Mansion? Lin Ming inquired. Are you aware of the real estate development in the southern suburbs of Blue Island City? Zhou Chong nodded. Well, bring the money with you. I will be waiting at the sales office, Lin Ming stated before attempting to end the call. Brother Lin, wait a moment. Zhou Chong exclaimed urgently. I understand that you can help me make money, but may I ask why it is at Zijin Xingfu? The current price of properties there has plummeted to around 20,000, and it appears to be on a downward trajectory, making it one of the least favored developments in all of Blue Island City. It is situated in a remote area where even birds hesitate to relieve themselves. It is said that due to the lack of buyers, the developer nearly faced bankruptcy. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you aren't planning to acquire it, are you?" "You truly have faith in me," Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "You need not concern yourself with the details. Just come over. The amount you can earn this time depends solely on how much you bring today." In the heart of Blue Island City, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Cheng, listening to the busy signal on the phone, reluctantly set it down and looked toward the middle-aged man beside him. This man was Zhou Cheng's father, Zhou Mingli, the current leader of Blue Island City. Typically, Zhou Mingli appeared quite ordinary, lacking any semblance of official authority. Beside him sat an elderly man in his 70s, Zhou Cheng's grandfather, Zhou Wenyan. Zhou Cheng had returned to the Zhou family estate primarily to discuss the matter regarding a batch of wine. Both Zhou Wenyan and Zhou Mingli were not opposed to Zhou Cheng engaging in business, provided he did not exploit their names. This young man indeed showed promise. Although he was not inclined toward politics, he thrived in business, with his wealth nearing a staggering 100 million. While his grandfather's influence certainly played a role, one could not deny Zhou Cheng's efforts. Upon discovering that the batch of wine was counterfeit, both Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan were outraged. They were aware of this batch and had previously mentioned the importance of verifying the wine, but Zhou Cheng had taken it lightly. Given that the foreign supplier had collaborated with Zhou Cheng several times, they had become somewhat indifferent to the situation. No one anticipated that this silent crisis could have brought devastation upon the Zhou family, had it not been for Lin Ming's timely warning. This batch of counterfeit wine could have plunged the Zhou family into irreversible ruin. As Zhou Cheng was reporting to his father and grandfather, Lin Ming's call arrived, offering him a chance to earn money. Out of gratitude and curiosity, Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyan wished to hear what Lin Ming had to say. Thus, as Zhou Cheng hung up the call, Zhou Mingli immediately inquired, "What did he say?" "He mentioned Zijin Xingfu, the development in the southern suburbs, would make me wealthy." Zhou Cheng replied, lost in thought. "But that seems unlikely. Zijin Xingfu is on the verge of being abandoned. The workers there hardly do any work. I have passed by several times and wondered if the developer had lost their senses. What profit could possibly be made from such a project?" Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyi had already been rendered utterly astonished. The southern suburbs were indeed desolate, and the Zijin Xingfu estate was, at present, somewhat deserted, with no one willing to make a purchase. However, just the day before yesterday morning, the provincial government had set a course to attract investment and vigorously develop the southern suburbs, aiming to transform the very essence of the suburbs into a new district. The approval documents had swiftly arrived in the city by the afternoon of the previous day, with almost no dissent. Tomorrow morning, a press conference will be held to prominently publicize this matter in preparation for attracting investment. This means that the currently overlooked Zijin Xingfu estate will, from tomorrow onward, undergo a remarkable transformation into a highly sought-after property. Not only others, but even Zhou Mingli and Zhou Wenyi could envision the scene of throngs queuing to seize a property. The housing prices would undoubtedly skyrocket. Yet, this matter was kept under strict confidentiality. The provincial government had firmly stated that no information should leak, or one would bear the consequences. How did Lin Ming come to know about this? Could it be, as Zhou Cheng suggested, that he had divined it through fortune-telling? Chapter 28. She poured me a glass of water in the southern suburbs of Blue Island City, within the Zijin Xingfu estate. Lin Ming sat on the sofa in the sales office, observing the several real estate agents who were engrossed in their phones, seemingly indifferent to his presence. And he quietly shook his head. It was indeed not their fault. The spacious sales office exuded an air of sophistication, yet, apart from the few agents, there was hardly a soul in sight. There had been visitors in the past, and the sales office had hosted events, with the agents previously displaying boundless enthusiasm. However, upon witnessing the location of the estate, most had fled as if escaping a disaster. The remaining few were merely unable to turn down the agent's small gifts, stating they would discuss it with their families at home, only to never return. Those still remaining in the office were either compelled by circumstance or simply passing the time. Those with any ambition had long since departed to other popular properties. As the clock approached 10, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the sales office. Zhou Cheng had arrived. Although he drove a modest vehicle, the real estate agents merely lifted their eyelids, still unwilling to acknowledge him. In their eyes, the wealthier one appeared. the less likely they would consider purchasing a property here. A receptionist, however, noticing Lin Ming had been seated for nearly half an hour, felt it was impolite to neglect him and decided to pour him a glass of water. Brother Lin, Shou Chong waved at Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded and jested. It seems you still have some funds at your disposal. You haven't sold off your car. Brother Lin, you underestimate your younger brother, whether in life or in work. I have always preferred to leave myself an avenue of escape. Even after losing that 50 million in fine wine, I wouldn't resort to selling my car, would I? Zhou Chong replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned to the matter at hand. Chong, how much money have you brought? Lin Ming inquired. Brother Lin, let us not discuss money for the moment. Zhou Chong waved his hand dismissively. Look at this sales office. There isn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. And those salespeople, they seem utterly devoid of spirit. Why would anyone want to buy a house here? I already held a poor opinion of this development. And coupled with the sales staff's attitude, it naturally incited my ire. His voice was loud enough for the sales staff to hear. How do you speak? One male salesperson retorted. What? Are you unsatisfied? Would you like to step outside and settle this? Zhou Chong let out a cold laugh. Which common citizen purchasing a home isn't spending a lifetime savings? To part with 1 or 2 million only to be subject to your expressions. It's no wonder not a single person is here with such an attitude. It would be miraculous if you sold anything. The male salesperson grew flushed but found himself at a loss for words. All right, I brought you here to earn money. Not to argue, Lin Ming interjected helplessly. You yourself said there isn't even a ghost here. Whom are they to entertain? Am I not a person? Brother Lin, are you not a person? You called me at 9 o'clock. You must have been here for quite some time. After waiting so long. Not even a glass of water has been offered. What are the people at this sales office doing? Zhou Chong lifted his chin defiantly. Just then, the receptionist approached with 2 glasses of water. Upon hearing Zhou Chong's words, her rather lovely face trembled slightly, nearly causing her to trip over her own high heels. Isn't this water? She murmured. You should speak less. It's not easy for anyone. Lin Ming took a glass of water. Zhou Chong snorted coldly, but refrained from further comment. His temper was quite volatile, a fact Lin Ming had noted during their first meeting. Had it not been for Lin Ming's presence, Zhou Chong likely would have unleashed a tirade at the mere words of that male salesperson. Seeing Zhou Chong's demeanor, the receptionist intended to leave after setting down the water. However, Lin Ming called out, Please wait. Sir, do you need anything else? The receptionist asked, a hint of fear in her voice. This man, appearing quite handsome, surely wasn't a wolf in sheep's clothing, was he? Seemingly amiable yet harboring ulterior motives? Can you sign contracts? Lin Ming inquired. The receptionist paused, then exclaimed joyfully, Well, I'm not a salesperson, but if you wish to purchase a home, I can help you find one. That's unnecessary. You will do just fine. Lin Ming replied with a warm smile. Trust me, you are capable. Pei Shui had just graduated from university and had recently entered the workforce. Lacking the seasoned experience of the salespeople, hence her duties revolved around pouring water and wiping tables. She felt a flicker of warmth in her heart at such unexpected praise. Brother Lin, you aren't planning to flirt with her, are you? Zhou Chong exclaimed. What nonsense! Lin Ming replied, his expression darkening. Let us avoid such trivialities. Just tell me if you wish to join me. If so, disclose how much you are willing to invest. Let us not waste any time. Zhou Chong, suddenly deflated, answered obediently, 5 million. Lin Ming smiled faintly, realizing that this fellow indeed lacked substantial assets. He then turned his gaze towards Pei Shui, the receptionist. What is the current price per square meter? He inquired. It seems to be 180,000, though I'm not entirely sure about the specifics regarding the floors and building numbers. Pei Shui appeared somewhat anxious. In that case, since we intend to purchase a significant quantity, please summon the manager, Lin Ming instructed. All right, I'll do that right away. Pei Shui replied, hastily seeking out the manager. Lin Ge, are you truly considering buying property here? Zhou Chong asked, his brow furrowed. He was uncertain, as neither Zhou Mingli nor Zhou Wenian had informed him about the new development, leading to his hesitation. I have no intention of purchasing. I merely plan to use the property here for transit, Lin Ming replied with a mysterious smile. He briefly shared his plan with Shou Chong in hushed tones. And Shou Chong did not press further. He was not one to waver. Having brought the funds, he would simply follow Lin Ji's lead. Before long, the manager approached, accompanied by Pei Shui, a keen-looking man. Good day, gentlemen. I am Wang Xingyong, the sales manager of Zijin Xingfu. Greetings, Manager Wang, Lin Ming said. shaking his hand before getting straight to the point. We intend to purchase over 100 units at a rate of 16,000 per square meter. Can you negotiate the price? In truth, the price per square meter was inconsequential to Lin Ming, as he did not genuinely intend to buy the property. He was merely going through the motions of negotiation. Unbeknownst to him, his words left Wang Xingyong utterly astonished. Over 100 units? Pei Shui's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The salespeople who had been engrossed in their phones perked up with interest. The previously skeptical male salesperson exclaimed, 100 units? Did I mishear you, or did you misspeak? Your voice is quite unpleasant. Could you please keep quiet? Zhou Chang's expression turned icy. Wang Xingyong, regaining his composure, shot a glare at the male salesperson before addressing Lin Ming. Sir, are you serious? If the price is agreeable, you may proceed to draft the contract. However, the commission must be credited to her, he said, gesturing towards Pei Shui. Sir, you may not be aware, but Pei Shui is not a salesperson. Wang Xingyong attempted to clarify. Lin Ming, however, interrupted. Her status as a salesperson is irrelevant to me. I only recognize her. Why is that? Wang Xingyong instinctively inquired. Lin Ming smiled slightly, because she just poured me a glass of water. As they followed Wang Xingyong to prepare the contract, Pei Shui felt as though she were in a dream. Her mind was consumed with the phrase, because she just poured me a glass of water. Sometimes, a single sentence or a small gesture can profoundly impact a person's life. From that moment on, Pei Shui resolved to approach everything she undertook with diligence and unwavering dedication. She finally grasped the notion that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Xingyong and Pei Shui returned, carrying a stack of contracts. At a price of 16,000 per square meter, there is no need for excessive discourse. The current situation at Zijin Shinfu indicates that the developer's bottom line is actually around 12 to 13,000, given that the land was acquired at a favorable rate. Frankly speaking, one would be hard-pressed to find any community in Blue Island City priced at 12 to 13,000, including the older neighborhoods. Even so, the developer still stands to profit. Observing Lin Ming and Zhou Chong sign the contract, Wang Xingyong harbored thoughts akin to those of ticket seller Lu Wenquan. Two wealthy fools. Of course, he would soon come to experience the same seething frustration that Lu Wenquan felt. Today's signing was merely a deposit contract, with a 5,000 deposit per unit, non-refundable in case of breach. According to Lin Ming, the down payment would be gathered within a month. This revelation left Wang Xingyong exhilarated, for properties like Zijin Shinfu typically require a deposit of 1 to 2,000. The market in Blue Island City is similarly structured. Only the most prestigious communities and villas demand deposits exceeding 100,000. The fact that Lin Ming and Zhou Chong proposed a deposit of 5,000 per unit speaks volumes about their earnestness. With swift strokes, they finalized the arrangement, Lin Ming at 4.8 million for 96 units, and Zhou Chong at 5 million for exactly 100 units. They selected only the finest buildings and floors, with sizes ranging from 120 to 140 square meters, as such dimensions are most marketable. The entire project is planned to encompass 200 residential units, of which fewer than 100 had been sold prior. Thus, Lin Ming and Zhou Chong collectively accounted for 1/6 of the inventory. A harmonious collaboration. Once all contracts were duly signed, Wang Xingyong, brimming with excitement, extended his hand once more. This period had been excessively trying. With nearly 10 million now accounted for, he felt compelled to celebrate with a drink tonight and perhaps seek some company. A pleasant collaboration indeed. After a handshake, Lin Ming remarked, Manager Wang, since the contracts are signed, we shall take our leave. Drive safely, gentlemen, Wang Xingyong replied, his face alight with joy. Just then, Pei Shui dashed over from behind, exclaiming, Thank you for your mentorship, Mr. Lin. May I add you on WeChat? Should you have any queries regarding the properties, feel free to ask me. As she concluded, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushed, and she nearly retracted her head into her neck. Although she was new to the workforce, she was not entirely naive. Wang Xingyong had subtly hinted about commissions when handing her the contract. Pei Shui was not entirely averse, for Lin Ming was undeniably handsome, wealthy, and insistent on her role as the intermediary, constantly reminding Wang Xingyong that the commissions belonged to her. To anyone observing, this was quite telling. Pei Shui held a confident view of her appearance, and given all these factors, she believed Lin Ming would indeed add her on WeChat. However, Lin Ming merely smiled and replied, Let us forego the WeChat. Focus on your work, and you will surely attain the life you desire. Pei Shui stood frozen in place. What does this mean? Is this a rejection? Mr. Lin. Lin Ming interrupted. I am already married, with a wife and children whom I love dearly. And they love me in return. Pei Shui was immediately rendered speechless. Little girl, I was merely joking before, don't overthink it. Brother Lin's wife is quite beautiful, haha. Zhou Chong laughed heartily as he walked outside with Lin Ming. Once they departed, several salespeople rushed over to Pei Shui. Shui, you've truly struck gold this time. Nearly 200 property owners. If you earn 10,000 from each, that's 2 million. Oh dear, why am I not so fortunate? What a pity that Mr. Lin didn't add you on WeChat. Otherwise, you'd be living lavishly in the future. So what if his wife is beautiful? Eventually, the novelty wears off. Indeed, if all else fails, Xiao Shui could always be a mistress. The group surrounded Pei Shui, appearing envious, yet their words dripped with jealousy. I must thank the few seniors for their keen observations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Pei Shui was not someone to be easily pushed around. She smiled and said, as for treating, let's skip it. I don't have time tonight, maybe in the future, depending on my mood. The salespeople were left grinding their teeth in frustration, unable to do anything to her. After leaving the sales office, Zhou Chong refrained from discussing real estate further. Instead, he said, Brother Lin, I want to comment on your past, but you're quite wealthy now. At least you should get a car, right? I'm not talking about anything extravagant. A 5 Series or a 6 Series will do. It's just a matter of a few $100,000. Not having a car is simply inconvenient. Lin Ming nodded, realizing he indeed should buy a car. Otherwise, he would always need to take a taxi, which wasted precious time. Do you have any friends selling cars? Not really, but I can inquire on your behalf. Zhou Chong scratched his head. Let us discuss it later, Lin Ming replied. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride, Zhou Chong offered. Lin Ming originally intended to return to his apartment when, coincidentally, a WeChat notification chimed. Someone added him as a friend. He thought it was Pei Shui again and ignored it. However, shortly after, Chen Jia called. Xian added you on WeChat. She is practically in tears from impatience. Hurry and add her. After hanging up, Lin Ming quickly opened WeChat and accepted the request. The nickname was a system-generated one, but the profile picture was of Xian. Presumably aware that Lin Ming had accepted, a video call came through once more. Let us head to Anju Community, Lin Ming decided on a whim, turning to Zhou Chong as he got into the car. He chuckled though. Who is this little princess? Let me guess who you are. Stinky Dad, you know it's Xian. Why pretend otherwise? Xian replied, resembling a little adult, leaving Lin Ming at a loss for words. Dad, I yearn for a sumptuous feast, pouted Xian, her little mouth forming a pitiful expression. Lin Ming had indulged her twice, causing her to nearly forget past grievances, her heart solely set on coaxing her father into treating her to delectable delights. Just as Lin Ming was about to inquire if her mother was home, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette darting past behind Xian. With a self-deprecating smile, he chided himself for being so flustered. If Chen Jia were indeed absent, how could she assist Xian in adding him as a friend? As it happened, mealtime was upon them, and Lin Ming declared, Xian, wait at home for Daddy. I shall fetch you a grand meal. Hooray, hooray. Daddy is the best. Xian immediately cheered with delight. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming added, Xian, why not ask your mother if she has to work later? Xian promptly shouted a few times into the video call. Before long, she turned back, Mommy isn't speaking. All right, Daddy understands, Lin Ming replied, disconnecting the call with a smile. He knew Chen Jia well. If she truly wished to avoid him, she would have certainly mentioned needing to go to work. Chapter 30. Progress indeed. I have never encountered a man of your caliber, Brother Lin. You have a beautiful woman at your doorstep, and yet you seem more elated by a video call from your daughter. Observing Lin Ming ending the call, Zhou Chong sincerely remarked, in comparison, Brother Hanpales, he is playing abroad now. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have doubted his return this time. You don't understand. I owe so much to those two. As long as they are happy, I would do anything for them, Lin Ming mused, rubbing his brow. Brother Lin, are you buying treats for Xian? I know of a fine Western restaurant renowned for its steaks. Shall we get something from there? Zhou Chong suggested. That sounds good. They have fries, right? Xian adores fries. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, I am a regular there, even if they don't have it. I can persuade them to prepare some for us, Zhou Chong chuckled heartily. The Western restaurant, Zhou Chong mentioned, and Lin Ming was well aware of its esteemed reputation. Considered one of the more upscale dining establishments in Blue Island City. However, the cost was considerable, with an average expenditure exceeding 1,000 per person, for two. One might expect to spend 3 to 4,000 to satiate their hunger. It would be inaccurate to label the restaurant as expensive. Rather, dining at such a place was not merely about the food, but rather indulging in the ambience and savoring the atmosphere. Zhou Cheng did not allow Lin Ming to exit the vehicle. Instead, he went inside to acquire 3 portions of steak, a large box of fries, and several exquisitely packaged desserts. Lin Ming, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted this, as their acquaintance was not a fleeting one. He could always reciprocate in the future. After dropping Lin Ming off at the Unju community, Zhou Cheng politely declined Lin Ming's invitation to join him, driving away. Watching the vanishing silhouette of the large vehicle, Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. He too was merely an ordinary man, fond of luxurious watches, extravagant cars, and spacious villas. Such aspirations were the dreams of the common man. Just because Lin Ming now possessed the means to earn did not mean he was devoid of vanity. In contrast, Lin Ming now finds that if he wishes to boast about anything, he must surely include Qin Xia and Xian Xian in his celebrations. Without their presence, life would remain forever incomplete. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ming tapped on the security door. Dad, it's Dad. Dad has brought me delicious treats. Xian Xian rushed over eagerly, flinging open the door. My dear daughter, have you missed your father? Lin Ming chuckled heartily. Yes, yes. I've missed you to death, Dad. Xian Xian nodded vigorously, her eyes fixated intently on the items in Lin Ming's hands. You little rascal, do you miss your father or the tasty food? Lin Ming remarked with a hint of exasperation. Both. Xian Xian replied cheerfully. Lin Ming's laughter grew even more robust. Xian Xian, from now on, when you're home alone, you must never open the door for strangers, understand? What if it's not Dad at the door, but a bad person? I know. I'm not a silly goose. I want to eat something delicious. Dad, hurry and show me. Under Xian Xian's persistent urging, Lin Ming revealed the steak, fries, and other delights. The little girl squealed with joy and began to devour her food, mumbling incoherently about how delicious it was. At that moment, Qin Jia walked in from the balcony. Her gaze fell upon the takeout box with Lu Yu emblazoned on it, and she frowned. Why must you buy steak from Lu Yu? It's so expensive. You could have gotten it elsewhere. Lin Ming remained silent, his lips pressed together. What's going on today? Why the silence? Is it that you can no longer hold your ground? Qin Jia inquired with mild surprise. Lin Ming offered a sheepish smile. I just remembered the last time I misspoke, and I was worried about upsetting you again, so I thought it best to keep quiet. As Qin Jia turned to fetch a water bottle for Xian Xian, her previously crimson lips curled into a smile once more. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and the bruises on Qin Jia's face had nearly vanished. It was undeniable that, without the bruises, even without makeup, she was extraordinarily beautiful. In such moments, Lin Ming often cursed himself for not cherishing such a lovely and virtuous wife in the past. When Qin Jia turned back, however, the smile had faded from her lips once again. She handed the adorable cartoon water bottle to Xian Xian. Eat slowly. Steak is tough to chew, so be careful not to choke. You should eat too. I packed 3 portions, Lin Ming offered. It seems you haven't had dinner either? Qin Jia shot him a sidelong glance, then opened one of the portions, placing it before Lin Ming. She opened the last portion for herself, remaining silent as she began to eat. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. Lin Ming was unsure of Qin Jia's thoughts, yet he felt profoundly happy. After a while, he suddenly said, in just over a week, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to send some mooncakes to my parents. Only then did Qin Jia respond. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. You haven't returned in several years, and it has always been your uncle and aunt who come to see you. They are getting older, and it's not easy for them to travel. We cannot keep making them come. Also, considering the last incident, it is only right that we visit them. They're your parents too, Lin Ming remarked. Qin Jia reflexively glanced at Lin Ming, but upon meeting his gaze, she hastily diverted her flustered eyes to the steak before her. I owe not only you and your mother, but also the entire Qin family. I still remember the words your parents spoke on the day of our wedding. They did not ask for my success, only that I provide you with a stable home. Lin Ming endeavored to steady his emotions. They have never looked down upon me. Even during my failures and moments of despair, they supported me immensely. Even drawing from their retirement funds, I feel unworthy of them and lack the courage to face them, yet I cannot continue to hide. I must allow them to see who I am today and understand that their expectations for me have not been in vain. Qin Jia's shoulders trembled, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. For the past few years, she had longed for Lin Ming to speak such words of hope. But why did he wait until after their divorce to express them? Lin Ming, oblivious to Qin Jia's distress, continued, now that we are divorced, I fear that an unexpected visit might upset your parents, and you know how impatient Qinshen can be. Xinjia swallowed the bite of steak in her mouth. The ones you should visit first are your parents. Do you understand? I grasp your sentiment. But you must also recognize that the way I feel about your parents mirrors how I currently feel about mine, Lin Ming replied. Are you finished eating? If so, please return. Xinjia issued a dismissive decree. A sudden panic gripped Lin Ming. I can leave, but regarding what I just mentioned, your legs are your own. How can I dictate your actions? Just like yesterday, Xinjia pushed him out once more, yet this time, Lin Ming wore a face of sheer delight. Could this be considered progress? Xian, you little rascal, all you do is eat. Your mother shooed me away, and you didn't even care. I'm heartbroken. He called out, cheerfully descending the stairs. Chapter 31. The press conference and previous visits, he was not even allowed entry. The last time he managed to get in. This time he had enjoyed lunch and lingered for over an hour. Lin Ming felt he had made significant strides on the path to reconciliation. All the grievances had been borne by Xinjia. Now, he would let her vent them onto him. On the way back to the apartment, Lin Ming casually called Zhou Chong, requesting him to procure some exquisite, delicious mooncakes with appealing packaging. While the mooncakes available on the market were undoubtedly fine for Lin Ming, this visit to the Qin family held greater significance than his first encounter with the elder couple. In addition to the mooncakes, Lin Ming asked Zhou Chong to arrange for a few bottles of Maodai and other gifts. The price was inconsequential, as long as the quality was satisfactory and of high caliber. He quietly regretted not having saved a few bottles of Maodai earlier, knowing he would need to spend more now. Zhou family courtyard. Zhou Mingli was not present. As Zhou Chong gazed at the disconnected call, the elder Zhou remarked, He truly regards my eldest grandson as a servant. Grandfather, it's not as serious as you suggest. I have my channels, and it's quite normal for him to seek my assistance, Zhou Chong quickly defended Lin Ming. Naturally, Zhou Wenyan was not a petty-minded individual. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current status in Donglan province. Did you visit the Zijin Shenfu this morning? Acquired several properties? I recall that your funds should be rather limited, Zhou Wenyan inquired. Indeed, I only brought along 5 million, but Lin Ji's intention wasn't to purchase properties. We merely signed a deposit contract, 5,000 per unit. I secured 100 units while he acquired 96. Zhou Chong candidly recounted the details of the contract. Zhou Wenyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he muttered, He is indeed quite remarkable. Grandfather, what are you mumbling about? Zhou Chong asked, puzzled. I truly cannot comprehend Lin Ge. He is so enigmatic and does not reveal his true intentions. What if he genuinely expects me to buy these 100 units? Where would I procure such funds? He is aware of your financial capacity and would not place such a burden upon you, Zhou Wenyan reassured him, rising to pat Zhou Chong on the shoulder as he strolled into the room. You have performed admirably this time. In the future, take heed of Lin Ming's advice. If the opportunity arises, it would be best to introduce him to me. Zhou Chong stood in astonishment. Heed Lin Ming's counsel? Introduce him to grandfather? This is truly an eye-opener. After living for over 20 years, it was the first time Zhou Chong witnessed his grandfather express such admiration for another individual. Later that evening, Xian initiated a video call with Lin Ming, yearning for a sumptuous meal. However, before Lin Ming could acquiesce, Xinjia sternly intervened. Her stance was clear. She would prepare a meal for Xian and insisted that she should not indulge excessively at night to avoid indigestion. Lin Ming found himself helpless. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to visit the mother and daughter duo, and now he longed to be with Qianjia and Xian at all times. The little girl, albeit slightly disappointed, still managed to converse with Lin Ming for a while before reluctantly ending the video call. Perhaps, in her heart, she believed that their current life was indeed filled with happiness. That night, Lin Ming dreamed of Qianjia rekindling her affections, and he found himself surrounded by immense wealth. The three of them traveled the world together, and the sense of fulfillment was so profound that it seemed to overflow from his dreams. On September 3rd, at 9 in the morning, a press conference was held in Blue Island City, emphasizing the intention to develop the southern area into a new district. Concurrently, they officially commenced efforts to attract investments. The discourse was extensive, primarily focusing on the planning and development of the new district, as well as the favorable policies extended to enterprises that would establish themselves there. Anyone who watched the news would discern that the area, once deemed a remote wasteland, was on the cusp of flourishing. At Old Yang's breakfast shop, Old Yang has been working here for nearly 20 years, and the prices of various breakfasts remain unchanged from those of yesteryears. Thus, even at this hour, there are still numerous patrons enjoying their morning meals. The old television is broadcasting the news. Development in the southern suburbs? TSK, TISK. Judging by the intensity of the promotion, the investment must be considerable. It is a pity that we lack industries in the suburbs. Otherwise, we could have profited immensely. Just through the relocation, we could become quite wealthy. Old Sheen. Don't speak as if you have industries elsewhere, someone quips. Haha, incisive. Speaking of which, there is a real estate project in the suburbs. What was it called? Zijin something? Zijin Shinfu. Yes, indeed, Zijin Shinfu. That place should also rise in value, right? Not merely rise. Haven't you seen the planning map? Zijin Shinfu is situated at the heart of the new district. Once the development is completed, it will become a prime location. Nonsense, that's just a name. Regardless, I must hurry to secure a property for my son. A chorus of discussions fills the air, and Lin Ming can't help but chuckle. In the end, it is these simple folk who are the most endearing. It's improbable, after all, this is a new district development, not a commercial area. Commerce is merely a part of it. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Zijin Shinfu will become the most prestigious community in the new district. As the saying goes today, you may disregard me. Tomorrow, I shall be beyond your reach. I suspect that's precisely what those high-rise residents of Zijin Shinfu are currently thinking. Suddenly, Lin Ming's phone rings, and a smile graces his face. One could guess with one's toes who might be calling. Is there something you need? Lin Ming inquires cheerfully. Not just something, it's monumental. Zhou Chong exclaims, brimming with excitement. Brother Lin, did you already predict that the new district would be developed? Is that why you took me to sign the deposit contract? You're incredible, Brother Lin, simply amazing. After watching the news, Zhou Chong finally comprehends why his father had remarked yesterday that he had done well and advised him to heed Lin Ming's counsel. Clearly, both his father and the elder had been privy to this information long before, yet they had not disclosed it to him. Why all the commotion? Are you afraid others want to know you're about to strike it rich? Lin Ming retorts. How can I not be happy? We currently possess nearly 200 properties. Zhou Chong can barely contain his excitement. I've heard that the price of Zijin Shinfu will at least double if we sell all these properties. Stop dreaming. Do you have enough money to purchase all those properties? Lin Ming douses his enthusiasm with cold water. Zhou Chong instantly sobers, lamenting, that's true, even at 16,000 per square meter, our properties. Don't calculate any further. It's disheartening. I've told you before, we're not genuinely buying properties. We're merely using these properties for turnover. Do you understand now? Lin Ming clarifies. I understand. Regardless, Brother Lin, you are indeed remarkable. Zhou Chong responds. Currently, the influx of individuals purchasing properties at the Zijin Shinfu is overwhelming, as we have meticulously selected only the finest buildings and floors, which undoubtedly serves as our advantage. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and added, however, 200 units do seem rather excessive. We cannot persist in hawking our offerings at the sales office. Whether potential buyers will trust us is uncertain, and we risk inciting disapproval from the sales staff. I grasped Lin Ji's sentiment. It was evident that numerous speculative investors were setting their sights on Zijin Shinfu. I decided to investigate whether anyone would be willing to take over our 200 units. Zhou Chong, ever astute, quickly understood my intentions. After concluding the call, Lin Ming took a sip of water. Once he had wrapped up matters regarding the properties, he would delve into stock market affairs. Indeed, life is quite fulfilling. Chapter 32. We are willing to compensate for breach of contract. Zijin Shinfu. The once desolate sales office was now bustling with activity. Over 20 sales representatives had been temporarily assigned, and they were engrossed in signing contracts, scarcely finding a moment to sip water. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyang stood by the window, gazing at the crowd outside, which had formed a line stretching several hundred meters. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his emotions swirling in complexity and contradiction. It was neither entirely good nor entirely bad. At 10:30 a.m., an hour and a half had passed since the press conference commenced. Just after the conclusion of the event, a call arrived from the board of directors with a clear message: price increases. The lowest price per square meter would be 60,000, while the highest would reach 90,000. Such figures would be considered relatively high within the entirety of the Blue Island city. This extraordinary surge, multiplying 5 or 6 times, did not surprise Wang Xingyang, for he understood what Zijin Shinfu represented. It was the most coveted property in the entire southern New District. Purchasing a home here would confer unparalleled convenience in the future, with essential amenities such as schools, hospitals, and large supermarkets being constructed in proximity to Zijin Shinfu. Once these developments come to fruition, The property prices at Zijin Xingfu would undoubtedly escalate once more, although it may not be a top-tier community. Its uniqueness within the new district could very well propel it to the pinnacle of property prices in Blue Island City, excluding the villa area. At this moment, every individual queuing here has foreseen the boundless potential and promising future of Zijin Xingfu, which is why they exhibit such patience. Wang Xingyong was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. An increasing number of people would arrive, and speculative investors would undoubtedly join the fray. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to reflect the true value of Zijin Xingfu, the official lottery stage would commence in the afternoon. Unless one had connections with the sales office, only those who secured a number would qualify to purchase property here. This decision was not made impulsively by the board. Rather, it was a recognition that Zijin Xingfu was no longer in need of sales efforts, even with approximately 900 units still available. Wang Xingyong felt a sense of satisfaction at this realization. What truly vexed him were the two individuals who had purchased nearly 200 units in one fell swoop yesterday. At that moment, Wang Xingyong perceived them as utter fools. Now, however, he realized that he was the true simpleton, an absolute fool. Those two had chosen the finest units, the most desirable floors, and the most marketable square footage. Based on today's property prices, even if we average it out to 80,000 per square meter, the Zijin Xingfu project would incur a staggering loss of at least 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. What does that even signify? Had those 200 units remained unsold? That 1.5 billion would have constituted the group's pure profit. Wang Xingyong would have soared to the upper echelons of the corporation, achieving financial independence at last. But now, he genuinely dreaded reporting this situation to the board of directors. Initially, he had planned to wait until Lin Ming and Zhou Chong had made their down payments before presenting it to headquarters, intending to surprise the board. Who could have anticipated that, in the span of a single night, this surprise would transform into sheer terror? Wang Xingyong could vividly envision the board's furious reaction upon learning of this matter. It was clearly not his fault. The properties were selling remarkably well, so why did he feel an overwhelming urge to weep? Manager Wang, the assistant, had been standing behind him all along. Observing him smoke one cigarette after another, she could no longer hold her tongue. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This matter will inevitably come to light. Rather than prolonging the agony, it would be wiser to report it now while the higher-ups are in good spirits." "You're right. I don't wish to delay any longer. For I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight," Wang Xingyong replied, having made up his mind. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number saved under the name of General Manager Ching. "Is this Xiaowang?" General Manager Ching replied, sounding remarkably at ease. "Are you intending to report on the Zijin Xingfu project?" "The finance department has just completed a financial assessment, and due to provincial policies, Zijin Xingfu is projected to yield nearly 10 billion in profits for us, a rarity in the national real estate market. Just await your promotion, huh?" Wang Xingyong could sense the exuberance in General Manager Cheng's tone. Otherwise, he would hardly share such sentiments with a mere sales manager from a small property department. Little did he know that the more jubilant Cheng became, the more it pierced Wang Xingyong's heart. "Why the silence? Are you too excited?" General Manager Cheng jested. With a steely resolve, Wang Xingyong gritted his teeth and replied, "General Manager, there is something I must discuss with you. Yesterday, two individuals visited the sales office and purchased 196 units, each priced at 16,000 per square meter. At the other end of the line, an instant silence ensued. In the office, one could hear a pin drop. Cold sweat began to beat on Wang Xingyong's forehead, while his assistant's legs trembled. They had braced themselves for the impending storm, yet when it truly arrived, they found they had overestimated their own fortitude. 196 units at 16,000 per square meter? After a prolonged silence, the voice of General Ching finally resonated once more, yet it bore no resemblance to the previous warmth. Instead, it was stifling, rendering Wang Xingyong breathless. "Yes, indeed. How large is the area?" General Ching inquired. "Between 120 to 140 square meters," Wang Xingyong confessed, unable to conceal the truth. "What are the building number and floor?" General Cheng pressed on. It was evident that he was a senior executive of the group. Despite already calculating the potential losses from the 196 properties, he remained composed and posed pointed questions. "All of them are the finest building numbers and floors. 80% are prime locations." Wang Xingyong's heart sank completely. Silence enveloped the line once more. "General Cheng?" Wang Xingyong tentatively called out. Suddenly, a frantic roar erupted from the other end. "Why did you not report such a significant matter to headquarters immediately yesterday?" Wang Xingyong's scalp prickled, nearly sending his spirit into a tailspin. "General Cheng, I hadn't anticipated this. Yesterday, we merely signed a deposit contract. I intended to surprise you once they paid the full down payment or balance. But who could have foreseen such a sudden turn of events? At this point, Wang Xingyong was genuinely in tears. The staggering sum of 1.5 billion yuan weighed heavily upon him, making him obsessively count it day after day for months. How could General Qing not be furious at such a colossal loss? Wang Xingyong, you are finished. With that final statement, the line went dead. Damn it! Wang Xingyong roared to the heavens, collapsing weakly onto the sofa. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash his phone but restrained himself, knowing that General Cheng might call again. Indeed, half an hour later, his phone rang. It was General Cheng. You just mentioned what kind of contract you signed yesterday? A deposit contract, Wang Xingyong replied. What is the penalty for breach? 3 times the deposit. Is it limited to the deposit? Yes, only the deposit. Immediately call the other party and inform them that we are willing to pay the penalty. Wang Xingyong stood frozen for a moment. Then his eyes brightened with realization. Chapter 33. Everything under control at noon. Lin Ming found a clean little restaurant, ordered a few simple dishes to go, and then took a taxi toward the Anju community. The young girl had been eating well these past few days. However, given her tender age, it was essential not to indulge her with rich foods constantly. This was a lesson Lin Ming had learned. Once this batch of property contracts was finalized, he planned to transfer some funds to Lin Ku and Lin Chu. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Lin Ming devised a plan. At the very least, he needed to return the dowry and bridal money that had been deceitfully taken from them, ensuring they could enjoy better food and clothing. The old Lin family was currently destitute, with Lin Ku and Lin Chu working in the county, while Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan tended to their meager crops and vegetables. Originally, the earnings were meager, and with daily expenses looming, the prospect of accumulating the necessary dowry and bridal gifts in a short span seemed insurmountable. There were frequent suggestions that Lin Chu, possessing beauty, could demand a greater sum for her dowry from her future son-in-law, with the intention of using those funds for Lin Ku to marry as well. Such a notion, however, was profoundly unjust to their daughter, provoking a sense of aversion in Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan. Having spent their lives in agriculture, their natures were simple and their thoughts traditional. Yet, this did not equate to a preference for sons over daughters. Lin Xinghua had remarked that the Lin family boasted 2 sons, but only 1 daughter. When the time came for her to wed, he was determined to do everything within his power to ensure Lin Chu's marriage was splendid. Perhaps it was this very sentiment that had hindered Lin Chu from marrying thus far, while Lin Ku remained without a bride. Lin Ming, now 30 years old and the eldest at home, reflected on these matters with a growing sense of guilt. He had not fulfilled the responsibilities of an elder brother, and instead, he had nearly derailed their lives. Indeed, he had already done so once. Yet, there still lingered a chance for redemption. Soon, they arrived at the Anju community. While en route, Lin Ming had sent Chen Jia a WeChat message containing a photo of takeout. Awkwardly, she had not replied. With no other option, he called her as he ascended the stairs. What is it? Chen Jia inquired. She seemed less impatient this time, almost tinged with anticipation, though Lin Ming failed to perceive it. I sent you something, he began, only for her to interject. I'm busy. I don't have time to check. Lin Ming chuckled softly. I never mentioned what I sent. Why the rush to respond? What if it was a delivery? Chen Jia paused, flustered. I was just guessing. Lin Ming burst into laughter. He was now quite certain that Chen Jia had indeed viewed his WeChat message, but chose not to respond. What are you laughing at? Be careful not to lose your teeth. Chen Jia retorted with a playful huff. The noticeable increase in her banter suggested a return to the playful exchanges they once shared during the early days of their romance. You've never been one to curse. Even when angry, you remain charming, Lin Ming remarked. Chen Jia found herself unaccustomed to such unexpected tenderness, as the experiences of the past few years left her feeling uneasy. Xian is at home. She probably hasn't eaten. When you arrive, she'll open the door for you, she stated before hanging up. Lin Ming was filled with joy. This indicated that Chen Jia had informed Xian that she could now open the door for her father. At that moment, he felt they had truly taken a significant step forward. At the very least, Chen Jia no longer resisted his presence. Today, the common folk are truly delighted. Humming a cheerful tune, Lin Ming ascended the stairs, lost in thought. With Chen Jia absent, Lin Ming first rapped on the door of Wang Lanmei's home. Lin Ming? You've come again? Wang Lanmei opened the door and remarked, I heard from Jia that you two have divorced. Yet you have been visiting quite frequently these past few days. Have you genuinely turned over a new leaf? Ah, Granny Wang, what you say leaves me somewhat speechless. Lin Ming chuckled helplessly before adding, I brought back a few dishes from the restaurant, but since Chinjia is not home, and I can't eat them all with Xian, I thought you might like to take these 2 back and enjoy them. Lin Ming had packed 6 dishes, giving 2 to Wang Lanmei while keeping 4 for himself and Xian. Buying meals from the restaurant every day? Are you truly just wealthy with nowhere to spend it? I have always advised you to be frugal, yet you never seem to listen. Moreover, divorce is not the end. What is truly frightening is the inability to cherish what you have and the absence of ambition. If you can maintain this path, you will eventually win Jia back. I have faith in you. Wang Lanmei chattered for a moment before happily accepting the dishes. Filial piety is paramount. Despite having no blood ties, merely being neighbors, Wang Lanmei believed that Lin Ming's kindness towards her boded well for his relationship with Chunjia and Xian. After Wang Lanmei returned home, Lin Ming called out to Xian. Indeed, the influence of a mother's words proved effective, as the little girl eagerly opened the door upon hearing Lin Ming's voice. Daddy, are you here to bring me a feast again? Why have you become so wonderful lately? You no longer scold or hit me, and you bring me treats every day. I love you so much. The innocent words of a child stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lin Ming. She was not inherently shy. Her past experiences had stifled her courage to speak in front of him. Now, he was gradually mending her emotional wounds, guiding her back to the vivacious and sunny disposition she was meant to possess. They enjoyed a delightful meal together. Around 1:30, the little girl, yawning, retreated for a nap. Lin Ming did not leave. Instead, he fixated on his phone resting on the table, seemingly awaiting something. While future transformations may evoke a butterfly effect, such ripples would hardly touch Lin Ming. For no matter how the future unfolds due to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, it would remain within the realm of his foresight. As anticipated, after approximately 2 minutes, an unfamiliar call came through. Lin Ming squinted slightly as he answered. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Ming? The voice on the other end cheerfully inquired. Mr. Lin, do you not recognize me? I am Wang Xingyong, the sales manager from Zijin Xingfu. We met just yesterday. Lin Ming let out a cold smile and replied indifferently, it's Manager Wang. I've heard that the city plans to develop a new area in the south, and it seems that Zijin Xingfu has consequently become quite desirable. Congratulations are in order. Wang Xingyong was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to engage Lin Ming in a casual conversation about various topics, but Lin Ming had directly addressed the crux of the matter. It felt as though Lin Ming was fully aware of the purpose behind his call yet remained entirely untroubled by it. Was this merely my delusion? Wang Xingyong furrowed his brow, but chose not to dwell on it. Since Lin Ming had broached the subject, he felt compelled to be forthright. Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows. Wang Xingyong cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone. Last night, several indicators at the development site were found to be subpar. The board convened an emergency meeting and decided to implement significant changes to Zijin Xingfu. Under these circumstances, we cannot guarantee the timeline for the delivery of the properties. I called to inform you of this and to see if we could potentially terminate the contract, as this will inevitably affect the delivery and usability of your residence. Before Lin Ming could respond, Wang Xingyong continued, given that you and Mr. Zhou are our esteemed clients, and considering that the reasons for the contract termination stem from our development issues, the board has unanimously decided to compensate you and Mr. Zhou 3 times the penalty stipulated in the contract. I wonder how you feel about this, Mr. Lin. Chapter 34. The heavens have turned in truth. Lin Ming had anticipated this turn of events following the press conference. Yet, the difference between foreseeing something and experiencing it firsthand is stark, akin to knowing one is about to be struck and actually enduring the blow. Lin Ming had initially believed he would remain composed. However, upon hearing Wang Xingyong's seemingly courteous yet shameless and despicable words, the anger he had kept suppressed surged forth. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette from his pocket but hesitated, fearing it might disturb the already napping Xian. Thus, Lin Ming stealthily made his way to the hallway. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag before saying, I'm not particularly concerned about the timeline for the property's delivery. After all, I never intended to reside here. I will soon transfer these deposit contracts. Transfer the deposit contracts? Wang Xingyong was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded. Wang Xingyong instinctively questioned, was your initial intention merely to sign a deposit contract? Were your comments about paying the down payment or the full amount within a month merely perfunctory? This time, Lin Ming chose not to respond. However, Wang Xingyong's mind was in turmoil. When they signed the contract yesterday, there had been no news regarding the southern new area. How could Lin Ming be so certain that the prices at Zijin Xingfu would inevitably rise? Otherwise, why would he have signed those 196 deposit contracts with Zhou Chong? Why would they pay a deposit of 50,000 instead of merely 10,000 or 20,000? It must be understood that if they were to make a miscalculation, they would incur a loss of nearly 10 million in earnest money. Wang Xingyong did not believe that the two were indifferent to this sum. There was only one reason for their confidence. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong were utterly convinced that prices would rise here. Had it been any other community, Wang Xingyong might have suspected their intentions were speculative. However, at the Zijin Shinfu, that was certainly not the case. No one would be foolish enough to gamble in such a manner, especially when there was not a single unit available, let alone close to 200. Confused and overwhelmed, Wang Xingyong was too preoccupied to ponder further. His sole desire was to recover the group's loss of 1.5 billion. Alongside his shock, he felt a simmering anger at being deceived by Lin Ming and his companion. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Wang Xingyong continued, "Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but the unauthorized transfer of the earnest money contract is indeed a violation. Furthermore, the group is preparing to implement reforms at Zijin Xingfu and will certainly not agree to such a course of action. While it may be a violation, it is not illegal. After all, property prices have risen, which is to be expected. As long as you understand, this cannot be deemed an unauthorized transfer. You possess the right to be informed, but not the right to interfere," Lin Ming replied coolly. The group's understanding was highly unlikely. Wang Xingyong had effectively closed off any retreat for Lin Ming. "Mr. Wang, are you implying that this contract must be dissolved?" Lin Ming's voice grew increasingly frosty. Wang Xingyong remained unfazed. "That is indeed the group's position, and it is for your and Mr. Zhou's benefit. I have no alternative." With a dismissive chuckle, Lin Ming tossed the extinguished cigarette but into the trash bin. "You are Wang Xingyong, correct? I recall that during our contract signing yesterday, your smile was nearly crooked with delight. Just one night has passed, and due to the rise in property prices, you turn your back on us. Truly, you embody the qualities befitting a sales department manager. Mr. Lin, I am merely considering this from your perspective. Why are you turning the tables on me?" Wang Xingyong had cast aside any pretense. In light of the soaring property prices, it was clear that a peaceful resolution was impossible. No one wished to sever ties at the outset. Now, as negotiations reached an impasse, it was time to lay down the law. "Mr. Lin, I believe you should be aware that Zijin Xingfu is a project under the auspices of Dingxing Real Estate." Wang Xingyong invoked the name of Dingxing Real Estate. Dingxing is renowned for its commitment to quality, and given that numerous criteria at Zijin Xingfu are not met, rectifications are imperative. We cannot jeopardize Dingxing's reputation for the sake of you and Mr. Zhou. The earnest money contract you signed stipulates a penalty of 3 times the earnest money for breach. We are willing to compensate you with 150,000 for each unit as a penalty. However, should you remain intransigent, we will have no choice but to escalate the matter to Dingxing Real Estate's legal department. By the end of his statement, Wang Xingyong's address had shifted from the formal you to the more familiar you, underscoring his perception of Lin Ming and Zhou Chong as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. They were merely local speculators. Perhaps they possessed a modicum of foresight. But what could they possibly wield against the formidable legal department of Dingxing Real Estate? It represents a profit of at least 1.5 billion, if it can be salvaged. What does a change of heart matter? Very well, Wang Xingyong, you are indeed audacious. Ever since Lin Ming came to his senses, he had not felt such anger. He continued, "I suggest you repeat that statement for Zhou Chong. He is likely to find it satisfactory. You need not remind me. I shall indeed call Zhou Chong, as it is an inevitable procedure." After Wang Xingyong finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone, abandoning the obsequious demeanor he had exhibited just the day before. Particularly with that last remark, he practically made it clear to Lin Ming that he was merely calling to inform them. Whether they consented or not was irrelevant. At the Qingyao CAF, Zhou Chong sat by the window. Ostensibly, he was observing the bustling traffic outside, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He calculated that this profit would undoubtedly compensate for the previous loss of 50 million from the wine. It might even yield more. "Brother Lin, I truly yearn to warm your bed," Zhou Chong thought, exhilarated beyond measure. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called in. Zhou Chong, mistaking it for a prospective buyer, answered eagerly, "Mr. Zhou, this is Wang Xingyong." This time, Wang Xingyong could not be bothered with pleasantries. "Wang Xingyong? The sales manager of Zijin Xingfu? Why are you calling me?" Zhou Chong queried, puzzled. "The group has decided to terminate the contract you signed with Lin Ming at the sales office yesterday. As compensation, A penalty of 150,000 per unit will be transferred to your account within 30 working days, Wang Xingyong stated bluntly. Zhou Chong nearly dropped the cup in his hand. His mind momentarily malfunctioned, and he sprang to his feet. What did you say? Wang Xingyong smiled faintly. You must have understood me well enough. There is no need for further elaboration. Considering the current market price of Zijin Shinfu, a penalty of 150,000 per unit, are you attempting to beg for alms? Zhou Chong shouted loudly. The CAF, being a serene locale, instantly became the center of attention due to his outburst. However, Zhou Chong was oblivious. His mind consumed by the figure of 150,000. It was vastly different from his expectations. I have already contacted Lin Ming. If you refuse to accept this, you may take it up with the legal department. As before, Wang Xingyong hung up the phone without hesitation. Listening to the beeping sound on his mobile, Zhou Chong felt as though he might explode with rage. Just a mere sales manager dared to be so arrogant? Truly, the world had turned upside down. Chapter 35. Someone reports Lin Ming did not allow Wang Xingyong's phone call to anger him excessively. Instead, he found Wang Xingyong's arrogance rather displeasing. He stood at the door for a moment, and as expected, his phone rang. Assuming it to be Zhou Chong, he picked it up only to find it was Chen Jia. Did you miss me? Lin Ming chuckled. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ming's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that given his current relationship with Chen Jia, he could not afford to make such jokes. Has Xian finished her meal? Chen Jia inquired. Yes. She has already gone to take a nap, Lin Ming replied candidly. Record a video for me to see, Chen Jia requested again. Evidently uneasy about Lin Ming being alone with Xian. In the previous two instances, Chen Jia had been present at home. Fearing that Lin Ming might reveal his true nature and take out his frustrations on Xian in her absence. With a sense of resignation, Lin Ming ended the call and quietly opened the bedroom door to record a video for Chen Jia. The little girl appeared to be dreaming sweetly, occasionally smacking her lips, her face radiating happiness. All right, since Xian is already asleep, you may head back. Chen Jia sent him a voice message. You won't chase me away next time I come over, will you? Lin Ming asked. It depends on my mood. This message was typed. Lin Ming happily tucked his phone away, inwardly lamenting how easy it was to appease Chen Jia, realizing that he had been quite the rascal in the past. Gently closing the security door behind him, Lin Ming departed. Though he felt that Xian would undoubtedly feel lonely upon waking, he dared not disobey Chen Jia's wishes. Just as he left the community, his phone rang again. This time, it was Zhou Chong calling. Lin Gu, that scoundrel Wang Xingyong must have contacted you, right? Zhou Chong's tone was grim. He spoke to Lin Ming while striving to suppress his anger. Yes, Lin Ming acknowledged. Is Zijin Xingfu planning to breach the contract? They think they can silence us with triple the penalty? Zhou Chong seethed. How brazen can they be? To declare a breach as if a contract means nothing more than a piece of paper to them. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong continued. Lin Gu, I'm about to explode. You have no idea how Wang Xingyong spoke to me on the phone, saying that if we did not agree, they would consult the legal department of Dingxing Real Estate. When property prices were stagnant, he practically groveled at our feet. And now he acts as if we should be the ones bowing to him. He truly believes we're just fools to be taken advantage of. Don't be upset. Considering the current property prices, the nearly 200 units we possess would indeed result in significant losses for Zijin Shinfu. I had anticipated this scenario long ago. Lin Ming replied with a smile. It's disingenuous not to be angry. I wish I could pummel that dog Wang Xingyong. Here in Landau City, aside from my parents and grandfather, no one else dares to speak to me in such a manner. Zhou Chong retorted. Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Chong's assertion was indeed accurate. At least within the confines of Landau City, he was somewhat of a local tyrant. Lin Gu, how exactly did he communicate with you? Even if there is a breach, there must be a reason behind it, right? Zhou Chong asked, brimming with indignation. Didn't he tell you? Lin Ming was taken aback. No. He merely stated that Zijin Shinfu intends to terminate the contract without providing any reason, Zhou Chong replied. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ming could vividly envision the arrogant expression and tone with which Wang Xingyong spoke to Zhou Chong on the phone. It was no wonder that Zhou Chong was so incensed. Wang Xingyong implied that the various metrics of Zijin Shinfu were subpar and thus intended to initiate rectification. Lin Ming explained, if rectification is the case, the delivery of the property will be delayed. From our perspective, given the uncertainty surrounding the timeline of delivery, Zijin Huafu would inevitably be in breach of contract. So this was supposedly for our benefit? It was truly laughable to Zhou's grandfather. Zhou Chong, filled with righteous anger, declared, All right, I now comprehend the true nature of these individuals. Lin, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it all to me. Wang Xingyong claims the metrics are deficient. Then I shall investigate precisely which metrics of Zijin Xingfu are lacking. Without waiting for Lin Ming's response, Zhou Chong abruptly hung up the phone. Under normal circumstances, he would not treat Lin Ming so rudely, which underscored his profound anger. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Zijin Xingfu sales office, the queue of individuals had grown increasingly long, with no end in sight at the entrance. Meanwhile, Zijin Xingfu had officially commenced the lottery phase. In the current market of Blue Island City, where housing prices had not fluctuated significantly, Zijin Xingfu was the sole property to initiate a lottery for purchasing homes. In the third-floor office, Wang Xingyong sat comfortably in a chair, his legs propped up on the desk, completely devoid of the morning's anxious demeanor. He felt a sense of relief for having informed General Manager Ching in advance about the nearly 200 housing units. Thus, even with the triple penalty for breach of contract, the group would not suffer substantial losses. Wang Xingyong would not face any repercussions from this issue. He would still be eligible for promotion and a raise. At the end of a seemingly endless tunnel, a glimmer of hope appeared. Wang Xingyong gazed at his computer, for the first time appreciating the beauty in the lines of poetry that echoed this sentiment. Suddenly, the office door burst open. An assistant, clad in a sharp professional outfit, rushed in, her once alluring visage now fraught with panic. Xiao Cheng, what are you so flustered about? Wang Xingyong feigned annoyance. Is there a commotion downstairs over the housing scramble? While speaking, his eyes lingered on the assistant's tall figure, involuntarily stirring certain feelings within him. Indeed, she was a striking beauty, a true enchantress. Manager Wang, the fire department is here, the assistant exclaimed. Wang Xingyong was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and asked, the fire department? What do they want? I don't know. They just said they need to see you, the assistant replied urgently. Wang Xingyong's frown deepened. As the sales department manager, he presumed the fire department should be seeking the engineering department manager, not him. Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of footsteps approached from the hallway outside his office, revealing a group of over a dozen individuals before him. Standing at the forefront was none other than Han Gongye, the deputy chief of the Blue Island Fire Department. Han? Wang Xingyong was taken aback, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Ordinarily, Han Gongye would not personally come here, especially not with a contingent of over a dozen individuals. All clad in uniforms and bearing identification badges, it was evident they were not here for a casual visit. What wind had blown Chief Han here? Please, have a seat. Wang Xingyong quickly rose, his face adorned with a forced smile. No need, Han Gongye replied, fixing his gaze on Wang Xingyong for a moment before adding, with a half-smile. We have received reports that multiple indicators of the Zijin Xingfu project are substandard, including fire safety. I am here today regarding this matter. Chapter 36. Hitting a brick wall upon hearing Han Gongye's words, Wang Xingyong was utterly perplexed. His first thought was that someone could not bear to see Zijin Xingfu ascend and was attempting to sabotage them. Chief Han, as you know, this is a project developed by Dingxing Real Estate, and it is impossible for there to be any quality issues. Fire safety is of utmost importance. Wang Xingyong paused before continuing. Surely, this must be a malicious report, right? Such a trivial matter does not warrant your personal attention. Is there truly no quality issue? Han Gongye inquired slowly. The individual who reported it claimed that you, Manager Wang, indicated multiple indicators of Zijin Xingfu were substandard. How is it that you now assert there are no quality issues? Wang Xingyong's heart raced. Having ascended to the position of sales department manager, he was not oblivious to what was transpiring. Since the launch of Zijin Xingfu, there had never been any concerns regarding quality. Therefore, as Han Gongye articulated these words, Wang Xingyong immediately recalled the 2 phone calls he had made at noon. He had used the pretext of quality issues to deflect Lin Ming and Zhou Chong. But that was merely an excuse. What did it mean for the fire department to come in such force to conduct an investigation? I never said that. Wang Xingyong stammered, beginning to panic. Manager Wang truly has a forgetful nature, Han Gongye remarked. However, it matters not, as we have recorded the conversations. If you wish to listen, we can certainly accommodate you. Wang Xingyong's complexion changed dramatically. They had obtained the phone recordings? This was clearly aimed directly at him. Chief Han, I did indeed make those 2 calls at noon, but they were merely— Han Gongye waved his hand, signaling Wang Xingyong to cease further explanation. We will investigate whether there are any issues. Should we find none, I shall apologize for my intrusion. With that, Han Gongye instructed his subordinates to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the Zijin Xingfu project. Wang Xingyong felt as though he had been struck dumb. He understood all too well that even a small restaurant could easily be found wanting in terms of fire safety compliance, let alone a large-scale development such as this. Please summon Manager Sun from the engineering department, Manager Wang instructed. Before the inspection is approved, construction at Zijin Xingfu is strictly prohibited, as is any pre-sale activity. Han Gongye added. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xingyong trembled, nearly losing control. There were countless individuals queued outside, eager to purchase homes. How could they simply halt sales? If word spread that it was due to quality issues, the recently inflated prices of Zijin Xingfu would surely plummet. Han, considering your rapport with Manager Sun, is such a measure truly necessary? Wang Xingyong stammered. However, Han Gongye's expression hardened. We must separate personal relations from official duties. Does Manager Wang not grasp this principle? Wang Xingyong cursed silently in his heart, coming to a stark realization that those he deemed naive were, in fact, conspiring against him. Please hold on, Han. I will contact Manager Sun immediately. Upon exiting the office, Wang Xingyong's first call was not to Manager Sun, but to General Manager Ching. Once the call connected, he immediately conveyed, General Ching, the Fire Bureau has arrived, led personally by Han Gongye, and they insist on halting sales until the investigation concludes. The Fire Bureau? Why have they suddenly come? Cheng inquired. Wang Xingyong recounted his earlier conversation with Lin Ming and Shou Chong, explaining how he had mentioned quality issues as an excuse. They were only informed at noon, and the Fire Bureau arrived this afternoon, with Han Gongye personally overseeing the matter. General Cheng recognized the gravity of the situation. Those two are not to be underestimated. What should we do now? Wang Xingyong lamented. Han Gongye is clearly targeting me. His words leave little doubt. This matter will not be easily resolved. Have Sun Hong come over. I will call you back shortly, Ching instructed. Composing himself, Wang Xingyong then dialed General Manager Sun Hong. Moments later, Sun arrived, holding a substantial collection of fire safety documents related to the development. After pouring Han Gongye a cup of tea, he presented the materials. Han, here are the fire safety documents for Zijin Xingfu for your review. Han Gongye, opting not to sip the tea, began to peruse the documents meticulously. Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. After a tense 10 minutes, Han Gongye remarked, the documentation appears thorough. However, we must await the findings from the construction site. Do not fret. Those without guilt need not fear scrutiny. We shall see what transpires. Sun Hong's heart raced. Having interacted with Han Gongye on numerous occasions, he had come to understand his character. Today's situation seemed dire. After approximately half an hour, Han Gongye's subordinates returned from the construction site. They whispered urgently in Han's ear, and his expression darkened significantly. Zijin Xingfu relies solely on these few pieces of paper? Do you think I, Han Gongye, am so easily deceived? With so many unresolved issues, how can the common people feel secure living here in the future? After this exchange, both Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong felt their hearts sink completely. Han Gongye seemed disinclined to elaborate further, wearing a frosty expression as he cast a cold glare at Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong before turning to leave. Old Han! Old Han! Sun Hong hurried after him, urgently inquiring, what is the reason behind this? We have shared years of camaraderie. You must at least enlighten me. Han Gongye slowed his pace, softly replying, the profits you are entitled to may be yours to claim, but do you dare to seize what is not rightfully yours? Have you not investigated the current affairs of Landau City? Before confronting others, consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Sun Hong, not a fool, immediately grasped Han Gongye's meaning. Han Gongye continued, old son, while Dingxing real estate possesses strength, remember, a businessman remains just that, a businessman. Do you comprehend my implication? My visit today is merely a preliminary warning. Should you fail to discern the gravity of the situation, the next time I come, it will be the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Sun Hong's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he returned to the office where only Wang Xingyong remained. What did he say? Wang Xingyong inquired. Sun Hong looked at him. What is the surname of the top leader in Landau City? Naturally, it is Zhou. Wang Xingyong replied anxiously. Isn't that obvious? How could one develop properties in Landau City without knowing who steers the helm? Do you recall the names of those two individuals who purchased properties yesterday? Sun Hong asked. One is named Lin Ming, and the other is Zhou. At this point, Wang Xingyong abruptly halted. Sun Hong recognized that he had deduced the truth. And with a bitter smile, he said, I fear we have stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle this time. Chapter 37. I will not sell any more throughout the afternoon and evening. Lin Ming diligently researched information on Qilin Automobile. This brand of new energy vehicles, which had rapidly ascended to the pinnacle upon its inception, continues to bask in the halo of divinity. No one could have anticipated that in just a few days, it would face a tumultuous upheaval. Although Lin Ming could foresee the future, preparations were still necessary. September 4th, 8 o'clock a.m. Zhou Chong called. Lin Ge, are you busy? If not, let us meet. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Chong's tone had calmed significantly compared to his anger the previous day. Not busy. In fact, I have matters to discuss as well. Where shall we meet? Lin Ming replied. How about Qingyao CAF? I'll send you the location. All right. Around 8:30 a.m. As Lin Ming stepped out of the taxi, Zhou Chong exhaled in exasperation. Lin Ge, didn't I tell you long ago to get a car? You can't rely on taxis for every outing. You only mentioned it yesterday, didn't you? Lin Ming chuckled, leaving Zhou Chong momentarily speechless. He suddenly tapped his forehead and chuckled bitterly, remarking that it was indeed just yesterday they had spoken of such matters, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed. A great deal had transpired since yesterday. As Lin Ming spoke, he entered the CAF alongside Zhou Chong. They casually chose a seat and Lin Ming surveyed the quaint and refreshing DCOR, finding it somewhat surprising, given Zhou Chong's character. It seemed rather out of place for him to frequent such an establishment. His realization came only when a young girl, approximately 7 meters tall, appeared, exuding an innocent charm and striking beauty. Brother Lin, would you like something to drink? She inquired with a smile. Her address towards Lin Ming further solidified his suspicions, indicating a close familiarity between her and Zhou Chong, who must have shared some details about himself, at the very least revealing his name. I'll have a latte, Lin Ming replied. And you? She directed her question towards Zhou Chong. The usual, Zhou Chong grinned widely. To Lin Ming. It was impossible not to perceive him as resembling the archetypal infatuated admirer. Once the girl departed, Lin Ming teasingly asked, Are you fond of her? Zhou Chong scratched the back of his head, not bothering to conceal his feelings, and sighed. The prince has intentions, but the goddess remains indifferent. She truly is a lovely girl, tastefully dressed, and exceedingly polite, Lin Ming complimented. Of course, the women I, Zhou Chong, am interested in cannot be subpar. She possesses a natural beauty that requires no excessive adornment, Zhou Chong declared with pride. Just a few compliments, and you're already puffed up. As if she's already agreed to be with you, Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Shall I offer you some advice? Zhou Chong perked up, eagerly exclaiming, Oh dear brother. Please assist me. I have been pursuing her for years. If this continues, I fear I may wither away. Call me at 7 tonight, Lin Ming instructed. Can't you say anything now? Zhou Chong asked, his face filled with urgency. Patience is a virtue. Some matters require serendipity. Do you understand? Lin Ming shot him an exasperated glance. Very well, Zhou Chong conceded, resigned. Soon, a latte and an orange juice were placed before Lin Ming and Zhou Chong, prompting them to discuss more serious matters. It seems you have already begun addressing the issues concerning Zijin Shinfu? Lin Ming inquired. Indeed, brother Lin, your foresight is remarkable. At times, I feel you can predict my every need, Zhou Chong flattered. Enough with the flattery, Lin Ming retorted, his expression darkening. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to calculate your bathroom breaks? Hee, Zhou Chong chuckled awkwardly before continuing. That scoundrel Wang Xingyong truly believes he can intimidate us? After our call yesterday, the fire department dispatched personnel to the Zijin Shengfu construction site, led personally by Director Han Gongye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming cast a glance at Zhou Chong. Indeed, as the foremost heir of Landau City, his connections were nothing short of formidable. Zhou Chong remarked, Regardless, my temperament is rather poor. If there is no news from the Zijin Shengfu today, then it will be time for the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to step in. There's no need for such a grand commotion. Lin Ming responded, Brother Lin. You don't understand. These so-called merchants need to be dealt with. If we don't show them our mettle, they will truly consider us easy prey. Zhou Chong still felt a flicker of ire. Lin Ming teased, You, too, are a merchant now, aren't you? Indeed, I am a merchant. But a legitimate one who profits through integrity. Can Zijin Shengfu compare to me? Zhou Chong scoffed. This statement held merit. Over the years, he had indeed earned some wealth through his connections, but he had never wronged anyone. Unlike Wang Xingyong, who turned his back the moment the southern new district was set to develop. Enough of that foolish Wang Xingyong. I have found a buyer, Zhou Chong continued. It is a real estate investment group from Ling'an, but the specific transfer price for the deposit contract is for you to decide. Lin Ming nodded. Given Zhou Chong's connections, Finding a buyer was certainly not a challenge. Moreover, the deposit contract held by the two of them was based on a price of 16,000 per square meter. And they had selected only the finest buildings and units. Such a substantial piece of cake would attract many eager buyers. It simply depended on Zhou Chong and Lin Ming's willingness to whom they would sell. Brother Lin, I find it quite regrettable. If only we had more capital at hand. We could purchase these properties and sell them at a profit. Zhou Chong lamented. Let us not speak of such impracticalities, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Chong smirked, secretly admiring Lin Ming's optimistic attitude. After sipping his juice, Zhou Chong posed the question he most yearned to know. Brother Lin, what do you think is a suitable price for our deposit contracts? 2 million, Lin Ming suggested. Zhou Chong nearly choked, stuttering, what? How much? Look at that flustered expression of yours. You are the most esteemed young man in Blue Island City. Can this sum truly leave you at a loss? Lin Ming retorted. No, I was just taken aback, Zhou Chong admitted. The deposit contract was 50,000, and he had initially considered selling it for 500,000 each, which would still yield a tenfold profit. He never anticipated Lin Ming would suggest a staggering 40-fold. You mentioned that our deposit contracts are based on a price of 16,000 per square meter, while the current price for Zijin Shenfu has surged to 90,000. If we meet in the middle and consider 80,000 per square meter, the difference amounts to 640,000, Lin Ming elucidated. For a 120 square meter unit, that equates to a loss of 768 million, and for 130 or 140 square meters, the difference is even more pronounced. Even if the buyer were to purchase these deposit contracts at 2 million each, there would still be over 5 million in pure profit. Have you not calculated this? Zhou Chong had indeed not done the math. He had only calculated the potential profit from these deposit contracts. Each unit promised a profit of 5 million, and for 196 units, that approached a staggering 1 billion. Zhou Chong suddenly leaped to his feet, exclaiming, I will no longer sell contracts. I want to buy a house. Chapter 38. One step ahead, could you lower your voice? Tossing around figures in the billions. Let's keep such grand claims for home. Came the disgruntled murmurs from nearby tables. Zhou Chong, blushing, sat back down and muttered, Brother Lin, you know I'm not exaggerating. How is this any different from boasting? Lin Ming teased. I've already told you, neither of us can afford this batch of properties. So regardless of how much profit there is, we can only watch helplessly. Brother Lin, calculate again. Where else can you find such properties? Even if I take out a loan from the bank, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Zhou Chong's eyes were slightly reddened. You think such opportunities are as common as cabbages by the roadside, available for anyone to pick? Not a chance. Lin Ming shook his head, sensing Zhou Chong's disappointment. He added, as of now, those properties are indeed gone, but there are others. Zhou Chong paused, his breath quickening. Another opportunity has arisen, he thought. I haven't even capitalized on the profits from the Purple Gold Mansion, and yet a new path is already unfolding. Brother Lin, while others may take one step to see 3, you seem to take one to see 10. Zhou Chong exclaimed excitedly. Quickly, tell me what other profitable ventures await. I'm anxious, hurry. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He swore, if it weren't for the other customers present, he would have wanted to knock some sense into Zhou Chong for his insistent eagerness. Have you heard of Chilling Motors? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Of course. It's a world-class electric vehicle manufacturer, far exceeding its peers in luxury and driving experience. I even test drove one at the dealership and was considering purchasing it. Zhou Chong replied. Lin Ming gently tapped the table and said slowly, you might want to reconsider. Within 4 to 5 days, Chilling Motors will encounter serious trouble. Trouble? Zhou Chong's face displayed confusion. Brother Lin, could you elaborate? Just keep an eye on the news over the next few days, especially the international reports, Lin Ming advised. Many news stories abroad are not broadcast domestically and can only be accessed online. Ultimately, it would be an international auto show in Tianhai City, occurring in a few days. That would send Chilling Motors spiraling into crisis. Naturally, Zhou Chong was unaware of this. He looked at Lin Ming with a hint of resentment, thinking that his brother was being far too stingy, unwilling to divulge more information. However, Zhou Chong trusted Lin Ming completely at this moment. He committed every word Lin Ming uttered to memory, fearing to miss even a syllable. Chilling Motors had been listed on NASDAQ 3 years prior. And after 3 years of market scrutiny, its market valuation had soared to approximately $1 trillion. Lin Ming paused for a moment before continuing. Our objective this time is the Chilling stock market. Short selling or bottom fishing? Zhou Cheng inquired. He had a certain level of understanding of the stock market and had dabbled in it for a while. However, the world of stocks was incredibly costly. Most participants were like chives, and if one couldn't keep pace, the profits made in one moment could vanish in the next. Zhou Cheng had a bit of aversion to this realm, having previously lost hundreds of thousands, which led him to refrain from further involvement. Initially, he thought Lin Ming intended to focus on Qilin Automobile, but to his surprise, Lin Ming's aim was the stocks of Qilin Automobile. Let's short sell. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then said, we can borrow for short selling, but bottom fishing requires substantial capital, which we currently lack. We can discuss it when the opportunity arises. All right, I'll follow your lead, Zhou Cheng replied, not asking further questions. Do you have any friends who can operate with leverage? Lin Ming inquired again. Leverage? Zhou Cheng was taken aback. Brother Lin, are you certain that something significant will happen with Qilin Automobile? I know a skilled trader, but if this endeavor fails, we could be ruined. Weren't you already ruined before? Lin Ming chuckled. That's different, Zhou Cheng frowned. Trust me, just follow my lead, and I assure you, you will reap substantial rewards, Lin Ming said. Taking a sip of his coffee. I naturally have great faith in you, Brother Lin, but given the amount of money involved, it is only natural for me to worry. Zhou Cheng responded with a grin. Who taught you to act all coy like this? If you keep it up, I might just lose my temper, Lin Ming remarked. A frown on his face. Zhou Cheng paid no heed. Although they had known each other for a short time, in Zhou Cheng's heart, Lin Ming was not merely someone who helped him make money, he was his savior. Thus, he maintained a demeanor of a devoted admirer in front of Lin Ming without any pretense. After refilling his coffee, Zhou Cheng hesitated before asking, Brother Lin, shall we handle the Qilin stock market matter just the two of us? Lin Ming glanced at him, a teasing smile on his lips. I also plan to involve Li Hongyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but ask, I have never quite understood. Didn't he that guy lend you quite a bit of money before? Why are you still so kind to him? Borrowing and lending are two entirely different matters. We all know what kind of character Hongyuan has, Zhou Cheng replied. When I was at my lowest, Li Hongyuan did not take advantage of my situation to trouble my wife and child. For that reason alone, I must repay this debt of gratitude, Lin Ming explained. Zhou Cheng was moved. Brother Lin not only possesses exceptional fortune-telling abilities but also has a character rare in this world. In comparison, I feel quite ashamed. Enough of that nonsense. You were about to say something earlier, right? You want to bring Hong Ning and Han Changyu into the fold? Lin Ming playfully chided. Zhou Cheng nodded earnestly. These two are grateful individuals. If Brother Lin is willing to involve them, they will undoubtedly follow you with the same loyalty as I do. It matters not. After all, the Qilin stock market is so vast that earning a little from those capitalists hardly makes a difference. Lin Ming shrugged. Hee. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of them, Brother Lin. Zhou Cheng beamed with delight. The two continued their leisurely conversation for a while before parting ways. Zhou Cheng returned to reach out to his trading partner in preparation for the forthcoming lucrative ventures, while Lin Ming, upon returning to his apartment, dialed Li Hongyuan. Brother Li, has everything been settled with your wife? Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Don't mention it. There's a small quarrel every 3 days and a significant one every 10. My head is about to explode, Li Hongyuan replied, exasperated. Disagreements between couples are quite normal. Brotherly, just don't be like me, Lin Ming remarked. Li Hongyuan felt a jolt in his heart. Although Lin Ming was merely speaking casually, Li Hongyuan instinctively interpreted his words as a deliberate reminder. I shall remember your words, Brother Lin. I will treat her well from now on, Li Hongyuan stated. This time, it was Lin Ming who was taken aback. He let out a wry smile, inwardly lamenting that this fellow had surely misinterpreted his intentions. Chapter 39, Mr. Lin. Please spare me this time. In the ensuing moments, Lin Ming briefly divulged some details regarding the Qilin stock market to Li Hongyuan, who expressed immense gratitude and a strong willingness to collaborate with Lin Ming. Having learned from past experiences, both Li Hongyuan and Zhou Cheng understood that if Lin Ming dared to take action, profitability was a certainty. At noon, Lin Ming made a trip to KFC, purchasing a considerable amount of fried chicken and hamburgers to bring to Xianxian. Observing the little girl indulging in her meal with delight, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was not until Xianxian had succumbed to her afternoon nap that Lin Ming departed from the residential complex. While en route back to his apartment by taxi, his phone suddenly rang. It was a number that seemed both unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar. Lin Ming smirked and chose not to answer, hanging up instead. However, the caller appeared undeterred, attempting to reach him 7 or 8 times. Only when the taxi arrived at the apartment building did Lin Ming finally pick up the phone. "Manager Wang, I sincerely apologize. I was in the shower and did not hear the phone ring," Lin Ming said as he stepped out of the vehicle. On the other end, Wang Xingyong cursed under his breath. Who takes a shower in the middle of the day, especially not in summer? What a ridiculous excuse. Yet, he would never dare to voice such thoughts. "Mr. Lin, you have a busy schedule, and it is I who should apologize for the interruption." Wang Xingyong replied with a forced smile. "As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, I wanted to inquire where you reside. The company has prepared some mooncakes, and I thought to deliver some to you. If you are short on time, I can send them to your parents instead. They truly are quite delectable." Listening to Wang Xingyong's earnest ramblings, Lin Ming's smile grew broader. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. Compared to yesterday, Wang Xingyong, at this moment, exhibited none of his former arrogance. The conversation was excessively polite, almost to the point of addressing Lin Ming as Grandfather Lin. Lin Ming secretly rejoiced that this time, at least, the Zijing Xingfu was accompanied by Zhou Chong for profit-making endeavors. If it had been Li Hanyuan, he would have had no recourse against Wang Xingyong. As for the mooncakes, they were abundant in the market. "I could simply purchase a few boxes," Lin Ming remarked nonchalantly. "Please, Mr. Lin, our mooncakes are unique and unavailable in the market. If you enough." Lin Ming interrupted Wang Xingyong before he could finish. With the skyrocketing property prices at Zijing Xingfu, Manager Wang must be quite busy. I have matters to attend to as well, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Ming hung up the phone decisively. What a farce. Wang Xingyong, trying to play both sides, shifting from a stern demeanor to a congenial one at will? He ought to experience the sensation of having his call abruptly terminated. The development of the southern new district was a foregone conclusion, and the surge in property prices at Zijing Xingfu was inevitable. Meanwhile, the stock market remained quiet, so Lin Ming was in no hurry to finalize the deposit contract. By keeping Wang Xingyong in suspense, he could also gain leverage over the property investment group, making negotiations considerably simpler. At the sales office of Zijing Xingfu, in the third-floor office, Wang Xingyong listened to the dial tone on the phone, his face twitching in irritation. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men, Sun, the manager of the engineering department, and Qing Tianlin, the president of Dingxing Real Estate. Upon learning of Zhou Chang's identity, Qing Tianlin had rushed from the headquarters to Landa City. Although he was eager to dismiss Wang Xingyong from his position immediately, he recognized that the one who needed to apologize was Wang Xingyong himself. What was said? Qing Tianlin inquired, frowning. "In nothing," Wang Xingyong stammered, his face flushed. "Damn it." Qing Tianlin slammed his fist on the desk, the sound reverberating through the room, causing both Wang Xingyong and Sun Hong to flinch. "Manager Sun, are you also going to follow Wang Xingyong's foolishness? How could you not have any understanding of the first son of Landa City? Even if you haven't met him, you should at least recognize his car and its license plate number. He has been right under your noses, and yet you choose to act blind?" Sun Hong dared not utter a word. Although the idea of breaching the contract originated with Cheng Tianlin, it was predicated on his ignorance of the situation. He and Wang Xingyong had been in Landa City for years and should have been aware of the influential figures within their realm. The primary responsibility for this debacle lay squarely with them. "President Cheng, the other party is clearly unwilling to show us any courtesy. What shall we do now?" Wang Xingyong asked, steeling himself. Ask. Is that all you can do?" Cheng Tianlin retorted, exasperated. "How did you even become the sales department manager? Can you not engage your mind for once and think things through?" Under the onslaught of scathing insults, Wang Xingyong's face turned the color of liver. Sun Hong interjected, "Mr. Zhou will undoubtedly refuse to see us, as we cannot enter the Zhou family courtyard without his consent. The pressing matter at hand is to resolve the situation with Lin Ming. From our previous encounters, it appears that Mr. Zhou has been listening to him." Upon hearing this, Wang Xingyong felt as if enlightened. He quickly replied, "President Cheng, I will inquire about Lin Ming's residence immediately. I must deliver this mooncake to him today, no matter what." Cheng Tianlin snorted but refrained from saying more. Clearly, this was the only viable course of action. At 3 p.m., a sudden knock echoed at the apartment door. Lin Ming opened it to find none other than the imposing manager Wang. "How did you know I lived here?" Lin Ming furrowed his brow. Wang Xingyong arrived burdened with numerous items: Maotai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, and nutritious bird's nest, yet there were no mooncakes. "Lin, I apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding." Wang Xingyong deftly sidestepped Lin Ming's inquiry. He was perplexed that someone capable of casually producing millions resided in such a modest 30-square-meter apartment. Understanding Wang Xingyong's purpose, Lin Ming chose not to press further. Please, come in. Wang Xingyong smiled apologetically while discreetly assessing the apartment. Though small, it was well furnished and remarkably tidy, almost too pristine for a man's dwelling. My place is rather humble compared to the grand estate of Manager Wang, so I want to offer you tea, Lin Ming remarked. Not at all, Wang Xingyong replied, placing his items down. This is just a small token of appreciation from our group. I hope you won't find it lacking. Lin Ming glanced at the items with a smirk. Didn't you say there would be mooncakes? President Lin, there are still several days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Could you kindly overlook this once? Wang Xingyong lamented. From where does this notion arise? Lin Ming tilted his head. I recall you were quite arrogant yesterday. It is I. Lin Ming, who should be seeking mercy now, isn't it? Chapter 40. The thunderstorm of Valinania with the tension laid bare. Wang Xingyong saw no need to speak further. He bowed slightly before Lin Ming and said, President Lin, yesterday I was blind and failed to recognize you and Mr. Zhou as formidable figures, which led to my foolish remarks. I have come today specifically to offer my apologies. Lin Ming blinked. Why does this sound so confusing? Does someone of your stature, Manager Wang, truly need to apologize to me? It's merely triple the penalty for breach of contract. 15,000 for a contract is nothing for Dingxing real estate. Your legal department is notoriously overbearing. I wouldn't dare entertain thoughts of litigation. Listening to Lin Ming's tone laced with sarcasm, Wang Xingyong felt a deep sense of frustration. He also deeply regretted his attitude towards Lin Ming and Shou Chong yesterday. Had he been just a tad more courteous, he would not be enduring such hardship now. Mr. Lin, you are a perceptive individual. Let us speak candidly. Wang Xingyong took a deep breath and continued. We have already witnessed your methods yesterday. The fire department halted the sales of Zijin Huafu outright, citing quality inspection failures. This represents a colossal loss for the entire group. Each day of delay equates to lost profits. Director Han has also made it abundantly clear that if we persist in our obstinacy, the Housing Construction Bureau will intervene. Zijin Huafu has been under construction in Landau City for 2 or 3 years, remaining largely overlooked until now, when it was on the brink of glory, only for me to foolishly offend both you and young Master Zhou. It is not just you. The voices within the group are nearly drowning me. The group's stance is to continue honoring the previous deposit contract, with the property prices set as per the agreement. You two are free to sell to whomever you wish, and the sales office will grant you a clear path until you and young Master Zhou are appeased. At this juncture, Wang Xingyong paused for a moment, then added, This matter is my fault. You may reprimand me as you see fit. However, the journey of Zijin Shenfu has not been easy. I truly hope you can be magnanimous and overlook those grievances. Lin Ming smiled faintly. You must take this matter up with Zhou Chong. It is beyond my purview. Wang Xingyong looked despondent. Mr. Lin, everyone knows that young Master Zhou listens to you. Does he not? Lin Ming shrugged. If that is the case, I will call Zhou Chong to inquire, but be warned. He has a fiery temper and may explode at any moment. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Wang Xingyong finally exhaled in relief. He recognized that he had no further reason to linger and stood to take his leave. Lin Ming instructed him to take those items with him. But the man nearly jumped out of his skin, hastily shutting the apartment door behind him and fleeing as if from a disaster. As it happened, Lin Ming had planned to visit old Chen's home in the next few days, thus saving on his smoking and drinking expenses. He felt an exhilarating sense of joy coursing through him. All of this was due to his uncanny ability to foresee the future. All because of that inadvertent push from Chen Xing. He truly ought to express his gratitude to that little brother-in-law. Taking out his phone, Lin Ming called Zhou Chong, stating plainly, Wang Xingyong has somehow learned where I reside. He just visited and mentioned that Dingxing Real Estate is willing to honor our previous deposit contract and is prepared to give us the green light. From now on, we can sell these contracts as we see fit. You may reach out to that real estate speculation group. Zhou Chong let out a cold laugh. Those who do not shed tears until they see the coffin, Brother Lin. Did you not scold him a bit more to vent my frustrations? Lin Ming chuckled. I believe he must be feeling quite miserable at present. Ha ha. Zhou Chong burst into laughter. All right, Brother Lin, I will contact the speculation group immediately. Converting those contracts into cash is the way forward. Lin Ming nodded. Wang Xingye brought me a few items. Maotai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, among others. Would you like me to share some with you? Zhou Chong replied. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ming then made a call to Zhou Chong. Xianglin Middle Road. Bring a few more people. The girl at the CAF is waiting for you. Without indulging in further chatter or waiting for Zhou Chong to inquire, Lin Ming promptly hung up. He had a simple bowl of noodles at the square below. On his way back to the apartment, Xianyuan called him via video. "Daddy, I miss you," the little girl pouted, her face adorned with a look of grievance. "I miss you too, sweetheart. Be good at home, all right?" Lin Ming chuckled. "When are you coming again? I'm almost starving." Just as Xianyuan finished her plea, Chun Jia seized the phone from her. In the video, Chun Jia's beauty was striking, but the coldness etched on her face somewhat marred the atmosphere. "Are you not worried that buying so much fried chicken for Xianyuan will upset her stomach? These aren't healthy options. Don't buy them again." Lin Ming chuckled wryly. "There aren't that many bad choices. Everything is from legitimate sources now. I wouldn't dare purchase junk food. Sounds as though you've seen them yourself." Chun Jia scoffed. For some reason, Lin Ming had an inkling that this video call was initiated by Xianyuan, but rather was Chun Jia's intent. "Xianyuan, are you there?" Lin Ming asked. "Daddy, I am." Gazing at the screen, watching the little girl peek inquisitively, Lin Ming smiled. "Did you want to call Daddy yourself? Or did Mommy ask you to?" "It was Mommy." Before Xianyuan could finish, Chun Jia abruptly covered her mouth. Moments later, amidst Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, the video call was abruptly terminated. Haha. Clutching his phone, Lin Ming laughed heartily on the street for quite some time, indifferent to the peculiar gazes of passers-by. What mattered to him was the melting iceberg within Chun Jia's heart, which thrilled him far more than the prospect of earning a fortune overnight. The following day, at 9 a.m., at Old Yang's breakfast shop, an unexpected news bulletin interrupted the moment. According to the Valen South Asia Meteorological Bureau, around 7 a.m. Zhejiang time, a rare thunderstorm suddenly appeared approximately 700 nautical miles from the shore, with waves soaring to heights of 50 meters within a mere 2 minutes. The large cruise ship, Poseidon, was caught in the heart of the storm, with several tourists swept into the sea, their whereabouts unknown. The voice of a prominent television host resonated from the old TV. Lin Ming popped the last piece of youtiao into his mouth, finished his soybean milk, and reclined contentedly. The ability to sleep whenever he wished and eat whatever he desired truly constituted two of life's greatest pleasures. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Han Changyu. "Mr. Han, it should be around 9 p.m. on your side, right? Still awake?" Lin Ming smiled. "Mr. Lin, your kindness is beyond words, and I, Han Changyu, will forever remember it." Han Changyu remarked, "If it weren't for the fact that I am older than you, I would have liked to address you as Brother Lin, just like Shou Chong and the others. At present, he is filled with trepidation." Han Changyu was immediately informed about the thunderstorm. While it may merely be perceived as news domestically, the overseas individuals, who thrive on chaos, have already begun to spread rumors, talk of the world's end and impending disasters. The primary reason for this frenzy lies in the rarity of such thunderstorms, which occur only once in a century. Let us refrain from further discussion on this. Simply treat Chun Jia while moving forward, Lin Ming advised. "Mr. Lin, please do not hang up just yet." Han Changyu hesitated for a moment, asking, "I wonder if I had been aboard the Sea God at that time. Would there have been anyone swept into the sea along with the massive waves? Rest early. When you return, I shall host a welcoming feast for you." Lin Ming did not provide a direct answer, yet he had effectively conveyed his message to Han Changyu. After all, Lin Ming had previously mentioned that Han Changyu's first calamity was indeed that thunderstorm. If he had emerged unscathed, how could it be deemed a calamity? Chapter 41. Contracts in Motion. A fortune beyond $1 million. After concluding his call with Han Changyu, Lin Ming did not depart immediately. Last night, Shou Chong had informed Lin Ming that the real estate group had made contact and arranged to meet at 9:30 this morning. Lin Ming, feeling rather indifferent about traveling elsewhere, decided to convene at Old Yang's breakfast shop, considering they were the ones seeking him out. Before long, the clock struck 9:30, and Zhou Chong arrived punctually, his large SUV coming into view. To be frank, in the current Blue Island city, a large SUV does not particularly qualify as a luxury vehicle. Yet parked outside Old Yang's breakfast shop, it appeared somewhat out of place. "Brother Lin," Shou Chong exclaimed, jogging towards Lin Ming with a beaming countenance. "Did everything go well last night?" Lin Ming inquired. "Fortunately, Brother Lin called me. Otherwise, Qing Yao would have been in dire straits with those ruffians." Zhou Chong's expression darkened at this point. In broad daylight, using drunkenness as a pretext, they attempted to forcibly drag Qing Yao into a hotel. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ming sighed. Having foreseen the events of the previous night but refraining from informing Shou Chong in advance out of concern for his worries. The girl named Qing Yao, full name Jiang Qing Yao, is the proprietor of the Qing Yao CAF. On her way home, she encountered a group of intoxicated men. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say that Shou Chong arrived just in time to play the role of the gallant hero. What struck Lin Ming was how he faintly recognized a semblance of his former self in those drunken men. "It is fortunate that all is well," Lin Ming reassured, patting Zhou Chong on the shoulder. Zhou Chong, regaining his composure, his cheeks flushed, remarked, "Brother Lin, Qing Yao spent the night at my place last night." Lin Ming responded with a bemused expression. Zhou Chong hastily added, "However, we did not engage in anything improper. She was simply frightened, and I spent the night asleep on the sofa." Such a splendid opportunity squandered. No wonder he had failed to win her over for several years. "You truly are remarkable." Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Chong wished to elaborate, but at that moment, the roar of an automobile echoed from outside. A brand new Bentley Bentayga came to a halt beside them. "It's here." Zhou Chong ceased his chatter and rose to greet the arrival. Only one individual emerged from the Bentayga, a rotund man weighing approximately 200 pounds, standing at a mere 1.7 meters tall. Clutching a briefcase, he walked with a noticeable limp. It was hard to believe he was a billionaire. "Mr. Zhao, over here," Zhou Chong called cheerfully. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lin, thank you for your patience." Zhao Chuanxiu shook hands with Zhou Chong and Lin Ming before entering Lao Yang's breakfast shop. He paid no heed to the shabby decor or the dirtiness of the establishment. Once seated, he remarked, "You two have truly chosen the perfect place for discussions. I dined here for breakfast once before. The flavors are authentic, and the prices are reasonable." As he spoke, Zhao Chuanxiu ordered a pound of oil sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. "I haven't eaten yet, and my stomach is growling." "I hope you don't mind?" Zhao Chuanxiu feigned simplicity. "Just as well. I haven't eaten either. Let us share," Zhou Chong replied. The two devoured their breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Lin Ming maintained a constant smile, aware that Zhao Chuanxiu was bestowing him ample respect, as the venue was his choice. Only after all the dishes were cleared away did Zhao Chuanxiu say, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhou, we are all aware of the situation regarding the Zijin Xingfu project, so I shall speak plainly." "Please do, Mr. Zhao," Lin Ming replied. "The potential of Zijin Xingfu is immense. I trust you both can see this, or you would not have signed so many deposit contracts at once." Zhao Chuanxiu continued, however. "I have heard that personnel from the fire department visited the site yesterday, seemingly due to failed fire safety inspections, thus ordering the sales office to suspend sales. While I, Zhao Chuanxiu, make my living in real estate, I must act with integrity. If Zijin Xingfu genuinely has quality issues, I would not dare to involve myself." Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances. What nonsense about integrity? In the vast expanse of Huagua, anyone can claim integrity. But to assert that these property speculators possess integrity is sheer absurdity. How much suffering have the common people endured because of these individuals? Not only farming families, but even retired workers must exhaust a lifetime of savings to purchase a home for their children, burdened by a mortgage for the latter half of their lives. Meanwhile, these speculators have grown immensely wealthy from it all. Though Lin Ming and Zhou Chong held contempt in their hearts, they would not expose it outwardly. Zhao Chuanxiu's remarks regarding the fire department were merely an attempt to negotiate down the price. What Mr. Zhao does not realize is that Zijin Huafu will soon reopen for sales. Lin Ming smiled and remarked, "The primary reason is that the sales department manager, Wang Xingyong, lacks integrity. Having clearly signed the contract with us, he abruptly declares a breach. Do you think we can allow him to trample over us?" Zhao Chuanxiu, with his corpulent figure quivering slightly, inquired, "Is this matter with the fire department you're doing?" "Please do not misunderstand, General Zhao," Lin Ming feigned fear. "Director Han enforces the law impartially, serving the nation and the people. He is a commendable leader for us common folk. Who would dare to manipulate him?" Zhao Chuanxiu was no fool. He understood Lin Ming's insinuation. It appeared that these seemingly unremarkable individuals held considerable influence behind the scenes. "Let us discuss serious matters." Lin Ming produced a deposit contract and stated, "Zhou Chong has likely informed you that there are a total of 196 units, all contracted at 16,000 per square meter, and all situated in the finest buildings and floors. We have no need to deceive you, General Zhao. A glance at any floor plan from the sales office will confirm this." Zhao Su's heart raced slightly. Despite having been engaged in real estate for over 20 years, he had never encountered a situation like this. "I am aware of this," he replied, "but I am somewhat perplexed. How much profit can these 196 units yield? Surely you understand better than I. If that is the case, why not purchase these properties yourself? You could turn a profit of at least 1 billion. It's like a windfall." Lin Ming and Shou Cheng exchanged glances and simultaneously shrugged. We lack the funds. Zhao Chuanxiu suppressed his irritation but could not help rolling his eyes. Do not doubt us. General Zhao, if we had the money, we certainly would not be sitting here with you, Zhou Cheng said with a bitter smile. And what, pray tell, is the nature of these 196 deposit contracts? Do not tell me you are merely gambling. It would be foolish to gamble on the Zijin Shenfu at that time. Though it certainly appears to be a wise choice in hindsight, Zhao Chuanxiu pressed further. Every situation has its context. It merely depends on our interpretation. Lin Ming responded with an air of wisdom. Zhao Chuanxiu rolled his eyes once more, frustrated by the vagueness of the reply. However, he deemed this not the crux of the matter. If Lin Ming chose not to elaborate, he would not press further. After examining the deposit contracts meticulously, Zhao Chuanxiu confirmed their authenticity. He had previously utilized connections to verify at the Zijin Shengfu sales office that Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng had indeed signed 196 deposit contracts there. With this established, it was time to negotiate the price. What price do you envision for these deposit contracts? Zhao Chuanxiu inquired. 2 million each, Lin Ming responded without hesitation. Zhou Cheng fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhao Chuanxiu, convinced that he would find this unacceptable and attempt to negotiate down the price. To his surprise, Zhao Chuanxiu appeared relieved. 2 million is indeed a reasonable price. Let us settle on that and proceed to the sales office to complete the transfer process. Zhao Chuanxiu spoke while rising. Seemingly anxious that Lin Ming and Shou Cheng might reconsider, Zhou Cheng felt as though his worldview was about to be upended. Are wealthy individuals truly this capricious? He had worried that Zhao Chuanxiu might find the price too steep, yet he was pleasantly surprised by how readily the agreement was reached. Once the price was settled, the subsequent matters became considerably simpler. The three of them proceeded to the sales office of Zijin Shenfu, where Wang Xingyang personally welcomed them, his respect nearly overflowing, which caused Zhao Chuanxiu to inwardly marvel at Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng's identities. Everything unfolded smoothly. The transaction was initiated with a transfer, followed by the transfer of ownership. After parting ways with Zhao Chuanxiu, Zhou Cheng glanced at the bank notification on his phone and suddenly embraced Lin Ming, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. What on earth are you doing? Lin Ming exclaiming in surprise. 200 million, brother Lin. 200 million. Zhou Cheng exclaimed with exhilaration. I have never seen such a sum in my entire life. How could I not be thrilled? Lin Ming wiped his face but chose not to respond further. He understood Zhou Cheng's excitement. Setting aside the weight of being the first young master, Zhou Cheng was, after all, an ordinary person. In comparison, Lin Ming's own exhilaration was no less than Zhou Cheng's, perhaps even more profound. This was because his account had also swelled by 19.2 billion. What does that signify? Even if deposited in a bank as a large denomination certificate of deposit, it would yield an annual income of 7 to 8 million. In other words, even if Lin Ming were to lose his ability to foresee the future, the expenses for his family's lifetime would be more than adequately covered. Chapter 42. The Chen family. Brother Lin, we must indulge in a grand feast at noon to celebrate. How about the Tianyang Hotel owned by the Hong Ning family? Zhou Cheng suggested. Are you eager to show off to Hong Ning? Lin Ming chuckled. You can't deny it. That little brat is far wealthier than I am and constantly flaunts his riches before me. This time, I must demonstrate the prowess of Zhou Grandpa. Upon noticing Lin Ming's gaze upon him, Zhou Cheng sheepishly added, Ahem, I meant Zhou Grandpa of Hong Ning. I won't be joining you. I need to have lunch with Xianxian, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Ever since Chun Jia consented to allow Lin Ming into their home, delivering lunch to Xianxian every day had become an unbreakable routine. Brother Lin, it's just one meal. She can easily fill her stomach at home, Zhou Cheng remarked, slightly disheartened. Lin Ming furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, I shall pretend you never said that. Zhou Cheng jolted, instantly realizing his misstep. In that case, Brother Lin, you need not trouble yourself. I will call Hong Ning and ask him to prepare a few dishes for you to take away. Consider it my treat for my dear niece. No need. Lin Ming huffed and promptly hailed a taxi to depart. Oh, my careless mouth. Zhou Cheng chided himself. Filled with regret. Knowing how much Lin Ming cherished his wife and child, he still uttered such thoughtless words. What an egregious lapse in judgment. At 11:30, Lin Ming once again arrived at the Unju community. He had deliberately packed several dishes and sent 2 of them to Wang Lanmei across the street. Then, with a hint of embarrassment on Wang Lanmei's face, he made his way to Xianxian. Daddy. The little girl beamed with joy upon seeing Lin Ming. Even more so than when she saw Chen Jia, and she leaped into his arms. Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. It's all your favorite dishes. Lin Ming said with a smile. Daddy is the best. I love you, Daddy. Xian exclaimed joyfully, watching the little girl devour her food. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before finally taking out his phone and dialing Qinjia's number. Is there something you need? Qinjia answered promptly. I have something to tell you, Lin Ming said, pursing his lips. This morning, I earned nearly 200 million. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Qinjia, are you listening? Lin Ming probed cautiously. Why are you telling me this? Even if you earn 100 billion, it's still just your own achievement. It has nothing to do with me, Qinjia replied. One could sense the tremor in her voice. After all, she was merely an ordinary office worker. And hearing Lin Ming mention earning nearly 200 million would be enough to rattle anyone. Qinjia, I know you don't care about how much I earn right now, but 200 million is a figure I never dared to imagine before. When this money comes in, the person I most want to tell is you. Qinjia remained silent. When we were in love, I dreamed of working doubly hard after graduation, earning endless money to buy you the car you love, the cosmetics and handbags you desire, and the house you always wanted. But then I started my business, and all those dreams were shattered. Reality taught me a harsh lesson. I was proud and could not bear the blow, taking out all my anger and frustration on you. I was a scoundrel, an unmitigated scoundrel. I do not dare to ask for your forgiveness, but I only hope you won't reject my goodwill towards you and Xian any longer. Can you do that? Lin Ming's voice was gentle as he slowly expressed the feelings he had buried deep within his heart. Remarkably, Qinjia did not interrupt him, nor did she hang up, seemingly just listening in silence. When we divorced, you pleaded with me to grant you custody of Xian, and I agreed. Now, I am here to plead with you to allow me to treat you both a little better, just a little better. Lin Ming, you are right. You are a scoundrel. Qinjia suddenly shouted, as if expending all her strength. She was sobbing, feeling wronged. Moments later, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Although Qinjia was scolding him, he understood that the past and future were a scale in her heart. If the Qinjia of the past had always lived in the shadows of what once was, then starting today, she ought to have begun tilting toward the future. After Xuan's afternoon nap, Lin Ming reluctantly departed from the Unju community. On his way back to the apartment, Shou Chong, who had only just parted from Lin Ming, called again. Is there something you need? Lin Ming feigned annoyance. Hee, brother Lin, I couldn't help but miss you. Zhou Chong replied with an awkward chuckle. Speak your mind, and be direct, Lin Ming retorted, amused despite his irritation. A few days ago, you asked me to prepare some mooncakes and gifts. I have everything ready and am about to deliver them to you, Zhou Chong explained. All right, come to the apartment then, Lin Ming responded. Sure thing. After hanging up, Lin Ming shook his head. He understood that Shou Chong did not mean anything by it, however. He truly did not wish to hear another dismissive remark regarding Qinjia and Xian, even if made by others. Having frightened Shou Chong a bit this time, Lin Ming believed that the fellow would think twice in the future. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Ming found Zhou Chong already waiting outside. He had not gone upstairs but stood beside the car, holding a large number of items, waiting for Lin Ming. Just a single phrase. And the esteemed Zhou young master has become so humble. Should I boast about this to others? Lin Ming chuckled as he approached. Brother Lin, I admit I was indeed thoughtless before. I assure you that from now on, I will prioritize your wife and daughter. Zhou Chong declared. Get lost. That is my wife and child. Do you need to prioritize them? Lin Ming jokingly scolded. After some banter, Zhou Chong, seeing that Lin Ming was no longer upset, felt relieved to take his leave. Lin Ming did not inquire about how much Zhou Chong had spent on the gifts. He would surely claim it was unnecessary fuss, especially since he had just made 200 million earlier that day. Around 4 p.m., Lin Ming took a taxi to Old Chen's home. The Chen family resided in the county seat of Meling County, under the jurisdiction of Landa City, which was approximately a half-hour journey from the apartment. By the time Lin Ming arrived, the sky was gradually darkening. The autumn evening brought with it a slight chill. Lin Ming was unsure whether it was anxiety or genuine coldness, but upon exiting the car, he inexplicably shivered. Given the things I did a few years ago, it's no wonder the old couple would scold me. Lin Ming reassured himself. Then, with a resolve akin to facing death, he stepped into the Gardner community where the Chen family resided. Building 6, Unit 2, Room 502. Lin Ming knocked on the entrance door. Who is it? Came the voice of his former mother-in-law, Lu Yumei, from inside. Lin Ming remained silent until the door opened, at which point he spoke amidst Lu Yumei's startled expression. Mom. Chapter 43. Mom, I don't want money. Lin Ming? Lu Yufang took a moment to process his presence. She had completely overlooked the items Lin Ming was carrying and failed to notice his awkward demeanor. Her mind was in disarray. The first thought that crossed her mind was one of despair. This fellow had come to stir trouble again. Since a certain point, every time Lin Ming visited, it had never boded well, always turning the Chun household upside down. In just a few short years, both Liu Fang and Chen have seen their hair turn significantly gray, nearly driven to the brink of a heart ailment by Lin Ming's antics. Why are you here? Liu Fang feigned composure, her mind racing with strategies. Under normal circumstances, it might have been manageable, but the presence of Chun Sheng's girlfriend added a layer of urgency. If she were to discover the existence of such a troublesome brother-in-law as Lin Ming during her first visit, would it sow doubts in her mind, potentially leading to a breakup with Chen Sheng? Just as Lin Ming opened his mouth to speak, Liu Fang hurriedly interjected, Shaolin, you and Jia are already divorced. Please do not cause us any more trouble, all right? Observing the worry etched on Liu Fang's face, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? A few explanations regarding his past actions would hardly convince her. Liu Fang and her husband Chun had always been good-hearted individuals who once harbored great hopes for Lin Ming. However, his repeated foolishness had long since extinguished those hopes, leaving only shattered remnants in their wake. Do you want money again? Fine, I will give you money. As Liu Fang frantically rummaged through her phone, she added, coincidentally, Old Chen just received last month's pension. I can give you that. She genuinely wished to avoid any disruption caused by Lin Ming, fearing it would disturb Chen Xing's girlfriend. She would rather part with money than allow Lin Ming to once again wreak havoc in their home. Mom. Upon realizing that Liu Fang truly intended to hand him money, Lin Ming quickly protested, I don't want any money. What do you want then? Liu Fang exclaimed, her eyes reddening. Lin Ming, after all these years, Jiajia's father is nearing illness due to your actions. What do you truly desire? You and Jiajia are divorced. Why can't you leave us in peace? Must you drive us to despair to feel satisfied? Even though he had prepared himself before ascending the stairs, Lin Ming felt a wave of suffocation wash over him upon hearing her words. Once upon a time, this kind-hearted and simple woman wouldn't have raised her voice while speaking to him. She had always treated him with kindness, yet he had pushed her to this point. Lin Ming, I will be frank with you. Today, Chen Xing's girlfriend is here. If you continue to cause chaos, I will truly show you what despair looks like. Liu Fang attempted to drive him away with this childish threat. Mom, Lin Ming called softly, adopting the gentlest tone, I never intended to cause any trouble. I merely thought. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I would bring you some mooncakes, hoping for your and Dad's good health. After placing the items in his hands down, Lin Ming turned to leave. It was only then that Liu Fang finally noticed the various bags he carried. She could hardly believe it. Her son-in-law had actually brought her gifts, and such an abundance at that. Lin Ming, stop. Liu Fang suddenly called out. Lin Ming paused. Where did you get the money? She inquired, frowning. Such a simple 5-word phrase brought tears to Lin Ming's eyes. Despite his intense self-loathing, upon seeing those items, Liu Fang's first reaction was concern over the origins of this money and the implications for her future. Mom, I've started a new business and earned some money. You need not worry, all of it is entirely legitimate, Lin Ming spoke softly. But those cigarettes and liquor must be quite expensive? Liu Fang replied. Aware that the brands he mentioned, such as Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai liquor, were not cheap. Not at all, just take them inside. Once Dad finishes smoking and drinking, I will buy him more, Lin Ming assured her. Liu Fang bit her lip, suddenly questioning if her previous words had been too harsh. After all, Lin Ming had come to visit her and her husband, yet she had scolded him. This moment illustrated Liu Fang's inherent kindness, a trait evidently inherited by Chen Jia. Mom, I have indeed committed many wrongs in the past. It is only right that you scold me, Lin Ming acknowledged, understanding her thoughts. I want to go in. You should head back. You can take some mooncakes for Chun Sheng's girlfriend. She likely won't mind. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Fang couldn't resist suggesting. It's almost 5 o'clock. It will take you over half an hour to return. Why not stay and have dinner before you leave? As soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. However, Lin Ming shook his head, saying, Mom, I won't disturb you any longer. I will visit you and Dad again soon. Liu Fang was taken aback. Today's Lin Ming neither sought money nor intended to enter. He simply delivered a multitude of items. This was in stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Old woman, whom are you talking to? The food is going to burn. At that moment, Chen Eniying's voice rang out. Liu Fang's expression changed. She knew Chen Eniying's temperament and quickly replied, No one, It was just sisterly from upstairs bringing some things. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Inying had already positioned himself behind her and had spotted Lin Ming. "It's you?" Chen Inying's previously pleasant demeanor instantly soured. "You have the audacity to show your face here?" With that, he charged out, and despite Lu Yunfang's attempts to restrain him, he broke free. "Dad," Lin Ming called out. "Don't call me Dad. I am not your father," Chen Inying retorted, stepping forward and kicking at Lin Ming. Witnessing this, Lu Yunfang's face drained of color as she thought, this is truly the end. Considering Lin Ming's usual temperament, it would be astonishing if he did not retaliate. Yet, when Chen Inying's kick connected with Lin Ming, it nearly sent him tumbling down the stairs. Remarkably, Lin Ming did not utter a single word. He merely stood there, his expression a complex mix of emotions, as if bracing himself for a second kick. "Why don't you dodge?" Chen Inying shouted furiously. "Aren't you quite skilled? Don't you enjoy causing a scene? Come, I see you wish to stir up some trouble today." As he spoke, Chen Inying approached and delivered a swift kick, not a violent shove. Lin Ming keenly sensed this distinction, which indicated that despite Chen Inying's anger, he still retained a modicum of respect. This reflection caused Lin Ming to recall how Chen Inying had once treated him, as if he genuinely regarded him as a son. The two kicks delivered to Lin Ming now carried an undertone of disappointment, a sentiment akin to wishing for better. Chapter 44. An unpleasant dinner. After administering two kicks to Lin Ming, Chen Inying appeared to have calmed somewhat. He collected his thoughts and noticed Lin Ming's unusual demeanor today. Ordinarily, the mere suggestion of confrontation would incite this rascal to flip the table. Yet today, after enduring a beating, he remained utterly silent. "What are you plotting? Do you seek money? The meager funds I possess have already been exhausted by you. Should I resort to selling my blood?" Chen Inying exclaimed. "Dad, I don't want money. I merely came to check on you and Mom," Lin Ming replied earnestly. "Humph, a weasel wishing a hen well. There's no good intention behind it." Chen Inying retorted. "Let me make it clear. You have no ties to the Chen family anymore. If you dare to harass us or Jia again, do not expect me to be courteous." Lin Ming sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, deep affection breeds fierce resentment. Perhaps it was precisely because Chen Inying loved his daughter so dearly that he displayed far greater anger than Lu Yunfang after Chen Jia had endured so many grievances. Given the current circumstances, any explanations or assurances would undoubtedly be futile. Only tangible actions could provide proof. Desiring to avoid further troubling the elderly couple, Lin Ming said, "Dad, Mom, you should head back quickly. Don't neglect Chen Xing's girlfriend." "Wait." Chen Inying lit a cigarette and scoffed. "You foolish boy. Don't you realize what time it is? Will there still be food if you return now?" With that, Chen Inying turned and walked toward the house. Lin Ming stood there, momentarily taken aback. "Come inside first," Lu Yufang urged. "Your father and your Uncle Chen mean for you to eat before you leave." "Uncle Chen." Lin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had truly managed to destroy this family. In truth, Lin Ming had not intended to stay for dinner. But given the insistence of the elderly couple, he could not reject their kindness. The old Chen residence, approximately 70 square meters, was a cramped, traditional three-bedroom layout. Yet Lu Yufang kept it impeccably clean. Upon entering, Lin Ming immediately spotted Chen Xing sitting there, accompanied by a girl. The girl appeared to be around Chen Xing's age. Reasonably attractive but dressed quite modestly, lacking any ostentation. Chen Xing also noticed Lin Ming. Unlike Chen Inying's grim countenance, Chen Xing's eyes widened in fury, and he sprang up in a fit of rage. "Be quiet," Chen Inying barked, silencing Chen Xing, who had been poised to speak. Even in the throes of his indignation, Chen Xing dared not confront Chen Inying directly. One could discern from Chen Inying's demeanor that it was he who had permitted Lin Ming's entry. "Who is this person?" the girl inquired. "My former brother-in-law," Chen Sheng replied with a dismissive snort. The girl exhibited a flicker of intrigue, evidently having heard of Lin Ming from Chen Sheng. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Pingping." "Hello," Lin Ming nodded in response. Truth be told, at that moment, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. In the kitchen, Lu Yunfang was preparing the meal, while Chen Sheng and Chen Inying were relentlessly scrutinizing him. The atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Ming felt uncomfortably exposed, wishing he had never entered. He should have anticipated such a scenario. The previously harmonious ambience turned stifling upon his arrival. Jiang Pingping, with her cheerful disposition, initially attempted to lighten the mood with conversation. However, seeing the hostile expressions on Chen Sheng and Chen Inying's faces, she soon fell silent. It wasn't until Lu Yunfang brought the dishes to the table that Chen Inying finally declared, "Dinner is served." The table was laden with Lu Yunfang's signature dishes, sweet and sour ribs, oil-splashed carp, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and crispy stir-fry delights. When Lin Ming first visited the Qin household, it was these very dishes that had welcomed him. "Why aren't you eating? Are you too ashamed?" Qin Sheng taunted, his gaze fixed on Lin Ming. Jiang Pingping quickly nudged him with her elbow, then turned to Lin Ming with a smile. "Lin Ge. What Qin Sheng means is that Annie's cooking is delightful, so let us eat." Indeed, Lin Ming managed a strained smile before picking up his bowl. Lu Yunfang's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, remaining unchanged over the years. I see he's run out of money and has come to sponge off us." Qin Sheng grumbled with evident resentment. "Why did we allow someone like him to enter our home on Pingping's first visit? It's utterly disappointing. I suggest you be quiet. Are you deaf or simply obstinate?" Chen Enning retorted sharply. "Dad, he has already divorced my sister. What right does he have to be here?" Qin Sheng could no longer contain his frustration. "He merely seeks to swindle you and my mother for money once again, thinking our family is composed of fools. It seems the last time I confronted him was far too lenient. Had Pingping not been present today, I would have made him understand the consequences of his actions." "Qin Sheng, you should refrain from speaking so harshly," Lu Yunfang interjected. "Mother, did I speak falsely? Lin Ming is not even worthy of being called a man." Qin Sheng's anger escalated. When he had first met Lin Ming, he had believed him to be a commendable individual, someone worthy of trust, which is why he had encouraged Qin Jia to marry him. Little did he realize it was all a facade. After marrying, Lin Ming had completely transformed, indulging in drinking and gambling while neglecting his responsibilities, often taking out his frustrations on Qin Jia and Xian Xian. Qin Sheng's fury towards Lin Ming knew no bounds. In his view, he was the one who had harmed Qin Jia and Xian Xian. Had he recognized Lin Ming's true nature sooner, Qin Jia's life would not have been so tragically marred. "Get lost. I can't bear to see you for another moment. Leave at once," Qin Sheng bellowed. Bang! Qin Enning slammed his hand on the table. "What a fine meal this is. Can't you hold your tongue for a moment? Must you turn it into a spectacle for Pingping? Dad, am I the one making Pingping laugh?" Qin Enning retorted angrily. "If you and Mom hadn't let him in, would I be so furious? You little brat. How dare you shout at me? You're out of line." Qin Enning's face darkened with rage. Lin Ming realized that the meal was beyond salvaging. He rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the others. "I apologize." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. "What's with the pretense? You think you can apologize? Do you even know how to spell those words? After beating my sister and Xian Xian so many times, I've never heard you utter an apology." Qin Sheng shouted from behind. As Lin Ming stepped outside, he grasped the stair railing and took several deep breaths. Qin Sheng's words rang true. Qin Jia and Xian Xian had endured so much suffering. When had he ever said sorry to them? Bang! The front door slammed shut, and Lin Ming initially thought it was Qin Sheng who had done it. However, when he turned around, he found Qin Enning had unknowingly followed him outside. "Dad, please go back and eat. Qin Sheng's girlfriend is waiting for you," Lin Ming urged. Qin Enning glanced at him, and then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. A box of Peace, 11 yuan a pack. "Care for one?" he offered. "Dad, I've quit." Lin Ming shook his head. "Stop with the nonsense." Without further ado, Qin Enning tossed a cigarette to Lin Ming and even offered a lighter. "I'll do it myself," Lin Ming quickly replied. After lighting it, he took a deep drag and remarked, "This cigarette isn't bad, although it's harder to find now. You brought me this very brand the first time you visited," Qin Enning reminisced. Lin Ming paused. "After getting married, I've been buying my own." Qin Enning continued. "I noticed the items you brought, Zhonghua cigarettes, Matai liquor, and it seems like it was Feitian Matai. Just the other day, my old friends and I were discussing how the price of Feitian Matai has skyrocketed to 8 or 9,000 yuan a bottle. I'm currently engaged in some small business ventures and plan to register a pharmaceutical company soon," Lin Ming disclosed. A pharmaceutical company is no easy feat. It requires specialized technical talent, and the registration process is quite cumbersome, Qin Enning cautioned. Lin Ming remained silent for a moment before asking, "Dad, do you believe in me?" In the past, Lin Ming had been a habitual liar, convinced that Qin Enning would not be inclined to listen to his boasts. Qin Enning sighed. "Does it matter whether you believe it or not? If your mother and I had doubted you, why would we have allowed Jejie to marry you?" Lin Ming was deeply moved. He never anticipated that it would be Qin Enning who would articulate such sentiments. It is worth noting that his father-in-law harbored anger that rivaled Qin Sheng's. "Father, I have wronged Jejie and the Qin family," Lin Ming whispered. "Enough of that. Let's not dwell on such matters," Qin Enning replied, inhaling from his cigarette. "Your mother and I are old now. We do not expect to enjoy any luxuries. All we hope is that you refrain from causing further trouble for Jiajia and Xianxian. Jiajia is a stubborn girl. She was resolute in her decision to marry you. Although your mother and I did not oppose it, we were concerned about the conditions you offered, fearing she might suffer. Now, it seems you two have divorced, and she has gone through quite a bit. It is likely she will find it challenging to marry again. As a single mother, raising a child and managing work is no easy feat. I hope you can show her understanding. Can you do that? His words were heartfelt and sincere, devoid of the anger that once consumed him, now expressed with calmness. Chen Eniying was truly exhausted. His invitation for Lin Ming to dine with him and his pursuit of Lin Ming outside were all for the sake of Qin Jiajia. In the face of futile shouting or scolding, he simply hoped that Lin Ming, considering his age, would cease his mischief, even if it was likely just a distant hope. Father, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Lin Ming suddenly asked. What for? Chen Eniying furrowed his brow, instinctively suspecting that Lin Ming intended to seize his phone for monetary gain. You will find out shortly, Lin Ming replied. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Eniying unlocked his phone and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming transferred 20,000 yuan to Chen Eniying via WeChat, not waiting for him to refuse before completing the transaction. What are you doing? Chen Eniying exclaimed, eyes wide. Father, you are right. Jiajia and I are divorced now, and I may not have the privilege to visit you often. This 20,000 yuan is not much. Please use it to buy your mother some nutritional supplements to help her health. Lin Ming returned the phone to Chen Eniying and added, I understand that no amount of explanation will convince you and my mother. So I will demonstrate through my actions that the Lin Ming you once held high hopes for has returned. With that, Lin Ming departed resolutely. Chen Eniying stood at the door, staring at the 20,000 yuan transfer on WeChat, lost in thought for a long while. It was not until the cigarette in his hand was nearly burnt out that he snapped back to reality. From the very beginning, Chen Eniying had never truly believed in Lin Ming, let alone in the notion of a pharmaceutical company. However, he refrained from exposing Lin Ming, fearing that doing so might provoke him and cause trouble for Jiajia and Xianxian. Yet, everything Lin Ming had done today left Chen Eniying feeling as though he were living in a dream. He did not retaliate when struck, nor did he respond to Chen Xing's insults. After carrying so many items, he remained silent, ultimately earning himself a sum of 20,000 yuan. Has this young man truly changed his temperament? Upon returning home, Chen Sheng immediately inquired, has that scoundrel left? Chen Eniying replied in a low tone. Since he has divorced your sister, you ought to temper your anger. Even if you cannot stand him, treat him merely as a stranger. Otherwise, it is your sister who will suffer. Do you understand? If he dares to lay a hand on my sister again, I will end him. Chen Xing scoffed. Chen Eniying shook his head and chose not to respond further. El Yufeng said, Old man, what shall we do with the items Lin Ming took? Throw them all out. Chen Sheng exclaimed. Chen Eniying promptly brought the bags before him. 8 cartons of soft cigarettes, 6 bottles of flying mitai, along with bird's nest and shark fin, altogether worth nearly 100,000. You want to throw these out? Chen Sheng questioned in disbelief. He hastily rummaged through the bags, confirming that Chen Eniying had indeed spoken the truth. These were indeed valuable items. Could these possibly be fake? Chen Xing pondered aloud. El Yufeng added, how did Lin Ming suddenly acquire such wealth? It must be counterfeit. He hasn't even repaid the money he borrowed from our relatives. He must have some ulterior motive for trying to deceive you with these inferior products. At this point, Chen Xing swiftly pulled out his phone and called Qin Jia, putting the call on speaker so that Chen Eniying and El Yunfeng could hear. The call was answered shortly. Sister, that scoundrel just came to our house and took a lot of things, but they are all fake. Chen Xing stated. How do you know they are fake? Qin Jia inquired. It's obvious. It's either flying mitai or soft cigarettes, along with bird's nest and shark fin. If he were truly wealthy, why hasn't he repaid the money he owes our relatives? Chen Xing replied with a sneer. I have 100,000 here. He gave it to me a few days ago to repay his debts, Qin Jia disclosed. Upon hearing this, the Qin family was taken aback. Sister, what are you doing? You've already divorced him. Why are you still helping that scoundrel with lies? What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you? Chen Sheng expressed his dissatisfaction. I am not lying. The money is at home, all in cash. If you don't believe me, come over when you have the time, and you can take it to repay our relatives, Qin Jia insisted. Chen Sheng grew increasingly agitated, believing his sister to be speaking nonsense. After all, at the time of their divorce, Lin Ming was in substantial debt, nearly totaling 1 million. How could he have earned so much in just a few days? Sister, I understand you fear our parents' wrath, but that scoundrel enough. Qin Jia suddenly interrupted with a sharp tone. His name is Lin Ming. Stop referring to him as that scoundrel. After saying this, Chen Jia hung up the phone. Chen Xing was left in a state of shock. He could discern that his sister had been somewhat angered when she spoke that last sentence. How could it come to this? His own sister still supporting Lin Ming. At that moment, Chen Inian quietly remarked, Lin Ming transferred 20,000 yuan to me when he left. Chapter 46, Mother. Let us ride a horse together around 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ming returned to the apartment. His visit to old Chen's family proved fruitful. Not only did he win the favor of Chen Inying and Liu Yufang, but he also demonstrated his transformation. However, he still needed to put in considerable effort with his brother-in-law, Chen Xing. Although the situation was not entirely Chen Xing's fault. His volatile temper was indeed a source of concern for Lin Ming. As Lin Ming settled onto the bed, his phone rang. It was Chen Jia calling. Did you go to my parents' house? She inquired. Yes, Lin Ming replied with a smile. The old couple even treated me to a meal. It was quite rewarding. Chen Sheng must have scolded you, right? My mother just called me and mentioned that Chen Sheng's girlfriend happened to be there today, Chen Jia said. Lin Ming replied, no. We only chatted for a bit, and I returned home after dinner. Chen Jia held back for a moment before slowly exclaiming, you're lying. Lin Ming sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Jia, are you showing concern for me? My mother said that Chen Sheng scolded you quite a bit, and you barely ate before he kicked you out. Chen Jia added, what can I do? I'm really hungry now. Lin Ming feigned a sense of grievance. Chen Jia was aware of his act, but still retorted. Xian misses you. There are still some dishes left. If you don't mind, come over to eat. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lin Ming's worries vanished in an instant. Brother-in-law, you truly are my lucky star. He hurriedly rushed to Unju Community. The security door opened, leaving only the entrance door closed. Lin Ming dashed inside, startling Chen Jia, who was serving the dishes. Daddy, Xian exclaimed joyfully, what delicious treats did you bring me? Daddy is still hungry. He came to ask you for some tasty food, Lin Ming pouted. Mommy told me all about it. Come quickly. Mommy made you scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat with green peppers, Xian said. Lin Ming looked at Chen Jia standing by the dining table and cheerfully remarked. Someone on the phone mentioned only leftover dishes. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Xian. The little girl instantly wore a pitiful expression. Why was her mother glaring at her when she had done nothing wrong? Indeed, Lin Ming had barely eaten at old Chen's house, and he was quite famished now. Seizing a steamed bun, he began to devour it ravenously. The dishes made by my wife are truly delightful. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Ming had polished off the dishes entirely. Just as he lifted the plate to lick it clean, Chen Jia swiftly snatched it away. That's enough. I know what my cooking tastes like. Why the need to act so deliberately? It truly is delicious. Yet I find myself still hungry, Lin Ming remarked, patting his belly. If you're still hungry, you can eat more when you return, Chen Jia replied as she carried the plate into the kitchen. And only when Lin Ming could no longer see her did she stifle a giggle. After washing the dishes, Chen Jia emerged from the kitchen to find Lin Ming sprawled on the floor with Xian perched on his back, her little voice shouting, gallop, horse, gallop. In that moment, Chen Jia felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. If happiness were an emotion to be found in this world, it was perhaps for the first time since her marriage that she truly felt it. Mom, come up quickly. Let us ride the big horse together. Xian's cheerful call shattered Chen Jia's reverie. She instinctively glanced at Lin Ming, who was looking at her with eager anticipation, as if she could truly mount him. You come down first. I need to speak with Dad, Chen Jia instructed. No. Xian protested, her face a mask of reluctance. Yet ultimately, she scampered away to play under Chen Jia's stern gaze. I will help you repay that 100,000 yuan to your relatives, Chen Jia said. It should have been repaid long ago. It's been 2 or 3 years now, and the interest in the bank has accumulated quite a bit. Lin Ming's face brightened. In that case, I will transfer you some money. You can buy something nice for them as a token of gratitude. Before Chen Jia could respond, he took her phone. He effortlessly unlocked it, a complex expression crossing his face. As expected, you haven't changed the password. Chen Jia's phone password was Lin Ming's birthday. I couldn't be bothered to change it, she admitted, unable to meet his gaze. WeChat has a daily transfer limit of 30,000. I will send you that amount first. Lin Ming said. Chen Jia frowned. Why are you sending me money now that we are divorced? I don't want it. This ISNT for you. Part of it is to repay a favor, and the other part is for Xian's kindergarten expenses, Lin Ming stated seriously. Although we are divorced, I still have to provide for her. The law doesn't specify a limit on child support, does it? Chen Jia was at a loss for words. With that money, You should rather show some filial piety to your parents. I do intend to visit them. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and it's the perfect opportunity to celebrate with them. Lin Ming replied. That's only right, Qinjia nodded. Lin Ming hesitated. They must miss Xian dearly. Qinjia was not surprised. Then you should take Xian back to see them. But what if they miss you too? Lin Ming asked, a hint of concern in his voice. We are divorced. I am no longer a member of the Lin family. They won't miss me, Qinjia replied. They will. Lin Ming insisted. You know my parents have always regarded you as their own daughter. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. If you don't return, Lin Ming. Don't push your luck. Qinjia's cheeks flushed, feeling a wave of heat. She was acutely aware of her place in the hearts of Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan. Yet she was still adjusting to the current situation. For a brief moment, Qinjia contemplated agreeing to Lin Ming's request and returning with him. Yet the feelings of worry and fear were even more intense and conflicting than when she first visited Lin Ming's home. Thus, she instinctively chose to refuse. Lin Ming understood that such matters could not be rushed. Pressing further would be excessive. However, he found solace in the fact that Qinjia did not hastily urge him to leave, but instead engaged him in casual conversation, exchanging idle words. It was only around 9 o'clock that Qinjia remarked, if you don't return soon, you won't be able to catch a ride. Daddy, don't go. Xian doesn't want you to leave. Xian hurried over. Lin Ming glanced at Qinjia, noting her resolute expression. He could only say to Xian, be good and stay home to protect your mother. Don't let any bad people take her away. You and your mother belong to Daddy alone, understand? Yes. I will definitely protect Mommy. The little girl nodded vigorously. After seeing Lin Ming off, Qinjia leaned against the door, clutching her chest. Her heart racing like a startled fawn. You and your mother belong to Daddy alone. When did this fellow become so domineering? Chapter 47. Limit up. $900 upon returning to his apartment, Lin Ming cheerfully called Zhou Chong. As feelings began to blossom, the pursuit of wealth must not cease. Brother Lin, you finally called. I've been waiting. Zhou Chong chuckled. We parted this morning. Are you already waiting by evening? Have you cleaned yourself up? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong replied, TSK. It seems Brother Lin is quite happy today. Did you have a fruitful visit to your father-in-law's house? You should know my family situation. It's just as it is. I must earn their trust step by step. After all, I was quite a scoundrel in the past, Lin Ming sighed. Brother Lin. If I were you, I would simply show them the bank transfer details. Wouldn't that convince them? Zhou Chong suggested. You know nothing. If they truly valued only money, they wouldn't have allowed Qinjia to marry me in the first place. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. When Qinjia wed Lin Ming, he was utterly destitute, with nothing to offer but his education and appearance. Yet in today's society, college graduates abound, and looks can't put food on the table. The old Qin family was concerned with Lin Ming's character. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This was the true reflection of the old Qin family now. Let us not dwell on that, Lin Ming said. Is the trader ready? Yes, everything is fully prepared, just waiting for your command. Brother Lin, Zhou Chong replied solemnly. Lin Ming chuckled helplessly. You make it sound like we're going to battle. The Nasdaq opens at dawn. There is no need to rush for loans just yet. Wait until around 3 o'clock, when the Qiling stock market will hit its limit up, reaching approximately $900 per share, between 3 and 3:30. Instruct the trader to initiate borrowing while simultaneously activating leveraged operations. The higher the multiplier, the better. Zhou Chong secretly clicked his tongue. Brother Lin, you have laid everything out before me so clearly. All that's missing is the revelation of how much profit we can actually make. The potential earnings depend on both the amount you possess and the courage you have to invest, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Isn't that obvious? When working with Brother Lin, if we don't go all in, we might as well be eating dirt. Zhou Chong earnestly flattered him. My funds have already been transferred to your account. You've received them, right? Lin Ming inquired. Indeed, Li Hongyuan also deposited money into my account this evening. Albeit only 20 million, Zhou Chong responded. Lin Ming had already informed Li Hongyuan about the stock market, and once Li's account was unfrozen, he promptly transferred the funds to Zhou Chong. It was likely that Hong Ning, Han Changyu, and the others had also positioned their capital by now. Let us proceed as discussed. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to call me, Lin Ming concluded before hanging up. Although he had a modest understanding of the stock market, when compared to seasoned traders, his knowledge was merely superficial. The reason he dared to take such a gamble was due to his ultimate trump card, the ability to foresee the future. In Yilin Bay, the premier villa district of Blue Island City, Zhou Chong sat in one of the luxurious villas with the three traders he had recruited. Of course, this villa was not his purchase. It was merely a temporary rental for a few days. After all, each villa here commenced at a price of at least 50 million. Prior to meeting Lin Ming, Zhou Chong could not have afforded such a place. The table was laden with an array of snacks, fine wines, and beers. Zhou Chong reclined comfortably, his legs crossed. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" A young man opposite him questioned. "What do you think?" Zhou Chong responded nonchalantly. "I think you're out of your mind for daring to short-sell a giant like Qilin." The young man, Su Jin, was one of the three traders Zhou Chong had hired. "What is the big deal? The bigger the giant, the more exhilarating the challenge," Zhou Chong exclaimed, taking a sip of beer. "Consider it, taking profits from the world's top capitalists. What an achievement to boast about. Whether it's worth boasting about is one thing, but the key is whether you can actually succeed," Su Jin retorted. Qilin Automobile has already ascended to the pinnacle of global renewable energy, and its stock market performance is soaring. Many investors are clamoring to get in. Yet you're contemplating extracting profits from it? I just don't understand why you are so convinced the Qilin stock will decline. Su Jin, a college classmate of Zhou Chong, shared a good rapport with him, allowing for a casual exchange. "Just leave that to me. I will certainly find a way to profit," Zhou Chong replied with a mysterious smile. Su Jin furrowed his brow and added, "Let me advise you once more. You must think this through carefully. The larger the enterprise, the more challenging it is to penetrate. The amount of capital you have is negligible compared to the entire Qilin stock market. Even a slight fluctuation could result in total loss. To put it bluntly, that would lead to ruin." Su Jin was truly perplexed. Why would Zhou Chong gamble with 200 million in cash instead of finding a more prudent investment? Having been a trader for quite some time, he believed that the Qilin stock market showed no signs of a downturn whatsoever. Was this not akin to searching for excrement in a latrine with a lantern? Even considering Zhou Chong's family background, there was no way he could have received advance notice of such a globally influential event. However, Su Jin's words fell on deaf ears as Zhou Chong beamed at him, saying, "Old Su, don't say I didn't offer you this chance. Your family is well off, I presume? A few tens of millions shouldn't be a problem. Care to place a bet with me?" "Get lost." Su Jin's expression shifted. "If I squander my father's meager fortune, he would surely kill me." Zhou Chong then turned to the other two, who, without exception, shook their heads as if avoiding a plague. "Suit yourselves, you simply lack the fortune." Zhou Chong sighed, not in regret, but seemingly reveling in their misfortune. He appeared to envision the regretful expressions on their faces. The group had not slept, having been glued to their screens since 2 in the morning, intently observing the Qilin stock market. As anticipated, at precisely 10 minutes past 2, the market surged dramatically. This was not surprising to Su Jin and the others, as such fluctuations were entirely normal for Qilin Automotive. By 3 in the morning, only 3 hours after opening, the Qilin stock market officially hit its ceiling. Zhou Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, for the final price at which the stock capped was identical to what Lin Ming had mentioned, $900. At this moment, Su Jin looked toward Zhou Chong, asking, "Shall we proceed?" "Enough with the chatter. Just watch how I am going to amass wealth," Zhou Chong exclaimed, laughing heartily. "You've truly lost your mind. Don't come crying to me when it all goes awry," Su Jin thought, observing Zhou Chong's exuberance and lamenting his fate. After all, Zhou Chong was the boss. He would follow whatever directives he issued. With a flurry of swift actions, Zhou Chong watched in astonishment as Su Jin and the others completed their tasks in mere minutes. "All set?" Zhou Chong inquired. "Don't speak like an expert if you're merely an outsider. Do you think I'm just idly wasting time?" Su Jin retorted with a laugh. "Damn. With several hundred million at stake, the stock market truly is an abyss," Zhou Chong mused. Many Navi investors had lost everything and sunk into debt because of the stock market. In many ways, it resembled gambling. Had it not been for Lin Ming's urging, he would have never contemplated such a venture again. Chapter 48. The arrogant giant in a luxurious hotel room in Europe, Han Changyu sat on the sofa, swirling his glass of red wine. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the corners of the ceiling. Though discreet, it was evident that each corner was equipped with a miniature camera. For cameras were installed here alone, with likely more hidden elsewhere. They truly intend to bring about my demise. Had it not been for Mr. Lin's reminder, I would never have discovered these cameras. Strangely, you're despicable, Slanky. Anger surged within Han Changyu, nearly shattering the wine glass in his hand. Although Lin Ming's advice might alter the timing of certain events, it would not prevent those events from occurring. Had I taken the cruise initially, even if Han Changyu had safely reached Europe, it would have been delayed by at least 4 or 5 days. He had called the Ukrainian woman in advance to have her book the hotel, eager to determine the accuracy of his romantic misfortunes, as Lin Ming had anticipated. Even if he arrived at the group headquarters by plane ahead of schedule, slanky S-file tactics would still be in play. However, despite the fury brewing within, Han Changyu chose not to display it outwardly. Approximately 10 minutes later, a stunning blonde woman wearing a translucent nightgown emerged from the bathroom. "Are you anxious?" she asked, her voice laced with allure, speaking in broken Mandarin. Han Changyu narrowed his eyes and swiftly tore away her gauzy garment. The woman gasped in terror. "No. No?" Han Changyu scoffed, pushing the blonde onto the bed. "Please, Brother Changyu, don't do this," she pleaded, curling back in apparent fear. The affectionate term she often used. Brother Changyu now repulsed Han Changyu. He approached the bed and leaned slowly towards her. The blonde, initially unprepared for his brutality, assumed he sought playful engagement and attempted to feign compliance with her expression. Yet, Han Changyu's next words nearly sent her into a panic. "If someone were to see you in this vulnerable state, they would surely think I am attempting to force myself upon you." The blonde gasped in shock. "Brother Changyu, what do you mean by that?" Han Changyu yanked the blanket she had wrapped around her down, sneering. "Have I not treated you well? What benefits has Slanky offered you to act this way towards me?" I don't understand what you mean," the blonde stammered, struggling to maintain her composure. "You don't understand, do you? Well, today I shall enlighten you." Han Changyu opened the notebook the blonde carried, quickly revealing all the scenes within the room. The undeniable evidence shattered her facade. "Brother Changyu, I never wanted this. Slanky forced me. Please don't be angry. I certainly understand Slanky coerced you. But that does not absolve you of your own culpability." Han Changyu, with a sense of disdain, remarked, "Your filthy body has been thoroughly documented on the computer. If you wish to avoid becoming a global spectacle, then at the upcoming headquarters meeting, let's see Langjifu truly surprise everyone." On September 6th, at 8 a.m., a piece of news quietly engulfed the global online realm. The Cheeling automobile, a paragon of new energy technology, experienced a malfunction in its autonomous driving system, resulting in a fatal collision on the highway. When this news broke, anyone with even a modest understanding of automobiles was left astounded. It is worth noting that Cheeling automobiles, renowned for their futuristic technology, had never before been marred by negative press since their inception. Priced approximately 10% lower than Tesla, they boasted a customer retention rate even higher than that of their rival. This remarkable achievement significantly contributed to Cheeling's rapid ascent within the new energy market. Autonomous driving was poised to become a prevailing trend, as many professionals, weary from navigating a myriad of clients, yearned to unwind through self-driving vehicles after a long day. It could be said that the number of individuals desiring to purchase a Cheeling automobile surpassed those who had already made the acquisition. Yet, just as anticipation for Cheeling automobiles reached a fever pitch, the tragic malfunction of its autonomous system led to the death of a car owner. If this news merely evoked a sense of pity among netizens, the subsequent revelations about Cheeling automobiles served to extinguish any lingering desire to purchase them. Major automotive and short video platforms, along with esteemed media outlets, were inundated with a chorus of condemnation directed at Cheeling. A staggering 80% of the criticism centered on the autonomous driving feature, with additional complaints regarding other system failures. While labeled as scandals, these were, in truth, factual accounts that had been suppressed due to Cheeling's substantial stature and the absence of previous fatalities. However, the unfortunate demise of the car owner acted as a catalyst, unearthing these hidden issues. Fans of Cheeling automobiles clamored for the company to provide an explanation amidst a swarm of online commentators seeking to stir controversy. Yet, as afternoon drew near, no further information regarding this tragic incident emerged. It was as if Cheeling automobiles had chosen to disregard the situation entirely. Within a villa, the boisterous laughter of Zhou Chong echoed loudly. Su Jin and others were engrossed in scrolling through short videos or perusing prominent foreign websites. Negative news surrounding Cheeling automobiles had become overwhelming, yet the Cheeling group remained conspicuously silent. "The giants truly are proud," Zhou Chong exclaimed with excitement. He eagerly awaited the silence from Cheeling group. The more negative press they received, the more advantageous it was for him. After all, being a foreign brand, he felt no sense of loss at their downfall. "Did you already know about the extensive negative reports on Cheeling automobiles? Or did you foresee that the car owner would meet with misfortune?" Su Jin inquired. "I empathize with the car owner, feeling both sorrow and regret. However, to be candid, I truly possess no knowledge of the matter at hand, Shou Chong remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Su Jin, lost in contemplation, chose to remain silent. At midnight, the Nasdaq opened its doors. For the first time since its debut, Cheeling Automobile experienced a decline rather than an increase. Nevertheless, the drop was modest. From $900 to $874. You have profited, albeit not significantly, Su Jin noted. This is likely just the beginning, Zhou Chong replied, pursing his lips. He appeared self-assured. Yet a sense of anxiety lingered within him. If what Lin Ming suggested holds true, then the profits may indeed be minimal. Nevertheless, Zhou Chong retained his faith in Lin Ming. The fact that Lin Ming had yet to call him indicated that the situation was far from resolved. Chapter 49. Dear younger sibling, I wish to grant you a few days off September 7th. Qingyao CAF. Lin Ge, has the true plummet of Cheeling Automobile yet to commence? In front of Shou Chong lay a glass of juice, a testament to his apparent fondness for it. You seem rather astute, Lin Ming chuckled. Of course, I am clever. Zhou Chong mumbled, then added with a grin, yet in the presence of Lin Ge, my modest intelligence pales in comparison. Lin Ming, disinterested in idle chatter, inquired. Do you have time tomorrow? Shall we explore Tianhai City? Zhou Chong was momentarily taken aback. Tianhai City? The globally renowned cosmopolitan? Why the sudden visit? Lin Ming continued. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the International Auto Show in Tianhai City, where many leading automotive brands will be present, including Cheeling Automobile. Zhou Chong's realization dawned upon him. Lin Ge, are you suggesting that tomorrow's auto show will feature a spectacle? Not merely a spectacle, but a grand performance. Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. This event will herald the true decline of Cheeling Automobile. Zhou Chong gasped in astonishment, then queried, Lin Ge, does it truly matter whether we attend? After all, the show must go on. Do you intend to personally take the stage? To hell with that. Lin Ming retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. Zhou Chong erupted in laughter, knowing he was merely jesting. In his heart, he regarded Lin Ming not just as a benefactor but as a true friend. TUI International Project Department. Ever since accepting the projects from Huazhong and Tingguang, Xinjia had become somewhat idle. These projects required minimal oversight. As long as there was collaboration, any individual could facilitate a smooth signing. During this period, several envious voices had emerged within the company, suggesting that since her divorce, Xinjia had begun to let herself go, now having seemingly forged a connection with Han Changyu. The nature of that connection was self-evident. Naturally, no one dared to voice such sentiments in Xinjia's presence. After all, she was divorced, and Han Changyu remained single. Even if they were indeed involved, it was difficult to cast any aspersions. Sister Qin, these scoundrels are merely envious of you. Do not take their words to heart. Xin Yu observed Xinjia lost in thought and huffed. Those who lack talent should not impede the success of others. I truly cannot fathom how they can't stand to see someone else thrive. I'm not angry at all. Xinjia replied with a faint smile. Haven't you seen me strutting around them all day? I relish witnessing their disdain for me, coupled with their inability to undermine me. Impressive. As expected of you, Sister Chun. Not only are you splendidly fair, but you also possess such confidence. Xin Yu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Xinjia's cheeks flushed slightly. You little rascal. Aren't you only about 25 or 26 this year? Why do you fill your days with such mischievous talk instead of learning something worthwhile? Besides, how could you possibly discern my complexion? Do you possess X-ray vision? Her words were not unfounded. Xinjia's attire was very modest, leaving no room for any revealing glimpses. Hee, I can guess. After all, Sister Qin, your skin is inherently fair. Xin Yu tilted her head, displaying a look of satisfaction. However, judging by your current demeanor, it seems you have emerged from the shadows of your divorce. You never joked with me like this before. And I am genuinely happy for you. Not entirely out of it, Xinjia replied, pressing her lips together. What Xin Yu did not anticipate was the smile that graced Xinjia's face when this topic arose. My goodness, is this truly the same Sister Qin? Sister Qin, I mean no offense, but I am genuinely curious. Have you perhaps entered another romantic affair? Xin Yu waved her delicate hand before Xinjia. Am I that kind of person? Besides, I am 30 this year, with a child. Who would dare to pursue me? Xinjia shot Xin Yu a sidelong glance. With your qualifications, I reckon suitors would line up to gain your affection, except for that wretched ex-husband of yours who failed to appreciate you. Xin Yu defended Xinjia. Unexpectedly, Xinjia furrowed her brow. He is no longer a scoundrel. Xin Yu was taken aback. Among everyone in the company, she knew Xinjia the best. Yet at that moment, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards her. The contrast with just a few days prior was stark. Sister Chen, you're not feverish, are you? Or has your ex-husband once again cast some spell upon you? I must remind you, domestic violence has only 0 occurrences or countless ones. Yu Qinjia interrupted Xinyu. Looking her in the eye, she spoke earnestly. I understand what kind of man Lin Ming is far better than you do. I am not feverish. Nor has he bewitched me. I can tell you plainly, though people in the company speculate about my secret dealings with General Han, the truth is, I am able to undertake projects like Huazhong and Tingguang precisely because of Lin Ming. For a moment, Xinyu was at a loss for words. In the past, whenever Lin Ming's name was mentioned, Chen Jia remained silent, her expression invariably one of deep sorrow. Today, she appears to be radiating happiness, doesn't she? Alas, Chen Jia, I genuinely believe you ought to seek the counsel of a skilled sorcerer. Xinyu remarked. It is you who should seek guidance. After all, you are well into your 20s and still without a partner. Do avoid becoming an aging single woman, Chen Jia retorted. At that moment, Chen Jia's phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, she was astonished to see it was a call from Mr. Han. Xinyu noticed as well and quickly said, Chen Jia, I have work to attend to. I must be off. Hold on. Chen Jia called out to Xinyu. The people at the company may doubt me, but you must not. Do you understand? After saying this, Chen Jia pulled Xinyu along as they hurried to the rooftop. Now, only the two of them could hear Han Changyu's voice. Chen Jia answered the call, switched to speaker mode, and looked at Xinyu. Mr. Han, he began, sister-in-law, please do not belittle me. No need for formalities. In future calls, simply call me Changyu or Lao Han. His opening words left Xinyu utterly speechless. Chen Jia, however, seemed to have anticipated this, replying, Mr. Han. Did you call me for a specific purpose? Not exactly in order, Han Chanyu coughed. I wanted to grant you a few days off. Chen Jia's brow furrowed in confusion. Days off? Why this sudden generosity? Are you sending me on a business trip? Yes, indeed, a business trip to Tianhai City. You may return whenever you wish. Han Changyu swiftly fabricated an excuse. Before Chen Jia could pose further questions, he continued. This is settled then. I heard your niece has never been to a big city. Take her along for a delightful outing. I've already booked your tickets for this afternoon at 3. Before Chen Jia could utter a word, Han Changyu ended the call. Chen Jia, did I mishear? Xinyu exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. This is undoubtedly Mr. Han's intention, but his tone was excessively polite, was it not? Now do you believe me? If he were to treat me as those in the company claim, would he be so courteous? Chen Jia shook her head in resignation and, in front of Xinyu, dialed Lin Ming's number. Chapter 50. The most beautiful aspect of love. There was hardly a wait before Lin Ming answered the call. It was on speaker, allowing Xinyu to hear as well. What are you up to now? Chen Jia inquired. Nothing much. Lin Ming replied. Be honest, or I shall hang up. Chen Jia feigned displeasure. No, wait. I'll tell you, all right? Lin Ming conceded. Tomorrow, there's an auto show in Tianhai City. I plan to take you both to see it. Xin has been cooped up at home and could use this opportunity to unwind. Chen Jia couldn't help but feel a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, even unbeknownst to herself. What is so fascinating about an auto show? I'd rather be at work, Chen Jia remarked. The car exhibition is unappealing, so let us explore other attractions. Tianhai City is vast, and its nightscape is enchanting. Is it not your dream to visit the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower? Lin Ming hurriedly remarked. There are many delightful delicacies there. If Xian goes, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Consider it for her sake. Chen Jia's smile widened. Xian is merely 4 years old. She won't remember this outing. Since you've bought her a phone, let her enjoy games at home. She won't find it dull. My dear Chen, Han Changyu has even booked the tickets for you. Over 3,000 each. Have a heart and grant me this opportunity, please. Lin Ming was on the verge of tears. Who is your dear? Do not speak nonsense. Chen Jia chided. All right, you are right. As long as you accompany me to Tianhai, I shall comply with your wishes. Lin Ming surrendered. Then I shall consult Xian. But you must not take matters into your own hands again. After all, President Han is the executive president. How can I, a mere employee, navigate such cordiality? Chen Jia complained. At your service. Lin Ming rejoiced. After hanging up, Chen Jia shrugged at Xinyu. Did you understand everything? Sister Chen, I naturally believe there is nothing between you and President Han. However, I must ask, why were you so cheerful during your call to your ex-husband? Xinyu inquired. Did I laugh? Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. You not only laughed, but appeared exceedingly happy, like a young girl in love. Xinyu placed her hands on her hips. Do you think I cannot discern? Your constant denial only reflects your true feelings. It is clearly a game of seduction. TSK, Indeed. My sister Chen possesses a remarkable knack for handling men. Perhaps you could teach me your ways someday? Stop your nonsense. Qin Jia reached out her hands to tickle Xin Yu. Haha, Sister Chen, I dare not. That tickles. On the rooftop, the two women chased each other joyfully. If Lin Ming were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel immense contentment. It had been a long time since he had seen Qin Jia so elated. At 2 in the afternoon, in the Anju community, Wang Chong drove a 7 and arrived downstairs with Lin Ming. Lin Ming was burdened with several bags, making the ascent somewhat laborious. At the corner of the second floor, Lin Ming encountered Wang Lanmei, who was taking a stroll downstairs. Grandma Wang, Lin Ming called out. Lin Ming, you have arrived? Wang Lanmei leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. You are here to fetch Jia Jia and Xian Xian, correct? Jia told me you plan to take them on a trip to Tianhai City. She appeared quite delighted. Is that true? Lin Ming exclaimed joyfully. Grandma Wang. You are truly like my own grandmother. Impudent boy. How have you become so eloquent? Wang Lanmei chuckled but then added seriously, traveling is merely the first step. If you genuinely earn money, consider purchasing a large house to bring them both back to live with you. Continuing to linger in this manner is hardly a solution. Grandmother eagerly anticipates the day of your remarriage. Do not forget to bring her wedding candies then. Not only wedding candies, but I shall also buy you and Grandpa Song a splendid new house, and we shall be neighbors. Lin Ming chuckled. Impudent boy, always spouting nonsense. Wang Lanmei shook her head, evidently regarding Lin Ming's words as mere jest. In truth, Lin Ming was not jesting. Upon sudden realization, he understood better than anyone the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. Without the care that Wang Lanmei and her husband had bestowed upon Xian Xian in previous years, Qin Jia and her daughter would undoubtedly have faced far greater hardships. After bidding farewell to Wang Lanmei, Lin Ming ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon knocking, Xian Xian joyfully rushed to answer the door. Qin Jia was in the bedroom packing their belongings. She had changed into a form-fitting, elegant long dress, her hair cascading down her back, exuding a captivating charm that momentarily left Lin Ming mesmerized. The only drawback was her choice of footwear, the same high heels she had worn on their wedding day. What are you staring at? Qin Jia's face flushed slightly, as she attempted to avoid Lin Ming's gaze. You are simply stunning, Lin Ming replied, lost in admiration. Qin Jia disregarded his compliment and stepped out of the living room, only to notice that Lin Ming was carrying numerous items. What have you brought? She inquired. Oh right, these are clothes and shoes I bought for you and Xian Xian. Try them on and see if they fit, Lin Ming responded. New clothes? Oh, new clothes to wear, Xian Xian exclaimed with glee, having not worn anything new in quite some time. However, her innocent remark tugged at Lin Ming's heartstrings. Indeed, having such a negligent father had caused Xian Xian undue hardship. Lin Ming embraced the little girl. Daddy is not negligent. Daddy is a good father, Xian Xian declared earnestly. Lin Ming fought back tears, smiling, quickly try them on. My Xian Xian is bound to become the most beautiful little princess in the world. All right, Xian Xian exclaimed, clutching a pile of clothes as she dashed towards the bedroom. At merely 4 years old, she could not dress herself, so Qin Jia followed her into the room to assist in trying on the clothes Lin Ming had purchased. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Jia had ceased to be as resistant as before, having learned to embrace acceptance. Before long, mother and daughter emerged from the bedroom. In their new clothes and shoes, Qin Jia transformed into the most striking sight in the living room, while Xian Xian radiated vitality and charm. Inheriting the genes of both Lin Ming and Qin Jia, the little girl was undoubtedly a budding beauty. Quickly gather your things. I just saw from the bedroom window that your friends are still waiting downstairs. I wonder why they haven't been invited up to rest, Lin Ming remarked. Qin Jia bit her lip, feeling her face heat under Lin Ming's gaze, and could only seek conversation to break the silence. This is precisely what you both deserve. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Lin Ming, swear to the heavens, if I ever let you suffer even the slightest grievance, then I shall not be permitted to speak. Qin Jia abruptly interrupted, mother is furious, and father is forbidden to say another word. Xian Xian chimed in, yes, yes, yes. No more words, father shall remain silent. Lin Ming revealed a bitter smile. Chapter 51. A fiery anger, as Zhou Chong aptly remarked. Regardless of whether they journey to Tianhai City, the grand spectacle at the auto show would remain unchanged. The primary reason Lin Ming wished to attend in person was to take this opportunity to deepen his relationship with Qin Jia. As for Zhou Chong's presence, if one were to ponder his purpose, it would likely be to alleviate any awkwardness. One could only wonder how Zhou Chong would react to this thought. Regardless, as Qin Jia and Xian Xian descended the stairs, he wore an exaggerated grin. Hello, sister-in-law, he greeted. Simply call me Qinjia, she replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Given her divorce from Lin Ming, Zhou Cheng, however, retorted, sister-in-law, that is not quite right. I am younger than you. If I were to address you by your name, wouldn't Lin go be furious with me? This fellow was not truly foolish. He understood that Lin Ming's greatest concern lay elsewhere. From certain perspectives, flattering Lin Ming was less advantageous than winning Qinjia's favor. Hello, uncle, Xian exclaimed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, my dear niece. Zhou Cheng beamed as he embraced Xian and opened the trunk. Inside, it was brimming with toys and snacks, along with several cartoon-themed dresses. Wow, Xian gasped, Uncle. Are these all for me? Of course. With these, you shall never be bored at home again. Zhou Cheng replied. This was not mere flattery. He genuinely found the little girl to be exceedingly charming, polite, and delightful. If I ever marry, I must have a daughter, Zhou Cheng declared. Isn't it a bit premature to speak of marriage when you don't even have a partner? Lin Ming chuckled. Who says I lack a partner? Qing Yu will soon agree to be with me, Zhou Cheng asserted. This revelation took Lin Ming by surprise. It seemed that after that night's events, the two were on the verge of breaking through their barriers. Lin Gu, Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow, suggestively adding, Shall we have a competition to see who can win her heart first? Upon hearing this, Qinjia's cheeks flushed crimson. I shall not compete with you. I will prove my worth through my actions. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The group boarded the car, heading straight for the airport. Qinjia recognized it as an Audi A7. She felt puzzled as to why, after their divorce, Lin Ming had befriended so many influential figures, all of whom seemed to treat him with great courtesy and respect. However, given their separation, she refrained from probing further. Not only did Lin Ming and Zhou Cheng secure tickets for themselves, but Han Changyu also assisted in booking for Qinjia and Xian. All were in first class. This was Qinjia's first experience in first class, and she was utterly astonished by both the service and the environment. Xian, needless to say, was experiencing her first flight in this world, marveling at everything around her with childlike wonder. Zhou Cheng gazed at the family of three seated nearby, a wry smile occasionally tugging at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely a superfluous presence, akin to a glaring light bulb. At 4 p.m., the aircraft landed at Hongqiao Airport. The hour-long journey had not fatigued Xian. Instead, she appeared reluctant to part with the experience. Qinjia finally comprehended that agreeing to Lin Ming's request to bring Xian along was indeed a prudent decision. Upon exiting the airport, they spotted a young man, donned in spectacles, waving at Zhou Cheng from a luxurious Mercedes. Did you arrange for someone to pick us up? Lin Ming inquired. Zhou Cheng nudged Lin Ming, whispering, That is Xiang Zhe, the son of the mayor of Tianhai City. Should we make an introduction? Lin Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment. You know such influential figures? Tianhai City is not comparable to Landau City. As one of the 4 direct-controlled municipalities of Huaghua, Tianhai City holds the status of a provincial-level administrative region, serving as a hub for international economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation. In terms of position, Xiang Weidong, the mayor, ranks equivalent to a provincial governor. However, in terms of status, many regional officials do not hold a candle to Xiang Weidong. Thus, in the hierarchy of the second generation, Zhou Cheng found himself significantly beneath Xiang Zhe, which explained Lin Ming's bewilderment. Xiang Deren actually hails from Donglin province, and he is one of my father's most esteemed students, enjoying a close relationship with my dad, Zhou Cheng quickly elucidated. Lin Ming's eyes lit up with realization. So, your relationship with Xiang Zhe is quite amicable? Zhou Cheng shrugged. Not particularly. We've merely crossed paths a few times. Then why is he here to pick us up? Lin Ming astutely focused on the crux of the matter. Zhou Cheng hesitated slightly. Is it an intention from old Zhou or your father? It seems you've already divulged my circumstances to them. A series of inquiries from Lin Ming left Zhou Cheng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In his view, Lin Ming likely preferred to keep his capabilities under wraps, especially from those in positions of power, to avoid unnecessary complications. Quietly accumulating wealth is the unassailable truth. It's quite all right. Your father and the old master are not outsiders. I may need their assistance in the future, so it's best to be acquainted. Lin Ming reassured him. Zhou Cheng exhaled in relief. I certainly can't conceal the matter regarding that batch of red wine, nor the developments at the Zijin Shinfu. My father and the old master have been aware of the southern new district's development for some time. However, the provincial government mandated secrecy, so they hadn't informed me. Thus, when they learned you were taking me to sign the deposit contract, they were quite taken aback. Lin Ming nodded, patiently awaiting further elaboration. Zhou Chong continued. My grandfather mentioned just a few days ago that he would like to meet you when you have the time, but I worried you might not be inclined. Hence I had brought it up. The old gentleman was once the governor of the former Donglin province. A man of integrity and a commendable leader devoted to his country and its people. It is indeed an honor for me to meet him. So many yearn for this opportunity, yet cannot attain it. Do you truly believe I would be displeased? What a grand notion of me you possess. Lin Ming shook his head with a wry smile. However, Zhou Chong, with solemnity, replied, Brother Lin, you may not be a prominent figure at present, but I firmly believe that it will not be long before you find yourself at the pinnacle of success. Ah, how eloquently you speak. I shall take your words as a good omen. Lin Ming laughed heartily. The exchange between the two was lost on Xiang Zhe, but Chen Jia heard every word clearly. The mention of the former governor and the top official of Tian'ai City left Chen Jia in disbelief. Lin Ming was merely an ordinary citizen. Even if fortune had smiled upon him, and he had acquired some modest wealth, it was unimaginable that he could ascend to such lofty heights. Was he still clinging to his habit of exaggeration, and had he merely found a kindred spirit in Zhou Chong, thus dwelling in a world of illusions? Such thoughts crossed Chen Jia's mind. Yet, recalling Zhou Chong's luxury car and Han Changyu's demeanor towards her, coupled with Xiang Zhe's opulent Mercedes, Chen Jia couldn't shake the feeling that the man who once plunged her into despair seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Before she could ponder further, Xiang Zhe's teasing voice rang out ahead. The esteemed young master Zhou graces us with his presence, truly illuminating Tian'ai City. Zhou Chong retorted. If my arrival could indeed brighten Tian'ai City, then you, young master Xiang, would surely make Blue Island shine radiantly. Just a jest, he added. But you have a talent for killing the mood. Xiang Zhe turned his gaze toward Lin Ming and inquired, Who is this? This is Brother Lin, Zhou Chong replied. Xiang Zhe chuckled lightly. Brother Lin? Does he not have a name? Or is his name simply Brother Lin? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. Was Xiang Zhe displeased? I am Lin Ming. Lin Ming interjected at the opportune moment. Zhou Chong added, in my eyes. Brother Lin holds a position no less esteemed than my father or the old gentleman. We are of similar age, so addressing him as Brother Lin is no loss. Zhou Chong, while our interactions have been limited, you know me well enough. Those who merit the title of brother do not necessarily deserve mine in return. Do you understand? Xiang Zhe shook his head gently, his disdain palpable. Meanwhile, Zhou Chong's expression darkened. He understood better than anyone that had he come alone, the old gentleman would not have informed Xiang Weidong, nor would Xiang Weidong have sent Xiang Zhe to pick him up. The sole reason for Xiang Zhe's presence here was Lin Ming. This indicated that even if the old gentleman and Zhou Mingli had never met Lin Ming, they still held considerable regard for him due to the events surrounding Zhou Chong. It was a subtle means of fostering goodwill on Zhou Chong's behalf. However, what Zhou Chong did not anticipate was Xiang Zhe's overt rudeness in front of Lin Ming. Had the esteemed gentleman truly not advised him? Or perhaps the old gentleman had not shared Lin Ming's circumstances with him. The previously pleasant atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. Xiang Zhe remarked, Although it was my father who instructed me to pick you up, I am not just a mere errand boy. I am a businessman. You surely understand better than I do that for a businessman, time is money. If you cannot provide me with a compelling reason to ensure you get in the car today, I'm afraid I shall have to leave on my own. Lin Ming and Zhou Chong exchanged glances, fully realizing that Xiang Zhe was brimming with resentment, hence his sarcastic tone from the outset. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Weidong had not specified whom he was to pick up. He had merely informed Xiang Zhe to hurry to the airport. Originally, Xiang Zhe was preoccupied with preparations for the simultaneous opening of 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships the following day, overwhelmed with tasks. However, he dared not defy his father's orders and rushed over. Upon discovering that his pickup was Zhou Chong, his displeasure intensified. He had anticipated a significant figure, only to find himself in such a predicament. What right did Zhou Chong have to expect him to come personally? Was it merely because he was the grandson of Zhou Laoyes? His father was making a mountain out of a molehill. Xiang Zhe was not particularly acquainted with Zhou Chong, and given their differing statuses, Zhou Chong's business being far less substantial than his own, Xiang Zhe held Zhou Chong in low regard. Consequently, his words lacked courtesy. Xiang Zhe, you are being rather excessive, aren't you? Zhou Chong's expression darkened. I don't believe I am being excessive. Everything ought to be based on reciprocity. Such a simple principle seems lost on you, Xiang Zhe scoffed. Zhou Chong was on the verge of retorting angrily when Lin Ming grasped his arm. Do you also think I am being excessive? Xiangze scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe. Lin Ming smiled slightly. 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships, opening simultaneously tomorrow? Xiangze paused, momentarily taken aback. How do you know? How I know is of no concern to you. However, you are correct. Even if we do not take your car today, we cannot allow your trip to be in vain. After a brief pause, Lin Ming continued, as for the dealership in Xiongtian district, do refrain from setting off fireworks tomorrow. It could backfire. With that, Lin Ming patted Xiangze on the shoulder and walked ahead. Xiangze furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lin Ming's implication. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang's spirits lifted. He believed that Lin Ming would not speak without reason. Xiangze, do you think that Master Xiang summoned you personally merely to pick me up? Have you not considered your own status? Why else would he insist you address him as Brother Lin? Zhou Cheng scoffed. I understand your pride, but it should be wielded judiciously. Brother Lin repays kindness with kindness. He has highlighted this crisis for you, and you would do well to take heed. Do not let it enter through one ear and exit through the other. When the time comes, regretting it will be too late. Chapter 52. He slept on the sofa in the end. Lin Ming and his companions opted not to ride in Xiangze's car. Instead, they hailed a taxi and headed towards Taiwei Hotel. Despite Xiangze's respectable rank as a second-generation heir, Lin Ming and Shou Chong were not inclined to fawn over him. Lin Ming had brought Xinjia and Xian Xian along merely for a respite, not wishing to burden Xinjia with trivial matters. Moreover, Xiangze's current aloofness would likely transform into warmth by the next day. At this moment, he resembled Shou Chong during their initial encounter. After Lin Ming and the others departed, Xiangze remained rooted in place, his expression somewhat somber. He was perplexed as to how Lin Ming had learned about the grand openings of the 3 Mercedes-Benz dealerships, and why Lin Ming had insisted that fireworks should not be set off at the dealership in Xiongtian district the following day. However, he had taken note of the phrase about his temper flaring. It was not that he desired to remember it, but ever since Lin Ming had uttered it, an unsettling feeling had settled over him. To be candid, the youth had never placed much faith in such superstitions, particularly someone like Xiangze, who was proud and believed that his destiny was in his own hands. He perceived Lin Ming's warning as a petty reaction to his perceived slight. With a derisive smirk, Xiangze retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Xiang, have you returned? Inquired the voice on the other end. Not yet, still at the airport. I wanted to check if the fireworks and firecrackers for the 3 stores are ready, Xiangze replied. Rest assured, Mr. Xiang. Everything has been prepared and delivered to the 3 locations, all of the highest quality. You need only await the ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow, the voice assured him with a chuckle. Very well, Xiangze nodded. The confident tone from the other end provided him with a slight sense of reassurance. Mr. Xiang, you called just to inquire about this matter? Came a tone of mild confusion. Is such a trivial issue really something you need to oversee personally? Xiangze scoffed. I just encountered a charlatan who told me not to set off fireworks at the Xiongtian district dealership tomorrow. I was foolish to take such nonsense to heart. Haha. Fireworks and firecrackers are hardly missiles. Even if there were quality issues, what could possibly go wrong? The other laughed heartily. This is merely for good luck. And now the upper echelons of Tian'ai City are well aware that these dealerships belong to Mr. Xiang. If we refrain from fireworks, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? We would already be at a disadvantage against our competitors. You make a valid point. Not only should we proceed, but we must do so with great fanfare. Prepare accordingly. I won't be coming by today, Xiangze concluded. Upon hearing these words, Xiangze felt a significant weight lift from his chest. Mr. Xiang, you needn't worry about this matter. At worst, I will arrange for additional fire extinguishers as a precaution, the voice added. That would be prudent. Xiangze said as he ended the call. Taiwei Hotel, a 5-star establishment under the Taiwei Group, is one of the largest hotels in proximity to the International Exhibition Center. Tomorrow's auto show is to be held at the International Exhibition Center, to the surprise of Lin Ming and others. The hotel was fully booked due to the International Auto Show taking place tomorrow. The affluent truly abound. Not a single room available? Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. His mood had already soured because of Xiangze, and now the hotel had no vacancies. Truly, misfortune seldom come alone. Akin to a leaky roof meeting a night of torrential rain, or a delayed boat encountering a headwind. Sir, it's not that there are no rooms left. There are indeed 2 presidential suites available, the front desk attendant informed him. How much? Zhou Chong inquired. 888 per night, the attendant replied. Zhou Chong's expression tightened. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but all his funds were tied up in the stock market, leaving him without such disposable income. Let us take those 2 presidential suites, aloud, arrogant voice suddenly interjected from behind. Zhou Chong and Lin Ming turned to see a corpulent man, greasy and accompanied by several foreigners, approach. As he reached the front desk, the rotund man jostled Zhou Chong aside. Zhou Chong's temper flared immediately. Damn it. Didn't I say no? Everything should adhere to a first come, first serve principle. At your age, you should know better than to be so rude. Nearly 90. 000 a night. Why not save some for your future bride price? The fat man sneered. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhou Chong retorted. Jia, please. Don't provoke him. Chen Jia hurried over to restrain Zhou Chong. 90,000 a night is indeed exorbitant. What good will it do us to spend that? Since there are no rooms here, let us explore other hotels. Sister-in-law, it's not that we can't afford it. I just can't stand his pretentiousness. Zhou Chong replied. Since Jia has said so, let us leave, Lin Ming chimed in. I don't want to add to the troubles for her and her mother. Let us not allow such trivial matters to affect our spirits. With Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chong relented. However, as they departed, he spat on the ground. The spit landing squarely on the fat man's gleaming shoes, much to his disgust. After searching for about an hour, they finally found a guest house. The surrounding hotels were fully booked, illustrating the overwhelming influx of people in this international metropolis. The guest house was not inexpensive either, typically under 1,000 yuan. It had now surged to 5,000 a night and was down to only 2 rooms. Nevertheless, the environment was quite pleasant and tidy, which pleased Chen Jia greatly. Once their accommodation was settled, they took Xian to the pedestrian street. It was as bright as day, bustling with stalls selling toys, snacks, and various street performances. Xian was exhilarated, wanting everything she laid eyes on. Initially, Chen Jia admonished her sternly, but neither Lin Ming nor Zhou Chong heeded her words. It was either Lin Ming or Zhou Chong making purchases, leaving Chen Jia feeling helpless. In truth, at that moment, Chen Jia felt immensely happy. She believed she had truly become the happiest woman in the world. Gazing at the carefree silhouettes of Lin Ming and Xian, a smile remained perpetually etched on Chen Jia's face. Having foregone a proper dinner, everyone had already satisfied their appetites at the snack street. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Jia found herself in a quandary. With only 2 rooms available, how were they to accommodate everyone? Zhou Chong was engaged in playful antics with Xian when he suddenly sensed a pair of threatening eyes fixed upon him. Setting Xian down, Zhou Chong straightened his attire and, with a serious expression, addressed Lin Ge. I apologize, but I find it difficult to sleep with others. I've never had the habit of sharing a bed, so I must take 1 room for myself. Is that so? Lin Ming looked at Chen Jia, his face a mask of concern. Chen Jia hesitated, aware that she could not put Zhou Chong in a difficult position. Zhou Chong, you've been holding Xian all day. You should go rest, she suggested. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhou Chong exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, and dashed off to his room. Now, only the 3 of them remained in the other room. Mommy, is Daddy going to sleep with us tonight? Xian asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Setting aside any considerations of her relationship with Lin Ming, the bond between mother and daughter was undeniably growing stronger. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. He will sleep on the sofa. Indeed, Lin Ming complied with Chen Jia's words, settling himself on the sofa. However, that night, he found himself unable to sleep. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had shared a room with the 2 of them. In the past, consumed by gambling and intoxication, he had even felt a sense of annoyance at the sight of Chen Jia and Xian, harboring no desire to share a bed with them. It is often only in the face of loss that one truly appreciates the value of what they once had. Even while on the sofa, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of happiness. At 5:30 in the morning, he refrained from washing up, fearing he might disturb the 2 sleeping figures. He quietly slipped out to procure some breakfast, perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous day's festivities, when Lin Ming returned. Both Chen Jia and Xian remained in slumber. The little girl tossed and turned in her sleep, nearly pushing Chen Jia off the bed. As Lin Ming beheld Chen Jia's serene and beautiful countenance, a wave of tenderness washed over him. Throughout history, it has been customary for men to marry and women to wed, but is it fair that a young woman should endure hardship upon her arrival? After all, she too is a cherished child of her parents. Having grown up without a single finger laid upon her by her parents, why should she be subjected to mistreatment? Reflecting on the torment Chen Jia had endured in previous years, Lin Ming felt that if he were in her position, he might have succumbed to despair. Chen Jia, I'm sorry, Lin Ming murmured softly as he approached her. He crouched down, compelled to lean in and bestow a kiss upon this woman to whom he owed so much. But at that very moment, Shinjia's drowsy eyes fluttered open. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Shinjia's bright gaze gradually sharpened. A full 10 seconds passed. What are you doing? A piercing scream emanated from the bedroom, startling Zhou Chong awake. What is happening? Is there a thief? Zhou Chong's voice echoed outside. Lin Gu, Saozi, are you both all right? At that moment, Chen Jia and Lin Ming finally comprehended the situation. Their faces flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Were it not for the child's deep slumber, Chen Jia would have surely awakened by the commotion. Lin Ming wished he could vanish into the ground. In a flurry, Chen Jia rushed into the bathroom. She had not intended to embarrass Lin Ming. Rather, under the premise of their impending divorce, she found it difficult to accept any man exhibiting overly intimate behaviors towards her, including Lin Ming. That scream had merely been instinctive. Now, Chen Jia's heart raced, her mind replaying the moment Lin Ming drew near. As she regained her composure, she recalled the tenderness Lin Ming had displayed during those fleeting seconds, along with the slight redness in his eyes. It was evident that he was not feigning it. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of knocking reverberated again, causing Chen Jia's face to redden further. Stop knocking, you might break the door. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and opened the door. Outside stood Shou Chong, who remarked, Lin Gu, I thought I heard Saozi scream earlier. I almost believed there was an intruder. She didn't scream. You must have misheard, Lin Ming replied. That can't be right. The sound was so loud. She must have screamed, Shou Chong mumbled, still drowsy. Lin Ming, exasperated, insisted she didn't scream. Shou Chong paused, then laughed heartily. Oh right, she didn't scream. It must have been my mistake. Alas, I'm getting old. My hearing is failing me. Freshen up and come eat. Lin Ming added. All right. Breakfast was consumed in an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and silence. Even Shou Chong, though somewhat dim-witted, could roughly guess what had transpired. Struggling for conversation, he ventured, Lin Good. The car exhibition starts at 8. What time will the grand performance commence? 9:30, Lin Ming replied. That fat man from yesterday at Taiwan Hotel, who competed with us for a room, is the head of the Cheeling booth at this event. Those foreign faces are high-ranking officials from Cheeling Group. Damn. No wonder he was so arrogant, Zhou Chong cursed, then seemed to remember something. Excitedly, he inquired, so, that fat man won't be so boastful for long? A few days? Lin Ming smiled slightly. Tonight's market opening will trigger a true stock crash for Cheeling. That fat man, along with those foreign executives, will likely face lawsuits, ruining their lives. All because of this car exhibition? Although I despise that fat man, I must admit that those vile capitalists have sinister tactics for finding scapegoats. Zhou Chong remarked. It's not their methods that are sinister. It's that this fat man has made such a spectacle of himself. Such individuals, accustomed to arrogance, deserve their punishment, Lin Ming asserted. Zhou Chong refrained from further inquiries. The outcome would soon be revealed at the car exhibition. Chen Jia sat quietly nearby, feeding Xian millet porridge, maintaining her composure. Despite her curiosity, she felt that since she and Lin Ming were already divorced, such matters were no longer her concerns. Even if Lin Ming genuinely wished for her to inquire. Sister-in-law, just enjoy the moment. Soon, brother Lin will become a wealthy man. Zhou Chong interjected at the right moment. Chen Jia chuckled. Then I must congratulate you in advance. Ha ha ha, congratulations indeed. Zhou Chong laughed heartily. Internally, he marveled at Chen Jia's astuteness. By not directly emphasizing the divorce, she spared Lin Ming any embarrassment. Zhou Chong found it perplexing that such a beautiful and intelligent woman, with a graceful figure, would ever agree to divorce Lin Ming. Was the prospect of pursuing her again part of some thrilling game? At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Ming and his companions arrived. The tickets had been purchased online the previous day. Although there was a considerable flow of people, the organizers were not one to forego profit, making tickets readily available. Mom, what kind of car is that? Dad, that car is so cute, with little ears. I want that one, the pink car. All the way. Xian's excited shouts filled the air. Lin Ming held her and smiled. Whatever car you like, Daddy will buy you one, okay? Okay. Daddy is the best. Xian lowered her head and pecked Lin Ming's cheek, which brought him immense joy. Xian still has a long way to grow. Chen Jia playfully chided. Indeed. Lin Ming replied. It will take Xian some time to grow up, but you've been driving for nearly 10 years now. How about I buy you a car first? I don't want one. Chen Jia instinctively responded. Look, since you take care of Xian so much, especially during spring and autumn, it would be tough for her little body to withstand outings in summer and winter without a car, Lin Ming said earnestly. Before Chen Jia could respond, Shou Chong chimed in. Brother Lin, you might be mistaken. Perhaps before winter arrives, sister-in-law will have a change of heart. At that time, driving duties will fall to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Chin Jia shot, Zhou Chong glare. She then seized the opportunity to say, but since you've started earning, it's indeed time to consider buying a car, regardless of whether it's expensive or cheap. It will always be convenient for outings. Are you thinking of me? Lin Ming said, filled with joy. He had expected Chin Jia to be reticent, yet this time, she merely turned away, pretending she hadn't heard him. The International Auto Show in Tianhai City was indeed a bustling spectacle. Countless automobile brands were showcased at various booths, ranging from luxurious and high-end to the more commonplace. There were civilian sedans priced as low as 100,000 and top-tier supercars worth millions, everything one could desire. The crowd surrounding the Chiling automobile booth was particularly large, and despite the news of a recent autonomous driving malfunction, the enthusiasm of the fans remained undeterred. Around 9:30, the excitement continued to build. Lin Ming and several others stood before the tightly surrounded Chiling automobile exhibition stand. Numerous potential customers, genuinely passionate about Chiling cars, were milling about, captivated by the various models on display. Their admiration was palpable, with every car leaving them in awe. At that moment, an elderly woman, approximately 60 years of age, suddenly burst onto the stage. With surprising agility, she ascended and perched herself atop the hood of one of the vehicles. Shortly thereafter, 2 or 3 more individuals rushed in, unfurling a bright, eye-catching banner that read, Chiling cars, quality in question. Big store bullying customers, disregarding us. The scene unfolded so swiftly that everyone was momentarily stunned, including the staff who were caught off guard. Even Zhou Chong, who had mentally prepared for such a scenario, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Only Lin Ming, cradling Xin Xian, smiled and remarked, the show is finally beginning. Chapter 54, utterly arrogant in Lin Ming's foresight. This elderly woman was destined to be the central figure in the unfolding incident at the car show. Her hair, though somewhat graying, was well kept, and her face bore few wrinkles, suggesting she hailed from an upper-middle-class background. Amidst the astonishment of the staff, the woman produced a loudspeaker from seemingly nowhere. Dear enthusiasts of Chiling cars, I did not intend for things to escalate this far, but the after-sales service of Chiling is the worst I have ever encountered. I purchased the Model 3, which cost around 730,000 yuan, making it one of the more expensive options in their lineup. Since the end of last year, my vehicle has suffered numerous system malfunctions, details of which I have printed on this sheet for everyone to see. As the inaugural owner of the Model 3, Chiling promised a lifetime warranty, yet each time I brought my car to the dealership, the after-sales staff would indefinitely postpone repairs or parts replacements under the pretense of a queue. I cannot afford to wait several days, or even a week, so I have no choice but to drive away each time. If it were merely this, I could endure it. After all, they are a powerful entity, and I do not have the luxury of time to engage in futile disputes. I still wish to maintain my dignity. However, earlier this year, while driving, my system suddenly crashed. At that moment, I was utilizing the autopilot feature. Without any warning, my vehicle collided with a large tree by the roadside, resulting in multiple fractures and a severe concussion due to my head striking the steering wheel. Yes, you heard correctly. I crashed into the steering wheel, and until the moment of the accident, the safety airbag designed to protect my head failed to deploy. At this point, the elderly woman produced several disability assessments, clearly having prepared extensively. I am furious. After my discharge from the hospital, I confronted the dealership, for had they provided timely repairs, my car would not have experienced a system failure. Yet the dealership's attitude exemplified what it means to be a big store bullying customers. They audaciously claim that my disability assessment is fabricated, asserting that the car accident I experienced was not due to a system malfunction, but rather a result of my advancing age and improper operation. On such ludicrous grounds, they have rejected all my claims, including the medical expenses incurred during my hospitalization. I find it utterly unbelievable, as the very reason I chose to purchase this vehicle was the exceptional attitude of the dealership, complemented by positive online reviews. Yet, how can the disparity between my pre-purchase and post-purchase experiences be so stark? What is even more intolerable is their audacity to use my age as an excuse. I am merely 59 years old. Am I to be deemed unfit to drive simply because of my age? This is the territory of Huagua, and as a foreign enterprise, what gives you the right to behave so brazenly? The elderly woman's speech was rapid, and her Mandarin was impeccably standard. As she spoke, her emotions were palpable. Filled with fervor, she had in her possession all the necessary documents. The vehicle warranty, repair orders, disability assessment, and detailed medical bills from her hospitalization. No one doubted her honesty. Under duress, no one would willingly confront a giant like Cheeling Group. Cameras and recording devices were all aimed at her, capturing this rare moment. Particularly for Cheeling's competitors, who were eager to document every detail. Although no one yet knew her name, it did not diminish the fact that she would become one of the most formidable figures against Cheeling Automotive in history. The once boisterous auto show fell into a strange silence at the Cheeling booth, with only the elderly woman's voice resonating. As a woman, when her words touched upon her sorrow, tears streamed down her face. It was at this moment that the head of the Cheeling booth finally made an appearance. It was indeed the same overweight gentleman from yesterday. Following him were several foreign faces. Upon seeing the elderly woman perched on the car's hood, the man executed a shocking move that left everyone astounded. He rushed forward, seized her by the collar, and yanked her down. The elderly woman stumbled and fell hard to the ground, causing onlookers to wince in sympathy. "You old hag. Have you lost your mind? Daring to cause a scene at my booth. Are you tired of living?" The man's tirade was shocking. Not only the car enthusiasts present, but even the foreign dignitaries in the throng of journalists were left speechless. To assault a woman nearing her 60th year in broad daylight, was this the attitude of Cheeling Automotive? Regardless of your anger, or even if the elderly woman was indeed being unreasonable, such actions should never be displayed in front of so many witnesses. Has he lost his sanity? Zhou Chong exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Lin Ming had said today would be a spectacle. This truly was a remarkable performance. How could such a person attain a position of authority? Qin Jia also felt a surge of indignation. Clearly, it was the fault of the Cheeling party. Yet the portly man acted as if he were in the right. The elderly woman had been struck, and her family, who accompanied her, would undoubtedly be in disagreement. They discarded the banners in their hands and charged towards the hefty figure. Staff members and security rushed over as well, plunging the scene into chaos. It was evident that the personnel and security were not attempting to intervene, but instead were embroiled in a scuffle with the elderly woman's family. By this point, even if the foreign higher-ups wished to intervene, it was already too late. Incredible, simply astonishing. Zhou Chong was seething with indignation. The attitude of Cheeling was utterly reprehensible. In plain sight, they dared to be so brazen, one could not help but admire their audacity. There was no need for Lin Ming to elaborate further. Zhou Chong could already foresee that this farce would soon engulf the entire global internet, even if the elderly woman lacked the capacity to do so. The competitors of Cheeling Automobile would ensure that the Cheeling Group understood the meaning of irreparable regret. Are you at ease now? Lin Ming looked at Zhou Chong and suggested they depart, as there was no longer any need to continue observing the auto show. Inform those operators that after the Cheeling Automobile matter concludes, they should not rush to leave. We should seize this opportunity to profit from Tesla. Zhou Chong shuddered. Lin Good. What do you mean? Is Tesla about to encounter trouble too? While Tesla itself was not in crisis, its quality was not particularly commendable. And soon a barrage of negative news regarding Tesla would emerge, causing them to suffer alongside Cheeling. Lin Ming paused and added, of course. The impact would not be as severe as that on Cheeling, hence we choose to buy in rather than short sell Tesla. Zhou Chong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Lin Ming and shower him with affection. Since aligning himself with Lin Ming, Zhou Chong's journey to wealth had transcended mere smooth sailing. It was akin to navigating through tumultuous waves, relentlessly forging ahead. At this point, he would be content to call Lin Ming Lin Father. By the way, what is the leverage on the short sell against Cheeling stock? Lin Ming inquired. 30 times. Zhou Chong replied. So much? Lin Ming was taken aback. If it were the Chinese stock market, operating at 30 times leverage would not be surprising. But this was the American stock market. Did he think the top capitalists on Wall Street were mere amateurs? Is 30 times a lot? Zhou Chong scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Lin Ming recognized his lack of understanding and opted not to elaborate further. Do you have any idea how much you stand to earn this time? Lin Ming teased. Zhou Chong immediately perked up. How much? It's a secret. Zhou Chong. Chapter 55. Expanding horizons. At the same time, the elderly woman caused a commotion at the auto show in the Xiangtian district at the Xingzabin's dealership. A multitude of firecrackers was arranged at the entrance, accompanied by dozens of fireworks. The spectacle was quite grand. Xiangze stood nearby, engaging in friendly conversation with those around him, eagerly awaiting the launch of the firecrackers and fireworks. He had just finished the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and once the remaining festivities concluded, he would enter the store for the vehicle delivery ceremony. Given their distinct statuses, many young scions of affluent families had already reserved cars with Xiangzhe, eagerly awaiting to collect them today, marking a prosperous beginning. The reminder from Lin Ming had already been cast aside by Xiangzhe. Mr. Xiang, the time has come. Shall we begin? Someone approached Xiangzhe. Proceed, he nodded, exuding an air of calm authority. Fire, the individual shouted, igniting the firecrackers. The cacophony of popping sounds indeed elevated the excitement surrounding the grand opening of the new store. Once the firecrackers ceased, fireworks followed. The first several displays went off without incident. However, to everyone's astonishment, the 15th firework failed to launch skyward. Instead, a muffled explosion rang out as it ruptured its protective casing. In that moment of horror, the fireworks shell shot directly into the open door of the car dealership. Not just one. As fate would have it, the showroom housed dozens of vehicles, all adorned with celebratory red silk. Bang! The resounding blast echoed ominously within the store. Soon after, a thick cloud of smoke began to rise. Bang, bang, bang. The successive detonations emanated from within, leaving onlookers paralyzed with shock. Xiangzhe could already see flames rapidly ascending. The dealership was ablaze. In that instant, a few words jolted Xiangzhe's mind. Fire burns fiercely. The visage of Lin Ming flickered before him. How did he know? A chill ran down Xiangzhe's spine. If this were orchestrated by Lin Ming, it would be improbable. He lacked the audacity. Moreover, if Lin Ming had truly planned this, why would he have issued a warning? Clearly, this was not the time for contemplation. Xiangzhe was furious. Extinguish the flames. Why are you all still standing there? Get to it. Where is Gusin? Get out here. Wasn't it said that these fireworks were of the highest quality? Today marks my grand opening. Do you comprehend? I truly wish to strangle you, you scoundrel. Time slipped by, and eventually, the flames were brought under control. For Mercedes-Benz vehicles were rendered total losses, reduced to mere shells. Others suffered varying degrees of paint damage. And the interior of the dealership was devastated, with damages expected to exceed 10 million. Yet, amid his fury, Xiangzhe felt a sense of relief. The swift containment of the fire was primarily due to the additional fire extinguishers he had purchased. Those extinguishers were acquired only after he made that phone call. In essence, Xiangzhe had indeed benefited from Lin Ming's foresight. If one were to refrain from purchasing additional fire extinguishers, relying solely on the few aesthetically pleasing ones displayed in the store, it is likely that by the time the fire truck arrives, the entire establishment would be consumed by flames. The losses incurred would far exceed 10 million. What was on Xiangzhe's mind, Lin Ming could only speculate. At this moment, he had already brought Chunjia and Xian Xian to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Zhou Chong had feigned fatigue to avoid joining them, not wishing to be a third wheel. Now, it was just the three of them. Gazing up at the towering Oriental Pearl, Chunjia felt a wave of surrealism wash over her. She had envisioned this scene countless times, yet never anticipated that her actual visit would occur post-divorce. Daddy, it's so high here. Can we go up and take a look? Xian's small face lit up with anticipation. Of course. Daddy intends to take you and your mother up. Lin Ming replied with a hearty laugh, cradling Xian in one arm and grasping Chunjia's wrist with the other as they dashed towards the tower. Chunjia instinctively resisted for a moment, but Lin Ming's strong grip left her no choice but to blush and follow. Entering the Oriental Pearl required an admission fee of over 200 yuan per ticket. However, Lin Ming wished to avoid the crowds that could spoil the experience for Chunjia and Xian. Thus, he spent a substantial 5,000 yuan to have a scalper guide the three of them through a special entrance. And he reserved a table at the 230 hotel on the top floor. Standing in the hotel lobby, overlooking the clouds below, one truly felt a sense of conquering the world. Chunjia's face flushed with excitement, and Xian danced joyfully, her laughter echoing. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Ming asked softly. Yes. Chunjia nodded emphatically. You are, in fact, a woman easily pleased, yet I lost you in the past. Lin Ming reflected with self-deprecation. Suddenly, Chunjia turned to him, gazing intently. Why do you look at me like that? Lin Ming asked with a wry smile. Lin Ming, have you truly changed? Chunjia inquired. Lin Ming was taken aback for a moment, then took a deep breath. I dare not make any promises, for I have failed to fulfill them before. What I wish for now is simply to ensure that you and Xian lead a good life. I will exert my utmost effort to make amends. Upon hearing this, Chunjia suddenly smiled, a smile devoid of any pretense, vibrant and enchanting. For a moment, Lin Ming was rendered speechless by her beauty. Since we are here, you must want to treat Xian and me to a meal, right? Chunjia suggested. Let us eat first. I'm quite hungry, she added. However, let us agree on one thing. No extravagant dishes, as it's not easy to earn money. All right, all right. I want to order anything expensive, he chuckled. Yet, under Chinjia's piercing gaze, he proceeded to order French red wine with foie gras, avocado salad, steamed East Star grouper, charcoal-grilled Wagyu beef, and several other exquisite dishes. Each dish was priced above 2,000, with some soaring to 5,000 per plate. It is no exaggeration to say that this meal would cost at least 60 to 70,000 yuan. However, Lin Ming remained unconcerned, having previously amassed a fortune of 19.2 billion. He had merely allocated 1.9 billion to the stock market, with an additional 2 million still at his disposal. Spending such a substantial sum merely for a meal, was that not extravagant? Qin Jia admonished softly. What? Another bottle of wine? Lin Ming promptly called for the waiter. Bring a bottle of red wine. The wine, produced by the revered Mabe winery, was priced at 58,888. In truth, if Zhou Chong were to handle it, a bottle would only cost around 30,000. Lin Ming, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the wine's price, Qin Jia nearly fainted from exasperation. I am in high spirits today. I am more than willing to spend. Lin Ming responded, Jia, we have money now. You must learn to enjoy life. Mom. Dad is right. I learned a phrase from those short videos. Expand your horizons. Xian chimed in cheerfully. What horizons? Stop watching those useless things. Qin Jia shot a glare at the little girl. Is that expanding horizons? It's merely about opening your wallet. Chapter 56. Brother Lin, my younger brother is wrong. Happy moments are always fleeting. The lunch passed amidst Xian's enthusiastic praises. When it came time to settle the bill, which totaled 113,680, including that bottle of wine, Qin Jia found herself utterly disinterested in speaking. If there was any consolation, it was that, despite not staying at the hotel, they were still gifted 2 commemorative wristwatches and a limited edition children's cuddly bear. Do I resemble a nouveau riche? In the observation elevator, Lin Ming wore a broad smile. Whether you resemble a nouveau riche is beside the point. I genuinely want to give you a good beating, Qin Jia replied weakly. Over 110,000 for a single meal. You could have saved that money for something worthwhile. Lin Shu and Lin Ko are still working outside, and your parents are toiling away in the fields. Why not let them enjoy a bit of comfort instead of indulging in such luxury? I will ensure they enjoy it, but I also want you all to enjoy life. Lin Ming asserted. Such enjoyment, I truly cannot relish. Qin Jia scoffed. She had grown accustomed to frugality, with the habit of stretching a single dollar ingrained deeply within her. Thus, even knowing Lin Ming had previously earned nearly 200 million, she could not help but feel a pang of regret. Then go ahead and hit me, Lin Ming suddenly suggested. Qin Jia was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Xian interjected, no hitting daddy. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. No one is allowed to bully him. From now on, you two can go about your business, Qin Jia exclaimed in frustration. In the afternoon, the family of 3 returned to their lodging for a brief rest. At 6 in the evening, Lin Ming and Qin Jia took Xian to the Bund. The night view of the Bund was breathtaking, yet it was teeming with people. Nevertheless, Qin Jia had always favored such lively places. Even when she used to go out for a bowl of spicy hot pot, she would choose the most crowded restaurant. According to her perspective, a shop bustling with patrons is one widely acknowledged by the masses. Yet, as time progressed, she refrained from visiting such crowded places, fearing the whispers and gossip that might arise behind her back. Lin Ming, anxious that Xian might be jostled in the throng, held the little girl tightly, occasionally allowing her to ride upon his shoulders. Qin Jia observed all this with keen eyes, and she was certain that Lin Ming had genuinely transformed. In the past, he would never have embraced Xian, and even when necessary, it would have lasted no more than a few fleeting moments. Now, however, he clung to her as if he could not bear to part for even an instant, his gaze brimming with affection. If he were merely pretending, how could he do so with such conviction? Moreover, given Lin Ming's newfound wealth, what need had he for pretense? Nevertheless, understanding does not erase the emotional barriers forged by the trials of the previous years. No woman can simply mend her heart after enduring years of torment in just a few days. Under Qin Jia's incessant reminders, the trio shared a modest meal, thwarting Lin Ming's plans for a romantic candlelit dinner. Upon returning to the guest house, Xian had already succumbed to slumber, nestled against Lin Ming. Her lips curled in a smile as if lost in delightful dreams. When he placed her on the bed, she clung to his clothing, refusing to release her grip for over 10 minutes. Sweetheart, I am sorry, Lin Ming murmured, planting a gentle kiss upon Xian's forehead. Shou Cheng is waiting for you in the living room. You should go out first. I intend to take a shower and retire for the night, Qin Jie remarked. All right. Rest well, Lin Ming replied with a nod. Upon entering the living room, he indeed found Shou Cheng waiting. Lin Ge, did you enjoy yourself today? I saw that when your sister-in-law returned, she was still wearing a smile, Shou Cheng said. Are you feeling envious? Lin Ming teased. What is there to envy? I can't wait for you and your sister-in-law to reconcile, Shou Cheng scoffed. What brings you here? Lin Ming inquired. Xiangzhe called me and asked for your number. Didn't he reach out to you? Shou Cheng replied earnestly. It seems my predictions have come true. However, he has contacted me, Lin Ming responded. That shouldn't be the case. That guy called me at 4 p.m., and his tone was nothing like the arrogance he once displayed. He was quite courteous. I truly grasp the meaning of when one attains success. Even their dogs and chickens rise in status, Shou Cheng chuckled, then opened Douyin to show a short video. Take a look. Lin Good, this is the Mercedes dealership in Xiongtian district where Xiangzhe is involved. It's said that several high-end vehicles were totaled, and the newly renovated premises were severely damaged, with estimated losses exceeding 10 million. After a brief pause, Shou Cheng added. And all of this chaos stemmed from a single substandard firework. Lin Ming glanced briefly at the video, and it mirrored his own foresight of the future. He returned the phone to Shou Cheng and was about to speak, when his own phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, Lin Ming turned to Shou Cheng. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, Lin Ming answered. Lin Gu, came the awkward voice of Xiangzhe from the other end. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at this late hour. Who might this be? Lin Ming feigned confusion. Ahem, it's Xiangzhe, your younger brother Xiangzhe. He insisted, unabashed. Oh, it's young Master Xiang. But please, spare me the goo, I can hardly bear the weight of it, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Lin Ge. I was wrong. Gravely mistaken. I apologize. Is it not enough for me to apologize? Xiangzhe lamented. If I had been so arrogant and dismissive, this fire would never have occurred today. The reason I'm calling you, Lin Ge, is to express my gratitude. It was your reminder that prompted me to prepare additional fire extinguishers. Otherwise, my shop would have been in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming ceased his pretense of aloofness. He replied with a smile, You, young Master Xiang, are the first person to remain obstinate after my warning. Xiangzhe, astute as ever, immediately discerned the underlying meaning of Lin Ming's words. It seemed that Shou Cheng had already reaped the benefits of Lin Ming's goodwill. Otherwise, given Shou Cheng's character, how could he afford to be so courteous to Lin Ming? How could he insist that Xiangzhe address him as Lin Ge? Lin Ge. I was wrong. Xiangzhe wailed dramatically. I only called you now because I heard from Shou Cheng that you were out enjoying time with your wife and niece. And I didn't want to intrude. Please forgive my youthful ignorance this once. I promise I won't do it again. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Why were all these second-generation heirs so alike? He had no capability to punish Xiangzhe. Why was he so submissive? He cast a glance at Shou Cheng, who was watching him eagerly, and felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Despite Xiangzhe's high status, Lin Ming still wished to forge a connection with him. After all, he had previously reminded him about the shop matters, even when Xiangzhe had shown him little respect. Therefore, Lin Ming refrained from further teasing him. Given that Xiangzhe had already humbled himself so much, it would be excessive to say anything more. We can always earn back what was lost. Right now, there is a promising opportunity ahead. If you trust me, discuss it in detail with Shou Cheng. I must attend to my wife and child now. So I'll take my leave, Lin Ming concluded. Upon hearing this, Shou Cheng's eyes brightened. He understood that Lin Ming was elevating his status. Let us see if Xiangzhe dares to act so arrogantly in front of him again. Thank you, Lin Ge. Thank you, Lin Ge. Amidst Xiangzhe's incessant flattery, Lin Ming hung up the phone. Then, addressing Shou Cheng, he remarked that the prospect of shorting Qiling was beyond his reach. But he could take him to play in the Tesla stock market. Once profits were made, he might end up treating him like a grandfather. That is not possible. He calls you Lin Ge. How could he possibly address me as grandfather? Shou Cheng feigned dissatisfaction. You little rascal, dare to take advantage of me? Lin Ming chided with a laugh. Ha ha ha, Lin Ge, get some rest. I'm off to keep an eye on the stock market. Chapter 57. The Collapse of American Stocks. The Incident of Assault on Qiling Automotive's Representative. An elderly woman of 60 publicly beaten. Qiling Automotive's egregious exploitation of customers. Utterly outrageous. Qiling Group has yet to provide a clear response. How can foreign enterprises be so brazen in Hua country? Fellow compatriots, awaken. All it takes is a glance at your phone to see the news about the elderly woman being assaulted. As one of the leading figures in the new energy sector, Cheeling Automotive has enjoyed an uninterrupted ascent from its inception to its public listing, facing almost no setbacks. Their prolonged state of complacency rendered the PR department incapable of responding effectively when the storm finally arrived. Perhaps they never even considered the need to respond. The issue of autonomous driving failures resulting in fatalities was merely the spark that ignited the controversy. It was the assault on the elderly woman that truly propelled the matter to its zenith. In the immediate aftermath of the farce at the auto show, major media outlets seized the opportunity, causing the incident to rapidly gain traction online. By evening, the internet was ablaze with discourse. For those able to access foreign websites, it would be evident that the outcry against Cheeling Automotive abroad was no less fervent than at home. However, while foreign outlets primarily focused on various system failures of Cheeling vehicles, over 90% of domestic coverage was dedicated to advocating for the injustice suffered by the elderly woman. Such sentiments of indignation from compatriots are entirely understandable, given that Cheeling Automotive holds a substantial 40% market share in Hua country. Yet, despite this affection, Cheeling Group has shown nothing but disdain for the Chinese populace. Otherwise, how could they possibly adopt such a dismissive attitude towards the elderly woman? That night, on September 8th, at midnight, the Nasdaq opened. Cheeling Automotive stock faced an unprecedented plunge. Following the previous day's closing at 874, it plummeted to 622 by the end of trading. Compared to its peak of 900, this represented a decline exceeding 30%. The entire American stock market was also adversely affected by Cheeling's dramatic fall. According to the Securities Times, by 8 a.m. Beijing time, the Nasdaq index had dropped by 52 points to 10,337.05, descending from its record high into correction territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 722 points, a decrease of 3.2, while the S&P 500 index slid by 30 points. In this scenario, the market value of Fruit Mobile has plummeted by $168 billion. Amazon's market value has diminished by $86.9 billion, while another entity has seen a decline of $45 billion. Tesla's market value has evaporated by $76 billion. The American stock market has experienced a comprehensive collapse. As the principal culprit behind this event, Cheeling Automobile has seen its value evaporate overnight by a staggering $287 billion, nearly reaching 2 trillion yuan. This marks undoubtedly the most terrifying Waterloo in American history, leaving the capital moguls of Wall Street utterly astounded. The Chinese have finally showcased their formidable power to the world. That 59-year-old woman has already been heralded as a legendary figure overnight, embodying a myth of 2 trillion. In a villa, Su Jin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What have I missed? The other two individuals wore expressions of regret. Since entering the trading profession, they had accumulated some wealth, ranging from several million to tens of millions. For instance, Su Jin, along with his father's assets, boasted a fortune exceeding 40 million. If they had heeded Zhou Cheng's advice and invested everything in the stock market, they would now be in a different position. Zhou Cheng, why didn't you threaten us with a knife to join you back then? In Tianhai City, at the Wanghai Qiming Inn, as Zhou Cheng stood before him, Lin Ming immediately discerned that this fellow had not slept a wink all night. His dark circles under the eyes rivaled that of a panda. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng appeared exhilarated, seemingly capable of enduring another 3 sleepless nights. In truth, Lin Ming was also bubbling with excitement. Although he was aware of these developments, witnessing them unfold was still overwhelmingly exhilarating. After all, this amounted to over $2 billion. You didn't sleep last night? Shen Jia inquired of Zhou Cheng. Sister-in-law? It's not that I don't want to sleep, but rather that I simply cannot. Zhou Cheng replied, Cheeling Automobile has lost nearly 300 billion in market value, with a decline of 30. Do you understand the implications of that? I don't comprehend what you're saying. Shen Jia shook her head. Zhou Cheng, unfazed, turned to Lin Ming, saying, Brother Lin, I've calculated that even if Cheeling's market value doesn't decline further, we could still earn this amount. With that, he gestured towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled but refrained from elaborating. However, Xin Xian, curious, asked, Uncle, how much is that? Is it $18? Ha ha ha, my dear niece. That S1. 8 billion. 8 billion. Zhou Cheng was practically bursting with excitement. What does 8 billion even mean? Xian Xin was yet to grasp the concept of money. Meanwhile, Chen Jia was visibly shaken. 8 billion? Is this a joke? How many stacks of red bills does that entail? Did you earn that much too? Chen Jia glanced at Lin Ming. A bit less, but not by much. Lin Ming answered candidly. Zhou Chong invested 200 million, while Lin Ming contributed 19 billion. Indeed, the difference is negligible. Chen Jia instantly felt that her breakfast had lost its flavor. She felt no envy or jealousy, only astonishment at the terrifying magnitude of that figure. Brother Lin, when will you call it quits? Zhou Chong inquired. He could already envision himself swimming in a sea of banknotes. Tomorrow, Lin Ming replied. When the stock of Chiling Automobile drops to $448, instruct the trader to pull out. Be swift in your actions. 448. Zhou Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that this incident will cause Chiling's stock to plummet by 50%? Let us eat first. Lin Ming chuckled. Zhou Chong, however, had lost all appetite. How about this? You and sister-in-law can enjoy yourselves here, while I head back to keep an eye on Su Jin and the others. We mustn't let this situation fall apart. Zhou Chong urged impatiently. That works, Lin Ming nodded. It's unlikely to fall apart. Nonetheless, Chen Jia is at least not as hostile towards me now. Keeping Zhou Chong here might not be beneficial. And it would be better if he didn't play the third wheel. If Zhou Chong were privy to Lin Ming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff in disdain. Brother Lin had truly mastered the art of burning bridges after crossing them. You all continue dining. I'll book my return flight, Zhou Chong said, pulling out his phone. Lin Ming, Chen Jia suddenly interjected. We had our fun. Perhaps we should be leaving? Lin Ming felt a pang of disappointment at her words. This was a rare opportunity for connection. But then Chen Jia continued. The 10th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Didn't you say your parents miss Xianxian? Why not fly directly from Tianhai to Changguang? Changguang City is the province where Lin Ming's hometown is located. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming's heart raced. Are we going together? He asked, breathless. If you can take good care of Xianxian, I'll return to Blue Island with Zhou Chong, Chen Jia replied. Lin Ming leapt to his feet. Take care of her? How could a grown man like me possibly look after a child? My dear Chun, it's you who must handle this. Chapter 58. Returning in glory observing Lin Ming's ecstatic expression, Chen Jia couldn't help but chuckle. He had managed to maintain his composure upon learning of his substantial profits. Yet the prospect of her accompanying him back to his hometown filled him with uncontainable joy. Had she truly become more significant than the billions in his eyes? Book the tickets. Let us secure 3 seats for our family to Changguang City. Lin Ming exclaimed to Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong, equally elated for Lin Ming, laughed heartily. Brother Lin, while I'm experiencing a windfall, you are receiving a double blessing. Lin Ming, unable to continue his breakfast, began to pace restlessly. What are you doing? Chen Jia asked, puzzled. I'm contemplating what to bring back, as all my preparations are in Blue Island, and now I must suddenly fly to Changguang. What should I take? Lin Ming's face betrayed his anxiety. You possess a semblance of conscience, recognizing the value of earning money to bring gifts for your parents. Chen Jia scoffed. The ordinary gifts could easily be procured in Changguang City. Lin Ming's considerations were evidently of a different nature. To treat Chen Jia and her mother to a meal had already cost over 110,000, so the items he brought for his parents could hardly be inferior. Brother Lin, it seems you are quite flustered. Are there truly no connections for us in Tianhai City? Zhou Chong blinked. Lin Ming halted his steps. Subsequently, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Xiang Zhe's number. Brother Lin, Xiang Zhe seemed taken aback by Lin Ming's initiative to call him. I need a favor. Lin Ming stated, I wish to purchase some fine cigarettes, liquor, mooncakes, and other gifts to take back home. However, I lack connections in Tianhai City. Could you assist me? Xiang Zhe immediately grasped Lin Ming's intention. While ordinary gifts could be found in various supermarkets, acquiring truly top-tier items required connections. Otherwise, one risked spending exorbitantly only to receive counterfeit goods. Rest assured, Brother Lin, this is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. Xiang Zhe assured with a slap to his chest and then inquired, when do you plan to return home? My flight is at 2 this afternoon, Lin Ming replied. All right. Please send me your location, and I will arrange it for you by noon, Xiang Zhe said. Thank you. After hanging up, Lin Ming finally exhaled in relief. Accused of being unfilial? No, he had never been devoid of filial piety. He understood better than anyone the hardships his parents endured. The earlier years of his mischief had led to the pain felt in recent times. At all times, filial piety must be expressed through material means and financial support. Mere verbal declarations could hardly be deemed as true filial devotion. At 12:30, the Mercedes-Benz halted at the Wang Haiqi guest house. 20 bottles of Feitian Mitai, 20 cartons of soft cigarettes, 20 exquisitely packaged mooncake gift boxes, 20 bottles of 3,000 yuan red wine, 20 boxes of dried sea cucumbers, and 20 boxes of bird's nest. When Lin Ming beheld the trunk brimming with goods, his mind nearly exploded. It was not due to the expenditure, but rather the realization that he and Chun Jia could hardly manage it all. Why do you have such an affinity for the number 20? Lin Ming lamented. Brother Lin, it's not that I favor this number. Rather, I believe that since we are finally returning home for the festival, we ought to visit all the relatives, aunts, and uncles. I didn't concern myself with the closeness of our relationships. I simply gathered these for you, and I was worried along the way if it would be sufficient. Xiangze replied with a beaming smile. Chun Jia stood to the side, curiously observing the scion of the Tianhai city elite. She recalled the first time they met, when he had been rather arrogant. Now, not much time had passed, yet he seemed so exceedingly courteous. It appeared that courteous was an inadequate term. He seemed to be excessively flattering Lin Ming. Xiangze, of course, was unaware of Chun Jia's thoughts. Even if he did, it would not concern him. This must be your niece, I presume? Uncle resembles brother Lin quite a bit, haha. Xian greeted politely. Hello. Xiangze approached and lifted Xian into his arms, appearing even more affectionate than her actual uncle. Ahem, may I ask your name? Xiangze coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. My name is Xian. She replied with a bright voice. Xian, what a lovely name. I have prepared some toys for you, so when you return home, you can play with your little friends. With that, Xiangze opened the rear car door, revealing it brimming with toys that looked quite expensive. How much did these cost? Chun Jia inquired at the right moment. Xiangze's expression turned stern. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Is there a need for such formality with your brother? This is merely a token of my affection. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased. Uncle, you were so kind. Why didn't you let us ride in your car that day? Xian suddenly asked. Xiangze felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He realized she was referring to the day they arrived at the airport. That day, Uncle had some matters to attend to, so I had no choice but to let you take a taxi. I apologize for that, he said, his thick skin evident. Chun Jia understood that this was really directed at her. She grew even more curious, pondering why Xiangze seemed like a different person in just 2 days. Could it be that Lin Ming had influenced him? Whatever the cost, it shall be paid. I am merely requesting your assistance, not seeking a handout, Lin Ming stated firmly. Brother Lin, you have already forgiven me, haven't you? Xiangze replied, looking aggrieved. Compared to the losses I incurred, these little items are negligible. We must at least know how to express gratitude. I am somewhat of a notable figure in Tianhai City. If you cannot accept this small gesture, then I truly cannot continue. Lin Ming had never intended to take anything from Xiangze for free, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. He certainly did not want to owe a favor for such trivial items. Brother Lin, do not overthink it. In light of the losses you mitigated for him, these gifts are but a drop in the ocean. Besides, soon he will be earning alongside you. A mere word from you could enable him to recoup these items 100-fold. Zhou Cheng interjected, providing an escape for both men. Indeed, let's not discuss finances any further. Brother Lin, as for these items, you and sister-in-law need not worry about transporting them. I have brought a few people along, and we can move them to the airport for you. Xiangze, fearing Lin Ming might refuse his gifts, pointed to the 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles following them. In Changwang City, I happen to own a dealership. I'll give them a heads up, so when Brother Lin and sister-in-law disembark, they will be there to greet you. Very well. Lin Ming conceded helplessly. At 1:30 p.m., Lin Ming and his companions arrived at the airport, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous pedestrians and staff. Xiangze and his companions finally managed to transport all their belongings to the check-in counter. Chun Jia, hiding behind Lin Ming, felt too embarrassed to lift her head. After all, who would carry so many items when boarding a flight? Chapter 59. Do you believe in your son? Zhou Chang's flight was also scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Consequently, after escorting Lin Ming and the others, he hurried to his own boarding gate. While seated in the waiting area, Lin Ming turned to Chun Jia and asked, was that Mercedes-Benz we just rode in comfortable? Chun Jia, uninterested, dismissed him. Isn't that an obvious question? Driving a BMW and riding in a Mercedes-Benz is not merely talk. How about we buy one of those when we return? Lin Ming inquired further. That's your business, not mine. You can buy whatever you like, Chun Jia replied. Lin Ming sighed in exasperation. Come on, Miss Chen. Just treat me like a beggar and pity me by chatting with me as a friend, will you? Haha, daddy is so cute. Xian tilted her little head. Lin Ming playfully scratched her nose. You're even cuter. Chen Jia couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Ming's antics. Exactly. Smile more. You're already beautiful without a smile. But even more so when you do. Lin Ming exclaimed. Only you would say that. Chen Jia shot him a glare. At your age, driving a luxury car seems too pretentious, like a chauffeur. If you truly wish to buy a car and aren't short on cash, why not consider a Range Rover or a Lincoln Navigator like Zhou Chang's? Do you really think those cars suit me? Lin Ming asked eagerly. Can you engage in a proper conversation? Chen Jia replied, exasperated. Lin Ming laughed heartily. I believe you are the most adorable one here. Get lost. Chen Jia retorted before asking, aren't you going to call Lin Ke and Lin Chu? Since it's the reunion festival, they should come home and gather as well. They must be on holiday too. Lin Ming pursed his lips. He truly felt ashamed to call his younger siblings. Even though he knew Lin Ke and Lin Chu had never held any grievances against him. I'll make the call, Chen Jia said, seemingly perceiving Lin Ming's thoughts. As she took out her phone, to their surprise, both Lin Chu's and Lin Ke's numbers had turned into invalid numbers. That's understandable. I haven't contacted them in over 2 years. You must have gone even longer, right? Chen Jia sighed. Lin Ming's heart filled with bitterness. Indeed. Since he had given up on himself, he had scarcely reached out to Lin Ke and Lin Chu. Each time he returned home, he never informed them in advance. Taking money and leaving quietly. Not to mention contact, the number of times they had seen each other in recent years could be counted on one hand. In contrast, Chen Jia had maintained contact with Lin Ke and Lin Chu during that time. Eventually, however, after being completely disheartened, she ceased to call them. And when they attempted to reach her, she was unwilling to answer. Now, it seemed they had finally severed all ties. Upon arriving in Changwon City, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Xiangze had indeed arranged for a reception at the airport, with 3 vehicles awaiting, 2 for passengers and 1 for luggage. Lin Ming's hometown is a village named Linjieling, located to the southeast of Changwon City. The drive from the airport takes approximately an hour and a half. Years have passed, yet Linjieling remains unchanged, in stark contrast to the bustling city. Linjieling at 7 o'clock in the evening exudes an unusual tranquility. After placing down the numerous bags, Xiangze's personnel departed. However, before leaving, they insisted on leaving one of the Mercedes behind, despite Lin Ming's persistent refusals. They claimed it was a directive from Xiangze, stating that it would be inconvenient for Lin Ming to be without a vehicle in his hometown, and that they would send someone to drive it back when he returned to Landau City. Lin Ming felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that his earlier reminders had solidified Xiangze's determination to befriend him. After standing at the door for quite some time, Lin Ming finally knocked on his family's door. Who is it? Came the voice of Qi Yufan. Mom, it's me, Lin Ming replied. Qi Yufan fell silent, seemingly in a daze. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was opened halfway. Lin Ming then saw that not only Qi Yufan, but also Lin Chenghua had rushed to the entrance. The elderly couple must have just returned from the fields, their clothes still unwashed and covered in dust. Lin Ming? Why have you returned? Qi Yufan asked, her disbelief evident. Mom, Dad, I came back to see you, Lin Ming replied softly. You've chased away such a wonderful daughter-in-law. What face do you have to come back? Lin Chenghua scoffed, clearly speaking contrary to his true feelings. If he genuinely wished for Lin Ming not to return, he wouldn't have rushed out in his slippers. Though paternal affection may not often be overtly expressed, it is undeniable that a father's love is as profound as a mountain, formidable in its essence. The old Lin family has 3 children, with Lin Ming as the eldest, who ostensibly should be the least worrisome, yet paradoxically, has become the one most concerning. Well, since you've rolled back in, come inside quickly, Lin Chenghua urged. Dad, there are others here, Lin Ming smiled. At that moment, Chen Jia and Xian walked over from the side. They had been standing outside the unopened half of the door, which is why Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan had not noticed them. To be honest, this was not Chen Jia's first visit to the Lin household. Yet, at this moment, she felt a surge of anxiety. Jia? Xian. Upon seeing Chen Jia and Xian, both Qi Yufan and Lin Chenghua were momentarily stunned. Lin Chenghua, ever blunt, instinctively remarked, Why are you both here? Dad, what are you saying? Lin Ming replied helplessly. No, what I mean is, you all have already. Oh dear, look at my blabbering. Lin Chenghua stammered, flustered and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, gazing at the joy on the elderly couple's faces. Chen Jia's anxiety finally dissipated. She opened her mouth, intending to call out uncle and aunt, yet the words transformed into dad, mom. Alas, at that moment, Chi Yufan's eyes turned red as she trembled and said, "Quick, come in, grandfather, grandmother." Xin Yuan also rushed out. "My dear granddaughter." Chi Yufan embraced Xin Yuan. Lin Ming, standing behind, remarked, "Dad, don't rush in just yet. Jejia has brought you a plethora of items. Could you assist me in carrying them?" Shen Jejia smirked slightly, yet pretended not to hear, following Chi Yufan into the house. "How can you carry so much? How did you manage to return? Is it even possible?" Upon seeing Chun Jejia and Xin Yuan, all of Lin Xinggua's grievances dissipated. While grumbling, he helped Lin Ming with the items. When he inadvertently spotted the bright red pack of soft cigarettes, he was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he dropped the bag onto the ground and asked in a deep voice, "Where did this money come from?" "Dad, let's discuss it at home," Lin Ming replied. "I'm asking you, where did this money come from?" Lin Xinghua retorted sharply. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, looked at Lin Xinghua and said, "Dad, do you believe in your son?" "Believe what nonsense? With your character, how can I trust you?" Lin Xinghua's bluntness left Lin Ming both amused and exasperated. If this money were stolen, robbed, or deceitfully acquired, do you think Qin Jejia would still be willing to come back with me? "Even if you don't believe me, you must trust Qin Jejia," Lin Ming defended. Lin Xinghua paused. He had to admit that Lin Ming's argument held merit. Qin Jejia, known for her strong sense of justice, would never have returned if the money had not been legitimately acquired. "You scoundrel, find a time to explain this properly." After saying this, Lin Xinghua carried the items into the house. Chapter 60. "You are my brother." Only after moving all the items into the house did Lin Xinghua refrain from making another comment. "Have you struck it rich?" Indeed. He was an unsophisticated farmer. However, even if he had never seen a pig run, he was not oblivious to the world. The advertisements broadcast daily on television were not viewed in vain. "Yes, I have prospered," Lin Ming replied earnestly, nodding. "Dad, you and Mom are nearing 60. Let us cease working the fields, shall we?" "Nonsense. That land fed you 3 siblings. Can we let it lie fallow?" Lin Xinghua joked. The mindset of elders is often this way. Even though they know that current grain prices are poor, likely yielding no profit, they prefer to continue farming rather than let the land go to waste. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. After all, he would be staying for several days, with ample time ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Jejia had been pulled by Chi Yufan to sit on the kong. Northerners have an affinity for this earthen bed, though it is hard. During the autumn and winter, adding firewood to the boiler brings an unparalleled comfort. "Jejia, you've just returned and haven't had dinner yet, have you? What would you like to eat? Tell Mom quickly, and I will prepare it for you," Chufan said with delight. "Mom, I crave the meat rolls you make," Xinjia replied, clutching her stomach. In front of Chufan and Lin Xinghua, she exhibited the innocence of a child. Xinjia was never one to dwell on trivial matters. She understood that since she had chosen to return, there was no need to maintain a grim demeanor over the past years. Nor did she wish to burden Lin Xinghua and Chufan with worries and anxieties stemming from those events. Regardless of Lin Ming's past misdeeds, they were unrelated to this elderly couple. They were, indeed, good people. "Meat rolls, is it? Very well, I shall go prepare the dough and make them for you," Chufan exclaimed, her eyes glistening with excitement. As she turned, Qin Jia noticed the strands of white hair that were not befitting of her age. At that moment, Qin Jia felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Revealing the news of her divorce would truly hurt them. Qin Jia sat on the kong, watching television, while Lin Xinghua and Lin Ming sipped tea beside the coffee table. Xian bounced around, chattering joyfully, ensuring that smiles remained on Lin Xinghua and Chufan's faces. The warmth of this moment surpassed any previous occasion, a harmonious family of 5, reveling in each other's company. Though the Mid-Autumn Festival was still 2 days away, the festive atmosphere was already palpable. Around 8:30 p.m., Chufan finally presented the steaming, freshly made meat rolls. Xinjia was already famished. Ignoring the heat, she took one and placed it in her mouth under Chufan's loving yet exasperated gaze. While eating, she mumbled, "Mom's meat rolls are the best. They are so delicious." "Slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself with the tender, juicy filling," Chufan cautioned. "Mom, we had lunch at 11:30, and now we are nearly starving." Xinjia pouted. Chufan frowned. "Did Lin Ming not take you to eat something else? After 8 or 9 hours, how could you endure? Even Xian can't hold out." "Hee. Lin Ming said we should eat something in the city first, but I was yearning for your meat rolls. If we had eaten in the city, I wouldn't have had room for the meat rolls, and they wouldn't taste as good." Xinjia leaned closer to Chufan, resembling a daughter rather than a daughter-in-law. "Move back a bit. I am covered in dirt." And I don't want to soil your clothes, Chiffin laughed. No, Mom, you are not dirty at all. Chinjia teased, her playful demeanor almost bringing Chiffin to tears. What a wonderful daughter-in-law she was. Where in the world could one find such a gem? How could Lin Ming have ever been so foolish as to mistreat her? Around 9 p.m., Chiffin spontaneously prepared a few more dishes. The family of 5 gathered around the table on the Kong, enjoying their meal together. From self-indulgence to a sudden awakening, in recent years, Lin Ming experienced, for the first time, the delightful aroma of the meals prepared by his mother. While Lin Qingwa could manage only 1 meat roll, Lin Ming devoured 2.5. And Chinjia consumed 1.5 as well. Even Xian Xian managed to eat a small portion, which filled Qi Yufan's heart with joy. It was only after everyone was thoroughly satiated that Lin Ming cleared the table. Qi Yufan intended to wash the dishes, but Chinjia insisted on taking over, stating that Qi Yufan had worked all day and deserved to rest. Thus, Qi Yufan had no choice but to pacify Xian Xian for the time being. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then inquired, Dad, Mom, isn't it Mid-Autumn Festival the day after tomorrow? Will Lin Ku and Lin Chu not be coming back? I called them, and Lin Chu mentioned they would return. However, the factory had a late holiday, and they wouldn't arrive home until tomorrow afternoon. Lin Chengguo replied. Lin Ku initially said he wouldn't come back, but if he knows you and Jia are home, he will certainly return. Why not give him a call? Shen Jia had already tried calling him, but that number was no longer in service, Lin Ming replied. Lin Chengguo exchanged a glance with Qi Yufan, and without further words, said, I'll call him. He should still be awake. You can talk to him. Okay, Lin Ming nodded. Before long, the call connected. Dad. Came Lin Ke's voice from the phone, sounding somewhat fatigued. Lin Ke, it's me, Lin Ming said. Lin Ke paused for a moment before bombarding him with questions. Brother? You're home? Planning to spend the festival here? Hearing the joy in Lin Ke's voice, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Lin Ming. Lin Ming trembled. Unable to suppress his words, Lin Ke, you're really foolish. I squandered even the betrothal gifts for your wedding. How can you not hold any resentment towards me? As these words escaped his lips, Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan fell silent. Chanjia, who had been washing dishes, also paused. Lin Ke, with a carefree laugh, replied, Why would I resent you? You are my brother. You are my brother. Those simple 4 words made Lin Ming feel a tightness in his chest, and he could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he rushed into the yard, furiously striking the ground. He felt hatred for the self-destructive, selfish version of himself, hatred for the one who disregarded everyone else's feelings, lost in the depths of drunken gambling. If alcohol could truly numb all pain, then the word suffering would have long vanished from the dictionary. After a while, Chinjia quietly emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Ming's bloodied knuckles, an inexplicable sense of heartache washed over her. It's all in the past, Chinjia said softly. Lin Ming abruptly rose and tightly embraced Chinjia, breaking down like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I owe you and Xian Xian an apology. I owe Mom and Dad. I owe Lin Ke and Lin Chu, and I owe Qin Xing. I, Lin Ming, am truly sorry to all of you. Chinjia made no effort to resist, allowing Lin Ming to embrace her. Once upon a time, Lin Ming was the shoulder she relied upon, and now she had become the warmest haven for him. Chapter 61. Have you considered remarrying? After spending quite some time outside, Lin Ming returned to the house with Chanjia by his side. Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan acted as if nothing had transpired. Yet their faces and eyes betrayed their concern and heartache for Lin Ming. Despite the fact that this son had disappointed them time and again, their love remained unwavering. Dad, when I first returned, you asked me how I earned this money, didn't you? Allow me to clarify. Lin Ming said as he took a seat and began recounting his journey to wealth, omitting only his ability to foresee the future. This gift was fraught with uncertainty, and he feared it would only heighten his parents' worries, so he chose not to disclose it to Chinjia either. While it seemed he was explaining himself to Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan, he was, in truth, also addressing Chinjia. The 3 listened in a daze, particularly Lin Chengguo and Qi Yufan, who found it hard to believe. The Qilin automobile? The one that made headlines the other day for the incident at the auto show? Lin Chengguo inquired. Yes, Lin Ming nodded with a smile. In the grand scheme of things, what rises must eventually fall. I, too, was taking a gamble, though it differed from my previous wagers. Fortunately, this time I bet correctly. Chinjia gazed at Lin Ming with quiet contemplation. Based on her understanding of him, she sensed that his words were a blend of truth and embellishment, whether it was the Zijin Shinfu real estate project or the stock dealings. Lin Ming had always been gambling. Yet, He had consistently emerged victorious, seemingly by mere coincidence. Just as he did with the soaring prices of Zijin Shinfu and the Qiling automobile incident. How could one man's fortune be so remarkably fortuitous? Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan harbored fewer doubts. Their lack of understanding regarding real estate and stocks led them to believe their son, having studied extensively, was simply more knowledgeable and thus emboldened to take risks. How much can you earn from this stock deal? Lin Qinghua asked. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming replied. Before his parents, he wished to conceal nothing. The expectations they had placed upon him in the past had been exceedingly high. What? Lin Qinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yufan, on her way to the kitchen, nearly collided with the wall in shock. Only Qin Jia remained relatively composed. Having heard about Lin Ming's financial dealings from Zhou Chong previously, and thus had mentally prepared herself. Less than 3 billion, Lin Ming reiterated. Jia he Lin Qinghua stammered, struggling to articulate his astonishment and seeking confirmation from Qin Jia. All I can say, Dad, is that I can't predict how much he'll earn this time. But I did see his bank statement previously, which was close to 2 billion, Qin Jia replied. Lin Qinghua fell silent, trembling as he picked up the glass teapot to pour himself a cup of tea. Father, trust me, I am no longer the Lin Ming I once was. Lin Ming took a deep breath and assured, I promise you, I will no longer act foolishly. I shall strive to become a man of integrity, just like you. Lin Qinghua remained silent. He stepped into the courtyard to smoke a cigarette before returning to the room. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Ming, he spoke earnestly. You have attended university, and your mind is filled with knowledge surpassing mine. Yet, I am your father. Having traversed this life for many decades and possessing a deeper understanding of human nature than you, Jia and her mother have endured much, despite your past misdeeds. She has never complained to either me or your mother. And what of the Qin family? Do they not feel pain for their own daughter? Even though you treated Jia and Xian Shen poorly, the old Qin couple never approached us regarding this matter. The wealth you acquire is a testament to your abilities. But I reiterate, a harmonious family fosters prosperity. Do you understand? Lin Ming nodded solemnly. Father, I understand. Turning his attention to Qin Jia, Lin Qinghua continued. This is not ancient times. Marrying into the Lin family does not mean you must entirely become one of us. You have your own thoughts and are entitled to make choices you deem right. Lin Ming is our son, and despite his past transgressions, he remains inextricably linked to us. For years, I have never apologized to you. Today, I offer you my sincerest apologies. Father, you need not apologize. This is not your fault. Qin Jia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sigh, Lin Qinghua lamented, Lin Ming, remember your words. Should you revert to your former ways? Even if your mother and I were to rest in peace, we would remain unsettled. Father, Lin Ming suddenly stood and knelt before Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan. Impudent child. What are you doing? Rise at once. Qi Yufan hurried to assist Lin Ming, but he insisted on bowing 3 times before standing. Enough of this foolishness. Lin Qinghua said as he walked about with his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile gracing his face. My eldest son returns home bearing such generous gifts. I have yet to examine them properly. What treasures have you brought? Upon hearing this, Qi Yufan and Qin Jia couldn't help but chuckle, dispelling the previously tense yet poignant atmosphere. Soft cigarettes, these are indeed fine quality. 1, 2, 320 packs. What is this? Feitian Mitai? You rascal. You wouldn't dare to deceive me with fakes, would you? The television claims the price of Feitian Mitai has nearly reached 10,000. Another 20 bottles. The astonished voice of Lin Qinghua echoed in Lin Ming's ears, prompting an exasperated smile from him. Father, given your esteemed reputation, do you believe I would dare to bring back imitations? You little scoundrel, you even dare to jest with me? However, this is an exorbitantly priced item. Why buy so many? Jia, you should have advised him to save that money for you both. Lin Qinghua grumbled. Qin Jia was in high spirits, smiling as she said, Dad, you need not worry about that. Your son has made considerable progress. He has encountered many prominent figures, and all of this has been gifted to him by friends. He has spent a dime of his own. If we hadn't taken a plane back, he would have had even more. As they were concerned, he might not acquire enough. Such nonsense. What friends possess such generosity? Those 20 bottles of flying Moutai alone are worth hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the bird's nest and sea cucumbers. Don't think I'm unaware. I've heard that a box of dried sea cucumbers costs several thousand per pound. Lin Qinghua's disbelief was evident. Qin Jia chose not to elaborate further, instead asserting, all right then, let us consider it as your son treating you. He will soon earn billions. So spending 30 or 40,000 is hardly extravagant. Wouldn't you agree? That does seem reasonable. Lin Qinghua nodded in agreement. Don't pay heed to your father's ramblings. Even if you earn that much, you should refrain from being so extravagant. We have lived modestly our entire lives, and such luxuries are not what we are accustomed to. You must not make such purchases in the future, Sure Yufan admonished. Mom, it is precisely because you and Dad have worked so hard for most of your lives that you should indulge a little now. Qin Jia took her mother's hand. Sure Yufan glanced at Lin Ming and Lin Qinghua, who were engrossed in examining a plethora of items. Seizing the opportunity, she whispered, Jia. I know you are concerned for me and your father, which is why you act so casually. But you need not feel this way. I understand the struggles you carry in your heart. Qin Jia trembled slightly. Sure Yufan continued, I know you are not a woman who is enamored with wealth. Otherwise, you would not have married Lin Ming in the first place. However, since Lin Ming can now provide a good life for you and Xian and has changed from his previous ways, have you considered reconciling with him? Qin Jia pursed her lips, remaining silent. Sure Yufan, not wishing to pressure her, gently encouraged, in my heart, I wish for you and Xian to enjoy the best in this family. Compared to your happiness as a trio, Lin Ming's wealth, whether it amounts to hundreds of billions or thousands of billions, is inconsequential. Mom, Qin Jia's tears flowed silently. She opened her arms and embraced Sure Yufan tightly. Chapter 62, 28. 5 billion. Brother Lin is impressive that evening. An exceedingly awkward situation arose for Qin Jia. The Lin family resided in 4 simple rooms, 1 main room, 1 kitchen, and 2 additional rooms, which included a bed in the westernmost room. This meant that, without a sofa, Lin Qinghua and Sure Yufan would sleep on the Kong, while Lin Ming and Qin Jia would be forced to share a bed. It would be unreasonable to have Lin Ming sleep on the floor. Yet Qin Jia contemplated this possibility. However, with autumn's chill setting in, the ground was too cold, and sleeping on the floor could lead to a cold. Furthermore, what would Lin Qinghua and Sure Yufan think if they were to witness this? Daddy, I'm sleepy. Please stay and sleep with me. At that moment, Xian, rubbing her eyes, cuddled close to Lin Ming. In front of Lin Qinghua and Sure Yufan, Lin Ming winked at Qin Jia, asking, what should we do? Qin Jia felt a deep-seated resentment, yet she could only manage a smile as she said, you go ahead and lull her to sleep. I will have a word with Mom and join you shortly. There's no need to say more. I am quite fatigued today, and I must tend to the fields tomorrow. You all should retire early. Qi Yufan replied. Qin Jia's face flushed with embarrassment. She understood perfectly well that Qi Yufan was creating an opportunity for her son. However, since Qi Yufan had already issued an invitation for them to leave, Qin Jia had no choice but to accompany Lin Ming to the west room, which was adjacent to the bed. Indeed, Qi Yufan had already made the bed, with the pillows of the 3 family members arranged neatly. I will be inside. Xian will be in the middle, and you will be on the outside, Qin Jia said expressionlessly. Lin Ming felt an undeniable urge to embrace Qin Jia, but their ambiguous relationship clearly did not permit such actions. Apart from not resisting Lin Ming's embrace in the yard, she recoiled from his touch at any other time. As if jolted by electricity. The road to love is long, Lin Ming sighed deeply. Enough with the chatter, let us not wake Xian. Let's sleep quickly, Qin Jia insisted. As you command. September 9th, midnight. The Nasdaq opened. Cheeling Automotive faced yet another debacle, failing to maintain the crucial threshold of 622. The entire U.S. stock market saw the Dow Jones plummet by over 900 points, falling below 32,000, while the Nasdaq dropped beneath 13,000, reaching its lowest point in 66 weeks. The greatest pressure on the Nasdaq was undoubtedly from Cheeling Automotive and Tesla, the 2 titans of the new energy technology sector. By 6 a.m., Cheeling Automotive stock had fallen to 448, a decrease of 20 from the previous day, with its overall market value plummeting by over 50, evaporating an astounding 191 billion. Equivalent to over a trillion yuan. It officially hit its limit down. Furthermore, today's stock market truly exemplified the adage that misfortunes do not come singly. Other major corporations, already under pressure in the Nasdaq, were not the only concern. Tesla, sharing the apex of the new energy sector with Cheeling Automotive, found itself at the eye of the storm. If Cheeling Automotive had reached its lowest market value, Tesla was only beginning its descent. By tomorrow night, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tesla would reach an unprecedented low in its stock price. If only Lin Ming had the capital, he would have considered shorting Tesla as well. Short selling and bottom fishing are distinctly different strategies. Short selling can yield greater profits, but it also carries higher risks. Of course, One must have the necessary connections to borrow stocks from brokers in equal proportion. Bottom fishing is much simpler. One buys a stock when it plummets to its lowest point and sells it as it rises. That night, countless retail investors around the world lamented their losses. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, they faced total ruin. At 9 a.m., a frantic ringtone echoed. Without even glancing, Lin Ming knew it was Zhou Chong calling. "Lin, what are you up to?" Zhou Chong asked with a playful smile. "Harvesting peanuts," Lin replied. "You, as a rich young master, can never appreciate the joy of farming. When will I take you to experience it?" Lin Ming said again. "Are you joking with me, Lin? Today, the over 2.8 billion you earned is about to be credited, and you tell me you are out in the fields collecting peanuts? Forget billions. Anyone who can make even a few million wouldn't bother farming." Zhou Chong scoffed. "I enjoy it. Do you have any say in that?" Lin Ming retorted. All right. I'll pretend I never said anything," Zhou Chong replied helplessly. "This morning, I followed your suggestion and had Su Jin and the others take action. However, I truly cannot believe Lin's prediction was so precise. Cheeling Motors indeed plummeted to 448 before hitting the limit down. It's astonishingly accurate. Lin, you aren't a time traveler. Are you? Or can you foresee the future?" The last remark made Lin Ming's eyelids twitch. It seems that tales of time travel and rebirth are not mere fabrications. Perhaps among those writing web novels lies someone with that ability. Zhou Chong continued, "Enough nonsense. If you have something to say, hurry up. I still have work to do. Su Jin has already coordinated with the brokerage. By this afternoon at the latest, you will see 28.5 billion credited on your side. I made 3 billion this time. Which is 1.5 billion more than you. How about I share half with you?" Zhou Chong grinned shamelessly. "I do not accept handouts," Lin Ming huffed. Zhou Chong, unfazed, added, "After these two sharp declines, Cheeling Motors has truly lost its composure. Have you seen the news, Lin?" "No time to watch," Lin Ming replied. Cheeling Motors' PR department held an impromptu press conference, promising high compensation to that elderly lady and that the president of Cheeling Motors China division would personally apologize. Zhou Chong continued, "Moreover, Cheeling Motors has finally lowered its proud head, stating they will diligently study the Chinese market, focusing on car enthusiasts and enhancing system configurations. Basically, they are just trying to win over Chinese car fans. This time, we, the Chinese, have truly gained face. The top-tier giant has finally knelt before us?" Lin Ming scoffed. "Just transfer me 50 million first. The remaining 2.8 billion will be used to buy the dip on Tesla." As they discussed serious matters, Zhou Chong perked up immediately. "Lin, when shall we act?" Lin Ming stated, "Tomorrow night, specifically at 3 a.m. on the 11th. Tesla will hit its limit down then. With a market value evaporating by at least over 20 trillion. Cheeling Motors' arrogance has dragged Tesla down too. They truly deserve it." Zhou Chong scoffed. "Tesla's actual failure rate is already significantly higher than that of Cheeling Motors. It just had not been exposed until now. This time, they have indeed been pulled down by Cheeling Motors," Lin Ming smiled. After finishing the call with Zhou Chong, before Lin Ming could even put away his phone, Li Hanyuan called again. "Lin, do you have a preference for men?" was the first thing he said. "Brotherly, is your wife causing trouble again?" "You seem a bit neurotic," Lin Ming replied. "If you like men, I would gladly marry you," Li Hanyuan said with utmost seriousness. A chill ran down Lin Ming's spine. "Brotherly, with such a charming way with words, you should rather say something sweet to your wife. Perhaps then she wouldn't argue with you so much." "Lin Ming, how is it that I, Li Hanyuan, am fortunate enough to know someone like you?" Li Hanyuan sighed. "Young Master Zhou just called me, saying I could earn 3 billion this time. I was stunned for quite a while before I could process it. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. You need not be so excited, brotherly. I treat you well because you were kind to me in the beginning," Lin Ming replied. "Brother, let us not speak of such things. Great kindness need not be mentioned. Even if you refuse to marry me, I, Li Hanyuan, will always be yours. Brotherly, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now." Lin Ming quickly ended the call, feeling a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Even if he had a preference for men, he certainly would not be inclined towards a man in his 40s like Li Hanyuan. Before long, the third call came through. It was from Han Changyu. "Should I congratulate you in advance, Mr. Han?" Lin Ming teased. "Mr. Lin, please don't jest with me," Han Changyu chuckled bitterly. "Young Master Zhou mentioned that you all made around 3 billion. As the president of the Huaguo region, do I even have the right to be called a president in your eyes?" Currently, Han Changyu had been officially appointed by the headquarters as the overall head of TUI International in the Huaguo region. The individual who had initially intended to scheme against Han Changyu, Si Langjifu, was abruptly thwarted by a woman from Ukraine during a quarterly meeting at headquarters. With irrefutable evidence against him, Si Langjifu not only failed to compete with Han Changyu but was also expelled from TUI International amid the fury of the upper management. Aside from the matter of promotion, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lin regarding the stock market. Although my earnings do not match yours, I have still amassed over 2 billion. Given my current annual salary and bonuses, it would take me approximately 20 years to accumulate such wealth, Han Changyu remarked. Lin Ming chose not to elaborate further on the matter, instead smiling and saying, Han Changyu, your capabilities are well recognized within our circle. Would you be interested in joining me in my endeavors? Han Changyu was taken aback. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Are you planning to establish a company? I'm not in a rush at the moment, but I do intend to open a pharmaceutical company. There will be no compromise on the quality of our products. The challenge lies in finding someone to help carve out a path in the market, Lin Ming replied. If you're willing to extend this olive branch, I, Han Changyu, will follow you unconditionally, Han Changyu declared earnestly. With the recent tumultuous events surrounding thunderstorms, Slangiv, and the stock market, Han Changyu had already placed unwavering trust in Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was to start a company, how could his future possibly be bleak? Let us not speak so gravely, as if we are heading into battle. You've just been promoted. Enjoy the privileges that come with being the head of the Huaguo region for now. When I need you, I will certainly reach out. Lin Ming chuckled. Very well. I should be back in the country in a day or two. We must celebrate together then. After ending the call with Han Changyu, Lin Ming received another call from Hong Ning. With a sense of resignation, he realized his plans for leisure were thwarted. Brother Lin, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? They say birds of a feather flock together, and it's no surprise that Hong Ning and Shou Chong share such a strong bond, he said, echoing the demeanor of his friend. Among the three, only Han Changyu exhibited a bit more maturity. How could I forget the esteemed young master of Tianyang Group? Lin Ming replied. Oh dear, when others say such things, I perceive it as jealousy. Yet, when it comes from Brother Lin, it sounds so delightful, so fulfilling. And such an immense honor, Hong Ning shamelessly remarked. He had completely forgotten his previous assertions about being the master of his own fate. You seem to have done quite well for yourself this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so elated, Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Not quite as much as you. Just 2 billion. Heh, Hong Ning responded. Fortunately, I stubbornly negotiated some funds from my father back then. That old chap now looks upon me with approval. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. You may not want to hear it, but I must say, he is your father. Show a little respect and refrain from calling him that old chap, Lin Ming advised. Yes, Brother Lin, you are absolutely right. The two continued their banter for a while longer. After ending the call, Lin Ming finally enjoyed a moment of tranquility. In the past, he had fantasized about achieving success, basking in the admiration of countless people, which greatly satisfied his vanity. However, he now realized that navigating the intricacies of human relationships was exceedingly taxing. No wonder celebrities sometimes shun their fans. Such overwhelming enthusiasm can indeed be quite unbearable. He returned home for lunch. In the afternoon, they returned to the fields. With only a few peanuts left to harvest, only Lin Qinghua and Lin Ming remained to finish the task. Once the work was completed today, they could look forward to a peaceful mid-autumn festival tomorrow. Around 4 o'clock, the duo finally brought the peanuts back home. During this time, news arrived from the bank, a deposit of 50 million. The sight of that long string of zeros left Lin Ming exhilarated for quite some time before he calmed down. Just as they approached the door, the sounds of laughter and joy echoed from within the house. Lin Chu, even after several years of little contact, Lin Ming instantly recognized the voice of his dear sister. Lin Chu has returned? Lin Ming exclaimed with delight. It must be her. You go inside and check. I can handle these peanuts myself, Lin Qinghua chuckled. Without hesitation, Lin Ming set down what he was carrying and dashed into the house. There he saw a girl, simply dressed yet elegant, with a light touch of makeup, playfully running around with Xian, who was laughing heartily. It was uncertain whether it was Lin Qinghua's or Qi Yufan's genes at play, but all three siblings possessed commendable looks, even without deliberate adornment. Lin Chu surpassed many so-called internet celebrities in beauty. Brother. Upon seeing Lin Ming, Lin Chu paused momentarily before dropping Xian and leaping into Lin Ming's embrace. The notion of gender distinction was merely a trivial concept before this pair of siblings. I've just finished working, and I'm covered in dust. Don't dirty your clothes. Lin Ming laughed. Pfft. When you took me and second brother to jump in mud puddles when I was little, I never minded the dirt. Why would I mind you now? Lin Chu replied nonchalantly. Shi Yufan interjected with a smile. All right, you too, that's enough. At this rate, your sister-in-law will get jealous. Lin Chu, with her charming big eyes, turned to Qin Jia and asked, Sister-in-law, are you jealous? Qin Jia shrugged. I wouldn't dare feel jealous, otherwise. You two might team up to bully me. Kiki, you're the best, sister-in-law. Lin Chu released Lin Ming and embraced Qin Jia, eliciting a beaming smile from her. This girl certainly knew how to charm. Chapter 64. I sensed something awry though the festival was still a day away. Shi Yufan was busily tending to the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Lin Chu had intended to lend a hand. But Qin Jia suggested that since the siblings rarely had a chance to meet, they should enjoy their time chatting, while she could manage just fine on her own. Lin Qing will entertain Xian Xian, while Lin Ming and Lin Chu sat on the cement steps in the yard. Brother, do you remember when I was 8? And you carried me and jumped down from here, only to tumble and cut my lip? Lin Chu laughed. Of course I remember. It was because you insisted on being reckless, and when you got hurt, you ran to Mom and Dad to complain, resulting in me getting scolded. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chu hugged her knees close. In the stillness, Lin Ming took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. He had vowed to quit, yet he found himself unable to resist. Brother, it's fine to drink a little, but smoking does no good. You should stop, Lin Chu advised. All right, I shall refrain, Lin Ming replied. Though he took another puff before reluctantly tossing the cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it. Where are you working now? Lin Ming inquired. In Changguang City. At a private garment factory. It's quite large, with hundreds of employees, Lin Chu shared, engaging in casual conversation. She was, in fact, a university student. Although she attended a second-tier institution, securing a respectable job was not beyond her reach. However, Lin Chu believed that those seemingly glamorous positions offered meager salaries. During the internship period, one could earn only 2,000 to 3,000, all while having to endure the lengthy process of gaining experience. With her family currently in need of funds, Lin Chu was unafraid of hard work and preferred to be an ordinary seamstress in the factory, at least as a seamstress. Her earnings could be commensurate with her efforts. How's it going? Does your salary suffice? Lin Ming asked with concern. It's all right. Though the frequent overtime can be a bit bothersome. However, the overtime pay is generous. I earn approximately 5,000 a month, and at times, it can reach nearly 6,000. Lin Chu seemed quite pleased, smiling as she added, of course. I manage my expenses and even send a couple of thousand to our parents now and then. At this, Lin Chu grew serious. Brother, I've heard from Mom and sister-in-law that you've changed. You're not the same as before. Indeed, I have changed, Lin Ming admitted, ruffling Lin Chu's hair. I used to enjoy teasing you as a child and still do as an adult. Do you resent me? Not at all. Because I know you've never been a bad person, Lin Chu shook her head. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Find your WeChat QR code. I'll add you as a friend. Humph, I thought you really intended to cut off contact. Lin Chu huffed, and they added each other as friends. Just as she was about to put her phone away, a transfer notification popped up on her screen. 30,000. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Chu exclaimed. I can't possibly accept your money. I was just about to ask if you have enough to get by, she added. The daily limit for WeChat transfers is 30,000. I haven't bothered to increase it. So take it for now, Lin Ming said with fondness in his eyes. Absolutely not. Lin Chu firmly refused. Brother, even if your life is now on the right track, you still owe so much debt, and with Xian Xian soon to start kindergarten. There are expenses everywhere. How can you send me money? As she spoke, Lin Chu attempted to return the funds to Lin Ming. However, he snatched her phone away, chuckling. Silly girl, our parents prepared 50,000 as your dowry, but I squandered it all on gambling. Tell me honestly, do you truly resent me? I've told you. I don't resent you. With my looks, do I really need a dowry to get married? Brother, you underestimate me. Lin Chu declared proudly. Brother, I have wronged you in the past, but I shall not do so again, Lin Ming said quietly. Brother, if you keep saying such things, I will get angry. Quickly return my phone. Lin Chu feigned displeasure. After Lin Ming returned her phone, she immediately intended to reimburse him. However, at that moment, Lin Ming presented his own phone to her, showcasing a bank transaction notification. Dear girl, do take a look at how much this is, Lin Ming remarked. Lin Chu instinctively glanced at the screen and was taken aback. She reached out, swiped the screen a few times, and confirmed that it wasn't merely an image. 5. Over 50 million. The astonished expression on Lin Chu's face was utterly adorable. Ha! Lin Ming laughed heartily. Brother is now wealthy. You can spend as you please from now on. Whatever you wish to buy, we shall procure it. If you find the work at the clothing factory unsatisfactory, we shall simply quit. With me around, there is nothing to fear. I will support you from now on. Lin Chu stammered, Brother, where did you acquire such a fortune? 50 million. For a girl who has only ever earned a maximum of 6,000 since starting work, this is a sum beyond her wildest dreams. Of course it's what I earned. Think about it. If I were to engage in deceitful practices, even if I managed to acquire money, it wouldn't amount to this much, would it? Besides, even if I could obtain such a sum, I wouldn't be casually chatting with you here. I would have hidden away or been captured long ago. Understanding her thoughts, Lin Ming hastily provided clarification. Rest assured, dear girl, our parents and your sister-in-law are aware of the source of my wealth. Since I am giving this to you, you can spend it openly, for this money is clean. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chu began to cry softly. Lin Ming, who had been lost for 4 or 5 years, had finally awakened and amassed such wealth. Lin Chu felt not only joy for herself and their parents, but also for Qinjia and Xianxian. Fortune had turned, and the two women had finally emerged from their struggles. Brother, with such wealth, I am naturally delighted to spend it, but will sister-in-law be displeased if she finds out? Lin Chu wiped her tears. Little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? You know what kind of person your sister-in-law is. Moreover, my assets are not limited to this 50 million, but rather this amount. Lin Ming gestured with 3 fingers. 300 million. Lin Chu was astounded. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Now multiply that by 10. Without a doubt. That evening, Lin Chu dined with great joy. Her elder brother could finally support the family. Initially, she worried that with newfound wealth, Lin Ming might grow more distant towards Qinjia and Xianxian. After all, men often change when they acquire wealth. And Lin Ming had been quite a rascal even when he was broke. Gradually, Lin Chu observed that Lin Ming seemed to be incessantly seeking Qinjia's approval. While Qinjia appeared indifferent to his advances, it seemed that after the divorce, Lin Ming had truly come to some realizations. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan had already informed Lin Chu and Lin Ku about Qinjia and Lin Ming's divorce. As Lin Chu ate, he mused, he never cherished her before, and now he laments his choices. My sister-in-law is right to act this way. It's only fair that he endures some hardship. In Blue Island City, at the villa, Su Jin remarked, Master Zhou, can we call you that? Will you help us out this time? Holding a bag of chips. Su Jin, along with his 2 companions clutching beers and soft drinks, gazed eagerly at Zhou Chong, who lounged there like a pampered lord. They had no choice. After the events surrounding the Qiling stock market, regret gnawed at their insides. A mere modest investment back then could have yielded tens of millions or even billions. Yet, at that time, they dismissed Zhou Chong's words entirely. I kindly reminded you a few days ago, but you all paid no heed, which puts me in a difficult position. Zhou Chong shrugged, his arrogant demeanor inciting a desire in Su Jin to retaliate. Had we known you had an expert guiding you, we would have insisted on joining you in this venture, Su Jin lamented. Zhou Chong ceased the jesting, adopting Lin Ming's tone. Tomorrow night, we'll be bottom-fishing Tesla. The potential profits depend entirely on your willingness to invest. I can't shake the feeling that your words resemble a pyramid scheme, Su Jin retorted. I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? You really lack composure. Zhou Chong thought about how he wished to throttle these 3. They begged him to help them profit, yet accused him of running a scam. That evening, Lin Ming's spot was usurped by Lin Chu, leaving him to begrudgingly share the bed with his parents. However, sleep eluded him. He was no tycoon, yet following the definitive establishment of Qiling Automotive, he was certain he had amassed 28.5 billion. An excitement beyond articulation swelling within him. Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan also tossed and turned on the bed. Although they remained silent, Lin Ming understood that they, too, were restless. After midnight, the Nasdaq opened. As anticipated, Tesla's stock exhibited a downward trend. It had previously dipped but rebounded, and this time, it plummeted from 966 per share to 842, an 11% decline. For Tesla, with a market capitalization of 15 trillion. An 11% drop equated to a staggering evaporation of 1 trillion renminbi. Frankly, this sudden downturn left many investors perplexed. Even if Qiling Automotive were implicated, it hardly seemed justified to such an extent. Apart from Lin Ming, no one comprehended that today's decline was merely the beginning. September 10th. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, a night when the moon shines brightly and people gaze up in longings, unaware of whose heart the autumn thoughts have fallen into. This poignant line, penned by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Jian, deeply encapsulates the nostalgia felt by wanderers for their hometown and loved ones. China has designated a 3-day national holiday for this festival, and those who can return home have done so, for it is indeed a time for reunion. After breakfast, Lin Ming took Xian Yuan for a leisurely stroll, noticing that nearly every household had parked a car at their doorstep. The festive atmosphere descended quietly yet palpably. Early in the morning, Qi Yufan busied herself preparing lunch, while Lin Qing was sat contentedly watching television, occasionally stepping outside to light a cigarette. The elderly couple, relieved of a significant burden, appeared utterly at ease. Around 9:30 a.m., the last member of the Lin family finally returned. Brother. Upon seeing Lin Ming standing at the door, Lin Ke swiftly approached, carrying a few items in hand. Slow down. Why the rush? Lin Ming greeted him with a smile. Lin Ke's eyes were immediately drawn to the Mercedes-Benz 450 parked at the entrance. Brother, did you buy a car? He inquired, circling around the vehicle, his envy unmistakable. Lin Ke was a car enthusiast, often browsing automotive websites. Yet despite having held a driver's license for 7 years and having changed it once, he had yet to purchase a car. It's not mine. A friend lent it to me for a few days, Lin Ming replied. This is the latest model of the Mercedes 450, and it hasn't even been registered yet. Your friend is quite generous to let you drive it, Lin Ke remarked. Do you like this car? Lin Ming asked playfully. I do. But I'm still young and prefer sports cars, Lin Ke responded, entirely unaware of Lin Ming's thoughts, believing their exchange to be casual banter. However, Lin Ming took note of Lin Ke's words. What men often desire boils down to 2 things, beautiful women and cars. When it comes to automobiles, if one has the means, who wouldn't wish to drive a more impressive sports car? Come on, let's head home. Our parents are waiting for you, Lin Ming said. Yet, Lin Ke lingered, studying Lin Ming for a moment before saying, Brother, I feel like you're different from before. More refined, perhaps? Lin Ming joked. Lin Ke nodded in agreement. Indeed, you do seem more sophisticated. Stop flattering me. I'll be grateful if you don't despise me. Let us go home, Lin Ming replied. Feeling a slight pang of emotion, Lin Ke's return brought immense joy to Lin Chenghua and Qi Yufan, with Chunjia and Xianyuan included. The Lin family of 7 was rarely gathered together, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. In truth, the Lin family had always been easy to get along with. But Lin Ming's previous antics had cast a shadow over the household, leaving it feeling somewhat cold. While Lin Ke was chatting with his family, Lin Ming stepped into the courtyard and dialed Xiang Zhe's number. Brother Lin, have you arrived home? Xiang Zhe inquired. I got home the day before yesterday. Thank you for your gift. My parents are quite pleased, Lin Ming replied. Brother Lin, we are family, so there is no need to mention such trivialities. As long as uncle and aunt are satisfied, that's what matters, Xiang Zhe feigned dissatisfaction. The reason I called you is to ask for your assistance in purchasing a few cars, Lin Ming stated. What kind of cars? Mercedes? Before Lin Ming could respond, Xiang Zhe continued, Brother Lin, no offense, but at your age, driving something so old-fashioned seems unbefitting your status, unless it's a luxury model like mine. I wouldn't recommend a Mercedes. Lin Ming silently thought that this guy was quite the chatterbox, yet smiled and said, Actually, I have no intention of buying a Mercedes. I'm looking to acquire a few Lamborghinis. Do you have any connections? It's the only model under Lamborghini. Lin Ke loved supercars, but let us be honest. Even the roads in Chongwang City might not accommodate such vehicles. Thus, this hybrid supercar was the most suitable option. Brother Lin, that car may look flashy, but it's not comfortable at all. I wouldn't mind if you bought it, Xiang Zhe scoffed. There is no choice. My brother and sister enjoy them, Lin Ming chuckled. I see. Then there is no issue. I have connections for most cars on the market. There is no need for markups or waiting. Just let me know how many you need and the desired pickup time, Xiang Zhe assured. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. 2, 1 blue, and 1 pink. Preferably within 3 days. If not, 4 or 5 days will suffice. I'll do my best, Xiang Zhe responded. Have you transferred the funds to Zhou Chong for the Tesla acquisition? Lin Ming casually inquired. I've sent it over, 100 million, Xiang Zhe replied. He believed that 100 million was quite a sum, but Lin Ming remarked, only 100 million? That is too little. There is not much profit in that. Transfer all the available funds to Zhou Chong. The returns will come swiftly this time, and you needn't worry about maintaining cash flow for the store. Xiang Zhe was quite adept at managing relationships. He not only purchased gifts and arranged for someone to pick Lin Ming up, but also deliberately left a new unregistered car for him to drive. Given that Lin Ming had now requested his assistance in buying cars, Xiangze had certainly organized everything meticulously. Lin Ming did not wish to be indebted to him, so he made a point to remind Xiangze to maximize his profits. 100 million is still insufficient, Brother Lin. Xiangze expressed some hesitation. How much money did he actually have? There were still substantial loans in the bank. If he incurred losses, it would be disastrous. Stop the nonsense. Just follow my instructions. Lin Ming replied, disregarding Xiangze's concerns, and hung up the phone. He had said all that needed to be said. If Xiangze was reluctant to invest more, that was his own issue. Chapter 66, A Breath of Fresh Air at Noon. A large table was filled with exquisite delicacies, prepared by the diligent efforts of 3 women. Lin Qinghua uncorked a bottle of flying mitai, laughing heartily. Having lived all these years, this is the first time I've encountered such a spirit. I am curious to see if it truly merits its extravagant price. With a dismissive tone, he added, Who would turn your nose up at a mere 6 yuan ergo to? How could you discern anything of substance? Qi Yufan chuckled softly. What do you understand? A fine wine is simply a fine wine. It is precisely because I have savored ergo to so frequently that I can discern the unique qualities of this drink. Lin Qing snorted in response. As the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lin Ke gleaned from Lin Chu and his parents the news of Lin Ming's newfound wealth. He felt a surge of joy for Lin Ming and downed 4 or 5 glasses of mitai, causing Lin Chunghua palpable distress. Dad, look at you being so stingy. Your brother has brought back 20 bottles. Don't pretend you're unaware of that, Lin Ke remarked, exasperated. Lin Qinghua retorted. Your brother mentioned that these bottles are intended as gifts for this afternoon. After all is said and done, I can only keep 7 or 8 for myself. How could I allow you to drink them all? Gifts? You're giving away flying mitai worth several thousand a bottle? Brother, isn't that a bit extravagant? Lin Ku exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Those I am gifting are either close relatives or those who lent me money in the past. It has been years. I feel it would be remiss not to present them with something of value. Lin Ke nodded in understanding and refrained from further comments. Everyone was acutely aware that Lin Ming's intention in bestowing these gifts was to restore dignity to Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan. Wealth without returning home is akin to parading in fine attire under the cover of night. In previous years, Lin Ming had brought shame upon Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan, leaving them the subject of countless whispers and gossip within the village. Lin Ku and Lin Chu could also discern that many villagers, who once maintained cordial relations with their parents, had gradually distanced themselves, fearing Lin Xinghua might solicit a loan from them. Some relatives had even reduced their interactions with the Lin family. It was hardly surprising, given Lin Ming's former reputation, who would dare lend money to Lin Xinghua. Lin Ming was perceived as a bottomless pit. Once money was lent, how would Lin Xinghua and Qi Yufan repay it? Lin Ku was set to marry, and Lin Chu would soon wed as well. Relying solely on farming, they would likely never repay such debts. Now that Lin Ming had achieved prosperity, he felt compelled to restore the dignity his parents had lost. From this moment forth, Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan would hold their heads high within the village. Is old Qin here? Is he dining? Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the front door swung open. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s, stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Ming, her expression subtly shifted. Aunt Wang, please, come in. Lin Ming smiled as he rose to greet her. Have you eaten? Join us for a meal. No. I have prepared a meal at home. I'll eat when I return, Aunt Wang replied, her smile somewhat strained. Her presence at this moment, combined with her evident discomfort, led the Lin family to infer the circumstances. Aunt Wang, whose full name was Wang Weiwei, was the wife of Lin Qinghua's old comrade, Lin Yixing. Previously, Lin Qinghua borrowed 20,000 yuan from Lin Yixing, and to this day, he has yet to repay it. Lin Yixing hesitated to broach the subject, while Wang Weiwei, on several occasions, sought to reclaim the debt. However, Wang Weiwei is not the type of assertive woman to confront Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan directly. Aunt Wang, please have a seat. Lin Qinghua poured a cup of tea for Wang Weiwei. Since you are dining, let us postpone this discussion for another time. I shall take my leave for now. Wang Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt too shy to bring it up. Aunt Wang, is Da Huai about to get married? Lin Ming suddenly inquired. Yes, soon. He has a girlfriend from a big city, and they are demanding an 18,000 yuan betrothal gift, Wang Weiwei replied, her expression dimming. Customs in some regions are as such, but it is unavoidable. Raising a daughter is no easy task. Lin Ming chuckled. In that case, Aunt Wang, the 2,000 yuan you are owed has been outstanding for several years. I had intended to withdraw cash this afternoon to repay you, but since you are here, Let me inform you that you need not go anywhere this afternoon. I shall bring you the money. Really? Wang Weiwei could hardly believe it. She had come specifically to ask for the money and had deliberately timed her visit during mealtime, knowing that the Lin family would surely be gathered. However, she did not expect Lin Ming to return as well, and seeing the family enjoying their meal made her hesitant to bring up the matter. To her surprise, Lin Ming had taken the initiative to mention the debt and offered to repay it. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded with a smile. After all these years, I feel quite guilty. And I owe you an apology, Aunt Wang. No need for apologies. With our families being so close, such formalities are unnecessary, Wang Weiwei said, her joy evident. Lin Ming. It's not that I want to pressure you, but with Da Wai's wedding approaching, the bride's family is pressing for the payment. If your uncle and I cannot provide the funds soon, they may break off the engagement. Please don't take it amiss. I understand, Aunt Wang. Lin Ming replied with a nod. Wang Weiwei left, beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Ming hastily finished his lunch and drove to the city in the afternoon. Although it was a national holiday, the bank had staff on duty. Lin Ming withdrew a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan. Upon returning to the village, he took Lin Qinghua with him, and their first stop was Lin Yixing's home. Wang Weiwei was indeed waiting there. However, upon seeing the 3 stacks of red bills, she was momentarily taken aback. Old Lin, you must be mistaken. You only borrowed 20,000 from us, Wang Weiwei exclaimed to Lin Qinghua. And this additional amount is interest. Lin Qinghua replied, placing various gifts such as cigarettes, liquor, and mooncakes on the coffee table, his chin nearly raised to the sky. And these items are a token of respect from Lin Ming for you and Yixing. Please do not disdain them. While Wang Weiwei did not appreciate such offerings, Lin Yixing gasped, Matai? Soft drinks? This is too much. Qinghua, we cannot accept this. Yixing, take it. There is no need for formality between us, Lin Qinghua insisted. Lin Qinghua smiled and remarked, that rascal Lin Ming has finally made something of himself. Now that he has earned a bit of money, he can certainly afford this. With a chuckle, Lin Yixing feigned jealousy. You old fellow, aren't you subtly boasting about your son? Lin Qinghua, unperturbed, replied. That scoundrel nearly drove me to my wits' end before. At last, he's turned into someone respectable. I can hold my head high now. The saying holds true, a son reflects his father, and in old age, a father leans on his son. Lin Ming observed his father's proud demeanor, feeling a tumult of emotions within. After lingering at Lin Yixing's home for a while longer, Lin Ming and Lin Qinghua took their leave. Despite Lin Yixing and Wang Weiwei insisting on no interest, Lin Ming and Lin Qinghua left behind the extra 10,000 yuan, along with gifts of tobacco and liquor. The entire afternoon was spent with Lin Ming guiding Lin Qinghua around the town, repaying old debts to Lin Qinghua's acquaintances and delivering gifts to distant relatives. Even as they returned home, the smile on Lin Qinghua's face remained unwavering. Dad, they say that if you laugh for too long, your facial muscles might cramp. Do you feel that way? Lin Ming teased. What nonsense. After bending my back for years, I can finally stand tall today. How can I not smile? Lin Qinghua retorted with a laugh. To Lin Qinghua, no matter how wealthy Lin Ming became, it was still Lin Ming's fortune. Only after settling all debts could he truly relax. Everything has been repaid, and there's still 100,000 left. You and your mother should use it as you please. Lin Ming said, handing the remaining money, wrapped in a plastic bag, to Lin Qinghua. All right, then I'll spend this money generously with your mother. Lin Qinghua responded as he got out of the car. Dad, aren't you going to be a bit sentimental about this? Lin Ming called after him. My son earns billions, and he gives me 100,000. Why should I be sentimental? Hurry up and get out. It's almost time for the firecrackers. Lin Qinghua waved his hand dismissively. With a smile, Lin Ming parked the car. Such a life, perhaps, could indeed be called happiness. Chapter 67, Caught in the Crossfire in the Countryside. Fireworks and firecrackers are an absolute necessity during festivals. Starting from around 4:30 p.m., the sounds of firecrackers began to echo from the neighboring village. The festivities at Lin Family Ridge commenced a bit later. It was close to 6 p.m. when Lin Qinghua finally took Lin Ming and Lin Ku outside to set off firecrackers. Lin Ming was concerned about startling Xian Xian. But the brave little girl not only showed no fear, but also joined them at the doorway, covering her ears while watching the spectacle. Qi Yufan had prepared an elaborate feast, featuring dishes such as braised pork ribs, pan-fried ribbonfish, pig trotters and gravy, and spicy and sour bean sprouts. While these may not be delicacies of the sea or mountains, they embodied the essence of home and ignited one's appetite. This time, however, there was an addition: mooncakes. Lin Ming, Lin Chu and Lin Ku each brought a portion to share. Delicious, delicious. The mooncakes bought by second uncle are the best, Xian Xian exclaimed, shaking her little head in delight. The countryside and the city present a stark contrast. In this instance, Xian Xian affectionately refers to Lin Ku as Erba, rather than the more distant Air Shu, which conveys a sense of intimacy. Lin Ku, with a doting gesture, gently pinches Xuanchuan's little cheek and remarks, "Little girl, you truly lack discernment. The items your father purchased are indeed the most expensive. Nonetheless, I prefer the treats bought by Erba," Xian Xian mumbles, her words somewhat unclear. TSK, whose child is she? Such eloquence. Lin Ku's spirits lifted further. She must take after her aunt. Chen Jia chimed in with a smile. Lin Chu immediately pouted. Sister-in-law, are you teasing me? How could that be considered teasing? Haven't you heard the saying, actions speak not as well as words? Your sweet tongue is a talent of your own, one that others cannot imitate, Lin Ming interjected. Oh, so now my elder brother has taken to defending his sister-in-law? However, you are not wrong. Among us 3 siblings, your tongue is the least skilled. Perhaps I should offer you some lessons? Lin Chu's face brimmed with playful pride. Very well. I might indeed need to learn from you to better charm your sister-in-law, Lin Ming jested. Qin Jia playfully pinched Lin Ming's waist, exclaiming, just focus on your own meals. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Ming grimaced, eliciting laughter from everyone. The dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ming and Lin Ku, amid Xuanchuan's jubilant cheers, set off several colorful fireworks, the kind that are both resounding and splendid. These were purchased by Lin Ming just the day prior. Prior to this, the old Lin family had not set off firecrackers or fireworks during the Mid-Autumn Festival for several years. That night, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan slept soundly. Lin Ming and Lin Ku nestled together on the earthen Kong, the sensation reminiscent of their childhood days. Brother, are you asleep? Lin Ku whispered. Not yet. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Shall we go sit in the courtyard? Lin Ku suggested. Instantly, Lin Ming rose. The 2 brothers casually donned jackets and settled on the cement steps. Brother, do you have any cigarettes? Lin Ku inquired. Have you taken up smoking now? Lin Ming frowned slightly. There are too many worries at the company, with constant scheming and rivalries. Sometimes when I feel agitated, I smoke a cigarette, Lin Ku confessed. Lin Ming produced a cigarette and handed one to Lin Ku. We still have several packs of those soft ones left from Dad. I must take one with me when I leave, Lin Ku chuckled. Smoke less. This habit brings no benefits, Lin Ming admonished. You shouldn't lecture me. You smoke too. I learned it all from you, Lin Ku retorted. You rascal, why not learn something beneficial instead of these vices? At this point, Lin Ming fell silent, pondering what good he could possibly teach Lin Ku. Brother, when do you plan to return to Blue Island? Lin Ku asked as he lit his cigarette and took a puff. I can return whenever. By the way, when will you go back to the company? Lin Ming countered. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Work is busy, and I cannot take too long off, or that old witch will start her nagging again. As the topic of work arose, a shadow of worry crossed Lin Ku's face. It is often said that one should share good news rather than bad, yet before his elder brother, he felt no desire to mask his feelings. If I don't want to work, then I simply want tea, he declared. Lin Ming patted his shoulder, responding. You must work. After all, how old are you? You don't even have a girlfriend. If you don't earn money now, how will you support a family in the future? Lin Ku forced a smile in reply. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. You graduated from medical school and have some understanding of pharmaceuticals. I plan to establish a pharmaceutical company. Would you and Lin Chu consider joining me? Lin Ku's eyes lit up at the prospect. Although Lin Ming had already achieved considerable wealth, Lin Ku never contemplated relying on him for a free ride. However, working in Lin Ming's company would be a different matter entirely. At least Lin Ku would be earning a living through his own efforts while assisting Lin Ming in the process. Presently, Lin Ku was employed at a small pharmaceutical firm, and his experience would certainly prevent him from idling away his time in Lin Ming's company. Brother, don't people say it's better to hire outsiders than to employ friends and family? Aren't you concerned that I might cause you trouble, or that others in the company might gossip? Lin Ku chuckled. Lin Ming shook his head. You and Lin Chu are my dear siblings. I know your characters better than anyone else. Just the fact that I gambled away your betrothal and dowry money without any complaints from you speaks volumes. I, Lin Ku, can confidently assure you that you are not the kind of people to cause trouble. Brother, let us not discuss that. Money in our family isn't divided into who spent what on betrothal and dowry. You've spent it, and that. Haven't we already earned it back? Lin Ku interrupted, visibly displeased. All right, I want to mention it again. Lin Ming replied with a wry smile. Regardless, I have faith in you, and Lin Chu. Working in my company will undoubtedly be far more comfortable for you than your current situation, and I won't have to worry about you. Understand? For Lin Ming, it mattered little how Lin Chu and Lin could behaved, even if he were to support them. What of it? These two were simply too stubborn, otherwise. He would have already transferred a few million for them to spend. His greatest desire was to make amends with those he felt he had wronged in the past. Brother, I'd love to join you, but how much will you pay me? Lin Ko asked with a grin. You're my dear brother. Are you really going to talk about money? That's rather insensitive. Lin Ming feigned displeasure. Lin Ko widened his eyes. Brother, that seems a bit unreasonable. Lin Chu and I need to eat. Are you really not going to provide us with living expenses? The company has a cafeteria. And what about housing? Sleep on the street. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, some rejoiced while others lamented. Lin Ming's foresight proved accurate as Tesla's stock plummeted at the market opening. At 1 a.m., the stock fell to 756 per share. By 2 a.m., it had dropped to 612. By 3 a.m., Tesla officially hit its limit down at 498. Within merely 3 hours of trading, the stock plummeted, unable to withstand even the closing bell. The capital magnates of Wall Street have once again erupted. This marks the lowest point reached by Tesla shares since its inception. Have the fervent supporters of domestic vehicles in China become this relentless? Is a mere investment in Qilin not sufficient, and now even Tesla is under scrutiny? The most alarming aspect of this drastic decline is that there were no prior indications whatsoever. This truly exemplifies the concept of being caught in the crossfire unexpectedly. Cursed be the Qilin Group. Cursed be the organizers of the Chinese Auto Show. Chapter 68. A fortuitous encounter with the arrogant morning sunlight streamed through the window as Lin Ming languidly stretched. Observing his parents, now dressed and ready, he inquired, Father, Mother, are you planning to head to the fields again? Keep it down. Your brother is still asleep. His mother, Qi Yufan, cautioned, pressing her hand down. Now that the festival is over, your father and I intend to plant sweet potatoes. You can rest a bit longer. We want to be leaving today and shall return by noon. Lin Ming leaped off the Kong, exclaiming, Mother, haven't I already discussed this with Father? In the past. We lack the means, but now that I have some wealth, surely I can spare you some funds. Working in the fields is too exhausting. Let us not go. Shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? We're not asking you to work, Lin Chengwa chuckled. I personally do not fear toil. But I worry for your well-being. Lin Ming lamented. Do not worry. Your father is not fatigued. My spirits are high, and everything is enjoyable. Lin Chengwa hoisted a hoe onto his shoulder. The elderly couple strolled leisurely towards the fields. For them, this endeavor represented the idyllic rural life they had long envisioned. After all, their financial situation had improved, and they could choose to labor or not at their discretion. Yet unbeknownst to them, their children regarded them as aging. And it pained them to witness their parents toil so tirelessly. Are your parents off to the fields again? Qin Jia's voice called from behind. Lin Ming hastily extinguished his cigarette before responding. Yes, they are going to plant sweet potatoes. I saw it all. Why the pretense? That cigarette cost at least 3 to 4 yuan, and you've barely lit it. What a waste. Qin Jia remarked. Isn't it to avoid your scolding? Lin Ming replied sheepishly. Strictly governed by the wife. Oh, strictly governed by the wife. Lin Chu, carrying a basin of water, passed by Qin Jia. Lin Ming shot her a reproachful glance and turned back to Qin Jia. I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of these elderly folks. They once toiled in the fields for financial gain, and now that they have money, why continue to cultivate? Those crops hold little value after a year of labor. They barely earn 20 to 30,000. In today's world, for the younger generation, earning 20 to 30,000 is a significant feat, often requiring multiple efforts to spend that much. They have farmed all their lives and it has become second nature to them. Suddenly asking them to rest leaves them at a loss for what to do, causing them distress, Qin Jia added. And besides, without these diligent laborers, from where would our sustenance come? You have indeed earned money, but you must not forget your roots. I have not forgotten my origins. I simply wish for them to endure less hardship, Lin Ming murmured. Qin Jia interjected, saying, if you truly wish for them to cease their toil in the fields, then you should buy them a home in the city, away from rural life. Naturally, they would no longer yearn to cultivate the land. Your reasoning is sound. I shall indeed purchase them a spacious abode, preferably one with an ocean view, for the elderly couple has a profound affection for the sea. Lin Ming nodded earnestly. Qin Jia furrowed her brow. Why does it seem as though this fellow is merely waiting for me to mention the purchase of a house? Indeed, Lin Ming continued. Let's arrange for them to move to Blue Island. I will acquire several properties, one for our family of 3, one for my parents, one for your parents, and individual ones for Lin Chu, Lin Ku, and Chen Xing. What do you think? Nonsense. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. Who wants to live with you? Xian Xian and I are quite content in our rental. Rather than daydreaming about such matters, you should focus on how to earn more money. The rental is too small. And Xian Xian cannot always be left alone at home. Regardless of whether my parents or yours come over, they can look after her. Lin Ming insisted on finding excuses. Xian Xian will soon be attending kindergarten, so I need not worry during the day. I will pick her up after school, Chen Jia replied. Hey, Chen the Beauty. Is it truly fair to be so callous? Hurry and freshen up. Aren't you planning to go to Chongguang City? Mother has already prepared a meal for us. Finish eating and then set out. As Chen Jia spoke, she entered the kitchen. What Lin Ming failed to notice was that Chen Jia's previously dim eyes had once again regained their luster. During breakfast, Lin Ming reiterated his intention to establish a pharmaceutical company to Lin Chu. Naturally, Lin Chu did not hold back with her brother. Although she lacked knowledge of pharmaceuticals, she could learn gradually. Most importantly, with Lin Chu's vivacious personality, youthful beauty, and quick wit, even if she did not delve into pharmacology, she could at least serve as an assistant or something similar. With his younger siblings agreeing to join his company, Lin Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. Regardless of their abilities, they would at least be able to live happily without the burdens of work. After breakfast, Lin Ming took Lin Chu and Lin Ku to the city. The two were there to resign, while Lin Ming was on a quest to encounter the medical prodigy, Zhang Kuang. Coincidentally, Zhang Kuang's hometown was also Chongguang City. After dropping Lin Ku and Lin Chu off at their respective workplaces, Lin Ming drove alone to the First People's Hospital of Chongguang City. At 10 a.m., in the First People's Hospital, Hematology Department, a man who appeared to be around 27 or 28 sat outside the office, cradling his head with both hands. His name was Zhang Kuang. At this moment, Zhang Kuang's gaze was somewhat vacant, his mind occupied by the doctor's earlier words spoken in solitude. How could this be? My mother is nearing 70. How could she possibly have leukemia? The illness itself is not the most frightening aspect. Rather, it is the exorbitant medical expenses required for treatment that instills dread. Particularly with a condition like leukemia, which is akin to a bottomless pit of financial burden, it is an insurmountable weight for any ordinary family. Zhang Kuang, being the youngest child in his family, has 2 older brothers and an elder sister. However, they are all wage earners, and none of their families are particularly well off. Thus, upon learning of his mother's diagnosis, Zhang Kuang lacked the courage to even inform them. As a medical student, he was acutely aware of the astronomical costs associated with the treatment. For them, it would be a sum beyond comprehension. Why are you still sitting here? At that moment, the doctor emerged from the office, frowning as he spoke. Your mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Once leukemia fully manifests, it becomes exceedingly difficult to treat. Since there are still available beds, you must hurry and pay the deposit. If our hospital cannot provide adequate care, I will assist you in transferring her to a larger city for treatment. Thank you, Doctor, Zhang Kuang replied, feeling even more despondent. The doctor's words had already hinted at the situation. Chongguang City was merely a county-level city. While it could manage dialysis and chemotherapy, a complete cure for leukemia was improbable. Moreover, if a transfer were necessary, the medical expenses would multiply exponentially. Contemplating this, Zhang Kuang pounded his fist on the chair in frustration. After years of graduation, he had achieved nothing. Aside from a couple of years of employment, he had been indulging in whimsical dreams of developing an effective cold remedy. Now, with his mother suffering from leukemia, he found himself unable to afford even the hospital deposit, possessing scarcely 1,000 yuan in total. That sense of helplessness morphed into suffocating frustration, which in turn transformed into a seething anger threatening to engulf Zhang Kuang. I am utterly worthless, he screamed internally. He raised his fist, intending to strike himself, but suddenly noticed someone standing beside him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Hello, Lin Ming said with a smile. Hello. Despite his lack of desire to engage in conversation, Zhang Kuang responded out of courtesy. I used to harm myself frequently out of anger and grievance, but eventually, I realized that such actions were profoundly foolish, Lin Ming remarked. Zhang Kuang scoffed, remaining silent. Lin Ming, undeterred, continued, Do you need money? This abrupt inquiry caused Zhang Kuang to furrow his brow. He turned to Lin Ming and asked, What do you do? Fundraising platform? Before Lin Ming could reply, Zhang Kuang sneered, Just get lost. Don't think I'm unaware of your ilk. using patients' lives as bargaining chips for profit. Don't you feel a shred of conscience? Those who donate do so out of compassion and kindness, yet you exploit such empathy for profit. The moral fabric of society will inevitably be tarnished by your actions. If a day comes when no one is willing to extend a helping hand, then you scoundrels will bear an irrefutable burden of responsibility. This scathing reprimand left Lin Ming momentarily speechless. He understood that Zhang Kuang was a proud and arrogant individual, intolerant of any flaws. However, today he truly witnessed this firsthand. It is no wonder he would later be awarded the Medal of National Honor. This man possesses not only extraordinary abilities, but also a profound disdain for evil. Lin Ming mused inwardly. Instances of platforms like certain crowdfunding sites have already been publicly condemned for exploiting public sympathy for financial gain. Normally, individuals from Zhang Kuang's background would find it exceedingly difficult to resist such temptations. After all, these platforms indeed assist patients in raising funds. Even if patients only receive a fraction, it is still better than receiving nothing at all. Yet, Zhang Kuang, fully aware of this, vehemently refused and lashed out, revealing the depths of his disdain for unscrupulous businessmen. No one's money comes easily. My greatest aversion in life is those who profit from manipulating human nature. Zhang Kuang said impatiently, I am in a foul mood right now. Do not provoke me. I do not wish to see you, so leave at once. I do not belong to any platform. You may want to temper your temper. Lin Ming replied calmly, then opened the meticulously prepared documents in his hand. Zhang Kuang, 28 years old, unmarried. A graduate of Bayan Medical University, holding a top-tier degree. At this juncture, Lin Ming smiled. I need not elaborate on your family situation, as the facts are already apparent. You have investigated me? Who on earth are you? Zhang Kuang's pupils contracted slightly. Lin Ming did not beat around the bush any longer. My name is Lin Ming, and I intend to establish a pharmaceutical company. I have heard about your innovative ideas regarding an effective cold remedy, and thus I come to invite you to join my team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang immediately felt that the other party was mocking him. Since the inception of his idea for an effective cold remedy, it seemed to have transformed into the greatest joke in the world. Countless sleepless nights spent drafting proposals and applying to various pharmaceutical companies had yielded nothing but rejection. He had faced a myriad of responses, evasive, blunt, sarcastic, and derisive. Zhang Kuang had lost count of how many times he had heard such disparaging remarks. His fervor and grand aspirations had gradually dimmed under the weight of these voices. Today, upon learning of his mother's leukemia, Zhang Kuang finally resolved to abandon his fantasies and seek a stable job to earn money for her treatment. Yet, just at that moment, someone suddenly approached him, claiming to invite him to develop an effective cold remedy. Accustomed to rejection, Zhang Kuang had long since believed that no one would ever take him seriously. Thus, when Lin Ming uttered these words, Zhang Kuang felt not a shred of surprise, but rather an intensifying fury. It seemed you were already aware of my circumstances. Zhang Kuang's forehead throbbed with visible veins. You may reject me and even mock me in the shadows, but why must you bring such disdain into the open? The pursuit of an extraordinary cold remedy is my fervent dream. Being cast aside is not enough for you. You must relentlessly pursue me, trampling upon my aspirations and dignity for your own satisfaction, is it not? Through various investigations into Zhang Kuang, Lin Ming could indeed comprehend his current sentiments. Particularly knowing that Zhang Kuang's mother was afflicted with leukemia, it became impossible for him to feel anger or dissatisfaction at Zhang Kuang's words. While others might deem you a daydreamer, I, Lin Ming, harbor unwavering faith in you. Since you declare that creating an extraordinary cold remedy is your dream, how can you so willingly abandon it? Lin Ming inquired. What difference does it make to cling to it? Can dreams sustain one's hunger? Zhang Kuang shouted, pointing toward the departmental door. Just moments ago, the doctor informed me that my mother has leukemia. Leukemia? Do you comprehend the weight of this? Even if a cure is attainable, it demands an unimaginable sum, and I currently possess not even 1,000 yuan, insufficient to cover the hospitalization deposit. The pharmaceutical companies are correct. I, Zhang Kuang, am indeed a proud, deluded, and utterly incapable fool. I cannot afford treatment for my ailing mother. What else can I do? I might as well perish. At this juncture, Zhang Kuang's eyes reddened, tears cascading uncontrollably. In him, Lin Ming seemed to glimpse a reflection of his former self. The difference lay in Zhang Kuang's plight being more harrowing. At least his own parents were in good health. Your mother's ability to receive proper care hinges entirely upon you. Lin Ming stated earnestly, I have never intended to trample upon your dreams or dignity. Rather, I hold deep respect for the aspirations of every individual, for we all live for our dreams. A person devoid of dreams, perpetually engaging in monotonous repetition, is no different from a lifeless fish. If Lin Ming's previous words had failed to instill belief in Zhang Kuang, this discourse truly resonated with him. You speak as though it is simple. Over 90% of the world as populace is caught in an endless cycle. Do they lack dreams? Do they yearn to be mere lifeless fish? Zhang Kuang gazed at Lin Ming's earnest demeanor, letting out a sigh. I too wish to uphold my dreams. Yet every aspiration requires financial backing. Now that my mother suffers from leukemia, I can no longer indulge in lofty ambitions. The so-called dreams may yet find realization in the future, but my mother is irreplaceable. Filial piety is paramount. Should you achieve it, I admire such individuals as you. Lin Ming was moved. Initially, I harbored doubts about your character, but it appears I have underestimated your noble heart. Zhang Kuang shook his head slightly. No matter how eloquent the words, they could not stir even the slightest ripple within him now. His mind was consumed solely with thoughts of how to obtain money for his mother's medical treatment. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly turned and walked away into the distance. Where are you going? Zhang Kuang instinctively inquired. A profound sense of loss and sorrow welled up within him. The departure of the other seemed to carry away his dreams entirely. Do you wish to pursue your dreams? Then follow me. Lin Ming's voice stirred something within Zhang Kuang. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to follow. Chapter 70. Recruiting talents at the hospital's billing office. Zhang Kuang stood in a daze as he watched Lin Ming submit the inpatient deposit. 100,000 yuan, not a cent less. This was merely the initial cost for treatment at the First People's Hospital, insignificant compared to the overall expenses required for the entire course of treatment. Do you believe me now? Lin Ming smiled at Zhang Kuang. I have brought your dreams back. Whether they can be realized depends on you. But I really don't have the money to repay you, Zhang Kuang whispered. If you had the money, would you need me to cover these expenses? Besides, what I seek is not your money, but you. Why can't you comprehend this, you blockhead? Lin Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. What is it that you see in me? My university is not prestigious. I have only 2 or 3 years of work experience, and my temperament is rather poor. What makes you travel such a distance to seek me out? Zhang Kuang frowned. It's not such a long journey. My hometown is also in Chongguang City. Do you know Tongling Town? There's a village called Linjiling in the southeast of Tongling Town. That's where I'm from. Lin Ming shrugged. Zhang Kuang had little interest in Lin Ming's background. Though he had once been proud, it was not out of arrogance. Lin Ming's sudden approach left him perplexed. If I must give a reason, it would be. Lin Ming paused before meeting Zhang Kuang's gaze. You are the first and only person to propose a plan for an effective cold medicine. Do you truly have such faith in me? You probably haven't even read my proposal, have you? To be honest, I have presented this plan to no fewer than 50 pharmaceutical companies. And each time I was turned away. No one believes that I can bring an effective cold medicine to market. They regard me as a fool, deeming my ideas fanciful. Zhang Kuang continued, there are numerous cold medicines available, yet their ingredients are largely the same. They merely differ in branding. A cold isn't a serious ailment. No one overly worries about it. They either take medication or get an injection. It will eventually resolve itself. Given this reality, those pharmaceutical companies are reluctant to invest in it. If they had such funds, they would be better off researching medications for other ailments. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming smiled. You are fully aware of this, yet you still conceive the idea of developing an effective cold medicine. So tell me, just how effective can this cold medicine truly be? In truth, Lin Ming was asking a question he already knew the answer to. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the special cold medicine, for now. He merely injected Zhang Kuang with a calming agent. Zhang Kuang, undoubtedly oblivious to these nuances, had a glint of determination in his eyes, if it could indeed be developed. I am confident that after taking the special cold medicine, patients suffering from a common flu could be cured within a day. A day? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. It appeared that repeated rejections had indeed eroded Zhang Kuang's confidence. In his vision of the future, patients consuming the special cold medicine would recover in no more than 2 to 3 hours. Some individuals with robust constitutions would regain their health within half an hour to an hour, demonstrating results that were immediate and miraculous. A day was merely a conservative estimate. It could potentially be even swifter. However, all of this remained mere speculation until the special cold medicine was genuinely developed. Zhang Kuang remarked, So, shall I await your progress? You won't let me down, will you? Lin Ming inquired. Zhang Kuang hesitated before responding. Establishing a pharmaceutical company is not as simple as it sounds. It requires substantial capital and presents significant registration challenges. Are you truly confident in your ability to initiate this venture? That is not for you to contemplate. Let us focus on whether you will join me once I successfully launch this pharmaceutical company, Lin Ming replied with a smile. You have already covered my hospitalization deposit. How could I possibly refuse? Zhang Kuang chuckled wryly. All right then, send me your bank account number, and I will transfer some funds to you. This way, when your mother requires money for treatment, you will not be left scrambling for cash, Lin Ming suggested. Let us hold off on that for now. You have already lent me 100,000 yuan. If further expenses arise, I will find another solution, Zhang Kuang stated. Lin Ming's expression turned serious. You know better than I how much it costs to treat leukemia. The 100,000 yuan is merely a preliminary expense. We cannot predict how much more will be needed later. If delays in advancing the special cold medicine occur due to financial concerns, it would be a loss for me. Do you understand? Seeing Zhang Kuang still hesitant, Lin Ming continued. You need not feel burdened by this money. Consider it an interest-free loan. You must realize that once the special cold medicine is developed, it could yield substantial profits for me. Even you would find it effortless to repay me the medical expenses. Therefore, you should feel no pressure. As your mother's condition stabilizes, focus solely on preparing for the special cold medicine. Zhang Kuang clenched his teeth. Such kindness deserves no words of thanks. Haha, let us first visit the bank. Your account may not facilitate large transfers. Lin Ming laughed heartily. Subsequently, the two visited the bank. After Zhang Kuang enabled large transfers, his phone immediately buzzed with a notification of the bank transfer. 2 million. This figure left Zhang Kuang momentarily speechless. Under normal circumstances, leukemia treatment would not cost anywhere near this amount. Let us be clear. The transfer of these funds does not imply any ill wishes for your mother's condition to worsen. It is merely to ensure you are prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ming jested. All right, I have matters to attend to, so you may return to the hospital on your own. I look forward to our next encounter. Regardless of Zhang Kuang's thoughts, Lin Ming turned and exited the bank. It was not until 5 minutes later that Zhang Kuang regained his senses. Having submitted a deposit of 100,000 for hospitalization and now receiving 2 million, he had never uttered a word of thanks to Lin Ming. He was genuinely at a loss for words, burying this gratitude deep within his heart. Ironically, it is often those who are least expressive who possess a profound understanding of gratitude and reciprocity. Requesting paper and pen from the bank staff, Zhang Kuang pinned a promissory note for Lin Ming. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed his second brother's number. Once the call connected, Zhang Kuang stated, Second brother. The results are in, it's leukemia, and our mother has been hospitalized. The succinct words plunged the other party into silence. After a long pause, he replied, How much do you need? I will find a way. Zhang Kuang, feeling relieved, shook his head and responded, You needn't worry about the finances. I have already gathered the necessary funds. However, I may be quite busy moving forward and might not be able to care for our mother in the hospital. Please inform elder brother and elder sister. It would be best if they could take turns looking after her. What do you plan to do? The costs for leukemia treatment are substantial. Where will you procure the funds? The concern in his brother's voice was apparent, fearing Zhang Kuang might do something reckless. Second brother, there's no need for alarm. I intend to develop a special cold remedy, Zhang Kuang explained. A prominent pharmaceutical company executive approached me, expressing a willingness to invest. And he has also lent me the funds for our mother's medical expenses. The treatment for leukemia is a lengthy process, and I cannot disappoint his expectations, otherwise we would be ungrateful. His brother exhaled in relief and said, Developing a special cold remedy has always been your dream. Given this opportunity, do not let it slip away. As for our mother, I will go with your sister-in-law this afternoon, and I will inform elder brother and elder sister as well so we can discuss it. All right. Zhang Kuang nodded. After hanging up, he clenched his fists. Not only the special cold remedy, but I also aspire to develop a specialized anticoagulation medication and an exceptional cancer treatment. I will ensure that no patient suffers any longer. I will eradicate these vile pathogens and viruses. Perhaps only Lin Ming understands that it was precisely due to Zhang Kuang's mother's illness that a legendary figure in medicine, renowned and revered in the future, would emerge. Chapter 71. My dear elder brother. After contacting Lin Ke and Lin Chu, who had completed their resignation procedures, Lin Ming drove to pick them up. As the clock approached noon, the trio sought a restaurant in the city to satiate their hunger. There was no need to worry about Chun Jia and Xian Xian. Their household still had ample provisions to sustain them. After finishing lunch, while on their way back, Lin Ming jested, "You two decided to quit just like that? Did your supervisor consent?" "Humph, that wretched old hag is likely eager for my departure. In this company, I am the only one daring enough to confront her, and I suspect she has long held a grudge against me," Lin Ke scoffed. Lin Chu interjected, "Our workshop director has been trying to persuade me to stay, but my brother is now a prominent figure. It is time for me to showcase my talents. You are a university student and a young lady. You ought to seek a more respectable job. You've endured so much over the years," Lin Ming sighed. "Brother, must you always say that? It's infuriating. Do you look down upon seamstresses? Is that not a dignified profession?" Lin Chu retorted, her displeasure evident. Lin Ming hastily attempted to clarify, but at that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly, as he was connected to the car's Bluetooth to listen to music. He did not hesitate to answer in front of Lin Chu and Lin Ku. "Brother Lin, a new massage parlor has opened in the city center, and the ladies there are exceptional. Why not hurry back and indulge?" Lin Ming could see through the rearview mirror that Lin Chu and Lin Ku were glaring at him, clearly misinterpreting the situation. "Zhou Chong, my brother and sister are in the car, and if you don't watch your mouth, I'll make sure to give you a piece of my mind when I return." Lin Ming gritted his teeth. "Come on, don't be so serious. I know what kind of person you are. This is a legitimate massage parlor. Would I dare to call you if it weren't?" Zhou Chong chuckled mischievously. "Besides, with your sister-in-law's looks and figure, you won't find many like her on Blue Island. I know for a fact that you wouldn't bat an eye at the other ladies." Lin Ming's expression darkened. "If you have something to say, just spit it out. I'm driving and have no time for your nonsense. I'm just trying to share my thoughts." "You keep interrupting me before I finish," Zhou Chong replied. The Lin siblings listened as Zhou Chong continued. "Brother Lin, Tesla's stock plummeted last night, officially hitting a halt at 498 per share. I've already invested. I'm just waiting for Tesla to rebound." "Yes, I'm aware," Lin Ming replied, uninterested. He had predicted these developments long ago. "How can you remain so calm? The stock has dropped from nearly 1,000 to 498, erasing trillions in market value overnight." "Trillions?" Zhou Chong exclaimed. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. "It's not as if I caused the loss of trillions. Why should I not remain composed? Truly, you are my brother, even amidst chaos." "You remain unflustered," Zhou Chong flattered. "Tesla has officially issued a statement. You haven't seen the news, have you? Can you guess how they plan to restore their market value? By reducing car prices?" Lin Ming suggested. Zhou Chong fell silent momentarily before weakly responding. "How dull. Can't you pretend to be oblivious just this once? It would surely amuse your little brother." "Amuse you, my oversized infant brother?" Lin Ming retorted, half laughing. The public relations strategies of Tesla starkly contrasted with those of Cheeling Automotive. They are more direct and rather brutal. By implementing a reduction in the prices of all models, they aim to stabilize the global automotive enthusiasts. The price cuts range from 20,000 to as much as 60 or 70,000. While this may not fully satisfy existing car owners, it undoubtedly delights countless prospective buyers. There is no doubt that this strategy proves to be highly effective. From the market opening tonight until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Tesla's market value will experience an explosive surge, continuing until it reaches its limit. Enough of that. Lin Ge has truly exemplified the essence of monotony. "Allow me to update you on the financial matters." Zhou Chong stated, "We acquired shares at $498. If, as Lin Ge suggests, Tesla's stock reaches $1,100, your investment, Lin Ge, would transform from 2.8 billion to approximately 6.2 billion, yielding a profit of 3.4 billion. At this point, Zhou Chong paused, then chuckled. "I need not say more. I have made an additional 400 million, inching closer to the realm of billionaires. You invested 3 billion. And it is inevitable that I would earn 400 million more than you. What is there to boast about?" Lin Ming replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Little did he know, his light-hearted banter with Zhou Chong had left Lin Ku and Lin Chu seated in the back, utterly astonished. The two siblings exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting sheer shock. "Lin Ge, the primary reason for my call is that my grandfather wishes to meet you." Zhou Chong ceased his jesting. "I previously mentioned that he greatly admires and respects your abilities, and he is very grateful for your assistance in the wine incident that saved my family. When will you return to Blue Island? Come over for some tea." "That sounds delightful, as I also have a matter for which I seek your assistance," Lin Ming replied. "What is it?" Zhou Chong immediately perked up. "Wow. My omnipotent Lin Ge actually needs my help? I am truly honored." Lin Ming, feeling somewhat speechless, responded, I intend to start a pharmaceutical company. I have heard that the registration process can be quite cumbersome, and I hope Uncle Zhou can expedite the necessary qualifications without violating any regulations. A pharmaceutical company. What is your motive behind this? Although the pharmaceutical industry is notoriously lucrative, many wealthy individuals have gone bankrupt due to it. Shou Chong frowned. The pharmaceutical sector is one that can generate rapid income while also consuming vast amounts of capital. Prior to developing a product that gains public acceptance, one must endure a phase of financial loss. Let us discuss it further when I return to Blue Island, Lin Ming stated. Upon hanging up, Lin Chu suddenly embraced Lin Ming's seat from behind. Brother, was everything that guy just said true? You earned 6 billion. To be precise, it is a profit of 3.4 billion, the remaining 2.8 billion is the principal, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Goodness, are you serious? If over 6 billion were stacked together, it would create a mountain. Lin Chu's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Ming glanced at Lin Ku through the rearview mirror and teased, Why are you so quiet? Hurry up and praise your brother. Lin Ku pouted. It doesn't matter if it's 6 billion or even 60 billion. You still expect me to eat in the cafeteria and sleep on the streets with Lin Chu. At around 1 p.m., the three siblings arrived home. Just as Lin Ming turned off the engine, he received a call from Xiang Zhe. Brother Lin, the 2 Lamborghini cars you ordered have been loaded and will reach Chongguang City in approximately 2 days. However, due to your tight schedule, you won't have the opportunity to customize them. I'll select 2 of the higher spec models available for you. Lin Ming nodded. That's fine. Please send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the payment. Before Lin Ming could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected. Feeling bewildered, Lin Ming was taken aback until a moment later, Xiang Zhe sent him a voice message on WeChat. Lin Ming's expression shifted to one of amusement upon hearing it. The message was quite simple, merely stating, Zhou Chong said I can earn 600 million this time. In Lin Ming's anticipation, he believed that this venture into Tesla's stocks could yield profits of around 22 times. This meant that if Xiang Zhe stood to gain 600 million, his initial investment would be approximately 500 million. Yet, when Lin Ming called him, Xiang Zhe mentioned he had only invested 100 million. Clearly, due to the fire incident at the 4 stores, Xiang Zhe had placed immense trust in Lin Ming, subsequently increasing his investment by an additional 400 million. Xiang Zhe's total assets amounted to just under 1 billion, most of which was tied up in those 4 stores, with significant bank loans as well. Thus, it was evident that parting with 500 million was a considerable risk for Xiang Zhe. According to the official pricing, the 2 Lamborghinis, without any markup, should cost less than 10 million. In comparison to Xiang Zhe's projected earnings of 600 million, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Nonetheless, Lin Ming felt uneasy about Xiang Zhe dismissing such a substantial amount so casually. At 4:30 p.m., Ji Yufan and Lin Chunghua finally returned from the fields. The 3 siblings were chatting at the door, and from afar, they could see the elderly couple, caked in dirt, yet laughing and chatting cheerfully. The lingering worry that had once marked their faces was now entirely absent. Dad, Mom. Lin Ku was the first to dash over, taking the hoe from Lin Xinghua's hands. What are you doing sitting here? The weather has turned cooler. You should hurry inside. Lin Xinghua chuckled. We're fine just sitting here. Your father is living a life akin to that of a hermit in paradise. Beaming with pride, Lin Xinghua inquired, now that the Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, why haven't you returned to work? I thought you would have gone back by now. Lin Chu's face lit up with pride. Because we have a big brother who is our boss. Really? Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan both wore expressions of confusion. Lin Chu then smiled and explained, Dad, Mom. My elder brother mentioned that he intends to establish a pharmaceutical company and wants both me and my second brother to work there. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Xinghua's eyes. He approached Lin Ming and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. You've alleviated your parents' worries. The fact that Lin Ming had turned over a new leaf and was earning substantial wealth filled Lin Chunghua and Chi Yufan with immense pride. However, for parents, a child often embodies a source of concern. Lin Chu and Lin Ku occasionally voiced their grievances about work, and although they would dismissively say that it's typical for employees, deep down, they harbored their own anxieties. Now, with Lin Ming inviting the siblings to work at his newly established company, Lin Xinghua was undoubtedly delighted. As the eldest brother, Lin Ming had truly embarked on a promising path. You may work at your brother's company, but do not cause him any trouble, understood? Chi Yufan feigned seriousness as she uttered this. Mom, do we have the audacity? Brother has already stated that we will have to eat at the cafeteria and sleep on the streets. Not to mention he won't even pay us. Claiming that discussing money harms relationships, Lin Ke replied with a face full of grievance. Ha ha ha. Both Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan burst into laughter. During dinner that evening, Lin Chu suddenly recalled Lin Ming's financial success. She nudged Chen Jia's arm and said, "Sister-in-law, brother is about to make a fortune again. Are you aware of this?" "Not at all," Chen Jia replied, perplexed. "We heard it in the car today. By tomorrow evening at the latest, brother will earn billions." Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Chen Jia could respond, Lin Qinghua interjected. "Didn't he already earned nearly 3 billion before? This has been mentioned." "No, Dad. Brother has made an additional 4 billion on top of that." Lin Chu quickly clarified. Lin Qinghua nearly choked in disbelief. "So, your brother now has over 6 billion? At this point, the entire family's gaze was fixed on Lin Ming, except for Xian, who was blissfully unaware and focused on her meal. "Approximately, around 2 billion. Lin Ming replied with a smile, already contemplating how to boast to his parents, only to find that his little sister had paved the way for him. "Your speed in making money is astonishing. Is it really that exaggerated, earning billions so effortlessly?" Qi Yufan questioned in disbelief. The concept of billions was unfathomable for ordinary people, and they struggled to grasp what it could actually buy. "It's not that I earn billions every time. This streak has been due to luck and the influence of top-tier capital," Lin Ming explained vaguely. The family was not particularly interested in the specifics of how Lin Ming had amassed his wealth. The process was inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. Ultimately, they needed only to know that their son, their elder brother, their, former husband, had now become a billionaire. "Yufan, fetch me a bottle of flying mitai." Lin Qinghua slammed the table. Qi Yufan reproached, "Another drink? That liquor costs nearly 10,000 yuan a bottle. Can't you indulge in something else?" "My son frequently earns billions effortlessly. What is my drinking to that?" Lin Qinghua retorted with a puffed-up pride. "In the future, this little rascal will buy me even finer things." Lin Qinghua's nose seemed to rise towards the heavens. Lin Ming chuckled. "Mom, this is meant to be consumed. You should cease your incessant chiding of Dad. Those birds' nests and shark fins are beneficial for beauty and health. You should consume them before they expire." Expiry is merely a temporary state, Lin Ming thought, using it merely as a scare tactic against Qi Yufan, for otherwise, she would never part with them. "Alas, now my elder brother is the family's golden child. My second brother and I have fallen out of favor." Lin Chu feigned a sigh. Chen Jia shot her a glance. "Isn't your elder brother essentially yours? In the hearts of our parents and your brother, you are more important than anyone. What about my sister-in-law?" Lin Chu grinned. Chen Jia's cheeks flushed, instinctively glancing at Lin Ming. All are important. All are important. Aha." Lin Ming quickly interjected. Chen Jia withdrew her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I am important. I am the most cherished treasure in Daddy's heart," Xian exclaimed, brandishing a chicken leg, eliciting laughter from the crowd. On September 12th, Tesla's market value surged at a terrifying pace from the moment the market opened. The roller coaster sensation nearly sent countless investors into a frenzy. By 3 p.m., Tesla had reached its price ceiling, with shares soaring to $100. In Blue Island City at Yilanbei, as Tesla shares surpassed $100. Su Jin and his companions immediately began to sell off their holdings without a second thought. There was no need to consider if anyone would buy. After all, this was a price ceiling. A price ceiling signifies that when trading resumes tomorrow, it may not continue to rise, but at least a decline is improbable. Tesla's strategy of reducing prices across all models had enabled its market value to rocket in just one day, establishing the highest share price since its listing. Watching their stocks being rapidly sold off, Su Jin and his companions slumped into their chairs, utterly exhausted. As traders, they had witnessed countless fluctuations in the stock market. But such a bizarre situation was unprecedented. "It's done." Su Jin opened a can of beer and downed it in a few gulps. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he inquired, "Zhou Cheng, where on earth did you meet such a remarkable person? How does he know all this? Not bragging now?" Zhou Cheng lifted his chin. Su Jin shook his head. "The speed at which wealth is acquired here surpasses even that of robbing a bank. A few more times like this, and you'll qualify for the young billionaire list. Rest assured, with my elder brother's guidance, I will undoubtedly make it onto the list one day," Zhou Cheng replied confidently. He then asked, "By the way, how much did you earn this time?" 30 million. "After all, I didn't invest much and my father gave me quite a scolding," Su Jindao remarked. "Just 30 million, Zhou Cheng scoffed, regarding Su Jin and his companions with an air of superiority. "Merely a drizzle." Chapter 73. A call from the bank at 5:30 in the evening. A notification from the bank arrived on Lin Ming's phone. 618 billion. Upon seeing this message, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hurried to Chen Jia's side. The funds have arrived, 618 billion. Jia, you must see this. Lin Ming exclaimed with fervor. To be honest, at that moment, Chen Jia was not focused on the fortune Lin Ming had acquired, but rather on the childlike expression that lit up his face. Instead of seeking out his parents first, he turned to her. Deep within, it felt as if a part of her had been stirred. Chen Jia revealed a smile, one that she hadn't worn in years. Congratulations, Lin Ming. You have truly realized your dream of becoming a wealthy magnate, Chen Jia said softly. No. Lin Ming retracted his phone and replied earnestly. My current dream is to win you and Xin back. Chen Jia smiled gently. That dream may not be so easily fulfilled. You will need to work hard for it. With that, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner with Qi Yufan. Lin Ming stood there, somewhat dazed. His mind filled with the image of Chen Jia's radiant smile and the warm, tender words that lingered in his ears. How long had it been since Chen Jia had smiled at him like that, with such tenderness? Lin Ming was unsure of what had touched Chen Jia, but he was certain that if things continued in this manner, he would eventually win back both mother and daughter. During dinner, Lin Ming suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice inquired, exuding a polite tone that took Lin Ming by surprise. Yes, may I ask who this is? Lin Ming responded. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yang Zushan, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Blue Island City. Came the reply with a smile. Lin Ming expressed his confusion. Manager Yang, what is the purpose of your call? Mr. Lin, please rest assured that our bank guarantees absolute confidentiality regarding customer privacy. However, the amount of your incoming funds is so substantial that it has triggered an anomaly in your account, which is why I took the liberty of calling you. I hope you do not misunderstand, Yang Zushan said cautiously. All of these funds are from legitimate sources. If you have any concerns, Manager Yang, feel free to investigate. Lin Ming furrowed his brows. No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I would never question the source of your funds. It is just that the purpose of my call. Yang Zushan was genuinely apprehensive that further discussion might lead to a misunderstanding. He cleared his throat a few times before continuing. I hope you might consider depositing some funds with our bank. Before Lin Ming could respond, Yang Zushan added, naturally. Our bank will offer Mr. Lin the highest interest rates, and we will also reserve a position for you, with benefits equivalent to those of a full-time employee. This arrangement will facilitate the management of your funds. He further assured, whenever Mr. Lin wishes to visit the bank, we can provide transportation at any time. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ming truly comprehended the situation. The adage that the wealthy become increasingly affluent rang undeniably true. Once one's financial resources reached a certain threshold, even a bank president would plead for one to deposit money, setting aside the interest rates. The mere prospect of a position comparable to that of a full-time employee was enough to entice countless individuals. In contemporary society, how many young people strive tirelessly to secure such a stable job in banking? Yet, mere academic qualifications are insufficient, connections are paramount. However, for Lin Ming, simply depositing a modest sum with Yang Zushan would effortlessly grant him such a position, one that allowed him to lounge at home, receiving a salary and benefits, with the freedom to come and go as he pleased. So, this was the essence of President Yang's proposition. Lin Ming pursed his lips and replied, however, that may be quite difficult. My company requires substantial operational capital and is currently burning through funds at an alarming rate, which may disappoint President Yang. Yang Zushan quickly interjected. Mr. Lin, I understand that you support many individuals and have been making significant contributions to society. However, I'm not suggesting that you deposit all your money with us. Even a small amount would suffice, perhaps 100 million? If that is too much, how about 80 million, or 60, or even 50 million? Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the notion that he was contributing to society. A person of Yang Zushan's stature certainly possessed a silver tongue. President Yang, how about this? I will first compile a summary of my funds and then provide you with a response, Lin Ming said politely, adhering to the principle of mutual respect. Yang Zushan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin, the truth is that I have been given a savings task from above. And that rascal Shou Chong refuses to deposit his money here, insisting on keeping it to continue his dealings with you. That is why I am reaching out to you. Shou Chong? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. President Yang, what is your relationship with Shou Chong? Coughing slightly, Yang Zushan replied, I am his uncle. Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Shou Chong had been mentioned, so he was indeed the young man's uncle. In that case, I will deposit 1 billion in a fixed term with you, and then another 4 billion in a flexible account. However, President Yang, you must ensure that you do not let me down when I need the funds. Lin Ming smiled. It was evident that after Lin Ming finished speaking, Yang Zushan's breathing became noticeably rapid. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your assistance. When you return to Landau City, Yang, shall certainly pay you a visit. Yang Zushan exclaimed exuberantly. Ha, President Yang, you are too kind. Please, continue with your tasks. I will leave the deposit arrangements in your capable hands, Lin Ming replied. With that, the call was disconnected. Lin Xinghua immediately inquired, the branch president? Which president? The president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch over in Landau hopes that I could deposit some funds there to assist him in fulfilling his task. Lin Ming took a bite of his bun. A bank president is so courteous to you. My son has truly achieved greatness. Lin Xinghua sighed sincerely. Dad, you might not grasp the full picture, Lin Chu interjected, articulating her points with conviction. Over 6 billion. If it were placed in a bank accruing interest, based on the current rate of 4.2 for large deposits, that would yield over 200 million in interest annually. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that? Even among those so-called large companies or conglomerates, how many can boast a net profit of 200 million a year? I have seen in the news that, taking my elder brother's company in Landau City as an example, there are fewer than 30 enterprises achieving such pure profit annually. And 200 million in bank interest, averaged out daily, amounts to nearly 550,000 each day. 550,000. The interest earned in a single day equals the total income of an ordinary family over 6 or 7 years. By the end, Lin Chu herself trembled with excitement. Lin Xinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? 550,000 a day? Just hearing how much Lin Ming earns, I might have had a rough idea of the figure. But after Lin Chu's clear and straightforward explanation, Lin Xinghua finally understood what over 6 billion truly represented. This is absurd. Your mother and I toil in the fields for an entire year, and we barely manage to scrape together 30 or 40,000. These wealthy individuals simply let their money sit in the bank, earning 550,000 a day? Lin Xinghua lost his appetite entirely. Comparing oneself to others can truly be disheartening. Dad, the wealthy person you're talking about is sitting right here. Are you still angry with your son? Lin Ming replied helplessly. I'm not angry, Lin Xinghua struggled to articulate his thoughts. Qin Jia interjected with a smile, Dad. This is precisely why Lin Ming doesn't want you two to farm. Even if he were to simply give you the bank interest, it would be more than enough for your expenses. Enough? Your mother and I spend very little on groceries and wine, Lin Xinghua retorted. This statement elicited laughter from the siblings. Simple and kind-hearted individuals really do not harbor ulterior motives. Lin Xinghua and Shi Yufan only ever considered their daily expenses for food, never harboring any other extravagant desires. Grandpa, you can still buy me toys and beautiful dresses, Xianxian exclaimed. Of course, my dearest is my eldest granddaughter. Lin Xinghua beamed with joy. Dad, Mom, let us not farm anymore. How about we just take a good rest? Lin Ming broached the subject again. Lin Xinghua pondered. If we stop farming, what will your mother and I do? Those fields are state-provided for us. It would be such a waste to let them fall into disuse. Lin Ming truly felt exasperated. Why was it so difficult to be heard? At that moment, Qin Jia suddenly said, Dad, we can lease out these fields or let someone else farm them for now. They won't go to waste. What I meant alongside Lin Ming is that Xian is soon to begin kindergarten, and both of us are preoccupied with our respective commitments, making it unlikely for us to consistently pick her up and drop her off. If you were to visit Blue Island, it would be greatly appreciated if you could look after the child, allowing us to work with peace of mind. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Ming suddenly turned to Qin Jia, contemplating the depth of understanding embodied in this remarkable woman. Aware of his discomfort, she stepped forward to persuade his parents on his behalf. He yearned to embrace Qin Jia tightly, wishing never to let go. Her words naturally held weight and reason. Lin Xinghua's low voice broke the silence. But you and Lin Ming are already divorced, and Xian is with you. What does it mean for us to care for her? Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. This carefree man possessed his own subtleties, it seemed. No wonder he had hesitated to agree, waiting for Qin Jia to speak up. In that instant, Lin Ming found his father, who had always been a figure of authority in his mind, to be surprisingly endearing. Sister-in-law, Dad is right. It wouldn't look good if outsiders were to find out. Lin Chu added. Qin Jia's face flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head for a while before murmuring, "I will think about it." Lin Ming's heart soared with joy. Chapter 74. A Surprise in Truth. Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan had long harbored concerns regarding Lin Ming and Chun Jia's ability to care for Xianxian. Since Xianxian's birth, Lin Ming had never taken charge of the household while Chun Jia was at work. Qi Yufan had contemplated taking care of the child, but Chun Jia's rental accommodation was cramped. Most importantly, Lin Ming had shown himself to be unreliable, leaving Qi Yufan feeling too ashamed to face either Chen Jia or her own in-laws, Chen Inying and Lu Yumei. Over the years, Qi Yufan had been burdened with guilt regarding Xianxian. The thought of Xianxian being alone at home, unable to eat properly, would pierce her heart with pain. Now, however, everything seemed to be falling back into place. Even Chen Jia suggested they come to look after Xianxian. If they were to refuse, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings on her part. Early the next morning, Lin Chunghua and Qi Yufan set out. They were not heading to tend to the fields, but rather to visit friends, while entrusting the land to Lin Chunghua's old companions. They also bid farewell to those acquaintances. Blue Island City and Changguang City are in different provinces. It seems that they would not return here until the Qingming Festival or the New Year. At 4 p.m., Lin Ming ended a call with Xiang Zhe. He glanced at Lin Ku and Lin Chu, who were seated across from him, a smile gracing his face. "Brother, your smile is rather peculiar," Lin Ku remarked. Lin Chu added, "Eldest brother, why are you looking at us like that? We're not worth much. You wouldn't get a good price for us if you sold us." Lin Ming rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond to the two of them. Before long, the thunderous roar of a semi-truck echoed outside, shaking the very walls of the house. Lin Ku furrowed his brow and remarked, "There's south no road to the east of our home. How could a large vehicle possibly arrive here?" Lin Ming, feigning ignorance, replied, "Xianxian must be feeling quite bored running around alone. Why don't you both take her to the front gate to play?" "All right." Lin Ku and Lin Chu nodded without a second thought. "Xianxian, come play with your aunt." Lin Chu lifted Xianxian, playfully teasing her as they made their way outside. Approximately 5 seconds later, a piercing scream and a colorful exclamation erupted from the entrance. What on earth happened? Chen Jia's face turned pale as she recognized the voices of Lin Chu and Lin Ku, prompting her to rush outside. However, Lin Ming gently grasped her hand, whispering, "I'm just buying a few things for my younger siblings. You won't be upset, will you?" Chen Jia paused momentarily. "Is the arrival of the large truck due to your purchases for them?" "Indeed, 2 vehicles," Lin Ming confirmed with a nod. Realization dawned upon Chen Jia as to why Lin Chu and Lin Ku were so vocal. These two earned 3,000 a month while managing to send you 2,000. "Do you truly think I would be upset over you buying them cars?" She extricated herself from Lin Ming's grasp and added softly, "Moreover, it's your hard-earned money. It hardly concerns me." Observing the shy demeanor of Chen Jia, Lin Ming instinctively leaned down to kiss her, but at that moment, Lin Chu's voice rang out once more. "Brother, sister-in-law, come out quickly and see. At least they know how to surprise them. These two haven't been ungrateful," Chen Jia remarked as she headed outside. Lin Ming could only manage a wry smile. His siblings cherishing him? Something felt amiss. Fortunately, there was a vast expanse of open land outside his home. Otherwise, the semi-truck might not have been able to navigate through. At the entrance, a large crowd had already gathered. Since the truck had entered the village, people had trailed behind it to this spot. The eastern side lacked any village, so everyone understood that the semi-truck would surely halt at Lin's residence. It was inevitable. The sight of the 2 cars it was carrying was simply too striking. Many elderly villagers might not recognize the vehicles. But having just celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival 2 days prior, several young people had yet to return to work. They quickly identified the 2 cars. "Lamborghini, my heavens. 2 Lamborghinis. What is a Lamborghini?" An elderly man inquired. "Sir, this is a Lamborghini, a brand of supercars." "Oh, goodness, aren't you the least bit excited? What are you exclaiming about? What do these cars have to do with me? I'm just here for the spectacle." "Sir, do you know how much each of these cars costs? They start at a minimum of 4 million. "How much? 4 million. The combined value of these 2 vehicles approaches 10 million. Such is the nature of the elderly, while they may be oblivious to many things. Their expressions become animated and humorous at the mention of price. The official price for a Lamborghini ranges from 2.94 million to 3.29 million. However, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about automobiles understands that a markup is inevitable for vehicles of this caliber, especially when considering additional options, luxury car taxes, and so forth, ensuring that each one ultimately costs no less than 4 to 5 million upon delivery. Setting aside the price, the mere mention of the name Lamborghini sends a thrill through the hearts of the youth in Linjieling. Every young person harbors dreams of owning a luxury car, and the presence of not one but two, one in deep sea blue and the other in cherry blossom pink, only intensifies that longing. The sleek lines, the opulent body, and the imposing exhaust pipes, emblematic of unparalleled performance, provide a feast for the eyes of the young men and women in the village. Even though these cars do not belong to them, they cannot suppress their excitement. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is their first close encounter with such supercars. In contrast to the exuberance of the village youth, Lin Chu and Lin Ku, after their initial screams of excitement, have entered a state of stunned silence. The two Lamborghinis are encased within a large transparent frame, adorned with inscriptions. Lin Ku wishes that this car would empower one to brave the winds and waves and forge ahead. Lin Chu expresses a desire for the vehicle to carry one across mountains and seas, fulfilling eternal dreams. The voices around them have faded into the background, leaving only the image of a once seemingly desolate yet deeply touching figure in their minds. At that moment, Lin Ming emerged from their home, unable to contain themselves. Lin Chu and Lin Ku rushed into his embrace, one on each side. "Brother," Lin Ming reassured them, "what I owe you from the past will begin to be repaid with these two cars, all right? I don't want it, you're my brother. You don't owe us anything," Lin Chu exclaimed loudly. Lin Ming affectionately ruffled her hair. "Do you like them?" Lin Chu wiped away her tears. "Brother, these are Lamborghinis. I could never have dreamed of such cars." Lin Ming laughed heartily. "Now you don't have to dream anymore. I'll buy them for you. Whatever you desire, we shall acquire." As for Lin Ku, he was even more exhilarated than Lin Chu, so overwhelmed that he could hardly speak. "What's wrong? Are you so happy that your mouth is twitching?" Lin Ming teased. "Brother, when you asked me what car I liked a few days ago, was it so you could buy us a car?" Lin Ku inquired. He had mentioned a fondness for supercars, and now Lin Ming had gifted him one. Without saying much more, Lin Ming chuckled. "At 28 years old, you're still clinging to me like children. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Go on. Give them a try. From this day forward, these two cars belong to you." At this moment, a dedicated unloading attendant had already descended the vehicles. As Lin Chu and Lin Ku started the engine, the furious roar of the motor once again ignited cheers from the surrounding youth. Meanwhile, the village elders gazed upon Lin Ming, some with envy and others with quiet jealousy. In the past few years, Lin Ming had become a well-known figure in Lin Family Ridge. Whenever he was spotted, people would instinctively distance themselves. Who could have imagined that he would suddenly come into such wealth, purchasing not just one, but two cars worth millions? Lin Ming refrained from commenting on these people, as the issue lay within himself. "Look at the joy on their faces. It seems even more delightful than Xuan Yuan's," Chun Jia remarked as she approached with a smile. "I had initially considered buying you a car as well, but Xiangze mentioned that this vehicle is rather uncomfortable to drive. It's simply favored by the youth." Lin Ming replied. Chen Jia shot him a sidelong glance. "I'm only 3 years older than them. Does that mean I'm not youthful? Besides, why explain this to me? I'm not your sibling anymore, and I cannot accept your gifts. Then, may I buy one for my daughter?" Lin Ming leaned in closer to Chun Jia and whispered, "I plan to get you a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, in orange, as I recall that orange is your favorite color." "I refuse. If you insist, I might as well end it all," Chun Jia exclaimed. Chapter 75. I want to marry you again. As the clock approached 6, the village's youth continued to gather around the two cars, reluctant to disperse. They were all familiar with Lin Ku and Lin Chu, engaging in various inquiries. Throughout the entire exchange, the siblings repeated a single phrase: "Our elder brother bought these for us." It was reminiscent of childhood days when one would boast about receiving a lollipop from someone special. Among them were a few former classmates and friends of Lin Ku and Lin Chu. They invited these acquaintances to take a seat inside the cars, yet none dared to drive them. At that moment, Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan finally returned from their visit. Upon seeing the two cars neatly parked at their doorstep, Lin Qinghua immediately approached. "Whose cars are these? Why are they parked at our home?" Qi Yufan questioned, equally puzzled. "Can you guess?" Lin Chu responded with a grin. "How well the elderly couple knew their children. Don't tell me these are yours?" Lin Qinghua asked. "Dad, congratulations, you guessed correctly. These are indeed ours," Lin Ku exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. "These were purchased by our elder brother. They just arrived this afternoon. Aren't they stunning? Lin Ming bought them?" Lin Qinghua exchanged glances with Qi Yufan. "These cars certainly don't look inexpensive. How much does one cost? Chi Yufan inquired. Auntie, this car is worth 4 to 5 million. A young man called out. Lin Qinghua and Chi Yufan were immediately taken aback. At that moment, Lin Ming stepped out from the house to the doorstep. Father, mother. I was just about to call you. Jia has prepared dinner, so let us return home to eat, Lin Ming remarked. Are these two cars both purchased by you? Millions for each? Lin Qinghua inquired. Lin Ming anticipated that his parents would feel distressed. He initially intended to withhold the actual price from them. But it seemed they were already aware. He shot a glance at Lin Chu and Lin Ku, only to find their faces adorned with a look of grievance. They enjoy them. It matters not if they were bought for a joyride. Lin Ming could only shrug in response. Enjoy? Must one purchase something worth millions simply because they like it? I fancy an airplane as well. Why not buy me one? Lin Chen was scoffed. If you desire one, I shall procure it for you, Lin Ming replied with a grin. He could indeed afford to buy Lin Qinghua a private helicopter, which could range from 10 million to a couple of 100 million. Money was not a constraint for him. Are you attempting to drive me to my demise? Lin Qinghua remarked as they walked home. You indulge those two too much. They will inevitably become spoiled under your care. Lin Ming sensed that, despite the words. Lin Qinghua was not truly angry. Lin Ming, if they fancy cars, you should simply buy one for them. There is truly no need for such extravagant expenditures. Chi Yufan chimed in. Your father is correct. You are merely spoiling them. Mother, they used to indulge me. Now it is my turn to indulge them. A matter of reciprocity, Lin Ming scratched his head. Chi Yufan was both amused and exasperated. Very well, you are wealthy, and your reasoning is sound. Lin Ming laughed heartily. You two stop lingering there and hurry home for dinner. There will be more opportunities for you to watch. Qinjia's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, though Lin Ming had never taken the time to appreciate them before. The dinner concluded amidst Qinjia's persistent teasing. Lin Ming ate hastily, nearly choking several times, as if he hadn't eaten in days. The situation was particularly comical with Chi Yufan, the family chef, present. He praised the meal while eating, leaving Qinjia feeling bashful. After dinner, Lin Ming received several phone calls, primarily from Zhou Chong, Li Hongyuan, and Hong Ning. They had all profited in the stock market alongside Lin Ming and called specifically to express their gratitude. Xiang Zhe, seemingly apprehensive about Lin Ming mentioning the vehicle expenses, opted not to call but sent a voice message of thanks instead. Following that was Han Changyu, who was already aboard a plane returning home. That night, Lin Qinghua and Chi Yufan found it difficult to sleep. After nearly 60 years in their old house, the thought of moving was truly bittersweet. Yet, they also looked forward to their new life in Blue Island City. With Lin Ming having amassed sufficient wealth, they felt no material worries. Lin Chu and Lin Ku were equally excited about the following day, as they would be driving to Blue Island City. The mere thought of the envious glances from others filled them with uncontainable excitement. Ultimately, it is vanity that plays a role. Yet, conversely, if one were devoid of vanity, they would not be human but rather a saint. The flight is scheduled for 10 a.m. The Lin family arose early once more. After a brief tidying up, Lin Ku and Lin Chu set off in their car. Lin Ming, on the other hand, contacted the local Mercedes dealership to have them pick up the vehicle at the airport. They truly did not have much to bring. If anything was lacking, they could simply purchase it anew in Blue Island City. China Eastern Airlines, first class. This marks the inaugural flight for Lin Qinghua and Chi Yufan. The elderly couple appeared both anxious and excited. Thankfully, with Xian chattering away in between them, their worries were somewhat alleviated. Lin Ming sat alongside Qinjia, nudging her arm. Shall we buy a house? Of course, if we don't buy a house, where would my parents live? It's not that I don't want them to stay with me. It's just that my rental space is far too small and inconvenient. She replied with a huff. Then how should we go about purchasing it? Lin Ming inquired. This question momentarily left Qinjia speechless. What do you mean by how to buy? Lin Ming chuckled. One set for the three of us. And one set for my parents, just as I mentioned previously? Qinjia's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. You should first buy a house for your parents to reside in, while Xian and I continue living in the rental. That's simply one to do. Our parents are already in Blue Island City. Are we to leave Xian home alone during the day? Surely. They would not be pleased with that. Lin Ming responded. Qinjia pursed her lips. After a moment, she raised her gaze to meet Lin Ming's. Through this time we've spent together, I can clearly see that you have indeed undergone a significant transformation. I do not know what exactly has changed you. But to be frank, I am both relieved and delighted, not only for myself, but also for Xian and for all those who care about you. However, Lin Ming, Do you realize that we are already divorced? This is not a trivial matter. It represents a pivotal juncture in our lives. You abandoned this family for 4 years. And ultimately, I chose to divorce you. And now, your transformation has yet to reach even 4 weeks. Do you comprehend what that signifies? It is not that I lack faith in you. Xian genuinely cares for you. Yet we are not merely living for ourselves. I have my own parents, as well as Qinxing, and my relatives who are all aware of our divorce. If I were to live with you now, what would they think? I am not afraid of what others might say behind my back. I know who I am, Qinjia, but the sincere pride reflected in your parents' faces, and the deep bond you share with Lin Shu and Lin Ku as siblings, I long to see that in my parents and my brother as well. Do you understand? My hope is that you not only show them your success, but also that they witness you, Lin Ming, truly making changes for me, for Xian, and for this family. At this juncture, Qinjia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Lin Ming's face. This marks the first occasion following their divorce that Qinjia has openly expressed her heartfelt sentiments to Lin Ming. The truth remains undeniable. Qinjia is cognizant of Lin Ming's transformation, but do others perceive it as well? Should they reconcile, the public would merely label Qinjia as a money-hungry, opportunistic woman. When Lin Ming was downcast, Qinjia opted for divorce, yet now that he has attained wealth, she contemplates remarriage. The malicious tongues of others do not concern themselves with who is right or wrong, they only propagate their own conjectures. While Qinjia may disregard the idle gossip of outsiders, she is not impervious to the opinions of her family, particularly her hot-tempered brother, Qinxing. Unless she truly wins him over, what significance would Lin Ming's wealth hold? What Qinjia yearns for is a stable and warm home. Without the genuine support of her family, she can never truly live joyfully. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming grasped the hand of this seemingly resilient yet profoundly fragile woman. Qinjia did not resist. She continued to gaze at Lin Ming. I apologize for my impatience, for neglecting your feelings, she admitted. Lin Ming softly replied. I am fully aware of everything you have done for me. I assure you, until I have gained the approval of your parents and brother, I will not broach the subject of remarriage. Caught between her family and Lin Ming with Xian, Qinjia found herself in an exceedingly precarious position. Yet Lin Ming paused before adding, but before that, you must not run off with another man. With a soft chuckle, Qinjia, who was on the verge of tears, found herself smiling again. I am serious. Lin Ming insisted earnestly. During our university days, you were the belle of the campus, enduring countless criticisms for being with me. A few years ago, I was foolish and failed to cherish you, but I have since awakened to my folly. I genuinely fear that another man might steal you away. Am I truly that desirable? Qinjia teased, lifting her elegantly shaped nose. Of course, you are beautiful, gentle in spirit, and kind-hearted. In my eyes, you are the finest woman in the world, Lin Ming declared. What about Mom and Xian? Qinjia playfully inquired. Why bring up Mom and Xian? They are incomparable, Lin Ming retorted, his face twitching slightly. Seeing Lin Ming's flustered expression only brought Qinjia more joy. Do not laugh. Regardless, I, Lin Ming, have declared that no one shall take you from my grasp, he asserted, feigning indignation. If someone were to offer me a Cullinan, especially an orange, I might genuinely consider running away with them, Qinjia responded flirtatiously. Buy it. We shall purchase it upon our return, Lin Ming exclaimed, elated. Having just mentioned it earlier that morning. What are you talking about? If you dare secretly buy it for me, I will indeed be upset. Qinjia shot him a stern glance. But you truly need a car. It's not as if you cannot drive, Lin Ming replied, exasperated. We shall discuss the car matter later. Lin Ming, let us make a wager. Qinjia suddenly proposed. A wager on what? Lin Ming inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. By the end of this year, should you gain the approval of my parents and Qinxing, I, Lin Ming, would be wide-eyed and breathless. Then I shall remarry you. Qinjia's voice was as faint as a whisper. No. Lin Ming's tone caused Qinjia to momentarily falter. I want you to marry me again, in a splendid manner. Blessed by all, to be envied by the world, I wish to remarry you once more. Qinjia smiled, her laughter blossoming like flowers, filled with unparalleled joy. Chapter 76. Is this lad serious? Upon arriving in Blue Island City, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Lin Ming had initially considered grabbing a bite at the airport, but both Lin Chenghua and Shi Yufan claimed they were not hungry, so they opted to head home instead. Shou Chong had long been waiting outside the airport, and upon seeing Lin Ming and the others emerge, he waved enthusiastically. Brother Lin. Gazing at the extended Range Rover behind Shou Chong, Lin Ming smiled and remarked, Got a new car? Of course. After earning so much money, what is a car? Shou Chong replied, then turned to Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, greeting, "Uncle, Auntie, sister-in-law, hello, hello, hello." Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan responded courteously with nods. Zhou Cheng, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Brother Lin, aren't Uncle and Auntie supposed to move to Blue Island City? Why have they only brought so little? I specifically bought an extended Range Rover to carry things." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. "This car cost nearly 2 million, just to haul my stuff? You might find it hard to believe, but it is indeed true," Zhou Cheng affirmed with a serious nod. Then he chuckled, "Brother Lin, actually, I also bought a Cullinan. But it's still floating on the sea. It might take a few days to reach my hands. I always felt like a nouveau riche. But now I realize you are the true nouveau riche," Lin Ming joked. "Please, if we make money, why not spend it? We are still young. We should embrace our vanity. Otherwise, when we grow old, we want to have the heart to show off," Zhou Cheng stated. His philosophy resonated with Lin Ming. Under sufficient financial means, why not indulge in enjoyment? As one ages, their mindset inevitably shifts. By the time parents reach their age, even if Lin Ming gifted them a Cullinan or a Lamborghini, they would likely have no desire to drive it. As everyone got in the car, Zhou Cheng asked, "Brother Lin, where to?" "Of course, to the Unju community," Lin Ming replied. Zhou Cheng was momentarily taken aback, silently wondering why Lin Ming, having earned so much, had not purchased a large house. However, in front of Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan, he refrained from probing further. At that moment, Lin Ming added, "When you have time, help me find a house. Money is not an issue, but the view must be expansive, preferably near the sea. The larger, the better." Zhou Cheng suddenly understood and instinctively suggested, "Yelin Bay?" Lin Ming was naturally aware of this premier villa district in Blue Island City. However, he shook his head. "Let us not consider the villa for now. It is merely tranquil, with an unimpressive view, and besides, I will develop it myself in the future." As the last sentence fell, all eyes in the car turned to Lin Ming. Zhou Cheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lin Ge, are you planning to venture into the real estate industry?" Lin Ming nodded in affirmation. "Oh, my dear brother, take me along, want to you?" Zhou Cheng pouted. This display of affection left even Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan astonished. Shouldn't a man exude a bit more masculinity? Why is this fellow so effeminate? Just drive your car. "I wouldn't forget you," Lin Ming shot back. "All right." Zhou Cheng instantly relaxed. At this moment, he was utterly obedient to Lin Ming, following his lead without question. Indeed, Lin Ming harbored ambitions of entering the real estate sector. Many believe that real estate is a bubble industry prone to sudden collapse. However, for the nation, real estate remains a vital pillar of the economy. It will not easily succumb to a downturn. Presently, housing prices appear stable, with the government occasionally intervening to curb exorbitant price surges. Yet, Lin Ming foresees that it will not be long before many cities experience consecutive price escalations. While the increases may not rival those of the Zijinhua mansion, the profits to be made are substantial enough to allow many faltering developers to turn their fortunes around. What Lin Ming aims to do is seize wealth from their hands. Indeed, it is about seizing wealth. The economy operates through multifaceted cycles, employees receiving wages, businesses attracting customers, and collaborative projects all revolve around acquiring funds from others. Ultimately, the ability to secure these funds, or the extent to which one can obtain them, hinges on individual prowess. For Lin Ming, who possesses the foresight to predict the future, this is undoubtedly not a daunting task. Around 3 o'clock, Lin Ming and his family returned to their rented accommodation. After Zhou Cheng assisted in bringing the items upstairs, he did not linger but immediately set off to find Lin Ming a house. Upon returning to the rental, the scene was in stark contrast to the previous occasion. Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan wore smiles, while Xian Xin hopped about in joy. Chen Jia's face radiated happiness. On the plane, after opening up to Lin Ming, Chen Jia had completely unbarred her heart. Having accepted Lin Ming, she realized that pretending to be cold and distant was exhausting. Lin Ming understood this clearly. Chen Jia had now acknowledged him, but when they could remarry depended on when her family would relent. As the year drew to a close, Lin Ming clenched his fists, watching Chen Jia bustle about. "Chen Jia, I will surely win you back with everyone's blessings." Just then, Wang Lanmei from across the hall stepped out of her home. Upon encountering Lin Ming's family, she immediately smiled and asked, "Have you come to stay for a few days after the festival?" Aunt Wang. Both Lin Qinghua and Qi Yufan spoke in unison. Owing to Wang Lanmei's care for Xian Xin over the years, Lin Qinghua and his wife held a profound sense of gratitude and respect for her. Did Jia Jia not mention that Xian Xin is about to start kindergarten? She and Lin Ming will be quite busy, So they asked us to come and look after her. Lin Qingwa chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Lanmei's gaze shifted towards Qinjia. She noticed Qinjia's face flushed, her head bowed, appearing somewhat shy. It was evident that Lin Ming's efforts during this period had not been in vain. Qinjia had truly softened. This is wonderful. It means we'll have someone to converse with in our old age, Wang Lanmei remarked with contentment. Aunt Wang, we are deeply grateful for the care you have extended to Xian over the years. We will always remember it, Lin Qingwa said earnestly. What are you saying? Xian brings us joy. We simply prepare some meals for her. It hardly qualifies as care, Wang Lanmei replied, shaking her head. Grandma, we're going to move soon. Daddy is going to buy us a bigger house. Xian exclaimed as she dashed over. Wang Lanmei was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying an undeniable sense of loss. Nevertheless, she responded, now that Lin Ming is earning well, it is indeed time for you to move out. This place is too small, and you cannot stay here forever. Observing Wang Lanmei's dazed expression, Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan felt a pang of sadness. The couple had 4 children, 1 abroad, 2 in other provinces, and the last one in Donglin province, but not in Landau city, returning home only once or twice a year at most. Over the years, Xian and Qinjia had been their sole companions. The thought of them leaving suddenly was heart-wrenching. Grandma, come with us, Lin Ming smiled and said. I mentioned before that I would buy you a house too. We'll live right across from each other. You cheeky boy, always joking. Wang Lanmei waved her hand dismissively. I'm not joking, Lin Ming insisted earnestly. Grandma, I may have been a rascal in my younger years, but I am not ungrateful. I remember your and Grandpa Song's guidance, as well as your care for Xian and Qinjia. I am uncertain how to repay you, but I hope to open the door each day and see you both standing there, healthy and well. That would suffice for me. I have lived here with Grandpa Song for nearly 30 years, and it seems that will continue to be the case. Before Wang Lanmei could respond, Lin Ming interjected, Grandma, you and Grandpa Song should prepare. We will likely move early next year. There's a custom when moving to ensure stability. And I recall that your steamed buns are the most exquisite. I will need to trouble you for that. Wang Lanmei stood there in a daze. Was this boy serious? Chapter 77. The King of Hell and the Doctor during dinner. Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan deliberately invited the elderly couple, Wang Lanmei and her husband, to join them. Although the living room of the rental apartment was somewhat cramped with so many people, it radiated warmth. Lin Chengwa and Qi Yufan had no objections regarding the matter of purchasing a house for Wang Lanmei. Firstly, the money was earned by Lin Ming. Secondly, Wang Lanmei's contributions over the past few years truly warranted such a gesture from Lin Ming. Thirdly, Xian seemed reluctant to part ways with Wang Lanmei and her husband. As in Xuan's heart, Wang Lanmei had already become family. After dinner, Lin Ming declined Zhou Chang's offer to pick him up by car, opting instead to take a taxi to the Zhou family residence. Zhou Chong had mentioned several times that it was indeed time for Lin Ming to meet the esteemed elder. Old Master Zhou. Lin Ming held a genuine admiration for such a selfless leader, dedicated to the welfare of the people. Upon arriving at the Zhou family residence, Zhou Chong was waiting at the entrance. Brother Lin, Zhou Chong complained, I told you I would pick you up, yet you insisted on taking a taxi. Do you think I mind the cost of a little fuel? Running back and forth is a waste of time. Don't let it interfere with your grandfather's rest. Lin Ming replied, then you can drive my Range Rover from now on. And what will you drive? Zhou Chong inquired. I still have the 7. Besides, the Cullinan will arrive in a few days. Zhou Chong's face lit up with anticipation. Before following Lin Ming into wealth, he had possessed several million in assets but had never dared to approach a vehicle of the Cullinan's caliber. All right, you can take the Range Rover. And I'll drive the 7 for now. Once I purchase my own car, I will return it to you, Lin Ming said, not holding back. I must ask, Brother Lin, what car do you truly wish to buy? Please don't tell me you're genuinely fond of the 7, Zhou Chong said, exasperated. To be honest, I too have a fondness for the Cullinan, Lin Ming chuckled. Then why not just buy one? I happen to know a sales representative at the Rolls-Royce dealership. We could perhaps negotiate a little extra to expedite the process. Otherwise, we might have to wait quite a while for the vehicle, Zhou Chong suggested. That sounds good. Let's go take a look tomorrow, Lin Ming nodded. He had no intention of seeking out Xiangzhe for a car purchase again, as that fellow often expected exorbitant payments. The last 2 Lamborghinis had been an exception, this time. Lin Ming felt that pressing the issue would seem as if he were deliberately trying to solicit favors from Xiangzhe. The Zhou family residence was comprised of old-style architecture, likely over a decade old. It was not extravagant but exuded a serene atmosphere, surrounded by towering trees that imparted a sense of dignity. Old Master Zhou, now in his 70s, had graying hair and age spots adorning his face. Nevertheless, he stood tall and appeared quite robust, with a glimmer of wisdom shining through his slightly cloudy eyes. When Lin Ming spotted him, he was watering the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Old Master, Lin Ming greeted softly. Ah, young Lin has arrived. Please, take a seat, Zhou Wenyan said, setting down the watering can and inviting Lin Ming to sit. Perhaps bolstered by his own confidence, Lin Ming faced Zhou Wenyan with little apprehension. The elder radiated a natural warmth that was disarming. If one were to encounter him on the street, who would suspect he was the esteemed former governor of Donglin province? Do savor this tea, freshly brewed, Zhou Wenyan remarked with a smile. Lin Ming responded with a gentle smile. Old sir, you must have heard tales about me from Zhou Chong. To be honest, with my limited knowledge, I cannot claim to be well-versed in tea. Haha, I delight in conversing with you young folks, straightforward and sincere, devoid of ulterior motives. Zhou Wenyan chuckled heartily. Zhou Chong took a seat beside Lin Ming, gazing intently at his grandfather. Grandfather, you promised me you would have my father give Lin Ge the green light. Zhou Wenyan chuckled wryly. You impudent lad, have we not barely exchanged a few words? And you are already so impatient? Learn from Lin Ming, do not be so rash in all matters. But you did promise me, Zhou Chong protested. For so long. It had been Lin Ming who had been aiding him, and he genuinely wished to help Lin Ming in return. Zhou Chong, there is no need to rush. Lin Ming said with a smile. I have long admired your esteemed character, old sir. Today, I am fortunate to have this opportunity to meet you. Let us set aside other matters for now. Even if it is just to share tea and converse, that is splendid in itself. Look at how eloquent young Lin is. Zhou Wenyan remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Chong, preparing to refill Lin Ming's cup. Lin Ming quickly took the teapot, saying, Old sir, allow me to take care of this. Zhou Wenyan graciously accepted, inquiring, I heard from Zhou Chong that you intend to establish a pharmaceutical company? Indeed, Lin Ming nodded. The pharmaceutical industry is far more complex than one might assume. During my tenure, I oversaw the approval of no fewer than 30 to 50 pharmaceutical companies. Yet those that endure are fewer than 1 in 10, Zhou Wenyan explained. Many firms merely exist as fronts, primarily engaging in economic transactions without genuine research into pharmaceuticals. How many truly delve into the science of medicine? Lin Ming slightly shook his head. Noticing Zhou Wenyan's silence, he quickly added, Old sir, please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. Do you think I possess such limited ambition? Zhou Wenyan chuckled softly. You speak truthfully. However, there are indeed many who aspire to enter this field. Yet, the pharmaceutical industry consumes capital at an alarming rate. Many who once harbored grand ambitions ultimately must bow to reality. At this juncture, Zhou Wenyan paused and then fixed his gaze on Lin Ming, imparting, One cannot navigate life without money, but I hope you understand that wealth is not all-encompassing. There are many things far more precious than gold. Lin Ming grasped Zhou Wenyan's meaning. He replied earnestly, the fate of every individual rests in the hands of the king of hell and the physician. I cannot be the former, so I choose the latter. While I may not claim to save the world, I can at least alleviate the burdens of those afflicted by economic hardship and illness. You are quite certain of yourself? Zhou Wenyan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, I am confident. This time, Lin Ming did not shy away from asserting his conviction. Medicines should not be perceived merely as instruments for profit. One must understand that the demise of a pharmaceutical company entails not just financial losses, but also incites widespread resentment and reproach from the populace. Zhou Wenyan remarked. The elder's intention was clear. He did not wish for Zhou Chong to wade into this murky water. Lin Ming cast a cheerful glance at Zhou Chong. There are myriad ways to achieve financial gain. I hope he chooses the path that I find commendable, Zhou Wenyan stated. Zhou Chong appeared utterly helpless. Realizing that Zhou Wenyan had likely broached this topic with him beforehand, he would never dare to contravene Zhou Wenyan's wishes. Elder, having held a position of authority for many years, I cannot assess whether your assertions are right or wrong. However, I am confident that once my pharmaceutical company is established, you will undoubtedly regret not allowing Zhou Chong to join me, Lin Ming asserted. Let us first enjoy some tea, Zhou Wenyan said, taking a sip. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, and Zhou Chong felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Lin Ming had maintained a posture of absolute respect towards Zhou Wenyan, yet the elder's words seemed rather blunt. Zhou Chong genuinely feared that Lin Ming's youthful exuberance might lead him to confront the elder regarding matters of the pharmaceutical company. As long as you do not overstep any boundaries, simply informing Zhou Chong will suffice. The relevant departments will assist you in expediting its establishment. Zhou Wenyan finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Thank you, Elder. Lin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued. Ahem, Elder. Since I am establishing a pharmaceutical company, I will undoubtedly require my own factory. What should we do about the issue of land? You little rascal. Are you trying to charm me? Zhou Wenyan chuckled. Lin Ming scratched his head. Elder, you may not be aware, but I have grand aspirations for the pharmaceutical company. Zhou Wenyan waved his hand. Mingli has mentioned that several parcels of land will be auctioned off in the coming days. You can find the specifics online. But you must prepare yourself mentally, as these parcels come without any policy incentives or subsidies. Lin Ming's face brightened with joy. Acquiring the land is what matters. As for incentives or subsidies, even if they existed, he did not intend to pursue them. Would it not be worth it to exchange such funds for the favor of city or even provincial leaders? Having concluded the formalities, let us discuss something more personal. Zhou Wenyan looked at Lin Ming. How did you find out about that batch of red wine belonging to Zhou Chong? Chapter 78. Unhinged. If I were to claim that I calculated it, would you believe me, Elder? Lin Ming said with a wry smile. From my personal perspective, I actually believe you. For when that batch of red wine was brought back, Zhou Chong was exceedingly secretive about it. Only his father and I were privy to the information. Zhou Wenyan took a sip of tea and continued. However, this matter does seem rather fantastical. If you were an elderly gentleman in your 70s or 80s, I might not think too much of it, but you are merely a 30-year-old young man. There is no need to elaborate further. Zhou Wenyan evidently remained skeptical of Lin Ming, even though Zhou Chong had already shared the details regarding the purple gold mansion, the short selling of Qeeling, and the bottom fishing of Tesla with him. This is also the aspect that perplexes Zhou Wenyan the most. If one were to assert that Lin Ming possesses genuine divination skills, it would be difficult for a rational person to accept. Conversely, if one claims he lacks such abilities, then how could he have foreseen these events? The issue with the red wine could be attributed to Lin Ming's acquaintance with foreign wine merchants. The matter concerning the Zijin Shinfu could be ascribed to his connections within the upper echelons. Yet, what of Qeeling Motors and the Tesla stock market? Can these phenomena truly be elucidated through tangible evidence? Nonsense. How could he possibly know that the 60-year-old woman would cause a scene at the auto show? How could he anticipate the arrogance of the Qeeling exhibition manager? How could he foretell when Qeeling stock would plummet? How could he predict that Qeeling's single stock value would ultimately fall to precisely $448? This is astonishingly accurate. To be frank, even with Zhou Wenyan's composure. When he heard Zhou Chong recount these events, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He even found Lin Ming somewhat intimidating. Yet upon their meeting today, Zhou Wenyan's thoughts wavered once more. The young man seated before him bore no distinction from an ordinary individual, aside from his striking appearance. He could easily blend into a crowd. Regardless of whether the old man believed it or not, Lin Ming asserted, this was all derived from my calculations. He felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, he couldn't very well disclose to Zhou Wenyan that he could foresee the future, lest he be whisked away for experimentation. Presently, there was someone else expected to arrive, who had encountered a troubling issue recently. If you could overlook my humble appearance and assist him with a reading, Zhou Wenyan suggested with a smile that was almost sarcastic. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong interjected, Grandfather, what do you mean by this? You neither appreciate Brother Lin's pharmaceutical endeavors nor believe in his divination abilities. If this continues, the friendship I've established with Brother Lin will be entirely exhausted by you. Zhou Wenyan sighed, your Uncle Li has truly been troubled to the point of sleeplessness lately. I do not wish to put Lin in a difficult position, rather. I simply feel that if he indeed possesses such abilities, it would be prudent to lend assistance. Brother Lin is not a bodhisattva. He cannot help everyone, Zhou Chong replied. Displeased. If Lin feels uncomfortable, then let it be. Zhou Wenyan turned to Lin Ming, who smiled and inquired. Are you referring to Director Li Chongqing of the Blue Island branch? Zhou Wenyan was taken aback. He suddenly looked at Lin Ming, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. Yet, in the next moment, he tempered that intensity. Clearly, you have followed the news of recent days, Zhou Wenyan remarked. Initially, he was astonished at how Lin Ming knew the individual's identity, but upon recalling the barrage of news in recent days, he quickly came to terms with it. Lin Ming chose not to elaborate further. It seemed imperative for him to demonstrate his capabilities convincingly to earn the trust of this former regional authority. Despite Zhou Mingli's current position as the head of Blue Island City, the true authority still resides with Zhou Wenyan. if he can successfully placate Zhou Wenyan. The subsequent plans will unfold more smoothly. Before long, a weary middle-aged man clad in police uniform hurried into the courtyard. It was none other than Li Changqing, the chief of the Blue Island City Police Department. Old master, Li Changqing nodded at Zhou Wenyan, then casually took a seat, pouring himself several cups of tea without any formality. You look like you just got off work, Zhou Wenyan remarked. Don't even mention it, nowadays. There's hardly any concept of off work. Those scoundrels have thrown the entire Blue Island City into chaos. If I catch them, I would relish the opportunity to execute them one by one. Li Changqing's expression was grim. Uncle Li, what has happened? Zhou Chong inquired, puzzled. Did you not see the news? Li Changqing retorted. Zhou Chong quickly pulled out his phone and soon understood the source of Li Changqing's agitation and fury. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a murder occurred in Blue Island City, attributed to a burglary gone awry. The crime took place just as the homeowners returned to their residence. If it were only this incident, it might have been manageable. However, 2 more heinous crimes followed, executed in precisely the same manner. Among the victims were a 70-year-old solitary elder and 2 children, both under 10 years of age. Greed had led to murder. The scenes were horrifically devastating, and the brutality of the crimes was appalling. Such occurrences are rare, not just in Blue Island City, but throughout the entirety of Huaghua. As the head of public security in Blue Island City, how could Li Changqing not be troubled? Yet, more than the threat to his own position, what incensed Li Changqing was the sheer savagery of the perpetrators. At times, he even contemplated resigning from his post to pursue these criminals as an ordinary citizen, avenging the innocent and kind. However, such a notion was evidently impractical. A significant deployment of police forces in Blue Island City had failed to apprehend the suspects, let alone do so by Li Changqing's own means. 2 children, not yet 10 years old. How could anyone be so heartless? Li Changqing nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. If it were merely for monetary gain, they could have stolen the money and fled. They had already disguised themselves so well. Were they truly afraid that the children would remember their faces? What did children understand? How could they justify their cruelty towards 2 innocent kids? Zhou Chong fell silent. He finally comprehended why the old master sought Lin Ming's assistance. These vile creatures truly deserve their fate. I saw in the news that there were 3 assailants, correct? Zhou Wenyan inquired. Yes, 3, Li Changqing confirmed with a nod. After several days of investigation, we can essentially ascertain that the number of perpetrators is indeed 3, although they were all wearing masks at the time. The figures captured on surveillance suggest they were quite young, and the tools employed in the crimes were merely kitchen knives and hammers found in the victims' homes. Uncle Li, were there no fingerprints? Zhou Chong inquired. They wore disposable gloves, which they subsequently incinerated, Li Changqing replied, shaking his head. He paused momentarily before adding, these individuals have clearly lost their sanity. I am now worried they may target other citizens. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Chong and Zhou Wenyan furrowed their brows. As long as the suspects remain at large, the citizens of Blue Island City will not know peace. Given the brutality displayed in these cases, it is genuinely difficult to ascertain whether they might commit further heinous acts. Shaolin, Zhou Wenyan instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. At that moment, Li Changqing also finally noticed Lin Ming. Old sir, is this the person you mentioned wanting to introduce to me? Li Changqing asked. Indeed, Zhou Wenyan nodded slightly. Hello. With a furrowed brow, Li Changqing greeted Lin Ming before sinking back into contemplation. At that moment, he was truly devoid of thoughts of food or drink. Directly, Lin Ming suddenly spoke up. There should be 5 perpetrators involved, correct? Chapter 79. The situation is urgent. At Lin Ming's words, Zhou Chong's body jolted. Immediately thereafter, a look of wild elation crossed his face. Since Brother Lin has spoken, this matter is surely manageable. Zhou Wenyan, too, turned his gaze towards Lin Ming. However, unlike Zhou Chong, his expression was filled with confusion. Uncle Li, stop dawdling. Brother Lin has spoken. Zhou Chong exclaimed to Li Changqing. Only then did Li Changqing snap out of his reverie. What? What did you just say? Director Li, I said the suspects are not 3 in number, but 5. Lin Ming asserted. This time, his tone was not one of mere inquiry, but rather one of unwavering certainty. How do you know? Li Changqing asked. I deduced it. Lin Ming replied. Li Changqing furrowed his brow. The reason he had come to the Zhou family estate today was indeed due to Zhou Wenyan's invitation. He had heard some mention of Lin Ming's capabilities from Zhou Wenyan, but no specifics about financial gains, only the mention of Lin Ming's abilities. To be honest, Li Changqing found this hard to believe. However, out of respect for the elder, he dared not express his skepticism over the phone, and merely complied with the elder's wishes to visit. It was precisely because of his disbelief, coupled with his ongoing contemplation of the clues surrounding these cases, that he initially disregarded Lin Ming. Now, upon hearing Lin Ming's assertion, rather than feeling any relief, Li Chongqing found himself increasingly agitated. "Young man, this is a homicide case, not a game, do you understand?" Li Chongqing remarked. "If it were a game, I wouldn't have even mentioned it to Director Li," Lin Ming retorted. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Li Chongqing, overwhelmed by the complexity of these cases. This individual, emboldened by Zhou Chang's trust, dares to deceive both himself and the venerable Zhou? "Old master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Li Chongqing announced. Faced with Zhou Wenyan, he refrained from exploding in anger and attempted to depart. "Wait a moment," Zhou Wenyan called out. "What is the hurry? Will returning now solve the case? Why not lend an ear to Shaolin's analysis?" Li Chongqing gritted his teeth. "Analysis? What is there to analyze? There are clearly 3 suspects, yet he claims there are 5. Do they think our police force is idle?" After expressing his frustration, Li Chongqing turned to Lin Ming. "We have tirelessly investigated for 3 days to ascertain there are 3 suspects, as the surveillance footage clearly indicates. Do you truly believe you can deceive Shou Chong and play us for fools?" His voice crescendoed, nearly erupting. He could no longer contain himself. How had Zhou Chong become so entranced by such a charlatan? "Director Li, I empathize with your current sentiments. As a diligent public servant, you must feel exasperated and enraged by these 3 cases. However, I must speak candidly. I am not the con artist you presume me to be. There are indeed 3 suspects, but 2 of them have been discreetly concealed from the surveillance," Lin Ming explained patiently. "How do you know this?" Li Chongqing repeated his inquiry. Lin Ming chose not to respond directly but instead stated, "Tonight, the suspects will strike again." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's body trembled violently. This was his greatest concern. "If I am not mistaken, Director Li resides in the Central Garden. Your son has a piano lesson at 8 p.m., which concludes at 10, correct?" Lin Ming continued. "How do you know?" This marked the 3rd time Li Chongqing had posed the question. Yet, while his earlier inquiries had been skeptical and impatient, this time, they were filled with astonishment. His residence was not a secret, as many were aware. However, how did Lin Ming know about his son's piano lesson? Lin Ming enunciated slowly. "The next target of those suspects is your home." At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. Both Shou Chong and Zhou Wenyan stared at Lin Ming, their faces etched with disbelief. Only Li Chongqing's expression darkened as he muttered, "They intend to target me?" "No. They're unaware that it is your home. To them, a house devoid of a male presence for several days is merely an easy opportunity," Lin Ming replied. Shaking his head, Li Chongqing inhaled sharply. Since the onset of the case, he had not returned home even once, not even spending the Mid-Autumn Festival there. There are countless homes without men, such as those where individuals work away for extended periods. Why, then, would they specifically choose my house? Li Chongqing remained skeptical, or perhaps unwilling to accept the truth. "If I were to suggest that it was merely your good fortune, would you take offense, Director Li?" Lin Ming remarked with a bitter smile. "The truth is indeed as such. Within his foresight of the future, the suspect exhibited no discernible patterns of criminal behavior, nor did he deliberately target anyone. The fortunate encounter of Li Chongqing's wife and children was merely a stroke of luck. Had Lin Ming not arrived at the Zhou family courtyard today, the fate of Li Chongqing's family would have been all but certain. Subsequently, the perpetrators committed 2 additional crimes before they were apprehended. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Li Chongqing's expression was as dark as storm clouds. "Deploy the police force," he commanded. Lin Ming sipped his tea nonchalantly, stating, "At 11 p.m. tonight, the suspects will knock on your door, while your wife will be taking a bath, and your son will answer the door. At such a late hour, they will knock rather than force entry? Do they truly believe someone will answer the door at this hour?" Li Chongqing's eyes began to narrow. "Your home is equipped with a fingerprint lock. They cannot breach it. Which is precisely why they will choose to knock," Lin Ming explained. "What if you are lying to me?" Li Chongqing fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lin Ming. Lin Ming shrugged. "It is nearly 8:30 p.m. If you do not mobilize the police soon, it may be too late. It would be prudent for you to don plain clothes and ascend from the underground garage, avoiding the house, as the suspects have already conducted reconnaissance and could easily spot you." "Oh, by the way," Lin Ming seemed to recall something. 3 motorcycles are parked at the back entrance of your community. No need to check the license plates. They are all stolen. One of the 2 suspects who have evaded your detection is waiting by the motorcycles, while the other is concealed in the fountain at the back of the community. As Lin Ming spoke with such conviction, an ominous premonition arose within Li Cha-ching. At that moment, he was torn, doubtful of Lin Ming's words yet deeply concerned for the safety of his wife and children. After a moment of silence, Li Cha-ching said, "If I indeed mobilize the police, and the situation does not unfold as you describe, I, Li Cha-ching, shall become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Island city. Countless will accuse me of exploiting public resources for personal gain during this time of widespread fear. I, Li Cha-ching, have labored diligently to this point, not daring to aspire for eternal fame, but at the very least, I have been conscientious and never negligent. Should I err in this decision, I would be betraying my country and my people. Do you understand?" Lin Ming rose and gradually made his way outside. "Old sir, please rest early. I take my leave." Zhou Wenian remained in a daze, unaware of Lin Ming's departure. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself alone in the courtyard. Chapter 80. Li Cha-ching. Filled with dread at 9 p.m., in the Central Garden community, the number of people strolling below had dwindled significantly with the onset of autumn. While some lights were illuminated within the community, scarcely a soul could be seen at the entrance, save for 2 security guards stationed in their booth. Private vehicles continued to enter from the underground garage. By around 10:40 p.m., the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Old Zhang, I have already stated that today's treat is on me. Why must you persist in your argument?" From a distance, a few inebriated men approached, reeking of alcohol and leaning on one another for support. "Indeed, you have received a promotion today, but I have also enjoyed a salary increase, nearly 10,000 a month. Does that not match your achievement? You are excessively concerned with saving face." The group continued their banter as they entered the community. As they neared the fountain, one middle-aged man dressed in a suit glanced discreetly at the fountain pool behind him. Ordinarily, he would drive directly to the underground parking. Even on the rare occasions he walked into the community, he seldom paid attention to the fountain. The fountain was circular, its waters now still and shallow, surrounded by various potted plants that obscured much of the pool. Yet, in that seemingly careless glance, the man's heart raced. Wearing seemingly corrective night vision glasses, he could clearly see a figure crouching behind one of the potted plants in the fountain pool. Though the person's features were unclear, he sensed that they were intently watching him and his companions. His heart nearly leaped from his chest. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man, named Li Cha-ching, laughed heartily. "Then it is settled. Next time, I shall treat, and you must not contest with me." "Very well, I shall not contest. Instead, we shall feast upon you next time." They laughed as they continued on their way. Upon entering the building, however, Li Cha-ching's face instantly paled. Directly, someone beside him steadied him. Was there truly someone behind that fountain? Li Cha-ching's expression turned icy as he nodded slightly. "Then I shall inform the brothers." The other replied immediately. Li Cha-ching's demeanor grew serious. "We have finally located them. We must not alert them. This time, I shall ensure these scoundrels face justice." After speaking, Li Cha-ching hurriedly led his companions to the elevator. Residing on the 10th floor, they took the elevator up to the 14th floor. After pressing the buttons for the 17th and 20th floors, Li Cha-ching and his group exited the elevator and traversed the safety passage of Unit 2, arriving at the fire escape adjacent to his apartment. Under the moonlight, they could clearly observe everything at Li Cha-ching's doorstep. Time slowly passed. Cold sweat beaded on Li Cha-ching's forehead as he occasionally glanced at his watch. When the clock struck 10:58, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the safety passage of Unit 1. Each wore a mask. Unlike the masks used in previous crimes, this time they donned cartoon masks. This sight caused Li Cha-ching's heart to momentarily cease. The words of Lin Ming echoed in his ears from the Zhou family compound. Meanwhile, the 3 figures, armed with tools of unknown origin, attempted to pry open the fingerprint lock on Li Cha-ching's door, but failed to gain entry. 2 minutes later, at precisely 11 o'clock in the evening, one of the individuals raised his hand and struck the entrance door of Li Cha-ching's residence. The sound echoed, each thud resonating like a hammer upon Li Cha-ching's heart. "Who is it?" A clear and familiar voice called out from within. "I am a friend of your father. He sent me to deliver some chocolate. Please, let me in." The visitor's words lacked any semblance of deceit. Yet the mere mention of chocolate held immense allure for a child. "Do not open the door. Do not open it." Li Cha-ching's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his son seemingly oblivious to his urgent warnings. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light pierced through the crack of the door. The entrance swung open. Initiate action. Li Cha-ching's roar shattered the tranquility of the night. He could already envision the horrific visage concealed beneath the masks of the 3 intruders. With a resounding crash, The masked assailants forced their way into Li Changqing's home. However, before they could proceed further, a barrage of tranquilizer darts struck them with precision. Simultaneously, a dozen plainclothes officers surged forth from the shadows, subduing the trio with swift efficiency. Li Changqing darted to his son's side, lifting him into his arms. "Dad." His son, still dazed, inquired, "Did you bring me chocolate?" Tears welled in Li Changqing's reddened eyes. The stoic man could no longer contain his emotions. He shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had he heeded Lin Ming's advice. "Heaven help us! Heaven help us!" After safely ushering his son inside, Li Changqing unleashed a furious kick upon the incapacitated intruders. Though his heart yearned for vengeance, he recognized the necessity of adhering to the law, regardless of his anger. Justice must prevail through legal channels. Director Li, Lu Chun, and the others have successfully completed their mission. 5 suspects apprehended, not one escaped, an officer reported. A wave of relief washed over Li Changqing. Witnessing the events unfold solidified his admiration for Lin Ming, akin to a flood that could not be contained. "Director Li, is your wife and child unharmed?" An officer inquired, attempting to enter the house. Li Changqing quickly intervened. "They are safe. You need not enter." The officers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the sudden change in Li Changqing's demeanor. Little did they know, his wife was currently in the midst of a bath. After dismissing the officers, a new concern arose in Li Changqing's mind. If Lin Ming was aware of his wife's bathing, did this imply that Qi Yufan and Lin Chenghua had taken refuge in Chen Jia's apartment? Meanwhile, Lin Ming found himself once again confined to his rented accommodation. With no other options available, the clock struck 6 in the morning. After rising from his slumber, Lin Ming engaged in an hour and a half of invigorating morning jogging before returning to his apartment for a refreshing shower. Just as he contemplated purchasing breakfast for his family, an unfamiliar phone call unexpectedly came through. A smile graced Lin Ming's face as he answered, first expressing, "Congratulations, Director Li, on solving a significant case." On the other end, Li Changqing remained silent for a moment before responding, "From a civic standpoint, I appreciate the clues you provided, allowing us the opportunity to apprehend those scoundrels. On a personal level, thank you for saving the lives of my wife and child. Director Li, you are too kind. Contributing to societal stability is a responsibility that falls upon each of us. Regardless of whether it concerns my family or not, I would have intervened." "As it is imperative to do so," Lin Ming replied. His words were not mere rhetoric. Anyone with a semblance of conscience would not stand idly by while criminals wreak havoc, given the means to act. "I am not particularly eloquent, but I want to express my gratitude. I apologize for any previous indiscretions. Please do not hold them against me," Li Changqing said solemnly. Given his position, he could not afford to make promises like Zhou Chong and the others. However, Lin Ming could empathize with Li Changqing's sentiments. "Director Li, can I now assume that we have allies within the precinct?" Lin Ming inquired with a smile. Li Changqing did not respond directly but instead posed a question. "Actually, I have another inquiry for you." "What is it?" "Have you seen my wife in her entirety?" Upon arriving at Unju Community, Chen Jia had already departed for work. After sharing breakfast with Lin Chenghua and his wife, along with Xian, Zhou Chong arrived just in time. Indeed, when returning from the Zhou family estate last night, he had been driving Zhou Chong's car, as they had agreed to visit the Rolls-Royce dealership today to place an order. As Zhou Chong drove, he remarked, "Lin Ge, I have heard about last night's events. Early this morning, the Blue Island Daily published a report stating that the Blue Island Public Security Bureau apprehended 5 suspects at Central Garden." "Yes, Director Li has already called me," Lin Ming acknowledged. "Lin Ge, you are truly remarkable. Had you not come to my house last night, I shudder to think what the consequences might have been," Zhou Chong admitted, feeling a sense of dread. Indeed, it was fortunate that Director Li's wife and child did not meet a tragic fate, just as you once trusted me. It allowed for a timely intervention. Lin Ming chuckled softly. Uncle Li, having a son later in life, is particularly protective. Had those suspects succeeded last night, he would likely have gone mad. Zhou Chong sighed, shaking his head. Lin Ming chose not to dwell on the matter further, instead stating, "I have a business proposition. Would you care to join me?" "What kind of business?" Zhou Chong perked up immediately. Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhou Chong added, "Lin Ge, please do not take my grandfather's words to heart. He has grown accustomed to those who are solely profit-driven, and the pharmaceutical industry is predominantly filled with such individuals." His comments were not a reflection of his lack of appreciation for you, but rather a form of admonition. "I understand," Lin Ming nodded. Although it was their first meeting, He possessed the uncanny ability to foresee the future. He was acutely aware of the nature of Zhou Wenyan, thus he did not dwell on it excessively. Regardless, Zhou Wenyan would soon ascertain whether his pharmaceutical company was solely profit-driven. During a recent visit to dine at the hotel owned by the Hongning family, I discovered that the seafood industry is exceedingly lucrative. Why don't we venture into it? Lin Ming lit a cigarette. Seafood? Zhou Chong was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ge, what are you planning to do? Establish a seafood wholesale market? No, I aspire to be a seafood vendor, Lin Ming replied. Zhou Chong's lips twitched slightly. Lin Ge, how much can a seafood vendor truly earn? Besides, we are now respected individuals. It would be rather unbecoming to become seafood vendors. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. It seems that the profits from our previous stock market ventures have inflated your ego. Such opportunities are not a daily occurrence. Otherwise, we could simply lounge at home and become the wealthiest in the nation. Zhou Chong scratched his head. I am not being arrogant. However, seafood vendors engage in trivial matters, and the money does not come swiftly. It would be wiser for me to deposit my funds in a bank for interest. While it is true that typical seafood vendors operate on a small scale, what if I were to consider leasing a marine area? Lin Ming proposed. Just then, a red light appeared, prompting Zhou Chong to slam on the brakes. Slow down, Lin Ming admonished. Leasing a marine area? I knew it. Lin Ge, your ambitions reach beyond merely being a seafood vendor, Zhou Chong observed intently. Given his understanding of Lin Ming, he knew there must be a deeper motive behind Lin Ming's words. You know me quite well, Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. The plan is to first trade in seafood, then cultivate sea cucumber seedlings, and ultimately sell the leased marine area. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong's heart raced once more. He realized that Lin Ming's ultimate goal was to sell that marine area. However, the fact that Lin Ming dared to speak of trading seafood and cultivating seedlings suggested that he was indeed capable of generating profit. Setting aside the trading of sea cucumbers, the seedlings are typically patented by Daxing City, which serves as the nation's largest sea cucumber farming base, supplying over 70% of the sea cucumbers. In terms of sea cucumbers, a nearly flawless industrial chain has already been established. Zhou Chong paused before continuing, competing with Daxing City for sea cucumber clients. We may not stand a chance. Success is determined by effort, while fate is preordained. Long Island City is inherently a coastal city, endowed with a natural geographical advantage, and its water quality surpasses that of Daxing City significantly. What makes you think we cannot compete with the sea cucumber farmers of Daxing City? Lin Ming confidently asserted. Moreover, most of the sea cucumbers cultivated in Daxing City are fully grown, whereas we will be nurturing seedlings. These two endeavors do not conflict. Lin Ge, tell me honestly, are the sea cucumber farmers of Daxing City in for some misfortune? Zhou Chong inquired. Get lost. Lin Ming laughed, playfully scolding him. Zhou Chong displayed a hint of frustration. Can you really blame me for thinking this way? Every time we profit, someone else seems to face misfortune. I have nearly grown accustomed to it. Has the Zijin Huafu also encountered misfortune? Did their housing prices not soar? Lin Ming inquired. But if we refrain from signing those deposit contracts, Dingxing Real Estate could earn an additional several billion. Zhou Chong countered. Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity. Yet he had to concede that Zhou Chong's reasoning held merit. The reason Lin Ming had fixated on the cultivation of sea cucumber seedlings was that, in the near future, Daxing City was poised to experience a significant die-off of sea cucumbers. This winter in Daxing would be exceedingly harsh. Lin Ming had not delved deeply into the specifics, aside from the recent heavy snowfall, but it was highly likely related to the water quality. Sea cucumbers are notoriously delicate creatures, requiring constant medication for nourishment. These very medications are the primary culprits behind water contamination. In truth, many had already grasped this situation long ago. Yet, no one could predict when the sea cucumber farmers in Daxing would be affected. Once the sea cucumber industry in Daxing collapsed, the sea cucumbers from other coastal cities would undoubtedly become highly coveted. Whether it be seedlings or finished products, prices would skyrocket, with the seedlings experiencing the most staggering increases. Regardless, I want to concern myself with such matters. Why bother? Following Brother Lin will surely lead to wealth, Zhou Chong declared with a shake of his head. You know many people. You can establish connections with the sea cucumber purchasers in Daxing in advance, so we're not left scrambling for clients, Lin Ming suggested. Hee. Brother Lin, you might not be aware, but I have a relative involved in the sea cucumber industry in Daxing, Zhou Chong replied with raised eyebrows. Lin Ming stared at Zhou Chong in astonishment for a moment before responding, You truly have an abundance of relatives. Is it my fault for having numerous relatives? You should take that up with my grandparents, Zhou Cheng retorted with a roll of his eyes. What kind of relative? Are they reliable? Lin Ming probed. My third uncle. Do you think he is reliable? Zhou Cheng answered. Perfect. When we arrive at the fourth store, you should call him. We'll begin stockpiling dried sea cucumbers. Let's acquire as much as we can, Lin Ming instructed. Why stockpile dried sea cucumbers? Aren't we supposed to cultivate sea cucumber seedlings? Zhou Cheng queried, puzzled. Just stockpile as instructed. Why pose so many questions? And ensure they are of high quality, all sourced from Daxing City. We should avoid any from Sanhai City, as they want to sell, Lin Ming clarified. Zhou Cheng's expression grew serious. Whether it was cultivating sea cucumber seedlings or stockpiling dried sea cucumbers, he had foreseen a troubling fate for the sea cucumber farmers in Daxing. What constituted misfortune for them? The collapse of the sea cucumber market. Chapter 82. Hundreds of thousands in an instant. It would take about 20 more minutes to reach the fourth store. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and had Zhou Cheng contact Hong Ning, Xiang Zhe, and Han Changyu. Meanwhile, he dialed Li Hongyuan. It is not that Lin Ming is intent on profiting from these individuals, but rather that the upcoming steps he must take are substantial. And he simply lacks sufficient funding on his own. The pharmaceutical company will soon complete the necessary processes, followed by a land auction in a few days, leading to the construction of a factory and the procurement of equipment. This alone requires a considerable sum of money. Next, there is the matter of leasing maritime territory, stockpiling dried sea cucumbers, and constructing facilities for their cultivation. To be frank, the few billion Lin Ming possesses can only be considered a drop in the ocean. When Li Hongyuan learned of Lin Ming's intention to stockpile dried sea cucumbers, he nearly leaped with excitement. It immediately reminded him of the time he had hoarded Feitian Mutai. Although that venture only earned him several tens of millions, which paled in comparison to the 300 million he made in the stock market. The funds from Feitian Mutai represented his true startup capital and marked the moment he genuinely placed his trust in Lin Ming. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Li Hongyuan uttered 2 words, transfer funds. Whatever the amount, he was ready to send it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming himself was reluctant to manage these finances, considering he still had Xiang Zhe, Hong Ning, and others to oversee. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ming turned to Zhou Cheng and suggested, "Shall we establish a company and hire an accountant?" Zhou Cheng instantly grasped Lin Ming's intent. Just moments ago, Hong Ning and the others had expressed their desire to transfer funds to his account, which made him feel like a mere figurehead. He was even more troubled than Lin Ming. "I'll take care of it," Zhou Cheng replied thoughtfully. "By the way, isn't your sister about to arrive at Blue Island? Perhaps we could have her start as the accountant?" "That works," Lin Ming nodded. He had previously shared details about Lin Ke and Lin Chu with Zhou Cheng. Lin Ke, having studied medicine, could work at the pharmaceutical company, while Lin Chu, who had studied accounting, would certainly handle the financial aspects more adeptly than either Lin Ming or Zhou Cheng. Calculating the time, they should be arriving at Blue Island later that afternoon. The Rolls-Royce truly exemplifies the pinnacle of automotive excellence. Though the dealership displayed only a few cars, the space was ample and the decor lavish. Zhou Cheng had already contacted the salesperson from whom he planned to purchase a vehicle, but Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the individual. "You," equally astonished. The salesperson recognized him. "Blue Island is indeed quite small," Lin Ming remarked with a rueful smile. The salesperson was none other than Jiang Pingping, Chen Xing's girlfriend. "Lin Ge, do you know each other?" Zhou Cheng inquired, puzzled. Lin Ming nodded. "She is my sister-in-law's girlfriend." "Goodness. This is like a flood washing through the Dragon King's temple, family members not recognizing one another." Zhou Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. "Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Lin," Jiang Pingping addressed Zhou Cheng. "This is my brother, closer than a biological brother," Zhou Cheng proudly stated. Jiang Pingping appeared somewhat confused. Based on what Chen Xing had told her, Lin Ming seemed far removed from someone of Zhou Cheng's stature. Yet, why did Zhou Cheng speak of Lin Ming with such pride, as if having someone like him as a brother brought immense honor? "Have you been working here for long?" Lin Ming inquired. "No, I've only been here for less than a week. Mr. Zhou is my first client," Jiang Pingping replied with a shake of her head. Lin Ming chuckled. "Then I must be your second client. Are you planning to make me stand here? Are you looking to buy a car?" Jiang Pingping was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ming shrugged. "Is that a problem?" Jiang Pingping's eyes widened as she pointed towards the showroom. "Are you intending to purchase a Rolls-Royce?" If anyone else had said such a thing, Lin Ming would have deemed them to be looking down on him. However, he understood Jiang Pingping's perspective. In her and Chen Xing's eyes, He was still the good-for-nothing who squandered his days in drunken debauchery. Yes, I am looking to buy a Rolls-Royce. Lin Ming replied as he stepped into the showroom. Shou Chong followed closely beside him, whispering, Brother Lin, I get the feeling your future sister-in-law doesn't quite believe you. It's not surprising. My parents-in-law and brother-in-law are still unaware of my circumstances, Lin Ming explained. Zhou Chong suddenly realized, that's true. Brother Lin, your progress has been astonishing. It's only been a little over half a month, hasn't it? If someone told me they earned billions in that short time, I would have laughed in their face. Zhou Chong was well aware of Lin Ming's past, and thus understood why Jiang Pingping found it hard to believe. It wasn't until Lin Ming and Shou Chong settled down in the showroom that Jiang Pingping came back to her senses. However, instead of joining them, she took out her phone and called Chen Sheng. Miss me? Chen Sheng teased. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that a major client ordered a curry naan from me? Can you guess who it is? Jiang Pingping's heart raced. Who? Chen Sheng asked, puzzled. It's your brother-in-law's friend, Jiang Pingping responded. What brother-in-law? Don't mention that scoundrel. He infuriates me. Chen Sheng snorted. But it's true. Jiang Pingping glanced back at the showroom, where Lin Ming and Shou Chong were laughing and chatting. He just came in and said he wants to buy a Rolls-Royce. Haha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? With his sorry state, he could hardly afford even a side mirror. Chen Sheng paused, then continued. He couldn't possibly know you're working there and is pretending to be wealthy just to impress my parents and win my sister back, could he? The more he spoke, the more plausible it seemed to him, and his tone grew increasingly irate. Damn Lin Ming, does he really think my family is superficial? If my sister valued money so much, why did she marry him in the first place? With her qualities, she could have any man she desires. Previously, Lin Ming had brought valuable gifts to the Chen family. While Chen Xing might believe that he had indeed made some money during this time, he could never accept that Lin Ming had earned enough to purchase a Rolls-Royce. Without further ado, I must attend to the matter at hand. Your brother-in-law appears to share a close rapport with Mr. Zhou, and I cannot afford to neglect them. Jiang Pingping hung up the phone, took a gentle breath, and entered the store. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head before getting straight to the point. Didn't T. Shou Chong reserve a Cullinan? I heard you have several delivered to your dealership. Could you spare one for me? Brother. All the cars in the store are allocated. Aside from Mr. Zhou's vehicle, the rest are for other clients. I've only been here for a week. I lack the authority, Jiang Pingping responded. Setting aside all else, the way Jiang Pingping addressed him as brother brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. Sister-in-law, surely we can consider a premium? Shou Chong interjected. Jiang Pingping was well aware of the store's policies, and indeed a premium could be arranged. However, for vehicles of such caliber, the markup could easily reach several $100,000, an amount most would find hard to swallow. I'll consult the manager, Jiang Pingping said, darting up to the second floor. Moments later, she returned. The manager stated that for an additional $500,000, you could take the car immediately. However, the Cullinan is no longer available. We can only offer a phantom. $500,000? Zhou Chong raised an eyebrow. Jiang Pingping thought he might be displeased and was about to explain when Zhou Chong remarked, Lin Gu, you'll earn that $500,000 back in no time. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for over half a year, which is hardly worth it. Very well, Lin Ming nodded. Whether it was a Cullinan or a phantom was of little consequence. What mattered was the name Rolls-Royce. Lin Ming had a penchant for automobiles and was likely to purchase different brands in the future. Little did they know, their light-hearted banter had left Jiang Pingping in a state of stunned disbelief. Lin Ming's assertion could be dismissed as mere bravado. However, Zhou Chong had only recently ordered a Cullinan. Surely, he wouldn't be boasting, would he? Earning $500,000 in mere moments, one could rob a bank in less time. Is it possible to finance? Lin Ming interjected, breaking Jiang Pingping's train of thought. Finance? Before Jiang Pingping could respond, Shou Chong murmured, Lin Gu. A phantom costs around 10 million. Is that truly necessary? Lin Ming shook his head. We have numerous expenses ahead. I would rather stretch my funds as much as possible. If you haven't settled the full payment yet, I suggest you consider financing. Is that so? Zhou Chong turned to Jiang Pingping. Then I shall finance as well. Jiang Pingping recalled vividly how exuberantly Shou Chong had approached the dealership, insisting on paying in full without hesitation. And now, due to Lin Ming's words, he was contemplating financing? To be candid, upon hearing Lin Ming mention financing, Jiang Pingping immediately recalled Chen Xing's words. No money, just trying to show off for the Chen family. Or perhaps he genuinely had enough for a down payment but lacked the full amount. However, Zhou Chang's attitude caused this notion to waver. Calculate the down payment and the monthly repayments, Zhou Chong remarked to Jiang Pingping. Of course, the dealership preferred customers to take out loans. Although the interest was not their profit, they could still earn from listing fees, loan processing charges, and so forth. Jiang Pingping computed the figures roughly and replied, "Brother, the price of this phantom is 8.77 million. Including taxes and various fees, the total would be approximately 12 million. 12 million. As she uttered that figure, her breath quickened. She was merely an ordinary person, unable to fathom the extravagance of the wealthy. It is no exaggeration to say that if this deal were completed, her commission alone could amount to several tens of thousands, although the commission on cars is less than that on real estate. In the case of a vehicle like a Rolls-Royce, it could be considered a substantial gain after 3 years of inactivity. Let's calculate the down payment and the loan, Lin Ming suggested. Various taxes were not included in the down payment, and calculating 30 of the car price, that would be over 2.6 million, Jiang Pingping stated. If the loan is for 3 years, the monthly payment would be around 170,000, and with interest, it would be approximately 200,000. That's manageable, Lin Ming nodded. Go fetch the contract. I have other matters to attend to. The sooner we finish signing, the sooner we can leave. The 2 loan contracts were signed in a daze by Jiang Pingping. Even after Lin Ming and Zhou Chong departed, Jiang Pingping still found it hard to believe that Lin Ming had truly purchased a Rolls-Royce, and moreover, a phantom that cost 12 million. It should be noted that Lin Ming had paid a deposit of 1 million. Surely, he wouldn't spend 1 million merely to show off, would he? Meanwhile, Lin Ming paid no mind to Jiang Pingping's thoughts. He asked Zhou Chong to take him to the imported seafood market to buy some king crabs and lobsters. Then they stopped by a mall to purchase some cigarettes and liquor before returning to the Anju community. He left some for Lin Changhua and Chi Yufan to prepare lunch. Then took Xian Xian to Tui International. The 2 sea areas he intended to lease were located in Tianling Town, the hometown of Qinjia. Although Chun Enying and his wife had moved to the city many years ago, his brothers and cousins still resided in Yushan Village, under the jurisdiction of Tianling Town. For the initial procurement of seafood, he would likely need to enlist their assistance. Thus, today Lin Ming planned to drag along Chen Jia and pay a visit to Chen Enying and Lu Yumei. Upon arriving at Tui International, Lin Ming discovered that Han Changyu had returned. He appeared to have just come back, looking somewhat worn, and was chatting cheerfully with others in the project department. Lin Ming's unexpected arrival captured the attention of everyone in the project department. "Mr. Lin?" Han Changyu exclaimed with surprise. "What brings you here? Did you know I just got off the plane, so you brought your niece to welcome me? What are you thinking? I'm here to pick up my wife." Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Han Changyu was unfazed, as he was merely jesting. Lin Ming arrived with his daughter, and who else could he find if not Qinjia? "Sister-in-law, hurry along. We wouldn't want my niece to grow anxious," Han Changyu remarked. Upon hearing this, the personnel in the project department exchanged bewildered glances. "Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law? Who exactly is this Mr. Lin, that he commands such courtesy from Han Changyu?" Under their scrutinizing gazes, Qinjia's cheeks flushed crimson as she slowly approached Lin Ming. In that instant, the project team comprehended the situation. The sister-in-law that Han Changyu spoke of was none other than Qinjia. At that moment, all rumors disparaging Qinjia's relationship with Han Changyu crumbled. Even a fool could deduce that it was due to Lin Ming's influence that Han Changyu entrusted the Huazhong and Tingguang projects to Qinjia. "Sister-in-law, you can manage those projects from home. Unless there's something of great importance, there's no need for you to come to the office," Han Changyu called out from behind. Qinjia's face grew even redder. She pulled Lin Ming outside while saying, "What brings you to the company so unexpectedly? I'm still at work. What will others think of me?" Zhou Chong had earlier mentioned that the projects she took over were coveted by others, and as a mere junior staff member, her sudden acquisition of these projects must have sparked quite the gossip behind her back. Lin Ming chuckled. "You mean you came to clarify things for me?" "Of course. My wife deserves my protection," Lin Ming replied with utmost seriousness. Qinjia couldn't help but chuckle. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. "I'll let this slide this time. But you mustn't do it again. After all, I'm earning someone else's salary. And besides, TUI International ISNT, solely run by President Han, we can't let him be disparaged." She added, "I shall dutifully abide by my esteemed wife's instructions." Lin Ming responded with a mock salute. "Daddy, you're so adorable." Xian Xian giggled. Lin Ming tousled the little girl's hair and said, "I have another purpose for coming today. I would like you to accompany me back home. I have some business to attend to that involves Tianling Town, and I might need your parents' assistance." "My parents?" with your business deals worth billions. What could they possibly do to help you? Chen Jia teased. Tianling Town is by the sea. I plan to lease a stretch of ocean. And since your uncles and aunts go out to sea, I thought they could assist me in trading seafood, Lin Ming explained. Chen Jia instantly wore an expression akin to Zhou Chang's. Did this fellow really consider the money from seafood vendors worth his while? Beautiful Chun, please lend me a hand. It would be a bit awkward for me to go to your home alone, Lin Ming implored with a pitiful look. Mommy, I miss Grandma and Grandpa too. Will you come back with us? Xian chimed in, providing support. Chen Jia, of course, could not refuse. This was a prime opportunity for Lin Ming to build rapport with her parents. You all wait here. I need to write a leave request, Chen Jia said before dashing off. Although Han Changyu verbally granted her leave, Chen Jia did not wish for him to be the subject of gossip. Thus, a formal leave request needed to be penned. If necessary, a deduction from her salary would suffice. Truly, she is a woman of remarkable spirit. At that moment, a young girl's voice suddenly emerged from behind Lin Ming. Who are you? Lin Ming inquired, perplexed. My name is Xin Yu, and I am Chen Jia's closest friend at the company. Xin Yu declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. You are Chen Jia's ex-husband, aren't you? Although I am unaware of your relationship with General Han, I must warn you that Chen Jia is a good woman. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, I will summon my boyfriend to deal with you. Lin Ming smiled slightly. It seems you do not have a boyfriend, do you? Perhaps I could find one for you? How do you know? Xin Yu's bravado visibly faltered. Chen Jia has mentioned you to me, Lin Ming stated earnestly. Thank you for your care towards her at the company. If there is ever anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu could not help but recall the radiant happiness that had adorned Chen Jia's face of late. Has Chen Jia reconciled with you? Xin Yu queried. Lin Ming sighed. Reconciliation is perhaps too strong a term. However, she has shown me a modicum of kindness. I must strive doubly hard to win her back. Men are always like this, failing to cherish what they possess until it is lost, Xin Yu retorted with a huff. Auntie, my father is a good man. I will not allow you to speak of him that way. Xian defended Lin Ming. Xin Yu, having seen Xian numerous times before, recognized her instantly. What do you know, little girl? I shall tell you this. You must keep a vigilant eye on your father's every move. Should he ever wrong you, report it to Auntie immediately, and she will ensure he faces the consequences, understood? Xin Yu playfully pinched Xuan's little nose. I understand, Xian replied, appearing quite exasperated. At that moment, Chen Jia approached from a distance. Xin Yu refrained from further comment, waved her tiny fist at Lin Ming while adopting a fierce expression, and returned to the project department. Was that Xin Yu just now? What did she say to you? Chen Jia asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She claimed that you are the best woman in the universe and forbade me from bullying you, Lin Ming replied with a chuckle. Chen Jia smirked. So, do you still bully me? Would I dare? Lin Ming retorted. From now on, it shall be my turn to bully you, Lin Ming declared. Chapter 84, Wealth Beyond Measure. Yet you are worth so much more. At 11:30 in the morning, the trio arrived at the Gardner-S community in Moline County, driving an Audi 7. At this hour, households began preparing their meals, with the aromas of various dishes wafting through the air, causing Lin Ming's stomach to grumble. I truly long to savor our mother-s oil-splashed carp and crispy double delicacies, Lin Ming remarked, burdened with bags of goods. You should first calm them down before anything else. Otherwise, forget about the crispy delicacies, there might not even be scraps left for you, Chen Jia quipped, casting an exasperated glance at Lin Ming. She now speaks quite freely, at least no longer exhibiting that previously cold demeanor. I can manage some greasy scraps. I'm not picky, Lin Ming admitted. As they conversed, they arrived at room 502. Chen Jia knocked on the door, and soon, Liu Yumei emerged. Jia. What brings you back? Liu Yumei exclaimed with joy. Mom, I came back to check on you and Dad, Chen Jia replied. Come in quickly, she urged. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Lin Ming behind her, perhaps due to the events of their last encounter. Liu Yumei harbored a slightly altered perception of Lin Ming. She no longer appeared as tense, instead saying, Lin Ming is here as well, come in. Chen Inying was seated, wearing reading glasses and perusing the newspaper. Upon seeing the trio enter, he thought his eyes were deceiving him and promptly removed his glasses. Dad, Lin Ming said awkwardly. What brings you all here? Chen Inying asked, confusion etched on his face. Dad, I'm hungry. I crave the oil-splashed carp and the crispy delights that Mom makes. Chen Jia said, clutching her stomach. Xian chimed in. Grandpa, I'm hungry too. Oh my precious darling, come here for a hug, Chen Inying said, quickly embracing Xianxian. He then pointedly remarked to Qinjia, "You come back here like a starving ghost. Every time you return, your mother prepares delicious meals for you. Yet I've never seen you gain weight." Qinjia understood her father's insinuation well. "Dad, if I gained weight, I wouldn't look good. Which man prefers a plump woman? Being so thin hasn't attracted anyone to cherish you," Chen Eniying retorted with a scoff. Qinjia glanced at Lin Ming, silently deciding it best to remain silent. Chen Eniying felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as everything he said seemed to relate back to Lin Ming. "What brings you both back together today?" he inquired again. Lin Ming, with a bold demeanor, replied, "Dad, I bought some imported seafood at the market today, and I thought you would surely enjoy it, so I hurried to bring it over. I am from Tianling Town. What seafood haven't I tasted?" Chen Eniying quipped, raising an eyebrow. Though Chen Eniying had not said much when Lin Ming left last time, he could not believe that just a few days later, Qinjia had brought him back again. A sense of frustration welled up within him. They had already divorced. How could his daughter be so lacking in resolve? Was life without Lin Ming so unbearable? He understood Qinjia's compassionate nature, but there were times when compassion must be tempered with discernment. Having chosen to divorce, a certain distance should be maintained. Meanwhile, Lin Ming set down the drinks and cigarettes, then opened the thermal containers. "Such large shrimp," Liu Yumei exclaimed. "Mom, these are lobsters, imported from abroad, costing 300 to 400 per pound," Qinjia explained on Lin Ming's behalf. "So expensive? This one must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. That's several thousand worth of seafood. Why did you buy this?" Liu Yumei chided. Chen Eniying remarked, "The items you brought me last time remain untouched. If we truly earn money, we should save it wisely rather than indulge in extravagant waste. Father, how can honoring you and mother be deemed wasteful? If you desire, I could procure the entire ocean for you," Lin Ming responded. Chen Eniying chuckled in annoyance. "What has come over you? I never noticed your eloquence before. In the past, I was merely a fool, oblivious to the consequences of my actions. I wonder if it is too late to regret," Lin Ming said, casting a furtive glance at Chen Eniying. "Is it too late? That decision is beyond my purview." Chen Eniying huffed. "I am taking Xianxian to buy fish. Do not expect your mother to prepare you a meal if you return without notice. Father, please rest. I shall handle the errand," Lin Ming said hastily as he dashed out. Once he descended the stairs, Chen Eniying furrowed his brows when he visited last time. "Aside from giving him a couple of kicks, I refrained from scolding him as I feared his humiliation might provoke him to harass you both. But what is this new development? Did you not divorce him? Why are you back together?" Qinjia pursed her lips. "Father, mother, have you not noticed that Lin Ming appears to be a different person?" Indeed. Grandparents, Daddy has transformed. He is now the best father in the world." Xianxian chimed in, nodding her little head. "His last visit was indeed unlike before, when you kicked him and your brother berated him. He offered no retaliation and even transferred 20,000 yuan to you," Liu Yumei remarked. "Qinjia, your father speaks from experience," Chen Eniying said. "It seems that Lin Ming has genuinely changed. However, I am aware of the events from previous years, and I fear he may be concocting another scheme, only to turn against us once more. You are my only daughter, and I have never laid a finger upon you. Do you know how deeply it pains me to see you endure such hardships? No one understands you better than I. A few kind words from others soften your heart. While other matters may be trivial, when it pertains to your life, I cannot remain indifferent. I do not insist that you seek a wealthy partner for a life of opulence, but if he cannot provide you with basic stability, why would you choose to be with him? Do not utter phrases like having children means no one else will want you. I, Chen Eniying, would rather you remain unmarried forever than suffer at the hands of another." Upon hearing this, Qinjia could no longer contain herself and buried her face in Chen Eniying's embrace, weeping. "Why speak of such things? Jia has grown. She is capable of making her own choices," Liu Yumei interjected. At that moment, Chen Eniying's phone rang unexpectedly. Qinjia composed herself, not wishing Lin Ming to discern her tears. "It is your brother calling," Chen Eniying stated. Qinjia instinctively replied, "Do not tell him we have returned." With a sigh, Chen Eniying answered the call. "Father, have I mentioned that Ping Ping has started working at the Rolls-Royce dealership?" Shen Xing inquired. "What about it?" Chen Eniying retorted. "This morning, that scoundrel ordered a car at the dealership," Chen Sheng exclaimed. Chen Eniying's phone was loud, and Chun Jia could hear everything clearly, causing her to furrow her brows. "Didn't your sister tell you? Stop calling him that despicable name. His name is Lin Ming. Have you lost your hearing?" Chen Eniying scoffed. "After everything he did to my sister, I could have killed him. Calling him a scoundrel is a privilege." Chen Xing fumed. "If you've got something to say, Spit it out, or I'll hang up, Chen Inying said impatiently. I don't know where that guy got so much money, 12 million. He ordered a 12 million Rolls-Royce Phantom today. Chen Xing quickly added. Chen Inying's eyelids twitched. The figure of 12 million nearly gave him a heart attack. Reflecting on Lin Ming's recent purchases, Chen Inying realized Lin Ming had indeed made a fortune. Meanwhile, Chen Jia appeared helpless. She actually wished to keep her parents unaware of Lin Ming's wealth. Hoping that Chen Inying and his wife could be moved by Lin Ming's sincerity without any knowledge of his financial status. Some things, when tainted with money, inevitably lose their essence. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing was the one to expose Lin Ming's true circumstances first. How much he earns has nothing to do with you. Chen Inying remarked. It has nothing to do with me. I don't covet his filthy money. I just fear that once he has wealth and power, he might harass my sister again, Chen Sheng replied. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Chen Inying concluded, ending the call, and then looked towards Chen Jia. Has he been bothering you? Father, you know my temperament. If he really bothered me, would I bring him home? Chen Jia shook her head. So you're interested in his money then? Father, Chen Jia exclaimed, stamping her foot. Chen Inying took a deep breath. Some things cannot be bought with money. In my heart, even if Lin Ming were as wealthy as a nation, he would still pale in comparison to you. Chapter 85. Everything finalized. Having frequented the old Shen household before, Lin Ming was well aware of the local markets. After about 20 minutes, he returned carrying a carp along with several other vegetables. Are you trying to wear my mother out? Chen Jia shot a glare at Lin Ming. Lin Ming quickly explained. No, I didn't intend for her to do all the cooking. I thought since it's not easy to go downstairs, I'd buy more to keep in the fridge, so there is no need for another trip. It's fine, it's fine. You two have come back after so long, so let us prepare a bit more. Lu Yunmei smiled. Lin Ming, come here, Chen Inying called out. Lin Ming obediently stood before Chen Inying. What are you doing just standing there? Are you the door god? Chen Inying chuckled incredulously. You didn't invite me to sit. So I dared not, Lin Ming replied as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He had finally come to understand. If earnest conversation fails to sway Chen Inying and Lu Yumei, then one must resort to tenacity. After all, perseverance will eventually reveal the transformation they seek. I have never witnessed such compliance in you before. A single misstep from me would have prompted you to overturn the table, remarked Chen Inying with a huff. Then I shall procure a new table, Lin Ming retorted. Is it truly a matter of the table? Chen Inying shot back. As Lin Ming appeared poised to leave, Chen Inying immediately commanded, come back. Lin Ming hesitated, then slowly retreated, resuming his seat. Chen Jia, observing this scene, could no longer contain her laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. What are you laughing at? Go assist your mother. Chen Inying snapped in irritation. Once Chen Jia had entered the kitchen, Chen Inying inquired, I heard you've purchased a car? 12 million? Yes, I just placed the order this morning, Lin Ming replied candidly. What type of car you buy and how much you earn is of no concern to me. What matters is the source of this money. Chen Inying scrutinized Lin Ming. Some money is spent with ease, while others come at the cost of one's conscience. Do you understand? Dad, are you genuinely concerned about me? Lin Ming asked with earnestness. Enough with the trivialities. Explain to me in detail how you acquired this money. If it is of dubious origin, then you might as well forego your meals. Chen Inying demanded. Reluctantly, Lin Ming recounted his methods of earning money once more. Billions? Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing that Lin Ming had amassed over 60 billion, Chen Inying could no longer remain seated and leapt from his chair. Dad, please remain calm, Lin Ming insisted, forcibly guiding Chen Inying back into his seat. While billions may sound substantial, they pale in comparison to the fortunes of the true tycoons, who possess hundreds of billions or even trillions. We are merely at the threshold of prosperity. Threshold of prosperity? You dare to label billions as merely the beginning? Chen Inying glared at Lin Ming. If the conversation continued, he might well lose his composure. Therefore, Lin Ming hastily shifted the topic. Dad, I actually came here to request your assistance with something. Chen Inying blinked in surprise. You are now a big boss. What could I possibly assist you with? There is much you could help me with, such as reconciling with Jia Jia, Lin Ming mumbled. Do not entertain fantasies. You alone must bear the consequences of your actions. Although our family is not wealthy, I will not allow Jia Jia to suffer for the sake of money. Chen Inying retorted coldly. Lin Ming's facial muscles twitched slightly. Dad, your hometown is Yushan Village in Tianling Town, is it not? My uncles are fishermen. I was thinking of contracting a portion of the sea there and would like your assistance in speaking with them. What do you mean? You intend to contract the sea and prevent them from fishing? Chen Inying's eyes widened. Fishermen rely on the sea for their livelihoods. Is Lin Ming truly intending to drive these ordinary folk to desperation? No, no. I do not intend to prevent them from fishing. Rather, I wish for them to deliver their seafood to me, Lin Ming clarified. Purchasing seafood? A middleman? Chun Enning began to understand. Indeed, Lin Ming nodded. Seafood was just one aspect. The primary concern was to facilitate communication between his uncles and the villagers of Yushan. To ascertain which family would be willing to lease their land, he intended to construct sea cucumber farms on these plots, specifically for the cultivation of juvenile sea cucumbers. How much per acre? Chen Enning inquired. 70,000. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Enning felt a slight sense of relief. According to national regulations, the standard land occupation price in Yushan was 480,000 per acre. Offering 70,000 was indeed a generous bid. Regarding the matter of utilizing arable land, it was relatively straightforward. As long as sufficient compensation was provided, someone would certainly be willing to lease their land. However, the seafood vendors. Chen Ongwa hesitated for a moment before adding, there simply isn't enough seafood at the docks. There are too many vendors. If you suddenly contract the sea area and interfere, it would cut off their livelihood. I've heard that these individuals are quite fierce and not to be trifled with. Fights over goods at the docks are common. Indeed. My father still cares for me. Thank you, Dad. Lin Ming replied earnestly. We're discussing serious matters here. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Enning shot Lin Ming a glare. When shall we commence? I'll contact your uncles so they can come over. The sooner, the better, Lin Ming responded. Currently, his most pressing need was capital, as everything was paving the way for the pharmaceutical company. Although contracting the sea area and leasing arable land might not be as lucrative as the stock market, it certainly would not lag behind significantly. The Starship shipyard would arrive soon. Time was of the essence, and thus Lin Ming intended to waste not even a single day. Well then, don't rush off this afternoon. I'll give your uncles a call to see if they can come over, Chen Enning said. Lin Ming felt a touch of warmth in his heart. Perhaps Chen Jia had inherited Chen Enning's character, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. As soon as Lin Ming broached the subject, arrangements began to be made. Compared to the last dinner, this time Lin Ming truly felt satiated. Both Chen Enning and LV Yume were aware that the oil-splashed carp and the crispy double-fried dishes were not Chen Jia's cravings, but rather Lin Ming's, as he had always relished these two dishes. After indulging in food and drink, Chen Enning engaged Lin Ming in conversation for a while, perhaps due to Chen Jia. Although Chen Enning appeared cold and stern, Lin Ming could sense the warmth in the old man's heart. Moreover, Lin Ming's current demeanor towards Chen Enning and LV Yume was noted by Chen Jia. Unlike his filial piety towards Lin Xinghua and his wife, who were not Chen Jia's parents, this was truly Chen Jia's happiest moment. It wasn't until around 4 in the afternoon that Chen Jia's second and third uncles entered the room. Chen Enning was the eldest, with the second uncle being Chen Anhai and the third, Chen Anhua. Both were approximately in their 50s, their skin darkened from years spent at sea. Second uncle, third uncle. Lin Ming greeted. The two men, naturally aware of the situation regarding Chen Jia, responded to Lin Ming with indifference. Lin Ming, unconcerned, poured a cup of tea for the two. Lu Yunmei also brought out some snacks, including mooncakes, that Lin Ming had brought last time. Sister-in-law, you need not busy yourself just yet, Chen Anhai said. Today we have some leftover crabs. Please do not turn your noses up at them. The good ones have all been sold out, but these freshwater crabs are quite delightful to taste. How could we possibly disdain them? In the city, such freshwater crabs sell for quite a high price per pound. If it weren't for you two bringing them, I wouldn't dare to purchase them myself. Lu Yumei replied with a smile, producing some cigarettes and liquor. These are all brought by Lin Ming. Old Chin cannot drink them all, so take some back with you when you leave. Lin Ming brought these, just as Chun Anhua was about to speak. He caught sight of the gleaming words Mitai. While he might not recognize Fei Tian Mitai, he was familiar with the soft cigarettes. The words he was about to utter were abruptly swallowed back. Lin Ming then sat down and said, Uncle, third uncle, I have been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit you. I believe my father has already given you a rough idea of things. When I return to Yushan village, I will bring you more. In contrast to the straightforwardness of Chen Enning, Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua were far more astute. They did not mention the previous topic but instead inquired, are you planning to contract a marine area in Tianling Town to engage in seafood trade? That is not the main point. I mainly need the two of you to help me spread the word in the village, Lin Ming replied. How did you come to think about cultivating sea cucumber seedlings? There is hardly anyone in our area doing such a thing. The capital required is substantial. The risks are high. and the market cannot compete with that of Daxing City, Chen Anhai remarked. Lin Ming smiled. I believe this venture can be profitable. Is it as simple as just believing it will be profitable? If making money were that easy, everyone would be wealthy, Chen Anhai scoffed. Uncle, please lend a helping hand. Chen Jia pleaded. Chen Anhai gave Chen Jia a sidelong glance. We are well aware of your little matters. Why are you still defending him now? If it weren't for our busy schedule at sea, your uncle and I would have intended to give him a good talking to. Lin Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The Chen family shared a close bond. Chen Anhai and Chen Anhua were particularly fond of Chen Jia, especially since both families had sons but no daughters. Lin Ming did not doubt that Chen Anhai was serious had he not realized the situation in time. He might have faced a beating. Uncle, what is past is past. We are discussing serious matters now, Chen Jia whispered. As for the leasing of farmland, we can assist in looking into that. However, I advise you to proceed cautiously with the seafood trade. Those seafood vendors are not to be trifled with and often possess some background. If provoked, they are capable of anything, Chen Anhai cautioned. Then I thank you. Uncle and third uncle, Lin Ming smiled, and then asked, by the way, what are Junping and Sinew up to these days? I may need quite a few hands on deck here, and if they are willing to return, I would be grateful if you could have them come help me. I will not treat them poorly. Junping is Chen Anhai's son, and Sinew is Chen Anhua's son. Spare me, he retorted. They all have their own jobs now, earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month, enjoying the benefits that come with it. Why would they return to toil away at these laborious tasks? Chen Anhua spoke without reservation. Lin Ming shrugged nonchalantly. 5,000 to 6,000 a month. He had initially intended to assist them out of goodwill towards Chen Jia, but since they showed no appreciation, Lin Ming saw no reason to continue offering his warmth to their cold indifference.